Hey, my friends, welcome back to the channel. Hope you are enjoying the videos. If so, please like, share, and subscribe. The story so far. Leif craftsman is the last in a line of crafters and enchanters because of the destruction of his coastal home village. Years later, the queen offers the survivors of the destroyed village a choice between money and land in one of the frontier regions. Leif takes the land in the hope of putting the past behind and starts journeying west to the mountains, where his new homestead is located and as far from the coast as he can get. On the journey, Leif meets Kevin Young, a traveling merchant and caravan master. Kevin tricked Leif into a bad deal to supply the merchant with Leif's crafted and enchanted wares for a certain amount of time. Leif fulfilled the terms of the contract and left the kingdom's capital city. Now, he continues his journey to his new home. Leif let Jake do most of the navigation and all the work. The mule followed the road with very little correction, which Leif found pleasant. On the downside, traveling by wagon was boring, especially when he didn't have to hardly do a thing and nobody to talk to. The road leading to Burlington was not like the trails leading from Raleigh to the coast. This trail was well maintained and made of hard black material that was broken in places and filled with dirt, stone, or some kind of gray material. Leif wanted to investigate, but didn't want to stop either. "Jake, do you know what this stuff is?" Leif asked the mule. Jake didn't answer nor acknowledge his question much more than flick his tail. Leif smiled and stretched his arms over his head. He picked the reins back up as a mounted patrol moved past heading towards the capital. Leif nodded to the guards. He hadn't known the road was patrolled until he had asked for an earlier patrol. "Traveling alone?" one of the guards asked after slowing and turning to ride beside Leif. "Unfortunately," Leif answered. "The adventurers I had an agreement with backed out of our deal before I left Raleigh." "That's not good. Did you force them to pay a penalty?" "No." "I would have," the guard said. "I honestly hadn't even thought about penalties when I made the agreement," Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. On the one hand, he could understand Lucy and her crew not wanting to get involved with the priestess when it looked like Leif was in trouble. But on the other hand, it was a breach of trust. Live and learn, I guess. "That's a harsh lesson, but so are many of them in this world." "Ain't that the truth?" Leif agreed. The guard laughed. "Thankfully, you'll be mostly safe until Winston-Salem at least, provided you don't try traveling at night. West of Winston-Salem is when things can get hazardous, since we don't patrol it as much." "Other than my mule walking into a hole he can't see, what is more dangerous about traveling at night?" Leif asked. "The road is maintained by the Crown's engineers, so you don't have to worry about holes. But night is when some of the more dangerous predators come out to hunt." "Ah, that makes sense. What about campsites? Anything near here?" Leif asked after looking up at the sun. It would set soon. "You have about 2 miles to reach the Chapel Hill way station. Most caravans stop there," the guard answered. "You should make it as the sun sets." Chapel Hill. Chapel Hill was the name of a small city near where the way station is located. The Queen's ancestors decided to honor the fallen city when they built the way station. "Huh, that's interesting. Thank you for the information," Leif said. "You're welcome," the guard replied. He turned his horse back around. "And hire some more adventurers or guards." "I will," Leif laughed. Under his breath he added, "if I can find any that I can trust." "Jake, I think you've done enough work for one day," Leif told the mule after stopping for the day. Instead of stopping at the way station, Leif had stopped beside a creek about a mile from the way station. He engaged the brake and placed the halting Ward chunk of metal on the wagon. Leif jumped down and walked around for a moment. He decided the spot would do after spotting the remains of a fire pit. Looks like others have camped here as well. Leif set up the camping ward by placing the stakes in a circle around the wagon. He placed one of the stakes in the creek so Jake could safely drink water. Leif felt the ward engage and unhitched the mule from the wagon. "That should keep us safe, allow you some room to graze, and maybe ease any pain you have," Leif told Jake as he hobbled the mule. Jake tried to nip Leif's shirt. He pushed the mule's head away. And cut that out. Leif sat reading after finishing his supper by quartz light. The small, enchanted crystal-based lights he had created were handy little things and produced enough light that it only took 2 of them to light up the warded area. The book he was reading was a history of the kingdom. The author had even written a small section about enchanters and some rumors of their craft that he found fascinating. This says it was rumored that powerful enchanters could even hide their enchantments from others, though the author thinks such talk was just fanciful tales, Leif muttered to himself. But I know it's true. I really wish there was another more experienced enchanter I could talk to. A sudden growling came from beyond the ward. Leif dropped the book and surged to his feet as Jake started. Leif looked and saw a few dog-like animals exploring the edges of the ward. Dust surrounded the beasts. One of them tried running at Jake. The monster bounced off the ward and yowled in pain. Dust coyotes, Leif wondered aloud. He calmed Jake. They can't get to us in here. After a while, the monsters faded into the darkness. Leif sighed in relief and wished that Lucy and her crew had come with him. Even with the road patrolled, it seemed there were dangers all around. Leif knew it would be a while before he fell asleep, even with the ward protecting him and the mule, so he decided to do some experimenting. Leif examined the 3 runes he had carved into the small, flat rock. The first rune was for controlled energy, the second for ice, and the last for disruption. If this worked, the rock would explode in an icy wave on impact. Leif cut his finger and used his own blood to coat the runes. He willed his intent into the rock. You have created an ice burst rock. This rock will explode on impact when thrown blasting level 10 ice shards in a 6-foot forward wave. Value 500 crowns. Holy Fayak, Leif laughed, dismissing the notice. I need to test this. Leif threw the rock across the creek. It hit a tree and exploded, destroying the tree trunk. Ice shards flew out, damaging the forest on the other side of the creek. Leif fell onto his butt laughing. I need to make a few more rocks, Leif told himself. His eyes widened as he thought about how much more damaging chunks of metal would be. Leif stopped Jake as the mounted guard patrol neared them. The guards slowed and several gripped weapons. Leif wondered if they suspected he was part of a trap. I'm unarmed except for a knife, Leif called out. 2 of the guards approached his wagon. That isn't a smart thing to tell others, one of the guards said. I know, but I figured it was better than having tense armed guards passing me, Leif replied. The speaking guard grunted. You obviously want something. What is it? I saw some dog-like monsters last night that were surrounded by dust, Leif replied. Were those dust coyotes? Yes, where did you see them? The second guard said. About a quarter mile back at the creek on the right, Leif answered. You camped alone at the creek? The first guard asked. Leif nodded. The guard muttered something about stupid young men having more balls than brains. The monsters didn't attack you or your mule? The second guard asked suspiciously. Something must have scared them because they ran off, Leif said. He then added, and I saw a lot of damage to the underbrush on the other side of the creek bank. Someone is fortunate, the first guard said. He turned to the second. Corporal, bring up the squad and go investigate the creek. Aye, Sergeant, the corporal said. He signaled the rest of the guards and rode off with them following. From now on, camp at the way stations or with others, the sergeant told Leif. There is safety in numbers. Thank you for the advice, Sergeant, Leif told the guard. The sergeant gave Leif a doubting look, shook his head, and rode after his squad. Jake, he must have seen something in my face that let him know that I wouldn't take his advice. The mule looked back at Leif and turned his head back forward. Leif laughed and snapped the reins. So this is Hillsborough, Leif muttered as he waited his turn through the town gate. The sun was setting, but the guards still examined carts and wagons. Leif couldn't see much of the town beyond the wall that surrounded it. He yawned and stretched. Maybe I should have just kept going. Leif had considered doing just that, but the dust coyotes had spooked him, and the idea of a bath, hot meal, and bed were too tempting to pass up. After a while, it was Leif's turn at the gate. State your business, the guard said. Just passing through on my way to the frontier and wanted a nice bed and hot meal, Leif replied as another guard looked inside his wagon. The man climbed into the back. Are you looking for cheap accommodations or something better? The guard asked as her partner inspected Leif's chests. Just a few tools in both of these, the inspecting guard asked before Leif could reply to his partner. Yes, Leif told him, barely keeping the smile from his face. The enchanted storage chests were working just as designed and showing normal space to anyone that was not Leif. The guard grunted an acknowledgement and climbed back out of the wagon. Leif turned his attention to the first guard again. Better is good. Head up to King's Sint and take a left onto it. Keep going towards the end of King and you'll see the village inn and diner on the right, the guard told him. Jackson and Rosen will make you feel welcome and at home. Thank you, Leif told her. He wondered if she got a kickback for sending travelers to the inn. No guards with you, she asked. Leif shook his head. You should hire someone. Adventurers are always around thanks to the Akonechi mountain dungeon, the second guard added as he joined his comrade. Mountain, Leif repeated in confusion. I didn't see a mountain on the way here. The guards laughed. Mountain is a bit overstating it, the second guard said. Leif could hear the humor in his voice. Akonechi Mountain isn't even 900 feet tall, so it's just a hill. Oh. You'll pass through the Akonechi Mountain area when you head west, the female guard said. The dungeon keeps monster attacks down as do the adventurers. So this area is safe to pass through, Leif asked. As safe as the trail from here to the capital, she replied. Leif briefly wished he had asked for her name. Trying to reach the frontier alone is suicidal. Hire some guards or adventurers to protect yourself. Thanks again, Leif said, nodding. He clicked his tongue and snapped the reins. Jake took him into the town. Leif smiled after waking up. The guard had been correct. Jackson and Rosen knew their business. Supper was delicious, the bath hot, and the bed comfortable. Leif looked forward to seeing what they would serve for breakfast. He got dressed and decided the 20 crowns he had spent for the night's stay was a good investment since he felt refreshed. He gathered his things and headed downstairs for breakfast. Rosen was working the counter when Leif entered the common room. Most of the tables were occupied, so he took a seat on a stool at the counter. Leif waited until Rosen finished with the customer she was with and looked around. About half the tables were occupied by adventurers if the mishmash of weapons and armor were anything to go by. Most looked hungover too. Did you enjoy the room? Rosen asked as she walked up to him. Oh yes, the bed was soft and very comfortable, Leif answered. She smiled. What can I get you? Rosen asked. Leif placed his room key on the counter. Checking out. After breakfast, Leif answered. The key disappeared under the counter. He looked up at the menu board above the counter. What's the special? Pancakes, 2 pieces of toast, 2 small sausage patties, and coffee, Rosen replied. It comes free with the room. If that doesn't suit you, you can pay extra to have something cooked to order. The special is fine, Leif said. If supper is anything to go by, your breakfast special will be just as good. That comment earned him another smile. That was definitely as good as supper, Leif told Rosen when she came to top off his coffee and see if he wanted anything else. Thank you. I'll let Jackson know his cooking skills are appreciated. Are adventurers always like this? Leif asked. You mean hungover in the mornings? Rosen asked. Leif nodded, she laughed. Yes, at least in my experience. Adventurers have their uses, but early morning starts don't seem to be one of them. Why do you ask? I'm heading to the frontier and need to hire someone to accompany me. And the gate guards told you to hire adventurers. Yes, Leif replied, nodding his head. How far are you heading into the frontier? Banner Elk, Leif answered. He didn't see any reason to lie to the innkeeper or withhold the information. Are you planning on stopping in Burlington, Greensboro, and Winston-Salem too? Rosen inquired. Winston-Salem, but I wasn't sure about the other two. Stop in all 3 cities and check with the Adventurers Guild, or better yet, One of the mercenary companies located there, the innkeeper said. Burlington is the smallest city of the three and will have the least choices, but it's only a day's travel from here, so the journey should be safe thanks to the patrols. Thanks for the information, Leif said. Is there a blacksmith nearby that could make some small discs quickly this morning? That's a strange request, but Jeff Faircloth's smithy is 3 blocks south from here. Jeff or one of his apprentices should be able to do that for you. A dozen 3-inch flat discs, Jeff Faircloth asked. Leif nodded. We can have that done in less than half an hour. That's great, could I wait here? Leif replied. Sure, if you can stand the noise and heat. Do you care what kind of metal the discs are made of? Number pig iron, tin, steel, or whatever is fine, Leif answered. He thought about it for a second. Actually, make it 15 discs. That'll be 20 crowns and we'll use iron, the blacksmith said. Fair enough, Leif replied, paying the man. The Akonechi mountain area was mostly forest with a stone and wood-covered hill. Leif heard birds and other animals as Jake pulled the wagon along the trail. The area was mostly in shadow since the sun was still low in the sky. Leif passed some guards and a few adventurers on his way out of Hillsborough. He nodded to them in greeting. The adventurers all ignored him while a few of the guards nodded in return. While riding, Leif pulled out his notebook and started considering the runes he wanted to use for the metal discs. He wanted the discs to be like the ice-burst rocks he had made, except these would use fire. Leif pulled out the book of runes he bought in Raleigh and compared the information on runes. There were 3 runes used for fire, which was one more than he had known. The first rune was for controlled energy, the second for fire, and the last for disruption. If this worked as he hoped it would, the iron disc would explode on impact. That should work, Leif told himself. He put his things away and started paying more attention to his surroundings. It was a pretty day after all. I'll enchant the discs when we stop for lunch. You have created a disc grenade. This iron object will explode on impact when thrown, doing level 10 fire damage in a 6-foot circle. Value 500 crowns. That's a little bit different than the rocks, Leif muttered. I wonder why this grenade explodes in a circle, instead of sending its damage out in a forward-facing wave. Leif knew his intent had been the same when he had willed it onto the disc as he had done with the rocks. Maybe the discs being shaped metal had something to do with the results versus natural rock. He shrugged since it really didn't matter. The only thing that really mattered was that the grenade worked. I should try it, Leif told himself eagerly. He looked around. The little clearing he had stopped in was on the dry side. Leif sighed and shook his head. I don't want to start any wildfires. I'll enchant 11 more discs, eat some travel rations, and get back on the road. What do you think of that idea, Jake? The mule never looked up from the grass he was grazing on. Jake's ears twitched, and the mule slowed a little about 2 hours later. Leif sat up straighter and started looking around. He could still hear birds, so wasn't worried about monsters. But other people could be predators too. Leif slowed Jake even more as they rounded a curve in the road. A wagon was sitting at an angle in the road. He noticed one of the wheels had fallen off. An old man and 3 young kids were attempting to lift the wagon up. A girl waited to push a block under the wagon. Leif sighed in relief. He didn't think it was a trap, but if it was a cruel one. The man and children looked up upon hearing Leif's wagon. Leif could see relief and fear on their faces. Need some help? Leif asked after stopping his wagon beside theirs on the road. He put the halting ward on the bench beside him. The man gave Leif an appraising look before answering. I haven't seen you in around here before, the man said. I'm just passing through on my way to the frontier, Leif replied. Alone? The girl asked, surprise on her face. Only 4 until I get to Burlington, Leif answered, giving her a smile. She returned it shyly. The old man grunted and seemed to nod to himself. We could use some help to get the wagon wheel back on, as you can see, the man said. Leif engaged the brake and stood. He's huge, one of the boys said. Will I get that big when I'm older? Another boy asked. I'm not that big, Leif protested. He never felt he was bigger than most other men. You're as big as the largest adventurers and guards around here, the third boy said. Are you an adventurer? Boys, the man barked. I apologize for them. It's all right, Leif said, hopping down. You're not that old either, the man said. No, I'm not, Leif agreed, shrugging his shoulders. And no, I'm not a guard or adventurer. I'm an artisan. What's that? One of the boys asked. A crafter, Leif said. The old man looked surprised and grateful. Could you repair the wheel? We don't have much to offer except some produce, the old man said. I can try, Leif replied, examining the wagon's axle. I've never fixed a wagon before, but the axle looks solid to me, even with a few cracks in it. The blasted pins must have sheared off and fell out somewhere back down the road between Hawfields and here, the old man said. That makes sense, Leif replied. What's Hawfields? A little farming village we live in, the girl replied. Leif nodded. I'm Oscar, the old man said. These are my grandchildren, Alan, Holly, Doug, and Conrad. It's nice to meet you. I'm Leif, Leif replied. I'll help lift the wagon. Even emptying the bed, it'll be too heavy for us, Oscar said. If I was younger, the two of us could probably lift it. I have a plan, Leif said, climbing into the back of his wagon. He emerged with an 8-foot post. He leaned it against his wagon and went back into the wagon. He pulled out a sawhorse and handed it down. You want to use the sawhorse and post as a lever, Oscar said. Yep, Leif agreed. Alan, Holly, Doug, you three help Leif with the post, Oscar said. Conrad and I will put the wheel back on the axle. That should hold, Leif said, after finishing putting a hastily carved wooden pin into the hole in the axle. He had also added some reinforcements to the axle. That axle still needs to be replaced. Thank you, Leif, Oscar said. If it'll get us to the Burlington, my nephew will be able to replace it for me tomorrow. That's good, Leif said. You're welcome too. What do I owe you for the help? Nothing, Leif replied. I helped because it was the right thing to do, not for money or your produce. Most people don't see things that way anymore, Oscar said sadly. Yeah, Leif agreed as he finished putting his tools into the back of the wagon. He would return them, the post, and sawhorse to the chests later. He emerged from the back, sat on the driver's bench, and looked up at the sky. Looks like rain. Not for another couple of hours, Oscar said. Leif gave him a questioning look. You pick up these things when you're as old as I am and have farmed for as long as I have. Huh, I knew some fishermen at the coast that used to say something similar, Leif said. He offered his hand to Oscar. The old man shook it. I have a long way to go and should get going. Mind if we ride in your wake? Oscar asked. Not at all, Leif answered. Safety in numbers and all that. Oscar and his grandkids nodded their agreement. Grandfather, could I ride with Leif? Holly asked. The girl was 12 and Leif thought was developing a crush on him. Since Leif had started helping them, she had been quick to offer him water, a rag to wipe his hands or face on, and excuses to touch his arm. That's up to Leif, Oscar said after considering it. I don't mind, Leif hesitantly said. Holly smiled happily and climbed up and sat beside him. Alan, ride with them, Oscar ordered his oldest grandson. Leif barely kept from laughing but couldn't hide his smile as Alan climbed up and sat beside his frowning sister. Oscar caught Leif's expression, smiled, and laughed. It seemed they understood each other. We should reach the city just before it starts raining if nothing else goes wrong, Oscar said. Leif entered the small metal building. The interior was as unadorned as the exterior. There were no flowers, no paintings, no knickknacks, nothing. Welcome to Raven Works Mercenary Company. Do you have an appointment? A man that looked to be about Leif's age said. Hi, Leif replied. No, I do not have an appointment. Then how can I assist you? The man asked. I'm traveling west and want to hire a few mercenaries as guards, Leif answered. We can help with that, the man said. He pulled a small stack of paper out from under his counter and a fountain pen. He separated the papers. This first form is so we can build a customer profile for you. The second form is information about the job you are offering. The third form is for insurance that we offer. The last sheet of paper is a list of our prices. If you will fill out the 3 forms, I can schedule an appointment for you to talk with one of our executive officers. I see, Leif muttered. He picked up the price list and started to read it. His eyes bulged. You want 200 crowns per mercenary to escort someone to Greensboro. That is correct. That is a one-day trip, and the road is patrolled by the Queen's army, Leif exclaimed. That is the going rate, sir, the receptionist, or whatever he was, calmly replied. And if I wanted to hire some mercenaries to escort me to Banner Elk? That would be expensive, the man replied. How much? Leif asked. Since that trip would take at least 6 days and require at least 2 level 12 mercenaries, you're looking at least 4,800 crowns. 2,400 crowns per merc, Leif asked. Correct, the other man replied, and quite possibly more depending on who would be willing to accept the job. Now I know why this building is so austere. Nobody is willing to pay to hire you guys, Leif said. The Daker was chosen on purpose and is professional, the receptionist protested. Your rate's a robbery. The rates are the rates and fair market value. Not for me, it's not, Leif replied. He turned and exited the building. You don't look happy, Alan said as he joined Leif in walking away from the Merc Company's office. The boy and his grandfather had agreed for him to guide Leif around Burlington as repayment for Leif's help with their wagon. I'm not, Leif replied. With what they're charging, they might as well be bandits. Alan laughed. Grandpa always says the only difference between mercs and bandits is who is paying them to do something. He might be right, Leif said as he came to a stop. He had thought he was walking in the right direction to return to the inn he had stayed at, but wasn't sure. Are we going in the right direction? Depends on where we're going. The inn. Then no, we need to go back to the intersection and take a left. If you would rather go to the Adventurers Guild, then keep going straight and take a right at the next intersection, Alan said. I don't want to deal with any adventurers right now, Leif said. He snapped his fingers as a thought came to him. Does the army have barracks here? Yeah, why? Alan answered. You can't hire them. No, but they can give me some information, Leif replied. Follow me, Alan said. Are we going to stop for lunch too? After I get done at the army barracks, Leif replied. Excuse me, Leif called to the guards at the barracks gate. Yes, citizen, the female guard replied. I'm a crafter heading west and was wondering how often the army patrols between here and Greensboro, Leif said. Before the guard could say anything, another woman exited from a side door. We send out 4 patrols a day, the newcomer said. And no, I won't tell you the patrols' schedules. If that's not good enough for you, hire some mercenaries or adventurers. The Raven Works, or whatever they're called, might as well be bandits with how much they charge, Leif said. The guards laughed. And adventurers are unreliable at best. The guards laughed harder. High rates are what happens when the mercenaries have a monopoly in a town like Raven Works does here, the newcomer said. The road to Greensboro is mostly safe thanks to our patrols. Traveling in a caravan, even one without guards, is generally even safer since most monsters don't attack large groups of people. Thank you for the information, miss, Leif said. Pelosi, Sergeant Pelosi, the woman replied. Thank you, Sergeant Pelosi, Leif said. He decided he would try making it to Greensboro on his own. He had his wards and enchanted weapons after all. You're welcome, the sergeant replied. Good luck. Thanks, Leif said. He turned to Alan. All right, Alan, let's go get that lunch I promised. The sun was low enough in the sky that the trail was in shadow. Even though it was only about 23 miles to Greensboro, it was starting to get dark. Leif had overslept and started out later than he had planned. Jake whinnied into a braying sound. Leif looked around but didn't see anything. Jake stopped and whimpered. A growl sounded from ahead and to the right. Another growl sounded from ahead and to the left. Giddy-ap, Jake, Leif shouted, snapping the reins. The mule refused to budge. Two dark forms emerged from the trees and stopped on the trail a few feet from the mule. Leif knew they were some sort of wolf, but not what kind. He stood and threw a disc grenade between them. The grenade exploded and flames swept out, catching the wolves' flanks. Both yelped. The one on the left had been caught in more of the explosion and dropped to the ground, rolling around. The one on the right ran into the woods. Several more growls sounded from all around the wagon. Jake let loose another one of his whinnying, braying screams and took off running. Leif fell back onto the bench and rolled. He barely grabbed hold of the rail to keep from falling off the wagon and ran over by its wheels. "Stop, Jake," Leif yelled. The mule kept doing his whinnying bray, running and not paying Leif any mind at all. Leif struggled until he was able to sit on the bench again. He looked around for the reins and spotted them dragging between Jake and the wagon. He looked through the back of the wagon to see behind them. Several more wolves were chasing them. "Keep going, Jake." The mule kept running. Leif threw one of his ice-burst rocks. It hit the ground between the wagon and the wolves and exploded. Ice shards shot out and impaled some of the wolves. Others kept running after the wagon. Leif threw another disc grenade, catching the new lead wolves in the explosion. The wolves stopped giving chase. Leif turned and sat on the bench. He shouted for Jake to stop again as he lost sight of the wolves. The mule still refused to listen. Leif slowly engaged the brake after deciding it was the only way to stop the frightened animal. After 5 minutes or so, the brake was fully engaged, and Jake finally stopped. Leif placed the halting ward medal on the bench seat and hopped down. He ran up to Jake. "You did good, Jake. You saved our lives," Leif praised the mule. He rubbed the mule's neck and ears. Leif then gave him a carrot and a bowl of water while keeping an eye behind them. Once Jake was done drinking and eating his treat, Leif put away the bowl and gathered up the reins. He climbed back onto the wagon and sat on the bench. He wondered if the wolves were monsters or just wolves. Leif shook his head. It didn't matter. All that mattered was they were alive, and he had learned his lesson. He disengaged the brake and put the halting ward in his storage. "Jake, I don't care how much it costs when we get to Greensboro. I'm hearing some guards or mercenaries. Let's go," Leif told the mule as he gently snapped the reins. "Wellborn's Guardians," Leif read the sign in front of the wood 2-story building aloud. He engaged the wagon's brake after Jake pulled the wagon into the building's yard. Leif sat the halting ward on the bench beside him and climbed down. "I'll be back, Jake, hopefully with some help." Leif walked to the front door. A smaller sign hung in the window beside the door and read "Open." Jake smiled and entered the building. Inside was a well-appointed outer office. A suit of plate armor stood beside a door on the other side of the room. There was a sitting area in front of a fireplace on the left. On the right was a counter with an attractive red-haired woman sitting behind it. "Can I help you?" the woman asked. "I hope so," Leif replied. He introduced himself and explained his situation to her. He left out the wolf attack. "I'm Riley," the woman introduced herself. "We can help you, Mr. Craftsman, and I think you'll find our rates fair." "That's great," Leif said. "Why don't you have a seat, and I'll see if Mistress Wellborn is available to talk," Riley said. "Sure," Leif agreed. He took a seat in an armchair by the fireplace. "Would you like some coffee, water, or tea?" Riley asked. "No, thank you," Leif answered. "All right, I'll be right back," Riley said. Leif nodded. She returned quickly with an equally attractive red-haired older woman. "Mr. Craftsman, this is Mistress Wellborn." Riley completed the introductions and asked if either would like anything to drink or something to snack on. Both declined, and Riley retreated to her counter. "Would you prefer to talk in private?" Mistress Wellborn asked. "This is fine," Leif answered. "That's if it's all right with you." "It is. Sometimes I prefer sitting out here instead of in my office," Mistress Wellborn said as she sat in the chair across from him. "Riley briefed me on your journey, but didn't say how you heard of us." "I stayed at the Meridian last night and asked which mercenary company was the best," Leif said. "The inn's staff and most of the guests recommended your company." Mistress Wellborn smiled. "Folks in the market were even more happy to recommend you." Mistress Wellborn's smile grew even bigger. It's always nice to earn a good reputation. Indeed, Leif agreed. They chatted for a while longer with Mistress Wellborn teasing information out of him about himself, what he wanted and needed. I don't employ anyone that will willingly travel beyond Wilkesboro, Mistress Wellborn stated a while later. But I do have a team that will get you to Wilkesboro safely, and there you can hire a team to get you to Banner Elk. How many people are in the team and how much do you charge? Leif asked. The team is 3 people led by Riley's sister, Finn, Mistress Wellborn replied. The rate is 2,000 crowns. Finn and her team get 1,800 of that in case you are wondering. The price is fine, Leif said after thinking it over. Do I pay you now? Riley will have a contract for you to sign, and you'll pay her 500 crowns as a deposit. The rest you'll pay Finn and her team once you arrive at Wilkesboro. That works for me, Leif said. Excellent, Mistress Wellborn said, getting to her feet. She shook Leif's hand and led him to Riley's counter. Riley already had the contract filled out. I'll leave you in Riley's capable hands. Good luck, Mr. Craftsman. Thank you, Leif replied. The mistress walked into the back. Right, let me show you the contract and explain it, Riley said. You can read it after I'm done explaining things. Sure, Leif replied. Are you related to Mistress Wellborn? I can see a family similarity. Riley giggled. Is it that obvious? Yeah. This is a family business, and Mistress Wellborn is my aunt. Ah, Leif replied. He was now even more relieved. He doubted the mistress would send her niece into too much danger. Leif waited for Finn and her team in the Meridian's yard an hour after the sun had risen. He rubbed Jake's neck and double-checked the harness. We're ready to go and just waiting on the mercs, Leif told the mule. Jake snorted. Yeah, I guess relaxing still being in the stall having a stable boy waiting on your every need is preferable to being hitched to the wagon, but we have places to be that's not here. Leif climbed up onto the bench and sat down. After a few minutes, he started to get bored. Leif considered reading, but decided he would rather spend his time being more productive. He pulled a small 2-inch square, 1-inch thick block of wood, and a knife from one of the chests. Leif tossed from hand to hand while deciding what to make out of it. He decided to make another wooden ring and started to shape the block. Are you Leif Craftsman? A feminine voice asked as Leif finished the basic shape of the ring. Leif looked up from the ring and saw a pretty young redhead that resembled Riley and Mistress Wellborn. She was flanked by 2 men, one dark-skinned, the other light. All 3 looked a few years older than he was. Both men were a little larger than Leif was too. Yeah, I'm Leif, Leif said. I guess you're Finn. I am, Finn replied. She gestured to the men. This is Terrell and Curtis. Gentlemen, Leif said, nodding to the 2 of them. They returned the nod but didn't speak. He wondered if they were going for cool professionalism, if they just didn't like talking to strangers, or were buttholes. Dismissing those thoughts, Leif turned his attention back to the team leader. Finn, you guys were supposed to be here shortly after sunrise. Something came up, Finn replied coolly. It's only 28 miles to Winston-Salem. We'll make that before sunset. I'm not sure about that. Leif said, Jake has endurance and stamina, but he's not that fast. Then we best get going, Finn countered. She mounted her horse and her men followed suit. She wheeled her horse around to face Leif. While you're our employer for the next few days, I lead my team and am in charge while we travel. Do you have a problem with that? No, Leif answered. It was the truth too, since he was depending on them to keep him safe. Good, Finn replied. She turned to her guys. We'll rotate riding behind the wagon. Curtis, you follow it first. Figures, the man said. Finn replied with a rude one-fingered gesture, making Curtis and Terrell laugh. It's going to be like that, huh? Leif said. Work hard, play hard, Terrell replied as Finn rode her horse out of the inn's yard. I thought that was what adventurers did, Leif said. They got it from us, or we got it from them. Either way, it works for us, Terrell said before following Finn. Let's stop for lunch, Terrell said. Leif looked up at the sky and guessed it was still an hour or more before noon. It was also clouding up. I'm still feeling a little hungover. Me too, Curtis called from behind Leif's wagon. And I'm ready for lunch. No, it's not even noon yet, Leif said. And we need to make up time from our slightly late start. Slightly late, Curtis mockingly laughed. Leif turned and glanced at the merc. He grinned and Leif turned back to facing the front. What do you think, Finn? Terrell asked the merc leader. She glanced up at the sky. Yeah, I could use something to eat and a break from the saddle. If you need someone to give you a massage, I'll gladly do it, Curtis said. Don't even joke about that, Terrell replied, glaring at his comrade. Finn smiled at Terrell's reaction. We'll stop just past the curve up ahead in that little clearing that's up there. Clearing? Leif questioned. Yep, and before you ask, we've made this trek more than enough to know where the good rest stops and campsites are, Finn answered. I think we should keep going, Leif said. Well, you can if you want to, Finn replied. We're going to stop and eat lunch as well as rest our horses. Don't forget that you agreed that Finn is in charge out here, Terrell added, a sly grin on his face. Fine, Leif said. Don't blame me if we get caught in rain, though. We have cloaks if it does, Curtis said. Besides, you're covered by your wagon. This is just fantastic, Curtis complained as thunder sounded off in the distance and rain began to fall. Yep, we should have waited until tomorrow to start out, Terrell replied. Our employer wouldn't wait, Finn said, so we didn't wait. Leif shook his head and wondered for the 5th time that day how the mercenaries had gotten such a reputation in Greensboro. Finn, Terrell, and Curtis didn't seem that professional, but they did seem almost, well, lazy. Lunch had included a half-hour nap, which would have been longer if Leif hadn't threatened to end their contract and turn back to Greensboro. Curtis, how did Wellborn's guardians get such an outstanding reputation? Leif asked. The merc was riding beside Leif's wagon instead of up front or behind. We're good at what we do. Oh, come on. Everyone says that, Leif replied. The other man laughed. That's true, Curtis admitted. But we're really good and greasing palms helps. Greasing palms. Yeah, the merc laughed. You know, bribing people. I hadn't heard the term before, Leif replied. Who was bribed? Different folks to recommend us before any other mercenary company. Ah, Leif said. He felt he had been suckered. But as I said, we're good at what we do. We'll get you to Winston-Salem without you losing a hair from your head. The contract is to get me to Wilkesboro, Leif pointed out. Well, shit, Curtis cursed. He muttered some other things under his breath that Leif couldn't make out. We'll get you there, too. That's what I'm hopping, Leif replied. Don't worry, we will, Finn said as the rain started to fall harder. Curtis, it's your turn at the rear again. Right, boss. The sun set, and they were still 2 hours from Winston-Salem. The group stopped to discuss if they should keep going or not. I think we should set up camp for the night, Curtis said. I'd rather sleep in an inn, Terrell said. Is it safe to push on? Leif asked. Curtis and Terrell pulled oil lamps from their kits. Finn pulled an enchanted hurricane lantern from her storage necklace. Nice lantern, Leif said. He smiled as he recognized the lantern as one of the ones Kevin Young had paid him a fraction of their value for while dismissing the storage necklace. He understood rings and bracelets being storage devices, but not something that hangs around your neck. Thanks, Finn replied, smiling. It's enchanted and cost a lot. Oh, Leif asked as the other 2 men laughed. I told Finn it was a waste of money, Curtis said. It's not a waste of money, Terrell countered, but it definitely costs too much. How much is too much? Leif asked. He was most definitely curious about what she had paid for his work. What she paid for the lantern, Terrell replied. Curtis laughed and Finn scowled at her men. I paid 2,000 crowns for it, Finn said, but it's worth it. You what, that's, Leif sputtered. He muttered under his breath, that lying, cheating piece of cow dung. See, Leif thinks you paid too much for the lantern too, Curtis said. Leif, I didn't hear you. What was that? Finn asked. You bought the lantern from Kevin Young, Leif said. Yes, you know him, Finn replied. Unfortunately, I do. He's a crook, Leif said. The others laughed and asked what made him think that. Kevin had tricked me on a contract we had together. Curtis said. He bought stuff from you, Terrell asked. Leif nodded, pulling out a quartz light. The others looked surprised. What's that? Curtis asked as it started to glow. It's called a quartz light, Leif answered. Where did you get it? Terrell asked. The Getting Place, Leif replied. The others laughed. I hadn't heard that since I was a boy, Terrell said. Leif smiled. Keep your secrets. I will, Leif replied. Did you make this lantern and that light? Finn asked, giving Leif an appraising look. I'm not an enchanter, Leif replied, shaking his head. Anyway, nobody ever answered my question about it if it was safe to continue or not. It should be safe, Finn answered after thinking it over. And I agree with Terrell. Sleeping in a comfortable bed in an inn is a lot better idea than camping beside the road. Let's get going then, Terrell said. How much did you pay for that light, Leif? Curtis asked, not willing to drop the subject. It's worth 500 crowns, Leif replied. That's it, Curtis said. That thing is brighter than Finn's lantern. You need to tell me where you got it from. I got it from some shop while I passed through the capital, Leif said, figuring that was close enough to the truth. Don't know which shop, Curtis asked. Leif shook his head. Finn, our next job needs to be one that takes us to the capital. I want one of those lights Leif has. Yeah, Finn replied sullenly. She wants one too, Terrell chimed in. Finn swatted at his arm, making the man laugh as he urged his horse on. Giddy-ap Jake, Leif told his mule, snapping the reins. Curtis fell into formation behind the wagon. Leif sighed after finishing his breakfast. The old 4th Street Inn wasn't as nice as the Meridian was, nor the food as good. But it was good enough, and that wasn't what was getting to him. Where are they? Leif muttered. Can I get you anything else? Carla, the innkeeper's daughter, asked. Only if you can make my companions appear, Leif answered. I'm afraid that's beyond my power, Carla laughed. What's so funny? Winnie, Carla's fiancé, asked as she walked over. Just Mr. Craftsman here wishing I could make his mercenaries appear, Carla answered. Oh, good luck with that, Winnie said. Leif and Carla laughed. I'm beginning to understand that mercenaries are like adventurers when it comes to mornings, Leif said. Both women smiled and nodded. Leif found them pretty and wondered if they ever felt men were attractive. He was too scared they would think he was a creep or something if he asked, though, so dismissed the thoughts. Are you in a hurry to leave? Winnie asked. Yeah, I was hopping to make it to the Hamptonville way station by Sunset and Wilkesboro tomorrow, Leif answered. That's doable, Carla said, even with a later start. But not too late of a start, Winnie added. She walked off to wait on some more customers that had just sat down at a table. I should go see if Mom needs some help in the back, Carla said. Good luck. Thanks, Leif replied as she walked through the kitchen doors. Leif stood and walked back upstairs. He stopped outside Finn's room and knocked on the door. He knocked again a couple minutes later. Finn. What do you want? Terrell asked after opening the door a moment later. Leif caught a glimpse of Finn and Curtis in bed. Terrell pulled the door closed a bit more after Leif gave him a questioning look. Don't judge. I'm not, Leif replied, wondering how the Mercs ended up in bed together. And what I want is to get on the road. The sun has been up for over an hour. We'll be on the road before mid-morning, Finn called out. There's you go, Terrell said, shutting the door in Leif's face. It was nearly noon when the mercenaries arrived in the common room calling for food and coffee. Leif's temper flared at the sound of their voices, and he closed the book he had been reading. Finn, Curtis, and Terrell sat at another table ignoring him. Finn, we need to talk, Leif said. She didn't reply, so he tried again. A little bit louder this time. Finn, we need to talk. After I eat, Finn replied. No, we either talk now or not at all, Leif said, getting to his feet. His book disappeared into his inventory. Leif, you're making a scene, Finn said, turning her head to look at him. I don't care, Leif exclaimed. You have broken our agreement twice now." "We haven't broken anything," Terrell said, starting to stand. Finn touched his left wrist and the man sat back down. "Leif, once we have eaten, we'll get on the road," Finn said in a calm and reasonable tone of voice. "You do what you want. You've breached the contract, so I'm ending it and leaving," Leif replied. He tossed 5 100-crown ingots on the table. Leif wasn't sure if they had breached the contract, but it sounded good to him. "You've completed a third of the journey, so there's a third of the pay." "You can't do that," Finn exclaimed. "I just did," Leif said and turned to Winnie and Carla. "I apologize for causing a scene." The two women just nodded. "Is Jake and my wagon ready?" "Yeah," Carla answered. "Denton should have your mule hitched to your wagon by now." "Thanks. If you ever make it up to Banner Elk, look me up," Leif said. He walked out without saying another word, wondering if he had just made a huge mistake with the Mercs. Before he could dwell on it further, Denton, Carla's younger brother, led Jake and his wagon around from the back. "Here you go," the younger boy said. "Thanks, Denton," Leif replied, checking the harness. He tossed the boy a crown. "You did good." "Thanks." "You're welcome," Leif said as he climbed up and sat on the driver's bench. Denton waved and ran back toward the stable. Leif clicked his tongue and gently snapped the reins. Jake started walking. Finn ran out of the inn and up to the wagon. "You can't just leave or end the contract like that." "I am, and I did." "Leif, it's dangerous and you know you need protection," Finn said, walking beside the wagon since Leif hadn't stopped. "The army patrols the road," Leif replied. "You know they don't patrol that often and it's a 2-day trek to Wilkesboro," Finn countered. "You need us." "I'll take my chances," Leif said. He heard Finn curse under her breath. "I'll give you a discount," Finn said just before Jake got to the street. Leif stopped the wagon. "If you're willing to do that, then you must need the work more than it appeared in Greensboro," Leif said. Finn looked off to the side and nodded her head. "Then maybe you should have taken me and my job more seriously. Goodbye, Finn." "I'll take 500 crowns off our price," Finn said. "You guys must be desperate." "Just about," Finn agreed. "That's why my aunt bribes the innkeepers and some of the merchants in the market to recommend us. It's also why she charges less than the other mercenary companies." "Fine. I'll give you one more chance in exchange for the 500 crown discount," Leif said. "Thank you. I'll get the guys." "No, we'll leave at sunrise tomorrow morning since you guys wasted half the day," Leif said. Finn frowned and looked as if she wanted to say something. Instead, she nodded in agreement. "I need to pound on something." Finn gave Leif an appraising look and then smiled coyly at him. "I could be persuaded to go along with that." "Not you, I mean metal." "Oh, I'll help you back your mule and wagon up," Finn offered. "Sure." "I told you I'd get him back," Leif heard Finn smugly tell Terrell and Curtis as he walked to the counter. "Back already?" Carla asked. "Yeah, I'll need a room for another night," Leif said. "And meals." "Yeah," Leif answered, placing 20 crowns on the counter. "Same room," Carla said, handing Leif a room key. The money disappeared under the counter. "I'll get Denton to move your wagon around back." "That's all right. I'll do it," Leif replied. "Do you mind if I use the back to pound some metal?" "No, we don't mind," Carla said a little hesitantly. Leif smiled. "Don't worry, I won't break anything that belongs to you guys or any other customers." "All right." "Thanks," Leif said. He turned to walk back out. Curtis and Terrell scowled at him. He ignored the mercenaries. "What are you doing?" Denton asked. "Fixing your stall doors and blowing off some steam at the same time," Leif answered. Instead of beating on metal as he intended, Leif ended up repairing a couple of stall gates in the inn's stable. That had involved some sawing and hammering, which served the same purpose. But why? It needed doing. Oh, where did that saying come from? What saying? "Blowing off some steam," Denton replied. "Mom says it sometimes, and I've noticed some customers saying it a lot." "Beats me," Leif said. "It's just something people have always said, and I picked it up at some point." "Does that mean I'll end up saying it too?" Leif laughed. I don't know, maybe. We seem to repeat the words and phrases we hear a lot. Guess that means I'll be cursing a lot too. Maybe, but it can also be a choice, Leif replied. I try not to curse. Can you do that? Yeah. Does it work? Most of the time, Leif answered. He pointed to a 1x4. Hand me that board, please. Okay, Denton said. He picked up the board and handed it to Leif. He watched as the artisan hammered the board into place. Leif then reattached the latch lock. Where did you learn to do that? Do what? That, Denton said, pointing at the stall's door. Repairing a door. Yeah, Denton replied, nodding his head. My parents and then a few master crafters, Leif answered. This is simple and easy to do. Looks hard to me. It's physical work, Leif said. It's just different than caring for animals and mucking out their stalls, which I think would be harder to do. Denton laughed. A woman called for the boy. That's Mom. I better see what she wants, Denton said. The stable boy took off toward the inn. Leif smiled and double-checked the stall door to make sure it would work. He nodded to himself and cleaned up after himself. I think I'll finish that ring I started working on next, Leif told himself after taking a sip of water from his canteen. Leif opened the tailgate on his wagon and sat in the bed. He pulled a few files from the chest with his woodworking tools and got to work on the ring. He used a plane and scraper to smooth the ring. That'll do, Leif told himself after checking the smoothness of the ring. He then measured the width of the band and marked the center with a knife. Leif then used a file to cut a channel in the ring. He checked a thin piece of copper wire against the channel. The channel needed to be widened out a bit more, so Leif used the same file to widen and deepen the channel a little. He measured with the wire again. It correctly fit this time. But how am I going to weld the wire? Leif asked himself. You need a spirit blow lamp, a woman said. Leif jumped and the woman chuckled. I didn't mean to scare you. I get too wrapped up in my work, Leif said. And talk to yourself as well. Yeah, Leif admitted. He smiled at her. But at least I don't answer back yet. The woman laughed again, and Leif thought it was a delightful sound. She looked to be a decade or so older than him and had green eyes. She also had shoulder-length curly brown hair. All said, Leif thought she was lovely. That's good, the woman said. We don't have to call the guard on you then. Leif laughed and introduced himself. I'm Leif Craftsman. I'm Glenda Franklin, the woman replied. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Leif. Likewise, Leif replied. Glenda smiled. What's a spirit blow lamp? I'll show you, Glenda replied. She walked to a Vardo and returned a moment later carrying a brass cylinder with a tube and handle attached to it. She also held what looked like 2 wires connected to a cap. May I use your piece of wire? Sure, Leif answered, handing her the copper wire. Thank you, Glenda said. She opened a valve that Leif hadn't noticed on her device. Inside is a wick sitting in wood alcohol. Leif nodded, and she pointed to a small tube. After opening the valve, you blow into this tube in front of a fire, and it'll ignite the lamp. Interesting. If you think that is interesting, just watch this, Glenda replied. She used the 2-wire thing by pressing the wires together. A small flame appeared in the cap after a couple of presses. Glenda blew into the tube and the lamp lit. She dialed back the valve, making the flame in the lamp shrink and become more focused. Those 2 things are fantastic, Leif exclaimed. Glenda smiled and held the copper wire in front of the spirit lamp. The wire started to melt. She closed the valve completely, and the fire went out. Would you mind telling me where I can buy both of those? Glenda's smile grew larger. A man Leif hadn't noticed laughed and said something about the boss always finding a customer. You're just jealous, Randall. Well, yeah, Randall replied. He laughed and waved before heading into the inn. He works for you, Leif asked. Yes, Glenda answered. We're traveling merchants and I own our small caravan. Leif shook his head and looked around the yard. 3 Vardos and 3 covered wagons were there in addition to his wagon. I get too wrapped up in my work, Leif said again. That's okay, We all have our talents, Glenda said. Leif agreed. Why don't you try my striker and spirit lamp to finish your ring? If they do what you want, I'll sell them to you for 100 crowns. Thank you, Leif said. I'll need something to use as solder to do what I want, and I don't have any tiny pieces of tin handy. I just so happen to have some flux made from tar resin and some solder made from tin and lead, a smiling Glenda replied. She pulled 2 small containers out of her pockets, making Leif laugh. You come prepared. I have a nose for making a sail, Glenda said, tapping the side of her small nose. Leif used the lamp and solder to connect the copper wire in the wood ring. He then smoothed the ring further and added a coating of linseed oil. Glenda watched the entire process. You have created a copper and oak ring. Some people believe copper and oak have healing properties and value them for it. Value 50 crowns. It's done, Leif said, dismissing his notice. He handed the ring to Glenda and she examined it. You do nice work, Leif, Glenda said. 50 crowns for such a simple thing is a good return. Thanks, Leif replied. I'll trade you the spirit lamp, striker, a bladder of wood alcohol, a pack of wicks, the flux, and solder for the ring and 75 crowns, Glenda said. You have a deal, Leif said after thinking about it. They exchanged items and money. You wouldn't mind making a couple more of these, would you? I might, Leif replied as an idea came to him. You wouldn't happen to have some adhesive and some copper tubes, would you? We do, Glenda said after a moment. Why? Because I think I can do much better than a simple copper and oak ring, a smiling Leif answered. Are you sure this is necessary? Glenda asked. Yes, Leif replied. The merchant sighed but stuck her ring finger in the tube. Your fingers look about average size for a woman. See, it fits my finger, Glenda said. Gee, thanks. Excellent, Leif said, taking the 2-foot copper tube from her. Are you sure that adhesive will stick to metal and stone? Yes. All right, Leif said, picking up the container of adhesive. They walked back to his wagon. What do you have in mind? You'll see, Leif answered, as he measured the end of the copper tube and marked it with his calipers. I should have bought a bunch of different types of metal tubing before. Why is that? Because it'll save time when making simple and common metal rings, Leif replied, as he used a saw to cut the end of the tube off. He then used a file to smooth the edges of the ring he had cut off the tube. Oh, Glenda replied, as Leif measured a length of copper wire around the ring. Leif cut the wire after making sure he had enough to encircle the ring. He cut more wire the same length. Leif then used some of the solder and spirit lamp to connect the ends of the first wire into a loop. He repeated the process for the second length of wire. Leif used his ring mandrel to shape both wire loops. What are the wire loops for? Glenda asked. I'm going to attach them to the ring and use them as walls, Leif answered, as he fit one wire loop on one end of the ring. Once the loop was level with the end of the ring, he used more solder and the spirit lamp to attach it to the end of the ring. That is so much easier, Glenda laughed. You always did things a different way before. Oh yeah, I forge welded most metal that had to be connected before, Leif said. He connected the second loop to the ring and used the file to smooth away the rough spots on the newly combined ring. I have no idea what that is. Basically, you heat the ends of metal and beat them together. Then, you let the metal cool into one piece. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun, Glenda said, as Leif filed the inside of the ring and then used a polishing compound on the ring. You're polishing the ring. Are you finished? Not yet, Leif replied. He pulled 2 bigger pieces of rough turquoise he had purchased from Kevin Young when he had first traveled with the merchant out of his storage and placed them in a rag. Leif then beat the stones into tiny bits with a hammer on his jeweler's anvil. He made sure the stones were tiny chips and not a lot of powder. I need something to put this in. Here, Glenda said as she tossed him a small container. Keep it. Thank you, Leif said as he opened the container and dumped the stone chips into it. Leif spread the rag out and then used the freestanding small clamp from his jewelry kit to hold the ring. He opened the container of adhesive. You forgot this too, Glenda said, holding out a paintbrush. Thanks again, Leif replied. Don't mention it. I'm adding this stuff to your tab, the merchant said. Leif laughed and added a little adhesive to the ring. He then used tweezers to add turquoise chips to the ring. It took some time to completely coat the ring with the chips, and Glenda watched the entire time. It's interesting watching you work. I suppose it could be if you're interested in how things are made, Leif replied. He added a final coating of the adhesive and used the spirit lamp to dry it. Leif then used different files and buffing clothes to smooth the ring. Once done, he added a final coating of polishing compound. That's beautiful, Glenda said as she examined the ring. Leif smiled and checked his notice. You have created a copper and turquoise ring. Some people believe copper and turquoise have healing properties and value them for it. This ring also has artistic worth. Value 200 crowns. Will you sell this to me? Glenda asked. Sure, Leif replied, dismissing the notice. Will you make another one? I'll make one out of opal and copper, Leif replied. Let me get you another small container for the opal chips, Glenda said, and think of how much you want for the rings. We can discuss price after I'm finished, Leif said. It's starting to get late. I'll buy you dinner, Glenda said. Dinner comes with the room, Leif replied. Glenda smiled. Then I'll have to think of some other way to reward you for working late. Leif put on his pants and opened his door the next morning to see who was knocking so much. Finn stood on the other side of the door. I thought you wanted to get an early start today, Finn asked. The sun has been up for an hour. I worked late last night. Is that what you call it? Finn asked, looking past his shoulder. Hi, Finn, Glenda said from the bed. Thanks for the wake-up call. The merchant got out of bed and walked naked to the bathroom. Leif and Finn both watched. He wasn't surprised the mercenary and merchant knew each other. She's a hard negotiator, Leif said. Uh-huh, Finn replied. She grinned. You should be ashamed of yourself. Why? Glenda is old enough to be your mother. No way. She doesn't look a day over 30. Yes way. She grew up with my aunt, Finn said. I'll be right down, Leif said, shrugging his shoulders. So Glenda is from Greensboro. Ask her, Finn replied. She grinned again and walked off. You better hurry up. Leif shut the door and got dressed. Glenda emerged from the bathroom. She was dressed as well. Ready to go? The merchant asked him. Yes, Leif answered. She handed him 3 100-crown ingots. For the rings. No, for last night. Of course, it's for the rings. That's what we agreed to, Glenda said. I'm keeping the turquoise one. I can make a better one. I'm sure you can, Glenda replied. Perhaps I'll start taking my caravan up to Banner Elk to buy stuff from you and get this better ring from you. That's fine by me, Leif said. She smiled and walked out of the room. Leif, what are you doing? Finn asked. The group had traveled a mile past the Hamptonville way station before stopping for the night after Finn and Leif decided it would be better to arrive in Wilkesboro earlier in the day. Finn had explained that the town would close their gates at sunset and not open them until sunrise the next morning for any reason. Staking out our camp, Leif answered as he placed another one of the camping ward stakes in the ground. Terrell and Curtis scoffed. Leif grinned at them in reply. The other 2 men refused to speak to him since Finn had agreed to a discount to keep their contract. Evidently, that had really ticked them off. And why are you staking out the camp? Finn asked. You'll see, Leif replied. Those stakes are liable to just trip someone up if we're attacked, Finn said. This is something else I picked up in the capital, Leif replied, while continuing to place his stakes in the ground. Just cut the crap, Terrell said. I'll pull them up. I'll help, Curtis chimed in. The 2 men started toward 2 of the closest stakes as Leif placed the last one. They froze as the ward activated. What's that feeling? Finn asked. My aches are starting to feel better. Mine too, Terrell said. Same, Curtis added as Leif unrolled his bedroll under his wagon. Leif, what is this? Finn asked. It's called a camping ward. It heals and protects. Leif answered as he climbed into the wagon and pretended to take out some traveling rations. He wanted to use his enchanted cooktop, but that would raise even more questions he didn't want to answer. And cooking meat might attract other unwanted attention to their camp, so he would make do with the rations. You bought this ward in the capital. Got it from some strange little guy that was passing through, Leif answered. He claimed he was a traveling merchant. And he didn't want to keep such a handy enchantment for himself, Curtis asked. You guys know what wards are? Leif asked, surprised. Yes, now answer his question, Terrell said. The guy said it would come in handy on my journey west. I assumed he had another for himself, Leif said. It's worth a lot of money, too. How much? Curtis asked. More than I'm likely to see again anytime soon, Leif replied. He took a bite of his rations. These just aren't good. Curtis and Terrell laughed and nodded in agreement. Evidently, the camping ward and possibility of a whole night's rest put them in a better mood. How strong is the ward? Finn asked. Supposed to stand up to level 40 attacks, Leif answered. Curtis and Terrell choked, coughed, and spit out the bites they had taken of their own rations. You want to sell this thing? Terrell asked. No, I plan on using it to surround my build site when I get to my homestead, Leif answered. He gave them a completely made-up description of a weaselly-looking non-existent merchant right down to making him appear almost animal-like in the face. Finn did not look convinced, which made Leif wonder if he had laid it on a little too thick. So, how do you guys know about wards? I just learned about them in the capital. Wilkesboro's walls are warded, Finn answered. Really? Yep. Is there an enchanter there? Leif asked excitedly. He might be able to get some answers to some of his questions. No, Curtis answered as Finn chewed her food. Then how did the walls get enchanted? Leif asked. You're heading to the frontier, Terrell said. There are people and things out there that you can't find anywhere else. From what I've heard, an enchanted object was found in a dungeon near the town, and the city lord bought it after finding out what the object could do, Finn said. Huh, that makes some sense, Leif muttered. What makes sense? Curtis asked. That someone found an enchanted object, Terrell asked. No. I was just considering the merchant I got the camping ward from, Leif lied. He might have had such an object on him, or some other kind of enchanted shield. What makes you say that? Finn asked. He was alone, Leif answered. The others agreed with his story. He could kick himself, though. He had just thought about warding the wagon. Doing so would have let him travel to the frontier alone, even if it made him look foolish in cities and towns and raised questions from others. Well, I'm going to take advantage of the ward and turn in early, Finn said, stretching. I suggest you guys do the same. You're seriously not going to set a watch? Curtis asked. No, Finn replied. The ward works. At least the healing does, Terrell added. I'm not sore any longer and my knee doesn't hurt as badly as it has been. You're injured? Leif asked. I hadn't noticed. It's an old injury that I've learned to live with, Terrell replied. I only limp on cold, wet mornings. You should be healed by morning, Leif said. Really? Terrell replied. Yep, I used the ward before hearing you guys when I camped at night, Leif said. If you had this, why did you hire us? Curtis asked. Because it doesn't work when in motion, Finn said. Exactly, Leif quickly agreed. How did you know that? From what I've been told, wards are stationary things that pull whatever powers them from the earth itself, the mercenary captain answered. Her answer was very close to the truth from what Leif had learned and knew. The others laid down in their bedrolls. Hey, Leif called out. Yeah, Finn replied. Does everyone know about wards and enchantments out here? Leif asked. Maybe not everyone, but most do, Finn replied. Why? Because very few do back east. Why do you think adventurers come out here? Terrell asked. To increase their skills, Leif guessed. Only partly, Curtis said. The real reason is because the frontier is the only place that you can find a lot of enchanted items in dungeons, Terrell added. Most of the dungeons around the capital, and the few in the east, are ran so often they only reward regular items, or things made from monster parts. Huh, that's good to know, Leif said. Good night, guys. Wilkesboro wasn't what Leif expected. Instead of stone walls, the walls were wood and looked to be 12 feet tall. Leif could make out figures walking on top of them, which he assumed to be guards. The gate sat under or in a building that surrounded it. He couldn't quite tell. The walls flowed from the building out into a large circle. Finn said something that Leif didn't catch. As he took in the city, his gaze went beyond it, and Leif saw mountains in the distance. He smiled. Leif, did you hear what I asked? Finn said. Huh, what? Leif replied, unable to tear his gaze from the distant mountains. He's not paying attention, Curtis said. Leif, pay attention, Terrell said, tapping Leif on the shoulder. Leif jumped and smiled sheepishly at the mercenaries. You're lucky we don't want to rob you. Yeah, Leif agreed. I apologize, Finn. I got distracted by the walls and then the mountains. I've never seen mountains before. I get the mountains, but the walls? Curtis questioned. Yeah, I've seen wood walls before, but not a gate like that, Leif answered. Curtis shrugged. What I asked is what sort of inn do you want to stay in while you're here, Finn said. Most of the inns are cheap and a bit on the rough side. That's because most of the folk that come this far out are a hardier sort than those that want their finery, Terrell said, seeing Leif's confused expression. Ah, that makes sense, Leif said. Like me, most are out this far to pursue their fortunes. Yep, Terrell agreed. There is one high end in which is called the Covington, Curtis said. It's located near the center of town and is where most of the merchants stay when they travel this far west. If you want something like where you've been staying in the other cities, then we'll take you to Glenn's Inn and Tavern, which is located in the northwest of town near the Western Gate, Finn added. The cheaper inns are located mostly near the Eastern Gate, but there are a couple near the Western Gate as well. Does Glenn's have comfortable, clean beds? Leif asked. It does, Terrell replied. Good food too, Curtis chimed in. Fair prices. 20 crowns a night, and that includes 2 meals, Finn said. They do charge 2 extra crowns for stabling animals and protecting wagons, though. I've never heard of that before. Is crime bad here? Leif asked. You're near the frontier. Things are a bit rougher here because the guards are more concerned with monster attacks, Finn answered. All right, let's go to this glen, Leif said. I'll treat you guys to a room. Really? Finn replied. Sure. Leif said. The others smiled and Leif returned it. Paying for a room for the mercenaries was cheaper than giving them their full payment, which he considered doing. But Finn had agreed to the discount, so he would keep the money. The gate is built right into the building, Leif said, gazing up as Jake pulled the wagon through the gate. Hammering and other construction noises welcomed the group to Wilkesboro. Leif spotted a smithy, other trade shops, and warehouses. The town is based off designs of an ancient style of fort, Finn said. They've started paving the main street, but all the rest are dirt. She means mud when it rains, Curtis quipped. And it might take a while to get to Glen, Terrell added. Are they using the same material that the road is made of? Leif asked. He didn't mind too much of a delay since it allowed him to look around easily. No, they're using cobblestones, Finn answered. Interesting choice, Leif muttered. The Baron prefers cobblestones to whatever the road is made of, Finn replied, shrugging her shoulders. Something like this fort design might be useful for my homestead, Leif mused. Then again, did he really want part of his house or shop over the gate? It was something to think about. I see the trades are located close to the gate. Is it the same on the west side? Yeah, close to the center are the school, restaurants, taverns, and homes, Finn replied. The Lord's Fortress is the center of the town. We'll pass it. Leif glanced around as they traveled through Wilkesboro. The layout was as the mercenaries had said. In the middle of town, they crossed a stone bridge. This is the Yadkin River, Terrell informed Leif. After crossing the bridge, Leif spotted the Lord's Fort on the right. It was a smaller version of the outer wall and commented on that. Baron Tyson is a fighting man and was a mercenary in his younger years. Was he born a noble or elevated? Leif asked. Elevated, Curtis answered. Does his company still operate? Leif asked. Nope. The company became his household guards unless they moved on or retired, Curtis answered. Lucky pricks. Leif laughed. He supposed for the fighting sort that being house guards was easier than being mercenaries, adventurers, city guards, or in the army. Welcome to Glenn's Inn and Tavern, the woman at the counter said. I'm Wendy, how can I help you? Hi, Wendy, Leif replied. I'm Leif craftsman and need a room for 2 nights as well as meals and stabling for my mule and wagon. That'll be 44 crowns. Meals are included in the price of the room, Wendy said. Leif nodded, paid, and turned to the mercenaries. Do you guys want 1 room or 2? He asked them. Your normal room is available, Wendy told the mercenaries. Leif turned back to the innkeeper, surprise on his face. Finn and her boys stay here every time they visit Wilkesboro. I should have known, Leif said. They did recommend you're in after all. Leif is paying this time, Finn said happily, and we need the room for 2 nights. That will be another 44 crowns, Wendy said, sliding room keys onto the counter. Leif paid again and was glad the innkeeper wasn't charging him more for the mercenaries' horses. Mr. Craftsman, your room is across from theirs. I'll have my son show you guys up. Are you sure you guys don't want to accompany me to Banner Elk? Leif asked Finn as they settled their account in Leif's room. I'm sure. You'll need someone stronger than us, Finn replied as she put the ingots in her inventory. We'll help you find someone that can guard you, though. I appreciate that, Leif said. He placed 2 more 100 crown ingots on the desk. Take this too. What for? Finn asked. She was surprised. It feels right, Leif said, and you guys got me here as promised. Thank you, Finn said. Leif smiled as the money disappeared. I promise we'll have someone before you're ready to leave. Thanks, Leif replied. Finn nodded and exited his room. Right, now it's time to get something to eat and sketch out those ideas I've been considering. Finn led Leif to another building the next morning. A sign read Adventurers, Guild beside the door. They really have a guild? Leif asked. Yeah. So, are you going to introduce me to some adventurers, or already have someone in mind? No, Finn laughed. Well, I have a guy in mind that I'm going to introduce you to so that he will help you post your job offer and reward for getting you safely to your homestead. Hi. Finn paused before opening the door. Before we go in, make sure you've hidden any jewelry, coin purses, or other valuables. There are thieves and rogues that are part of the guild that will happily take anything of value from you. This is not giving me a good impression of this guild. Just point me in the direction of a rival mercenary company or 2. Oh, don't be a baby, Finn retorted. She glanced over Leif. Other than your satchel and a cheap wood ring, you don't appear to have anything of value on you. Just keep the satchel in hand and you'll be fine. Finn. Look, Leif. These guys will be just as good as any of the other merc companies and a lot cheaper, Finn said. Fine, let's go before I change my mind. Finn smiled. Now you're talking. She opened the door and led Leif in. The office was not what he was expecting. Instead of a receptionist sitting at a desk, the large room held a long counter divided into sections at the rear wall. Leif saw workers in each section with signs stating what they did over their heads. A large board was on the left with several people examining posted messages on it. He assumed that was a job board. On the right were couches and chairs that held several people who were chatting amongst themselves. This is a guild hall, Finn said. We want to see Harold May. He's in charge of posting jobs. It's a bit crowded. It often is, Finn replied. Follow me. Sure, Leif said. He followed the mercenary as she forced her way through the crowd and approached the counter. Hey, Harold, Finn called out to a balding, skinny, middle-aged man wearing spectacles that was heading toward a door behind the long counter. He stopped when he heard Finn's voice and looked around. He spotted Finn and smiled. Finn, it's good to see you, Harold said when Finn arrived at the counter. Are you ready to give up merc work and join our prestigious ranks? Others nearby laughed at that comment. Finn laughed as well. The laughter didn't make Leif feel any better about the adventurers. Finn's earlier comment about thieves and rogues might have touched something in him that he hadn't realized was there. Perhaps Lucy and her crew abandoning him at Raleigh's gates had hurt worse than he was willing to admit, and had left him with a negative view of adventurers in general. "Not a chance," Finn replied. "But I have brought you a customer, though." "Polina can help post the job," Harold said. "I've been promoted and am now in charge of this whole circus." "Your guild master?" Finn asked. Harold nodded. "Congratulations, you deserve it." "Thank you," Harold replied. "I have things to attend to, so Polina will help you and the customer." Leif followed Finn back outside the guild hall. He noticed a crowd gathered down the street. "What's going on over there?" Leif asked. "Beats me. Maybe it's a fight. That lot used to be a stable," Finn replied. "I'm going to go check on a few prospective jobs. I'll see you around." "Take care," Leif said. "You too," Finn replied as she walked away. Leif shrugged, made sure his satchel was secure, and walked toward the crowd. He was curious about what was going on. Leif spotted one of the town guards and approached the man, thinking it would be easier to ask him what was going on than anyone else in the crowd. "Excuse me." "Yes," the guard replied after giving Leif a once-over. "What's going on here?" "Market." "This is a market?" Leif asked. "Aye," the guard answered. He looked at Leif again. "You're new here, aren't you?" "Yes. My name is Leif, and I'm passing through on my way to Banner Elk," Leif replied. "Well met, Leif. I'm Eric," the guard said. They shook hands. "You don't look like an adventurer, miner, or farmer, though I would say you're used to physical labor because of your size." "I'm an artisan, which is an advanced crafting class," Leif said. "You want to be close to the source of crafting materials, huh?" "Something like that," Leif replied with a smile on his face. "I was awarded a homestead out there that got returned to the crown. Evidently it was profitable, but is now in disrepair." "Queen's land grant?" Eric questioned. Leif nodded. "Going to give it a go and farm it." "The captain that gave me the deed wants me to, but I want to just set up a workshop and make things," Leif answered. "Maybe in the future I can pay someone to farm it, or lease some of the land to someone." "Are you here alone, or do you have family to help?" Eric asked. "Just me," Leif said. "Then this market may be just what you need, because running a homestead is a lot to ask of one person," Eric said. "Why is that?" Leif wondered. "Does the market sell enchanted tools and the like?" "No, nothing like that," the guard laughed. "This is the indentured and enslaved market." "Slaves?" Leif asked in shock. "Most are bandits and other criminals. It's cheaper for Her Majesty to sell them for labor than house them in prisons," Eric said. "There are a few non-humans as well." "Non-humans?" "Dwarves and elves mostly. We see an orc on extremely rare occasions too," Eric clarified. "Elves and dwarves look similar to humans, but there are differences." "I've never seen a non-human before." "And you won't today. There are none for sale today, nor any in the town," the guard said. "As for the indentured, they're selling themselves in exchange for paying off their debts or to raise money for their families." "Sounds like another form of slavery to me," Leif replied. "One could look at it that way," a nearby woman said, shrugging. "Still, it's become a popular way for most of the homesteaders to add cheap or long-term dependable labor." "What do you mean?" Leif asked her. "Most contracts are for 7 or 10 years depending on the indentured person's debt," the woman answered. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to see what is on offer today." Leif shook his head as the woman pushed her way through the crowd. Eric laughed. "It's a cruel world, but some think being indentured is a good thing," Eric said. "Why?" "Food, shelter, clothing, and relative safety provided for the length of the contract in exchange for their labor in addition to getting rid of their debt," the guard answered. "I suppose they think it beats the unknown of making your own way through the world, especially if they can pick up good skills or improve the ones they have." This isn't for me," Leif said. He turned to start to walk away. "Leif, I get not wanting to own a person, even a non-human," Eric said, making Leif turn back. But just remember the indentured made their choice, and you'll need help if your homestead is really in ruins. You may be a skilled crafter, but you can't do everything on your own. If the indentured lost their farm or home and are in debt, is indenture really a choice? Leif asked. Yes, it's not a good choice, but it's still a choice. I can always ask the neighbors for help, Leif said. And they have their own places to worry about and run. We're getting close to harvest time. They'll be busy, Eric pointed out. One other thing to consider is that the indentured can turn down a contract if they don't like the person offering to buy their debt. I know a merchant that claimed he bought some indentured and could sell them to anyone else. He seemed to think it would become a boon market. Eric shrugged. Maybe he was lying. Knowing him, he probably was, Leif replied. I still don't think this is for me. You can always come back if you change your mind, the guard said. Yeah, Leif muttered. He nodded, waved, and walked away. The guard shrugged and resumed watching the crowd. It's been 5 days, and I still haven't heard from the Adventurers Guild, Leif complained to himself. After giving it some thought, he decided to go to the guild hall and see what was going on for himself. Leif packed his things into his storage ring. He didn't trust the inn's staff at all. They were nice and courteous enough, but there was something about them that he didn't trust. Leif still locked the door since he would be coming back, and he thought that was the sort of thing people expected. He exited the inn and made his way back to the guild hall. Watch it, a hefty man said as he pushed his way out of the guild hall. Leif shook his head and held the door for a woman that followed the man. She nodded her thanks. Leif entered the guild and saw that it wasn't that busy. It was just mid-morning, so that might explain the lack of people. Leif spotted Polina at her station and headed to her since he wasn't sure who else to speak to for an update on his job. Hi, Polina said to Leif. Back again, I see. Do you want to post another job? Hi, Leif replied. No, I don't want to post another job. I was wondering why I hadn't heard anything about my job yet. Oh, well, that's easy enough to answer. It is. Yes, it means nobody has accepted the job. Right, Leif replied. What about that group your boss recommended? Duncan and his crew said it wasn't enough money. What? Why? I don't know. He just walked over to the job board, so you can ask him yourself, Polina replied, pointing toward the board. Leif turned and saw 3 people checking out the board. Duncan is the attractive, tall, skinny guy. Thanks, Leif said. He walked over to the job board. Duncan was tall, skinny, tan, with long blonde hair and green eyes. The adventurer's body language seemed to say he was too good to be there. Leif didn't like him on sight. Still, if this guy was his best bet to make it to his homestead, he would get along with him as best he could. Excuse me. Duncan and the other 2 turned and looked at him. From the looks on their faces, they didn't care for what they saw. Yes, Duncan ended up asking for the 3. Leif introduced himself and explained his job. Oh, yeah, you're not offering enough money even with offering to create new gear for whoever takes your job. The guild master had assured me that my offer was enough, Leif countered. The 3 adventurers laughed. That's easy for Harold to say. He gets to sit here safely behind warded walls safely in his office, Duncan said, shaking his head. There's a roving band of Cherokee in the area. Who or what is that? Leif asked. He is new, one of the other adventurers said. Cherokee are non-humans that claim to have been here long before our ancestors came to these shores in the time before time, the 3rd adventurer explained. They don't take kindly to humans. Non-human, Leif asked. Elves. So up your offer to 5,000 crowns and include repairs, food, and new gear, Duncan said. That is an acceptable offer. Otherwise, you can try to hire some mercs. Duncan started to walk away and stopped. He turned back and said, No adventurer worth their salt will accept your deal for anything less. My group is larger than Duncan's, but we're not quite on his level, the 3rd adventurer said. We won't do it for less than 7,000 crowns and all that other stuff. Same for my group, the 2nd adventurer said. Are these Cherokee that fearsome? Leif asked. Let's just say most people won't know they're there until it's too late, the 2nd adventurer said. I don't have an issue saying that roving band is better than most adventurers here. And that's why we're still here instead of at the frontier in places like Banner Elk. We're not strong enough yet, the third adventurer added as Duncan snorted and walked away. His group is good enough, but word is they have a deal in place with the Baron, so stick around. I heard Duncan is related to the Baron, so that's why his group sticks around, the second adventurer said. Leif shook his head. Rumors didn't matter to him. Thanks for the information, Leif said and walked away. He exited the guild hall and sighed. I can try the mercenary companies, and if that doesn't work out, I could enchant the wagon and try to reach Banner Elk myself. Leif walked down the street until he saw one of the town guards. He asked the guard for directions to the merc companies. Leif thanked the woman and headed to the nearest one. Leif sighed. Every mercenary company wanted 7,500 crowns, plus expenses, and repairs for 2 mercs to accompany him to Banner Elk. He could afford that, but as with the adventurers, it would most likely leave him short of the money he needed to build his shop and home. Judging by the prices of food and finished goods he had seen in the markets here in Wilkesboro, things would be even more expensive in Banner Elk. I should have loaded up on supplies before leaving Raleigh or bought them in the other towns on the way, Leif murmured to himself. That had been an oversight on his part, but prices on raw materials weren't bad, and he suspected would be even better in Banner Elk. Labor and finished goods would be his biggest issues there. Thankfully, I can make a lot of what I need on my own. Talking to yourself isn't good for you, a guard said. Leif jumped, making the man laugh. Easy friend Leif. Oh, it's you, Eric, Leif replied. You're not working that market today. No, it only runs once a week. The rest of the time I'm on duty, I patrol the town. That makes sense. What has you so vexed? Eric asked. Adventurers and mercenaries, Leif replied. He explained his situation. You could buy several slaves for those prices, the guard said. But even with slave collars, it wouldn't be worth it. Slave collars. Enchanted metal bands worn around the neck of slaves that ensure they obey their masters. That's cruel, Leif said. It's part of life out here, Eric replied, shrugging his shoulders. But it takes away a person's free will. Those things are one of the worst inventions ever created, but they ensure prisoners turned slaves obey and don't try to murder or rape others, the guard replied. So, they're used. I can't imagine there are many of them, Leif said. The collars, Eric asked. Leif nodded. New ones come from somewhere all the time. That means an enchanter is making them, Leif said, without realizing he had spoken aloud. Most likely, Eric agreed. I can't imagine they're being found in dungeons or on monsters. A secret kept from the public, Leif asked. Yep, Eric replied. I've always felt there had to be enchanters employed by or bound to serve the crown and some of the wealthier nobles. Probably some of the churches too, Leif said. Maybe it would explain their wealth, the guard said. If the Baron had an enchanter in his employ, he would have all of us better outfitted. What makes you say that? Leif asked. To increase our efficiency and for bragging rights, Eric replied. I suppose I can see that, Leif said. A thought came to him and he voiced it. Anyway, would any indentured have fighting skills? No, I've never seen an indentured with those types of skills, Eric said. Some of the prisoners turned slaves would have the skills though. That's just wrong, Leif said. Eric shrugged. Do you want some advice? Sure. Don't try to make it up to Banner Elk on your own. Yes, it's expensive, but pay the adventurers since they're cheaper than the mercs. I'll think about it, Leif said. I'm going back to the inn. Take care. You too, Leif said as he walked away. Leif pulled out the book on runes and started going through it again, wanting to make sure he had the correct runes in mind. He had decided to enchant the wagon with protection runes and wanted to kick himself for not having done so before. He wrote out the 6 runes he had chosen. Mobile property, horse, wagon, health, defensive force, and well-being, Leif read. Those should protect Jake, the wagon, and me as well as ensure good health or at least healing from wounds and the like. Leif locked the room after putting his book away and made his way to the stable. He checked on Jake. The mule was content in the stall, if not downright happy. "Figures you would like the delay," Leif told the mule. He gave Jake an apple as a treat and walked out to his wagon. Leif climbed into the back and checked the chests. He was surprised to see nobody had messed with them. He grinned. All the good stuff was safely in the secure storage space that only he could access. I guess a few worn-out tools aren't what people want to steal. Leif crawled until he could see under the driver's bench. He engraved the runes into the underside of the bench, where they would be hidden from sight. Leif considered adding the rune for concealment, but decided against it. He then painted the last of the giant tortoise blood on the runes. Leif willed his intent into the wagon. "You have created a spelled wagon. This wagon can withstand attacks up to level 40 and heal wounds over time. Any animal pulling the wagon will have the same protections and benefits as the driver and wagon itself. Value 40,000 crowns. Leif smiled and dismissed the notice. The first thing he thought about was that he hadn't gotten dizzy when enchanting the wagon. Leif wasn't sure if that was because he wasn't pushing himself or because of the artisan class. He supposed he would find out in time. Leif also wondered if the wagon could repair itself. The notice sort of hinted at that. "Hopefully, I won't find out," Leif told himself as he put away his enchanting pen, brush, and empty vial. He crawled out of the back of the wagon, more than satisfied with what he had done. "Now I need to decide if I want to attempt the rest of the journey on my own or pay the adventurers." Leif woke, took a cold bath, finished using the bathroom, and got dressed. He considered shaving and decided against it. The weather was getting cooler, and he thought the facial hair would keep his face slightly warmer. Plus, he really didn't feel like shaving. "I suppose I could enchant my clothing to keep me warm," Leif murmured to himself. But that raised the question of how to enchant fabric since he couldn't engrave runes into it. That's something to worry about in the future. Leif gathered up his stuff and thought about what he needed. The simple answer was more money. He decided to make an enchanted object or two and either sell them or offer them as payment to get him to his homestead. "It's not the best solution, but it's one that will work," Leif told himself. He could always claim the enchanted objects were family heirlooms or something along that line if anyone pressed him on where he got the items from. Leif checked his supply of monster blood. He still had some of the obsidian falcon blood as well as a few vials of lesser monster blood. "I need more potent or strong monster blood too." Leif exited the room and locked it. He headed downstairs and dropped off his dirty clothes in the laundry room. It cost him another 5 crowns to have his clothing cleaned, but they needed it, so he didn't complain. Leif ate breakfast and asked where the nearest apothecary was. He paid for another night's stay as well. Leif entered Mantel's apothecary a short while later. The inside was laid out like every other apothecary he had been in. This made Leif wonder if most shops followed the same floor plan. "Greetings, my name is Dixie Mantel and this is my shop. How can I assist you?" the woman behind the counter said. She was a gray-haired, older woman. Leif instantly thought of her as the grandmotherly type, and he wasn't sure why. Maybe it was her smile and voice. "Hi, Mistress Mantel, my name is Leif," Leif replied. "I'm looking for some potent or strong monster blood." "Looking to put me out of business?" Dixie asked. The smile on her face let him know she was joking. "I wouldn't dream of trying to compete with a master of her craft," Leif said. Dixie laughed. "Wise answer," the shopkeeper said. Leif smiled. "But you're looking to make your own potions, yes?" "Yes," Leif lied. He hated to lie but couldn't very well tell her the truth either. "While I would prefer you buy potions from me or another apothecary, I won't turn down a sale either," Dixie said. Leif laughed. "Are you a new member of the Adventurers Guild?" "No, ma'am. I'm a crafter on my way to Banner Elk," Leif answered. "You'll need the strong stuff then," the shopkeeper said. She reached under her counter and pulled out a small tray that held 4 vials of blood. "These are the strongest types of monster blood I have in stock." "How much do you charge per vial?" "Depends on the monster type." "What kind of monsters did the blood come from?" Leif asked. "The vial on the left is ghost panther blood. The next one is Queen Mantis blood. The third is giant black widow blood, Dixie said, pointing to each vial in turn. And the last is from an extremely rare Appalachian Pazilla. A what? Leif asked. An Appalachian Pazilla is a gargantuan predatory possum. Mistress Mantell, are you pulling my leg? No, dearie, I'm not. The Pazilla stands 50 feet tall on its hind legs, and they will destroy villages if they're in the mood, Dixie said. Thankfully, those beasts are mostly found further west than our current border, though one occasionally wanders into our kingdom. And the costs of the blood. The Pazilla blood is 5,000 crowns a vial. The Black Widow blood is 3,000 a vial. The Mantis is 1,500 a vial. And the Panther is 1,000 a vial. That is a lot, Leif said. They're worth it, though, in the long run, Dixie replied. I'll let you in on a secret. The stronger the monster type, the less blood you need for potions. The Pazilla blood, for example, only needs a single drop to make a high-level healing potion. Leif thought about that. It was possible only a few drops would be needed to make a high-level enchantment. That said, he didn't have the money to buy blood just to experiment with it. Mistress Mantell, do you know what levels the monsters were when they were killed? I'm afraid not, but I do know the Pazilla was low level and most likely a pup when it was killed. Really? Yes, otherwise it wouldn't have been killed by a single party of adventurers. Ah, that makes sense, Leif said. I'll take a vial of the Mantis and Panther blood. Good choices, Dixie said. She put the tray back under the counter and placed the 2 vials of blood on the counter. Do you accept precious stones or just ingots? Leif asked. Both, Dixie replied. Leif paid her the 2,500 crowns using a mixture of crowns and ingots, mostly gems. He pretended to place the vials in his satchel while placing them in his storage ring after the shopkeeper placed his payment in her strong box. Thank you for your business. Thank you, Mistress Mantell, for the information and having what I needed, Leif replied. Guys, this is Leif Craftsman, our employer for the next couple of days, Mace told his team. Leif, this is Lynn, Mortimer, and Harper. Nice to meet you, Leif said to the others as they exchanged pleasantries. He finished inspecting Jake's harness, climbed up onto the wagon, and sat on the bench. Are you guys ready to go? That we are, Mace replied after exchanging looks with his people. We should cover half the distance to Banner Elk today and still have plenty of time to set up a defensible camp. I'll trust you guys to do that, Leif said, but I have something that should help too. You do? Lynn asked. He was a small, compact guy that carried a large axe strapped to his back. A brick came to his mind when Leif considered the man. I do, Leif replied. It's a camping ward. Interesting, Mortimer said. Leif suspected Mortimer was the group's thief or rogue. He dressed in gray and black, carried 2 short swords, and reminded Leif of a crow. I'm looking forward to seeing how it works. Well, let's get to it, Mace said. Mace reminded Leif of a wolf. He was solidly built just as Leif was and about the same size. The difference was that the adventurer seemed much more predatory than most other people Leif had met. It was something in his eyes that Leif wished he had noticed before signing the contract with the man. But he seemed honest as well, and that mattered more than anything else now other than his willingness to escort Leif to Banner Elk. Harper, lead us out. Right, boss, the large, muscular woman said in a surprisingly high soprano voice. At least her voice was surprising to Leif. He had expected her voice to be lower. She placed her spear in a large quiver attached to her saddle that held a few javelins and started riding out of the inn's yard. Leif dismissed his thoughts, clicked his tongue, and snapped the reins. Jake started forward. Leif let Jake follow Harper and Mortimer while he admired the scenery. They had been on the road for a few hours, and the trip had been pleasant so far, and he was looking forward to camping out and seeing the stars. The leaves were changing on the trees, and he couldn't recall ever seeing such vibrant red, orange, and yellow leaves before. The air felt fresh and crisp as they ascended into the mountains. Leif smiled. Fire ants, Harper screamed from further ahead. Shit, Mace cursed as he rode past Leif. Lynn rode up and stopped beside the wagon as Leif stopped Jake. The mule started trying to back up, and Leif engaged the brake while trying to calm the animal. "Mortimer, do you have any more of those alchemical acid bombs?" Lynn called out. Leif caught a glimpse of giant insects crawling across the trail ahead of them. So far, the monsters were ignoring the adventurers. "No." "Shit," Mace cursed again. "How could we have forgotten to buy more of those?" "Beats me, but we did," Mortimer answered. "I guess we didn't think we would run into fire ants this high up." "How dangerous are those things?" Leif asked Lynn as the others blamed each other. "Very. They're each 2 feet long and are highly aggressive," the adventurer replied. "Thankfully, they're usually pretty low level too." "We have a problem," Mace said as he led Harper and Mortimer back to Leif and Lynn. "Without the alchemical munitions, there's no way to clear out the ants without greatly endangering all of us. We could go back down the hill a bit and take the old Blue Ridge Trail," Mortimer offered. "That will add another day to the trip," Lynn said, looking up at the sun. "Plus, it's a lot more dangerous," Harper added. "Craftsman's wagon might not make it past certain sections." "What level are the ants?" Leif asked. He felt his new enchantment should protect the wagon, Jake, and himself, but it would do nothing for the adventurers. "Level 15, why?" Mace asked. "Will level 10 damage drive them away?" Leif asked, thinking about his ice-burst rocks and grenades. "It should unless it drives them into a frenzy," Harper answered. "I didn't see a nest, so I think they're just going back and forth across the trail as they harvest," Mortimer said. "That should keep them from going into a frenzy." "Leif, why did you ask all this?" Mace asked. "We can't pick them off with arrows." "Help me set the camping ward around us," Leif said. "I have about 24 weapons that should help drive them off. If it doesn't, the ward will protect us from them." "You have some munitions?" Mortimer asked. "No, well, not alchemical ones," Leif replied after considering that his creations were munitions of a sort. He showed them one of the grenades. "That flat disc won't do anything," Mace said. "It will," Leif retorted. "You'll see." "I don't like this," Mace said. His team agreed with him. "But it's potentially your funeral." "Just help me set the camping ward up," Leif said, wondering if the adventurers would abandon him despite their contract. Once the camping ward was set, Leif handed out 3 of the disc grenades to each of them. The adventurers looked at him like he was crazy. And they might be right. He had to be a little nutty to journey from the coast to the frontier after all. Leif put those thoughts out of his mind. "Just throw them into the ants," Leif told the adventurers. "I can't wait to see this," Mortimer said. "Then go first," Harper said. Mortimer shook his head. "I'll try it," Lynn and Mace said at the same time. They laughed and each man threw a disc at the monsters crossing the trail. The 2 discs landed amongst the fire ants and exploded, fire sweeping out in a circle. "Holy," Harper said. "Shit," Mortimer exclaimed. He and Harper threw a disc apiece. "Might be best not to get too close to the trees," Leif warned. "It'll be all right. The forest is still mostly wet from recent rain," Mace replied. "Throw these in front of whatever is left of the little monsters," Leif said as he handed them the ice-burst rocks. "These explode forward, causing shards of ice to fly out." The adventurers then threw the rest of the grenades before Leif could say anything else. Maybe handing them all the grenades had been a bad idea. Then again, he hadn't been sure of how much damage they would do to the fire ants. "Where did you get these?" Mace asked as they started to throw the rocks. "Nobody in Wilkesboro can create anything like this," Lynn said. "These have to be enchanted," Harper added. "A traveling merchant of some sort on the road before I got to Winston-Salem," Leif said. That was a true statement from a certain point of view. Any fire ants that hadn't been baked had fled into the forest once the ice shards started flying. "We might need to head back toward the capital after we finish this job," Mortimer said. The others laughed in agreement. "I want more of those." "Do you have any more of the discs and rocks?" Harper asked Leif. "Maybe we should have been a little more judicious in their use," Lynn said. "Afraid not," Leif answered Harper. He hadn't thought the adventurers would use them all, but they had. "And I wish you had been." Let's get the ward packed away and get going, Mace said. All that noise might attract something worse. Leif laid on his bedroll in the grass, gazing up at the stars. He wasn't sure if it was due to being higher up or something else, but the stars looked brighter. There also seemed to be more of them. Maybe that's because there are no other fires or streetlights, Leif muttered to himself. What's that? Harper asked. She was sitting with the others around the campfire eating supper. The stars, Leif replied. He had eaten while the adventurers settled on a campsite. She looked up. What about them? The stars look brighter, and there seems to be more of them, Leif said. I was just thinking that might be because the only light out here is the campfire. They seem brighter because of the lack of other light sources, Mace agreed. As to why there seem to be more of them, that's because you're seeing more because we're higher up on this mountain and not down in the lowlands. Makes sense, Leif replied. He suspected some of the fainter stars might not be visible down at the coast. Just wait until we reach Banner Elk, Harper said. You'll like the stars even better there, Lynn added. Why is that? Leif asked. Because we're only about 3,000 feet above sea level here, Harper replied. Banner Elk is right at 3,900 feet, Leif smiled. I can't wait to see that. My homestead is supposed to be on a ridge overlooking the village. Depending on location, it might be over 4,000 feet up then, Harper said, returning his smile. Are you sure this camping ward will stand up to the monsters out here? Mortimer asked, changing the subject. As long as the monster isn't over level 40, Leif answered. We shouldn't see anything over level 35 until we get to the Boone Ruins, Lynn said. So, we should be fine tonight. I still want someone keeping watch, Mace said. We'll stick to our usual routine. I'll take the third watch. That means I get fourth and need to get some sleep, Harper said. She finished her supper of trail rations and laid down in her bedroll. Get some sleep, Leif, Mace said. Morning will be here before you know it. I will in a bit, Leif replied as Mace found his own bedroll. Mortimer and Lynn ignored him and talked to each other. Leif guessed whichever had the second watch didn't want to sleep for a couple of hours only to be got up for their watch. Leif didn't blame them either. He stared at the stars until his eyes got heavy and he fell asleep. Leif woke just as blue, yellow, and red started to kiss the sky. He stretched and looked around. Harper was walking around the edge of the ward and the others were all in their bedrolls. Leif sat up and stretched. A chill hit him and he shuddered. Coffee would be nice this morning, Harper said as she walked back toward the campfire carrying an armful of wood. We didn't bring any though. I'm not a big coffee drinker, but yeah, it would hit the spot and warm us up, Leif replied. He checked his inventory. He still had the coffee he had bought when he started this journey. It was in dry, sealed packages and had been in his inventory since he had created the first bracelet while working for Kevin Young, so it should still be all right. Why didn't you guys bring any if you drink it? It's expensive up here. Oh, I didn't know that, Leif replied. If he had known, he would have bought a lot more in Raleigh and brought it to sell. Don't merchants bring it up here? Yeah, and charge a lot for it too, Harper said bitterly. Figures. We have chicory though, Harper said. It's a little nuttier in flavor but gets the job done. I hadn't heard of chicory before. It's a local plant. Once you find it, you can harvest the roots. Neat. Let me take care of some business and I'll put on a pot of coffee, Leif said. You have coffee? Yeah. I could kiss you. I might let you, Leif replied, making the woman blush. But I really need to use the bushes. Just don't go beyond your ward, Harper warned. Leif nodded and headed to the nearest bushes. What's that? Harper asked ashort, while later as Leif pulled his enchanted cooktop out of his inventory. This is a griddle or cooktop, Leif answered as he finished setting it up. He used his canteen to fill his coffee pot with water and sat it on the cooktop. Leif turned on the device and let it get to a high heat. He then pulled some bacon from his inventory and placed it on the cooktop as well since that was something he could cook. Just how rich are you? Harper asked. I've never seen a device like that. Where did it come from? Is it enchanted? I'm not rich, Leif replied. Sure, he had over 29,000 crowns, but from what he had seen, that wasn't rich even if it was more than most people made in several years. Plus, part of that was going to the adventurers once the job was done. The cooktop is enchanted and came from the capital. Leif was glad he hadn't lied to the adventurer. Sure, he hadn't said he created the cooktop, but he was honest about where it came from. He pulled out a loaf of bread he had bought in Wilkesboro and cut some slices off. He added them to the cooktop after the water in the coffee pot came to a boil. Leif added coffee grounds to the coffee pot. Let the coffee sit and add some cool water to it. The grounds will settle to the bottom of the pot, Harper said. Thanks for the tip, Leif said as he flipped the bacon and bread. Will you add the water? Sure, Harper replied. Leif handed her his canteen. She added the water. It's cold and nearly full. Yep. But you had poured a lot into the coffee pot, Harper said. Leif nodded. Let me guess, your canteen is enchanted too. You got it, Leif replied as she returned his canteen to him. What smells so good? Mace asked from his bedroll. Bacon, bread, and coffee, Harper excitedly answered. Leif poured a cup of coffee for himself and took a sip. That's not bad, Leif said as he sat the cup down and turned his attention to the bacon and bread. Harper poured herself a cup of coffee and sighed happily after taking a sip. I'll be right back, Mace as he walked towards the bushes while Leif turned off his cooktop. Don't wake the others until I have a cup. Any more surprises you want to tell us about? Harper asked as Leif made a bacon sandwich and handed it to her. Not that I know of, Leif said, making his own sandwich. Lynn and Mortimer woke. Is that coffee? Lynn asked. Harper and Leif nodded. Lynn and Mortimer rushed off to the bushes. I thought I said not to wake them yet, Mace complained as he walked back to them. They woke on their own, Leif said after swallowing. Did you cook this and the coffee? Mace asked. Yeah. Thanks, Mace said. Leif nodded. Mace pointed at the cooktop. What is that thing? I'll explain when the other two get back, Leif said. He didn't want to have to explain things a third time. There's a rock slide ahead, Mortimer said upon returning to the rest of them. How bad is it? Mace asked. Not too bad. None of the boulders were that large. We should be able to clear it away enough to get the wagon through, Mortimer answered. Or we could backtrack and go north to the old Sugar Grove ruins, and then head southwest through the old Val Crucis ruins. Either way, we're adding at least about a day to the trip, Lynn said. I vote we backtrack and go around, Harper said. The rock slide could be a trap. I didn't see anyone or even any tracks while scouting it out, Mortimer countered. Leif, what do you think? Mace asked. I don't mind helping move rock, Leif said. But security and even just determining our path is outside my areas of expertise, other than being able to point out where we might be on a map. At least you're honest, Harper said, smiling at him. Most men would never admit that. Leif shrugged, blushing a touch from embarrassment. Everyone laughed. And you don't have any more of those explosive discs? Mace asked. Afraid not, Leif answered, shaking his head. He was tempted to tell them he could make more grenades or at least explosive rocks, but wasn't sure how much he could trust the adventurers with that secret. Besides, even if I did, I don't know how to blow up rock. Using the grenades might make the rock slide worse. So could attempting to clear the rock slide, Lynn said. We're not engineers. Let's take a look at a map and then decide, Mace said. I could have sworn there were a few old roads and trails that ran north and south off the 105. The 105, Leif prompted. That's what this trail is called, Mortimer answered. You haven't noticed the old signs. Number should I have? Yes, all the adventurers answered at the same time. You need better situational awareness, Lynn added. The scenery is just so beautiful, Leif said. Thanks, Harper quipped, but I've never been called scenery before. Leif started. The others laughed, making Leif scowl. Laugh it up. We will, Mortimer replied. We know what you mean, Leif. This is a beautiful land, Lynn said. So is Harper when she wants to be. Hey, the woman protested. I'm not land. Harper, dear, thanks to your muscles, you have almost as many peaks and valleys as these mountains do, Lynn told her. You keep hitting on me like that, you might make me blush, Harper replied with a grin on her face. She winked at Lynn. Leif smiled at the banter. He glanced at Mortimer. Too bad for you, I'm already taken. I know. The walls at the inns and Guildhall are thin, Harper said. You two could be a little more discreet. You're one to talk. You and Mace get quite loud yourselves. Besides, it's too late for that, Mortimer said. Everyone knows. Oh, Leif exclaimed. Everyone except Mace looked at him. Evidently not everyone knew, Harper said. Leif is a client and doesn't count, Lynn said. What he said, Mortimer added. Leif does count. He has coffee, Harper said. Good point, Mortimer and Lynn chorused. Gee, thanks, Leif muttered. He didn't mind the banter. He just couldn't think of a good retort of his own since he didn't know them that much. You just want me around for my coffee and bacon. Don't forget the money, Lynn quipped. Mortimer and Harper nodded in agreement. If you guys are done joking around and talking about love lives, look at this, Mace said. He pointed at his map. We can backtrack a mile and take the old Broadstone Road right up to Val Crucis. It'll still add at least half a day to the trip, but it'll keep us from attempting to clear the rock slide, Lynn said. I'm game. Me too, Mortimer said. We can tell Banner Elk's leadership about the rock slide, and they can have it cleared. Works for me, Harper added. They might even pay us to stand guard while their people clear the rock slide. You guys said there were ruins at this Val Crucis, Leif said. Is it dangerous? Not any more dangerous than anywhere else in these parts, Mortimer said. There's no dungeon there, and as far as we know, Val Crucis is just the ruins of some old village. All right, let's get this show on the road, Mace said as he put away his map. Right where I said it would be, Mace happily said, as he and Lynn cleared away the last of the underbrush blocking the beginning of Broadstone Road. They had passed it without noticing the trail earlier. The blacktop stuff is mostly intact as well. We'll have to take it slow, Mortimer said after a short examination of the terrain. That's a pretty steep drop on the left side. Yeah, I'm not keen on driving off the side of a cliff, Leif said. Oh, this isn't a cliff, Harper said. It looks like the mountain slopes at a nice angle instead of being a near vertical drop. Thanks for explaining the difference, Lynn said, a huge grin on his face. Harper stuck her tongue out at him. Cut the chatter, Mace said. Let's keep our eyes open. This trail looks to be narrower than I like. Leif agreed. There seemed to be plenty of room for his wagon, but who knew if that was true the whole way? Jake and the adventurers' horses were calm, so he didn't think there was any danger around them. Mortimer and Lynn urged their mounts down the trail. Harper and Mace were going to bring up the rear. Giddy-up, Jake, Leif said, snapping the reins. Hopefully, we'll be at our new home this time tomorrow. Val Crucis is named from a long-dead language, Harper told Leif, as the others placed the camping ward around their campsite. It means Vale of the Cross. Really? Yep, Harper answered as she and Leif gathered firewood. There is a valley we'll travel through tomorrow where 3 streams converge. They made the man that named the Val think of an archbishop's cross. Interesting, how do you know this? Leif replied. I read it when we first arrived in Wilkesboro, Harper said. She decided they had enough wood and started to make a campfire. How did Banner Elk get its name? Leif asked as he set up his cooktop. Trying to stump me. Yep. The original town was named after a local family and the Elk River, Harper explained. The current village was built on the same site as the first town. Well, I learned something, Leif said. He started making a pot of coffee for the adventurers. After he was done, he tossed Harper one of his packets of coffee. Have a reward for educating me. Harper grinned. Thanks, you're welcome. You don't want any of the coffee? Harper asked. Nah, in the morning is fine, but I can't drink the stuff too often. Your loss. I'll be fine, Leif replied, spreading out his bedroll. The stars were beginning to appear. Hey, Harper. Yeah. Do you know what elevation we're at? Leif asked. I know we traveled downhill some. About 2,900 feet, if I remember correctly. Why? Was just curious, Leif answered. I can't believe you memorized the elevations. As I said, I like to read. You're wanting to watch the stars again, huh? Harper said. Yep. That's a nice little waterfall, Leif commented. That's Crab Orchard Falls according to my map, Mace said. So it has a name, Leif said. What is it named after? Beats me, Mace replied. Harper, do you know? Nope, I haven't gotten around to reading about waterfalls yet. Slacker, Mortimer quipped. The muscular woman gave the rogue a rude one-fingered gesture in return. Both laughed. Everyone seemed to be in high spirits. Leif knew he was. The end of his journey was in sight as they ascended the mountain. Jake and the horses suddenly pulled up. The adventurers pulled their weapons. A large deer-like animal burst from the bushes on the left and stopped for a few seconds and stared at them. It then crossed the road and continued into the forest. What was that? It was huge, Leif said. An elk, Mortimer said. Huh, Leif muttered. Is it a monster? No, elks are regular animals, Lynn answered. A large cat jumped into the road. It hissed at the humans and bounded after the elk. A stone lynx. That one is a monster, Mortimer said dryly. Yeah, I figured that out by the thing's size, Leif replied. The lynx had been about 4 feet tall at the shoulder and 5 feet long. Thankfully, it was more interested in the elk. Would have been a nice kill, Mace said thoughtfully. Forget it, Mace, Harper said. Let's finish our job. All right, Mace replied. Let's go. The group crested a hill and stopped. Below them, in a high valley, sat a village surrounded by a tall wooden wall. There was a gate on the east side that was open. All the buildings were made from wood except for 2. Those 2 were larger than most of the others. Clear land and farms could be seen around the village. The farms were fenced as well. What do you think, Leif? Mortimer asked. He grinned. Changed your mind and want to return to Wilkesboro? No, I haven't changed my mind, Leif replied. It's larger than Edenton. Edenton, Harper prompted. Small coastal fishing village where I lived when I was young, Leif explained. It was destroyed, and as one of the survivors, I was given the homestead up here. Ah, Mace said. Let's head on in and find the chief. He or she is who you need to speak with about your deed. We need to head to the guild hall. There's a guild hall here, Leif asked. Of course, Lynn answered. A sizable part of the village's population will be adventurers. I hadn't considered that, Leif said. From most of what I was able to find out, I expected a few craftsmen, some farmers, some miners, merchants, and guards with only a few adventurers. The frontier is the best place to gain levels, Harper said. So, adventurers come out here when we feel we're ready. Plus, there are lesser and unexplored dungeons all over the region, Mace added. This is the best place to get rich doing what we do. I'll be happy just doing crafting, Leif replied. You can get rich exploring the wilderness and dungeons. You'll buy monster parts from us, won't you? Mortimer asked. As long as it is something I can turn into something useful, sure. Leif answered. Monster blood too. Make your own potions, Lynn asked. Leif nodded. Great, Mortimer exclaimed. Now we have a buyer besides whatever merchants are in the village that will try to cheat us. If we're through gawking, let's get on down there, Mace said. Newcomers, the gate guard asked. Yeah, Leif answered. The adventurers nodded in agreement. The guard looked them over. You 4 are adventurers. We are, Mace agreed. And what are you? The guard asked Leif. You don't look like a merchant. I'm an artisan, Leif replied. The guard looked confused. Artisans are an advanced crafting class. A general class, the guard asked. Of sorts, Leif answered. Artisans specialize in limited production runs and single items. Interesting, the guard said as an old man joined them. Do you have blacksmithing or woodworking skills? Both. You'll find plenty of work then. We have a few carpenters and 3 blacksmiths. All are overwhelmed with work, especially the smiths, the old man said. The adventurers are always looking for repairs and new gear. Are there any other crafters here? Leif asked. A few. We have a weaver, a tailor, a seamstress, and a jeweler. No ceramist. Not for 6 months now. She was killed while out gathering some clay down at the river, so I hope you brought your own pottery, the old guy said. I have that skill too, Leif said. You'll get work for that too, the guard said. Where's the chief? Leif asked. I need to see him about my homestead. You're looking at him, the old guy said. I'm Jeb Laurel, headman of this humble village. I'm Lee Williams, the guard added. I'm Leif craftsman, Leif replied, shaking their hands. He then pointed to the adventurers and introduced them. These guys are Mace, Harper, Lynn, and Mortimer. Homestead? Lee asked in shock. You're not setting up a shop here in the village. I was given a land grant by the crown, and the captain that awarded me my claim decided some farm that used to produce apples and wool needed to be reopened, so gave me the deed to it, Leif answered. That would be the old Elderberry Ridge farm up on Beach Mountain, Jeb said. He turned north and pointed at the mountain there. The farm is about 5,000 feet up on a ridge on the right. Geez, Leif said, that looks like quite far away. Right at 4 miles, Jeb confirmed. So, it should take an hour or a little more depending on the weather to get from here to there, or vice versa. Leif, you're going to have to get used to the thinner air, especially up there, Mortimer said. Thinner air? Leif asked. You didn't notice your ears popping yesterday? Harper asked. Yeah, it was a shock, Leif replied. It's not that bad and you'll get used to it in time. Just take it slowly when you start working, Jeb said confidently. Let's go take care of your paperwork. He turned to the adventurers. I suppose you lot will want to hit up your guild hall. It's the stone building on the left. Thanks, Mace said. Has anyone told you about the rock slide blocking the 105? Yeah, Adam Shipley and his caravan arrived yesterday. They detoured up to Vilas and used the 194 to get here, Jeb answered. We're sending a crew and a few adventurers as guards out tomorrow to clear it. The old Broadstone Road is clear and connects the 105 and the 194 at Val Crucis, Mace said. It's tight in spots and needs some work, though. I don't recall that road, Jeb said. Show me on a map later. Sure, Mace replied. Leif, are you staying at the inn tonight? It would be best. Mary and Bob Kettle run the main street inn and will treat you right, Jeb said. We can visit your farm in the morning and take some guards with us. All right, Leif said. Mace, we can settle up after I finish my business with Mr. Laurel. We'll see you tonight, and you can buy dinner, Mace said. Let's go check in at the guild guys. The group of adventurers rode off toward the guild hall, waving goodbye or saluting as they passed. Hopefully they'll be a good group and not cause too much trouble, Lee said. True, Jeb agreed. Leif, why don't I show you to the inn? It's the stone building on the right. My office is on the inn's right. I'll meet you there after you see to your mule, wagon, and such. Sounds good, Leif said. It's nice meeting you, Lee. You too, the guard said as Jeb walked toward the inn. Leif urged Jake forward. Did Mary and Bob treat you all right? Jeb asked after Leif entered the headman's office. Yes, though their prices are higher than I expected, Leif said. Jeb looked confused. They want 25 crowns a night for a room and single meal. Other meals are extra, as is stabling for my mule and wagon. I'm out 30 crowns and just got here. They run the only inn, Jeb replied, shrugging his shoulders. I guess, Leif said. Take a seat, Jeb said, gesturing to the chairs in front of his desk. Thanks, Leif said, sitting in the one on the right. What can you tell me about the farm? It used to be a nice and profitable spread. Now it's neither. I got that impression from the captain and his scribe when they gave me the deed, Leif said. Do you know any details? All the sheep, goats, cows, horses, and alpacas have been either eaten by man or monsters, run off, or claimed by other farmers, Jeb said. The farmland and pasture have mostly been reclaimed by the forest. The trail leading up there is overgrown, and unless it's changed, the land around the ruins of the buildings is still clear. The apple orchard is still there, but needs a lot of work. I'm surprised people haven't been harvesting the apples and keeping the trail clear. Oh, people been harvesting the apples. They just don't care for the land at all. That doesn't surprise me, Leif said. It sounds like I have my work cut out for me. It's just you, yeah. That's not good. There's too much work for one man, Jeb said. Shipley has some indentured servants you can buy the debt of, and some slaves you can buy outright as well. Is there anyone I can just hire to help for a few days to clear the trail and land? Some of the other farmers might be willing to hire out their indentured and slaves, Jeb answered after giving it some thought. It won't be cheap though, so you might as well buy your own. I thought people up here helped one another. We do help our neighbors. That said, you're not a neighbor yet. As far as most of the village and outlying farmers go, you're just a new lowlander coming up here to make your fortune. It remains to be seen if you'll join the community or even survive the winter. And as an outsider, I'll have to pay for everything and any help a lot more than others, Leif stated. Jeb nodded and Leif fell silent. He really didn't want to buy any slaves or pay any debts for any indentured servants, but he might not have a choice. Let's get this paperwork done, Jeb said, breaking Leif's train of thought. You can think about the rest overnight. Sure, Leif agreed. Leif met Mace and the others in the inn's common room in time for supper. They ate and Leif paid the adventurers the 7,500 crowns they had agreed on. And that's that, Leif said. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Mace replied as Harper divided up 4,000 crowns and slid it in front of each adventurer. The other 3,500 went into another purse that she handed to Mace. Mace noticed Leif watching. We each take a part of whatever we earn, and the rest is put into a team fund for repairs, lodging, meals, and the like. We also use that fund for better weapons and armor, Lynn added. Speaking of better weapons and armor, Leif, how soon before you are ready for commissions? Harper asked. It all depends on how much work is needed at the homestead, Leif answered. He didn't want to make weapons, but saw he would be doing that a lot. From what Jeb told me, it needs a lot of work. That's just great, Mortimer murmured. Lynn smacked his shoulder. Don't mind him, Lynn said. He's just upset all the local blacksmiths are booked out for weeks or not taking new commissions. You could hire some indentured servants, Mace told Leif. That would help with your labor issues. Everyone keeps telling me that, Leif replied. Because it's true, Harper said. It's not slavery even if it can seem that way. The indentured must agree to work for you after all. Unless they're indebted to you, Mortimer countered. If the debt they owe is to you, you can demand they work for you to pay it off. I saw it happen a few times before I joined up with you guys. Really? Lynn asked. Yep. Some merchants, nobles, and landowners have figured out that if they delay payments owed to them, some people will use the money for other things, Mortimer answered. And then, they demand payment, and the person that owes them money suddenly finds themselves in debt and not able to pay it, Mace concluded. Mortimer nodded. That's shitty, Lynn said. But legal, Harper replied. Doesn't make it right, though, Leif said. The others agreed with him. You could buy slaves, too, Mortimer said. No, owning another person just feels wrong on all levels, Leif replied, shaking his head. That's admirable, Bonnie, Mary and Bob's daughter said as she placed their orders on the table. But if you're thinking of taking on any indentured, you're too late. Shipley just finished selling the last of the debts and slaves an hour ago. That was fast, Lynn said. People need labor since it's harvest season, Bonnie replied, shrugging her shoulders. And some of the local farmers are looking to expand their holdings. How do you know the merchant sold all of them already? Harper asked. He's over at his table bragging about it, Bonnie replied, pointing at a table in the left corner of the common room. Shipley has told anyone that will listen that he'll be back in a couple of weeks with more, though. Must be a profitable business, Leif muttered. It is, Bonnie agreed. Do you guys need anything else? No, Mace answered for the group after checking with the others. I'll come back and check on you in a bit, Bonnie said before walking off to another table. So what are you going to do, Leif? Lynn asked. The only thing I can. I'll check on the farm tomorrow with Jeb and then start rebuilding or repairing the buildings myself. I guess I'll have to check with the local sawmill and woodcutters before doing any work to make sure I can get the necessary lumber. We got into the adventurer thing to avoid physical labor, so have fun with that, Mortimer quipped before taking a sip of his ale. We don't have anything planned for tomorrow, Mace said. I'm up for escorting you to your farm if you pay me for my time. Me too, Harper added. Count us in too, Lynn said while Mortimer nodded. Thanks, guys. How much are you charging? Leif said. We'll do it for 200 crowns, Mace replied after giving it some thought. He grinned. That'll be a little more pocket and drinking money. I'll drink to that. More drinking money is always a good thing, Mortimer said. He took another drink of his ale as the others followed his example. I suppose 200 isn't that bad, Leif said before eating a spoonful of his stew. It was good. He paid the adventurers the 200 crowns in gems. Don't drink too much, though. We're heading up there early in the morning. Spoil sport, the adventurers chorused. Good morning, Jake, Leif said to his mule the next morning. He walked the mule out of the stall and hitched him to his wagon. Leif wasn't sure if he would be returning to the village or not. The mule had been fed, but Leif gave him an apple as a treat anyway. Are you the new crafter? A man asked. Leif turned to see who had spoken to him. It was Adam Shipley. I am, Leif answered. Name, Leif Craftsman. I'm Adam Shipley, Adam said, introducing himself. They shook hands. I wanted to offer my services. I mostly deal in the slave and indentured markets these days, but anything you want or need, I can get. And be glad to sell to me. True, Adam laughed. I'm also willing to buy your wares as well. I appreciate the offer, but I don't know when I'll start producing my own stuff, Leif replied. From what I've been told, my homestead needs a lot of work. You haven't seen it yet. No, Jeb is taking me up there this morning, though. Is this homestead far away? An hour or so north, Leif answered, pointing toward Beech Mountain. I'll send word to you when I return in a few weeks, Adam said. I'm sure you'll be wanting some additional help by then. That is a good possibility, Leif agreed. Jeb, a couple of guards, and the adventurers approached leading horses. Looks like it's time to go and see what I've got myself into. Good luck, Adam said. He walked off and nodded to the others as they passed each other. You're taking your wagon? Jeb asked. Yeah, I don't have a saddle and neither I nor Jake would appreciate a bareback ride, Leif answered. Besides, I might decide to stay up there. Are you sure about that? Jeb asked in disbelief. Yeah, I have a ward that will protect me from anything up to level 40. You'd make a fortune selling that to the loggers, one of the guards said. And others, the second guard added. Ready to go, Mace asked Leif, ignoring the guards. Just let me finish making sure Jake is hitched up properly. The trail up to the farm was in decent shape. There were a few mud holes and other spots that needed some work. Leif was thankful that no trees or rocks blocked the path. Birds could be seen flying about. Other birds could be heard singing. This is really beautiful country, Leif told Jeb. The village headman had opted to ride on the wagon with him about halfway on the trip. It is, Jeb agreed. It can be deadly, though, and I don't just mean the wildlife. Does the weather get that bad? Jeb laughed. I didn't mean the weather either, but we do get snow during the winter, and I suppose if you're not prepared, that can be deadly. But what I meant was some of the trails are steep, and people can fall to their deaths. Thankfully, we didn't run across any that were too bad even with having to find an alternate route, because of that rock slide on the main trail, Leif replied. The ancients knew how to build roads. I'll give them that, Jeb said. I read a book once that said on another continent that an empire had built roads millennia ago, that were ancient before what we consider ancient even existed. Really? Yep. The book even said the roads were still in use in places, as well as aqueducts and a few bridges. That's some quality craftsmanship, Leif remarked. Indeed, Jeb agreed. The book even stated that the roads and all weren't built by crafters, but by the Empire's soldiers instead. That's hard to believe. I agree, but that's what the book stated, Jeb replied. I wonder if those roads still exist. That would be something, Leif said. I'd like to make something that lasting one day. There is one way you can make something that has that kind of chance to survive. What do you mean? Leif asked. He felt an enchantment could possibly last for centuries, but wasn't sure. I don't know of any crafting technique that will last for millennia. It's simple, Jeb laughed. Oh. Father-children, Jeb stated. As they reproduce, your bloodline continues. Leif laughed. Yeah, I see your point. You may have to go down mountain to find a woman, though. Why is that? Because I'm an outsider. Nah, it's because the male-to-female ratio up here is very heavily male. Yes, that could be a problem, Leif agreed. But if you're able to build up your homestead, keep it safe, and start a thriving business, the young women that are here will look very favorable on you, Jeb said. So will their mothers and fathers. Harper called back from where she and Mace rode ahead of the wagon. Excellent point, Jeb agreed to laughter from everyone. The group stopped at the remains of an old gate and fence. On either side of the road, in front of the remains of the gate, were two standing stones a foot tall. See those stones? Jeb asked Leif. Yeah. Those are property markers. There should be one along the perimeter of the farm every half acre, Jeb said. Are they in the forested parts of the farm too? Mace asked. Yeah, Jeb replied. We'll walk the perimeter and I'll point them out after we check out the buildings and Apple Grove. Trekking through the forest could be dangerous, Mace pointed out. Isn't that why you agreed to come along? Jeb asked. And I brought guards as well. They'll watch the wagon and horses while we walk the perimeter. Besides, we must pass through part of the forest to get to the clearing. Are you afraid? No, Mace retorted. Sounds like a good plan to me, Leif replied, cutting off any argument before it could start. If the marker stones were all standing, he thought he could use them to create a ward around the farm. Giddy-up, Jake. My goodness, Jeb exclaimed after climbing down from the wagon. He stretched and twisted his back. The kink in my back is gone and I feel better than I have in months. You had just complained about your back before we went to the inn, one of the guards said as Leif dismounted after setting the brake and slipping the halting ward chunk of metal onto the floorboard. Well, I feel much better after that half-hour ride, Jeb replied. He looked at Leif, who was rubbing Jake's neck, and then the wagon. Is there something special about that wagon? Leif ignored the conversation and gazed around the clearing they were in. He could see the remains of the house, which wasn't much. The barn was collapsing in on itself, but the stable looked to be in decent shape with only part of the roof missing. He knew that looks could be deceiving and would need to inspect the stable. What really drew Leif's attention, though, was the southern view. The south side of the clearing just fell away, and he could see for miles. Banner Elk looked even smaller from up here. It's beautiful, Leif said. That is some view, Lynn agreed. The rest of the adventurers voiced their agreement too. Leif, Jeb called out. Yes, Leif replied, taking his eyes from the view. I asked if there was something special about your wagon, Jeb said. The headman was giving him a serious look. Leif sighed. It's enchanted to heal and withstand up to level 40 attacks. You never mentioned that to us, Mace said. Didn't have much reason to, Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. Should have charged him more, Mortimer said, grinning at Leif. I don't blame Leif for not telling us, Harper said. That wagon is worth a lot of money. Would you be willing to let others use the wagon? A guard asked. Leif shook his head. No, but you guys can sit on it while we walk the farm. That works for me, the guard replied. Thanks. Where did you get the wagon? Jeb asked suspiciously. In the capital, Leif answered. He pulled his camping ward stakes out. "I want to set these around the clearing." "Why?" Jeb asked. "It's a half-acre." "Those make a ward that protects and heals whatever is in the circle," Mace answered before Leif could. The adventurers helped Leif place the stakes while the headman and his guards watched. "He might not have to go looking for a wife once word gets out about the stuff he has," one of the guards said. Another one agreed. "If I wasn't married already, I'd make a play for him." "Hush," Jeb said. He was beginning to suspect there was more to the crafter than he let on. The only thing that remained of the farmhouse was the basement, part of the main floor, and a few support posts. The ladder or stairway that led down into the basement was gone. What was left of the house looked burnt. "As you can see, the house burned down," Jeb said. "We think lightning struck it during a storm," one of the guards added. "Was the house taller than the barn and stable?" Leif asked. He knew lightning generally struck the tallest structure in an area. A ward should keep that from happening to the house he built to replace the farmhouse. "Yep, it was 2 stories and a few feet taller than the stable," Jeb answered. "I'd like to take a look at the basement, but it'll wait," Leif said. They walked to the barn. Behind the barn was a stack of small boulders. Each rock looked to weigh between 50 and 100 pounds. "The barn is a total loss," Jeb said. "I think the previous owners had planned to use the boulders for more construction." "We have eyes and can see that the barn is a total loss for ourselves," Mortimer quipped. Lynn and Harper smacked his shoulders. "What was that for?" "Hush you," Harper replied. "And you know what it was for," Lynn said. The guards snickered, earning a glare from Jeb. They quieted down. "What did the old owners use the barn for?" Leif asked. "Just general storage." "Yep," Jeb replied. "This might make a decent location for my forge once the ruined barn is cleared away, and the boulders could be used to make the forge," Leif said. He wasn't sure if he wanted the forge attached to his house or not yet. The same was true for his woodworking shop and any others he needed. "Ready to see the stable?" Jeb asked. Leif nodded, and the old man led them over to the large structure. The stable was made from cedar, as was the house. "Cedar doesn't rot and is resistant to bugs," Leif said. The old headman nodded. "You know your woods," Jeb said. "Some," Leif replied as they entered the stable. He smiled. "It comes with the territory." The stable was structurally sound, including the stalls and loft. All of it was dirty, though. Beside the stable was a corral. It was mostly intact as well. "What happened to the roof?" Mace asked. "Almost looks like something pulled part of it away." "Or ripped it apart while getting out," Lynn said. "From what I understand, a great barn owl did the damage," Jeb said. "Those flying beasts are one of the biggest night dangers in these parts. The largest of them can lift a horse or mule without a problem," one of the guards added. "And like regular owls, silent and deadly." "Ready to head back down mountain, Leif?" Mortimer asked with a playful grin on his face. "No, and stop asking me that," Leif replied. "Besides, the camping ward should keep all but the highest leveled monsters out. We don't have to worry about things over level 40 too often in these parts," a second guard said. "Got any more of those things?" a different guard asked. "You could make a fortune off them if you did." "I wish," Leif replied. "Pity you don't," Jeb said, giving Leif a thoughtful look. He shrugged and said, "You'll need some help to get the roof fixed." "That or some scaffolding," Harper said. "I don't have either," Leif replied, wondering how much Jeb suspected. He shook his head. "Let's take that perimeter walk." "Seen enough already?" Jeb asked. "Yeah, I think I have," Leif answered, looking up at the rafters in the stable. A thought hit him. Since the wagon can repair itself because of the enchantment on it, a similar enchantment could possibly repair the roof. "Watch out," Mace and Mortimer shouted at the same time. "A Highlands bobcat," a guard yelled from the clearing. The group had been returning to the clearing when they spotted the monster. The predator was half the size of the stone lynx Leif the adventurers had seen a couple days ago. The monster hissed at the humans and leapt towards the clearing. It hit an invisible wall and bounced off. The bobcat fell and didn't immediately get back up. The adventurers and guards attacked the beast and killed it. They harvested it and split 6 vials of blood, 4 claws, and the pelt between them. The guards took the pelt and 2 vials of blood. The adventurers took the rest. "Your ward works," Jeb stated. "Yes, it does," Leif agreed. "Does anyone know what level that thing was?" "Level 30, Mortimer answered. "Want to buy some claws for crafting?" "Maybe, we can talk about it in a bit," Leif replied. The adventurer nodded. "Ready to gather up your stakes and head back to Banner Elk?" Jeb asked. "Head back to Banner Elk?" Leif asked. "Isn't this farmstead part of the village?" "No, it's not part of the village," Jeb answered. "Honestly, there is some argument that it's not part of the kingdom either." "What?" Mace and a few others, including Leif, all asked at the same time. Mace was just the loudest. "The Cherokee claim Beach Mountain and everything west of here as theirs," Jeb explained. "I thought their kingdom was the Kuala boundary farther south of here," Harper said. "The boundary is what our queen recognizes as the elves' land," Jeb replied. "But they have an extremely long-standing claim to all of the mountains, though they recognize Banner Elk as the furthest point of our kingdom. That is because of the last war between our peoples and the treaty that was signed, if I remember correctly," Harper said. "Correct," Jeb replied. "Then how does the queen get away with claiming this farm and giving it to me?" Leif asked, as he wondered if that meant he really had to pay taxes to the crown. Then again, it was probably better to pay them than not. "The Cherokee never seemed to mind the farm when it was inhabited before," Jade said, shrugging his shoulders. "They would even trade and stay at the farm when a band of them were in the area." "It's possible they still do," one of the guards said. "We get a trading party in from time to time, and they have to be staying somewhere." "Leif, you might not have to worry about being killed by monsters," Mortimer said. "Instead, you might need to be worried about being killed by pissed-off elves instead." "Great," Leif replied. "Want to head back?" Mortimer started to ask. "No, don't even finish that question," Leif replied, cutting the adventurer off. "I'm going to camp out here tonight, in fact." "You're joking," Jeb said. "Afraid not," Leif replied. "This place needs work and I'm ready to get started on it." "Going to let us still come up here and harvest apples?" a female guard asked. "Maybe," Leif answered, shrugging his shoulders. "Jake and I can't eat them all." "It would make a lot of folks in the village happy if you let us harvest the apples," Jeb said. "We'll see," Leif replied. He turned to Mace. "Mace, will you guys stay around for a while? We can talk about those monster parts." "Well, we're heading back down," Jeb said. "Just be aware that we close the gate at sunset and don't open it until sunrise." "I'll keep that in mind," Leif said, "but I'll be fine." "Those guys were right," Leif said after Jeb and his guards had ridden away. "Just walking up here was a bit of a struggle." "Tell me about it. Attacking that monster wore me out," Harper agreed. She looked at her comrades. "We're going to have to do a lot of training before tackling any dungeons." "You're really going to stay here tonight?" Mace asked Leif. "Alone?" "Sure, I have my camping ward and wagon." "You're nuts," Mortimer said. "The ward gives Leif a better leg up that the rest of the homesteaders don't have," Lynn countered. "That's true," Harper said. She looked at Leif. "What did you want us to stay for? Just business?" "Yeah," Leif replied after a short pause. He had briefly considered telling them about his enchanting skills, but decided not to. "Do you guys have any idea what those claws and vials of blood are worth?" "Nope," Mace answered after exchanging looks with his team. "Will you take $1,000 for all of it?" Leif asked. "Sure," Mace answered. "Yeah," Harper and Lynn replied. "Easy money," Mortimer exclaimed. "Easy come, easy go," Leif added. He paid the adventurers and they gave him the monster parts. "You guys want to hang around?" "Nah," Mace said. "I think we'll head back to the village and start training." "See you around then," Leif said. The others said their goodbyes and rode away. "Well, Jake, it's just the two of us." The mules snorted and returned to grazing on grass. Once the others were gone, Leif pulled out his notebook and book on runes. He wanted to see if he could repair the stable by enchanting it. He also wanted to clean it that way. The building stunk. Leif started with the rune for transformation, creation, and controlled energy. Next, he added a rune for health and well-being. He added a rune for cycle and harvest. Leif hoped this rune would enable the stable to repair itself. He added the rune for rebirth for the same reason. Finally, Leif added a defensive rune. That should do it, Leif told himself. At least I hope it will. Leif walked to the stable and engraved the runes into posts at the corners of the building. He painted the runes with the queen mantis blood he had purchased in Wilkesboro. Leif then went around willing his intent into the runes. Once he was done, he felt slightly dizzy. First time that's happened in a while, Leif said aloud. He checked his notices. You have created a warded stable. This stable will withstand attacks up to level 40 in strength. The stable will repair itself, including existing damage, as well as heal people and animals inside of it. Value 75,000 crowns. All right, Leif exclaimed. He checked his skills and saw that his enchanter skill had risen another level, and his class had finally moved up to level 2. Class, level 2 artisan. Skills, enchanter, level 3. Crafter, level 2. Jeweler, level 2. Ceramist, level 1. Woodworker, level 1. Blacksmith, level 1. Weaver, level 1. Leif checked the corral. The only real damage he could see to the cedar construction was that the gate was missing, and the hinges and latch catch were bent and rusted. Leif found the latch in the dirt in front of the corral. It was rusted and bent too. He made another gate out of a few pieces of cedar wood he had brought with him from the capital. Leif removed his anvil from the wagon and sat it near where he was working. Then he removed the hinges from the corral post they were mounted on and attempted to remove the rust. This really sucks, Leif exclaimed after his latest attempt failed. No amount of brushing or soaking in lemon juice and salt worked. Maybe I should try heating the hinges and using a hammer to knock the rust off. Leif didn't have a forge or fire pit, so he took his enchanted cooktop out of his storage ring and heated one of the hinges on it. He then used tongs to move the hinge to his anvil and beat the rust off. That works, Leif happily told himself. He repeated the process with the second hinge, latch catch, and latch. He also beat them back straight. Leif mounted the hinges and latch once they had cooled to his new gate. He then attached the gate and latch catch to the posts. Once done, Leif tested the gate to make sure it opened and shut correctly. Satisfied, he then engraved the same runes he had in the stable to the corral on the post the hinges were mounted to. Leif painted the runes with the mantis blood and willed his intent into them. You have created a warded corral. This corral will withstand attacks up to level 40 in strength. The corral will repair itself, including existing damage, as well as heal people and animals inside of it. Value 35,000 crowns. Smiling to himself, Leif dismissed the notice. He went to his wagon and unhitched Jake. All right, Jake, let's get you settled in the corral. There's plenty of grass for you to eat, Leif told the mule. Hopefully the stable will be clean by sunset and you'll have a nice new place to sleep. Leif locked the mule in the corral and checked on the stable. He could swear that it was a little cleaner and that the hole in the roof a little smaller. I might be imagining things though, Leif told himself. Crap, I need to go into town tomorrow and buy some hay. Leif considered what to do next. There was a lot to do, and he wasn't sure where to start. After giving it some more thought, he decided that having more protection was the best place to start. But first, he had to get some water for Jake. Leif found an old trough inside the stable. He patched up the trough and took it out to the corral, sitting it just inside of the structure. Leif then looked around and found a water pump between the corral and stable. How did I miss that earlier? Leif asked himself. Also, why didn't Jeb tell me about it? Leif decided that maybe the headman had assumed that he had seen it. Shrugging his shoulders, Leif walked to the pump and tried to get some water flowing. Surprisingly, the pump worked with ease and clear water flowed out of it. Huh, I guess people have been using the pump when they come to get apples. That or the Cherokee have been camping up here like that guard suggested and using it. Leif dismissed the thoughts and filled up the trough after moving it closer to the pump. He figured Jake would find it since the mule was watching him. Leif then went to the wagon and removed some small pieces of iron. He glanced over to the corral and sure enough, Jake had found the water trough. Leif took the iron to the cooktop and heated a piece of it. He then shaped it into a small disc. Leif added the runes he had used for the ice-burst rocks to the disc and used the ghost panther blood to paint the runes. He willed his intent into the disc and then checked the notice he received. You have created an ice-burst grenade. This grenade will explode on impact when thrown, blasting level 20 ice shards in a 10-foot forward wave. Value 1,000 crowns. That will work nicely, Leif told himself. He made another disc and used the runes he had for the grenades on it. He used the ghost panther blood to coat the runes and willed his intent into it. Leif checked the notice. You have created a disc grenade. This iron object will explode on impact when thrown, doing level 20 fire damage in a 10-foot circle. Value 1,000 crowns. Both are quite a bit stronger and have increased area of effect, Leif said aloud. He made a dozen of each in total and placed them in his storage ring. He then ate a lunch of trail rations and considered creating a new hammer amulet. His current one would withstand attacks up to level 25, but considering he had just seen a level 30 bobcat in the woods on his property, Leif knew it wasn't strong enough. He created a new hammer amulet and used the same runes he had used before to make his current amulet. Leif then used the mantis blood to paint the runes and willed his intent into it. You have created a personal soothing shield hammer amulet. This amulet will protect against attacks up to level 35 and heal wounds over time. This amulet will only work for Leif craftsman. The amulet will hide the enchantment and runes from others. Value 40,000 crowns. That will do nicely, Leif happily told himself as he dismissed the notice. Leif used the same leather strap that he had used for the older amulet on the new one. The old amulet then went into his storage ring. He would destroy it once he had set up his forge. Leif cleaned up the area and his cooktop. Now, I need to decide what kind of ward I want around the whole property. Leif sat in the back of the wagon and pulled out his rune book. Single runes would be best since they wouldn't take as long to engrave into the marker stones. Besides, while he trusted his amulet to protect him, he wasn't sure how many attacks it would withstand before the shield failed. He had never tested to see how many attacks his enchantments could take before they failed, which he realized was a major oversight and mistake. Well, it's too late now. Perhaps I should try to layer the ward, Leif muttered. He looked over to the ruined barn as an idea formed. Leif could take 4 or more of the small boulders and move them to the edges of the clearing and enchant them for defense. He would try 4 boulders first, since that would save monster blood, and his own, since he wanted to personalize the wards to him. He vaguely remembered stories his mother had told him of enchantments that allowed the enchanter to feel the people inside the enchanter's shop or home and toss them out. That had to be a ward of some sort, since it was like what he had done to the shop in the capital. Leif shook his head and started studying the rune book. He would need the runes to be strong, so would include the rune for strength. The ward would need defense and to be disruptive, so he added the rune of disruption and defensive force. Leif added the rune for communication since he wanted the ward to be able to expel people or allow them in as he wished. The rune of creation and transformation was also added to the design. The rune for ice and inertia joined the list as well. This should allow the ward to stop or freeze anyone already within it. Leif added the rune for sanctuary and connection to higher self. He also added the runes for rebirth, cooperation, balance, flow, and finally ancestral property and homecoming. That's a lot of runes, Leif said as he looked at what he had written in his notebook. But it'll hopefully do the trick. Leif put away the book and his writing material. He walked over to the pile of boulders and tried to move one of them. He lifted the top one and quickly sat it back down. These things must weigh over 200 pounds each, Leif said. He looked at the boulders again. Each of the ones on top looked to be 2 feet or thereabout, while the bottom ones were probably 3 feet. They probably weigh 300 pounds or more. Leif knew it was time to use the wagon and put Jake to work. There was no way he would carry one of the boulders to the edge of the clearing. Leif walked back to the corral. "Come on, Jake, it's time to do some work." By mid-afternoon, the boulders were in place at the cardinal points, and Jake was back in the corral. Leif took some time to rest and checked the stable. It was cleaner, and the hole in the roof was smaller. One stall was much cleaner than the 5 others. "Hopefully, the hole will be fixed by morning," Leif told Jake. "That way we'll have a nice shelter in place in case it rains." Once his break was over, Leif went to the north stone and engraved it. He felt eyes on him, but didn't see anything or anyone. Leif shook off the feeling of being watched and used the bobcat blood to paint the ruins along a few drops of his own blood and willed his intent into them. Dizziness hit him and he smiled. "You have created an overlapping property ward. This ward is keyed to Leif Craftsman and will only respond to him. The ward will withstand attacks up to level 30 on its own. When joined with the rest of the single wards that comprise the overlapping property ward, the combined ward will withstand attacks up to level 50. The combined ward will repair itself as long as one of the single wards is active. The ward will only admit those Leif Craftsman allows and will freeze and eject those he wants out. The ward will also notify Leif Craftsman when any living being attempts to breach it, as well as where anyone within the ward is. Value: unknown." "Holy crap," Leif laughed. The ward was better than he dared to hope. He quickly went around to the other boulders and enchanted them. Leif took up the camping ward and placed it in his inventory. Once he was done, he checked his skills and was pleased to see he had gained another level to his enchanter skill and to his class. He dismissed the information and returned to the corral. He fed Jake a carrot. "Well, Jake, we'll be safe from everything tonight. In the morning, I'll do the outer markers with the same runes and see if I can enchant the barn to repair itself." Leif glanced at the sky. The sun was getting low. Leif took Jake into the stable and placed him in the only clean stall. He fed the mule and filled a small trough with water. "Enjoy your night, Jake. I'm going to cook a steak to celebrate my success with the wards and camp out under the stars." Leif sat on a stool by the campfire he had made looking out over the valley. He thought sitting out by a fire enjoying the night sky would be something he could do a lot, so had used the smallest boulders in the pile to make a fire pit near the destroyed house. At the back of his mind was the overlapping property ward, and it felt strange. If Leif thought about it, the ward surged to the forefront of his mind. If he dismissed it, the ward sat just out of conscious thought, but he knew it was always there. "That's going to take some getting used to," Leif told himself as he gazed down at Banner Elk. He could see firelight all over the village and some fires scattered about the valley. He assumed those fires belonged to the area's farmers. There were also fires further out, and he thought those could belong to hunters, adventurers, the elves, merchants, and others. Leif sent a thought to the ward. It immediately let him know nothing dangerous was within it. "That's a relief. I feared something might be hiding in the basement." Leif yawned. He stood and stretched before stepping over to his bedroll. He laid down and gazed up at the stars until he fell asleep. After using the bushes and a breakfast of bacon and trail rations, Leif engraved the ruins he had done to the stable to what remained of the barn. He had to use the outside of the support posts since he couldn't get inside. Leif used ghost panther blood when he painted the runes. That used up the last of the vial of that monster blood. He willed his intent into the runes. Something didn't feel right, and Leif checked his notices. "You have failed to create a warded barn. This structure is too far gone to be enchanted and restored." "Crap, I wasted the monster blood," Leif complained to himself. He shrugged. It was a learning experience, though. It seems a mostly intact structure could be enchanted and saved, but not something as destroyed as the barn. "Looks like if I want a barn, it's going to have to be built the old-fashioned way." Leif put away the empty vial and his enchanting pen. He walked to the stable to let Jake out and feed him. Leif looked around and was very surprised to discover the stable was clean. He looked up and was happy to see the hole was gone. Leif walked to Jake's stall and rubbed the mule. While doing so, he saw that either the mule hadn't done his business yet or the enchantment had cleaned it up as well. Leif grinned and fed the mule. While Jake ate, Leif explored the rest of the stable. The stable had large double doors at both ends. The rear doors were closed, but opened smoothly when Leif tried them. He went back and closed and opened the front doors. They likewise operated smoothly. On the left side of the stable were the 3 tie stalls and one of the box stalls. On the right were the other 2 box stalls, a harness room, and a stairwell that led to the loft. The loft was a large open space that had a normal size set of double doors. Leif knew those doors were there to allow workers to store hay in the loft easily. The open middle space between the left and right side of the stable was large enough for a wagon. Leif assumed the previous farm owners had stored their wagon there, and he would do likewise. Leif let Jake out and walked him to the corral. He gave the mule a carrot as a treat and made sure the trough was filled with water. "All right, Jake. I'm going to walk out to the entrance and those first 2 markers. I'm going to enchant them with the same overlapping ward I made yesterday." "Enjoy your time relaxing," Leif told the mule. Jake bumped his nose into Leif's chest. He rubbed the mule for a few minutes before going to work. "You have created an overlapping property ward. This ward is keyed to Leif craftsman and will only respond to him. The ward will withstand attacks up to level 30 on its own. When joined with the rest of the single wards that comprise the overlapping property ward, the combined ward will withstand attacks up to level 50. The combined ward will repair itself as long as one of the single wards is active. The ward will only admit those Leif craftsman allows and will freeze and eject those he wants out. The ward will also notify Leif craftsman when any living being attempts to breach it, as well as where anyone within the ward is. Value: unknown." Leif smiled and dismissed the notice. That was the first 2 markers down. Considering they were only a few feet apart, made it easy. The others were much further apart and on mostly wooded land. Thankfully, the adventurers had cleared a path when they escorted Leif and Jeb around the property, so he wouldn't have to fight through the briars and underbrush again. As Leif walked toward the next marker, he thought about the clearing and the boulder he had placed along the edge of the ridge. "I hope the ridge is solid. I don't even want to think about what will happen to my wards and future home if the rock gives way." A little over 2/3 of the way to the 3rd marker, Leif felt that he had exited the ward. The distance the ward covered was pretty nice. He stopped and walked back a few feet until he felt the ward again. He nodded to himself and resumed walking toward the marker. Once he arrived at it, he felt eyes on him again. Leif shuddered and looked around. He didn't see anything or anyone. Leif quickly enchanted the marker, trusting his amulet to keep him safe until the ward was up. He felt the ward kick in and dismissed the notice without looking at it. He no longer felt being watched either. "Somebody or something is watching me," Leif told himself. He thought about heading down to the village and hearing Mace's group or another group of adventurers to guard him while he worked. But that would reveal his secret before he was ready to. "I'm going to be revealed here sooner or later." Leif knew that was true, especially since he wasn't sure if his property was part of the kingdom or not. If he was outside the kingdom, he could openly enchant things. If he wasn't outside the kingdom, he could still probably openly enchant things. The villagers and adventurers would surely appreciate wards, enchanted armor, tools, and weapons. Heck, the farmers might even want enchanted tools too. And honestly, he was tired of hiding his secret from everyone he met. If his wards were strong enough, nobody could get to him on his property once they were up. Plus, if he was working openly, people couldn't take advantage of him as Kevin Young had. Leif dismissed those thoughts. "I think I'll be fine," Leif told himself after deciding on hearing adventurers or not. He would keep going on his own and live with the consequences if there were any of his actions. After Leif had enchanted half the markers, he headed back to the clearing for lunch. It didn't take long to walk the perimeter of his land, but it did take a while to enchant the markers. Leif could feel the outer ward brush up to the inner ward. "I wonder if they will join together or stay separate," Leif muttered as he walked into the apple grove. He checked a few trees and picked a few ripe apples. While picking the apples, he wondered if he should bury or place some more boulders or markers halfway around the property. That would reinforce the wards, or at least I think it would, Leif muttered. It might also join them together. Leif put the idea away for later and resumed walking toward the clearing. He glanced up and thought he saw a shimmering in the air. He stopped and squinted. There was definitely a shimmering in the air above the clearing. That must be the ward, Leif said aloud. It's all but invisible. Shaking his head, he resumed walking. He was almost at the clearing when he heard a screeching sound. Leif looked around and then up. High overhead was circling a giant bird. The bird screeched again and dived toward the clearing. Leif lost sight of the bird because of the trees. A second later, he heard a loud sound of something large and soft hitting something hard. He looked up and watched as the giant bird flipped over the trees and crashed into the apple grove. The inner ward informed him a level 35 great red-tailed hawk had attacked and been repelled. The partially complete outer ward informed him the monster was dead. Leif ran back to the apple grove. "Holy," Leif said when he saw the hawk. The bird was massive, and its talons looked large enough to easily grasp him or grasp Jake with a little more difficulty. Several apple trees had been destroyed when the monster crashed into the grove too. Leif couldn't see the head and assumed it was under the monster or buried in the ground. Did the crash kill it? It didn't matter what killed the beast. What mattered was all the blood. Leif harvested as much blood as he could. The monster faded before he finished harvesting the blood. "That's just great," Leif complained. He had wanted to see if he could harvest anything else from it. Still, he now had 6 vials of level 35 great red-tailed hawk blood, and that made him smile. He put the blood into his storage ring and used his enchanted canteen to wash off as best he could. "I better go check on Jake." The mule was fine, and Leif gave him 2 of the freshly harvested apples as a treat. After that, he used the water pump to wash himself off. His clothes were a mess, and those he washed after putting on something else. He left the clothes hanging across the corral fence. "Don't eat my clothes," Leif warned Jake. The mule glanced at him and then resumed grazing on grass. Leif considered moving his clothes but didn't have anywhere else to hang them. Then again, he did. He took his clothes over to the wagon and spread them over the driver's bench. "That should do and keep a certain mule from getting any ideas about how my clothes taste." Leif sat in the back of the wagon and had a lunch of trail rations and an apple. He read a little while he rested and then decided to get back to work. "I'll see you later, Jake," Leif called to the mule as he walked out of the clearing. "I don't recall that little mound," Leif said as he approached the final marker. He felt like he was being watched again. Leif stopped when he heard a shuffling sound. The mound moved. His eyes widened in alarm as the mound stood. It was a massive black bear. The bear stood over 4 feet at the shoulder, and its head looked to be as large as Leif's chest. The bear sniffed the air and turned to face him. Leif dared not move. The bear stood on its hind legs, sniffing the air. The monstrous beast was at least 9 feet tall. "Oh shit." The bear heard him and roared. Leif threw one of the ice burst grenades at it. An ice shard hit the bear and barely penetrated the monster's thick fur. It must have felt the shard, though, as the bear roared in pain. It locked eyes on Leif. Leif started walking backwards and threw another ice burst grenade. Another shard hit the monster, and it dropped to all 4s. The monstrous black bear roared and charged him. Leif fell, scrambled to his feet, and turned to run away. The bear followed, and he threw another grenade at it. The shards missed. Leif stopped and threw one of the other grenades. The bear changed direction before the grenade exploded, but was still singed in the explosion. It roared again and picked up speed as it ran toward Leif. He started to turn so he could run away, and the bear rammed him. The amulet's shield held, but Leif went flying and crashed into a tree. The bear was on him before he could get to his feet. It swiped at him, and Leif's shield held again. Leif threw an ice burst grenade right into the bear's stomach. The explosion knocked the wind out of him and made the bear retreat. Leif saw the bear bleeding from the stomach. It roared and charged again. Before Leif could summon another grenade from his inventory, the bear rammed him again. He flew into the tree again, and the bear slammed its front paws into his back. The shield failed. Leif cried out in pain as the bear clawed his back. He didn't even feel it as his hand split open on a sharp rock. The bear backed off and sniffed him. It didn't attack, though. Leif flipped onto his back and cried out again. This made the bear roar once more. He heard it close the distance between them. Leif grabbed the sharp rock, wishing he had something that would make the bear explode. He threw the rock with what little strength he could muster. The rock flew towards the bear's head and into its mouth. The bear reared up onto its back legs. The bear's head exploded a second later. The body fell forward onto Leif. He couldn't move or see around the bear's bulk but heard light steps approach. Leif wondered if this was how he was going to die. He heard a feminine voice speak, but he couldn't understand what was said. All he heard was his blood rushing. A male voice responded, and the female voice more urgently spoke again. The male responded again. His vision started to dim as a figure moved into his line of sight, and he heard steps moving away. "Drink this, don't die," a woman said. Leif passed out. "Diani, are you sure you saw what you think you saw?" "Yes, father. The lowlander not only marked all but one of the marker stones, which forced us ever further away, but he caused a rock to blow up the ridge bear's head. I am sure he is a shaman." "And you at Scylla?" "Diani speaks the truth, Inoli. And you used a potion on him." "I did," Diani admitted. She looked down at the fallen man, though his spirit was fighting to heal. Another man bent down and examined Leif's body. He spotted the hammer amulet and felt the magic in it. "So, my daughter, you thought to save this lowlander hopping he would enchant for us?" Inoli asked Diani. "Yes, father. The amulet is healing him," the man said. "But it wasn't enough. He owes his life to the potion." "Are you sure, Gajai?" Inoli asked. "Yes, brother, I'm sure. The magic is strong for someone so young. Diani and I will return to the band." "I think Diani should stay here with me while you take at Scylla," Gajai countered. Inoli shared a look with his brother and both nodded. "Then you and Diani will stay here to watch over him since she saved him. At Scylla and I will return to the rest of the band and tell them what is going on," Inoli declared. "If nothing else, maybe the lowlander will be honorable enough to buy and free those idiots that got caught raiding the merchant's caravan in exchange for his life." "As you command, brother," Gajai replied. Inoli and Atsila nodded and headed north. "Can you finish his enchantment, uncle?" Diani asked. "No, I've never learned the enchanter skill," Gajai answered. He was a medicine man and very skilled in making potions, though. "Even if I could, only he can finish his enchantment. It is the way of things." "Oh, that means we could be in danger." "No more than normal," the medicine man replied. "Did you harvest anything from the bear?" 5 vials of blood and 6 claws, Diani answered. "Let me see a vial of the blood," the medicine man said. The young warrior handed over a vial of blood. Level 35. It took the bear a few blows to break his shield. Most likely the shield, which also comes from his amulet, can take up to level 35 damage. It should recharge in time. Such a thing would be a terrific boon to us. "Yes, it would," Gajai agreed. "But let's talk about how you saved his life." "I gave him a potion," Diani said quickly. Atsila told us that he had passed out before he left to fetch us and couldn't drink the potion. Diani frowned and hung her head. "I massaged his throat and forced him to drink." "Is that all you did?" Gajai gently asked. "No, I also had to force air into his lungs. You used the kiss of life." "I did, and I also pressed on his chest, as you had shown me to," Diani replied. "Then his life is truly yours," Gajai said. "Hopefully, this young man will recognize what you have done when he awakens, and we talk." Leif sat up screaming. He couldn't see. Gentle and strong hands touched his shoulders and held him down. "Easy," a man said. "You are safe," a woman added. "I can't open my eyes," Leif said. "That's because you have mud in them," the man said. "Lay down and I'll wash your eyes," the woman said. Her voice was gentle. Thank you, use this please, Leif said, allowing them to lower him flat to the ground. His canteen appeared in his right hand. He felt someone take it from him. The water is purified. Interesting, the man said. The water is cold, the woman added. Very interesting, the man said as the woman started washing Leif's eyes. You enchanted the canteen to purify and keep the water cold. Leif started. Do not lie. We know you are an enchanter or at least have the skill, the man said sharply. My niece has watched you work your magic on the marker stones all day. Yes, I can enchant, Leif admitted. If they had been watching him, there wasn't any reason to lie. So, I was being watched. You knew you were being watched, the woman asked. I'm almost done. No, I felt that I was being watched, though. Good instincts, she replied. Leif felt her wipe his eyes with a cloth. All done. Leif opened his eyes. The woman was about his age and stunning. In fact, he had never seen anyone as beautiful before. Her hair was black and her eyes a deep brown. Her skin had a reddish hue to it. Leif glanced over at the man and saw he had similar features. The man was handsome, looked to be in his 50s, and had hair that was streaked with gray. Leif could see the relation in them. Both also had pointed ears. You're elves, Leif exclaimed. The young woman handed him back his canteen. We are Cherokee, the man replied. Leif said, putting the canteen in his ring. His mind was racing. Did you two save me from the huge bear? No, the man answered. But my niece did save your life because your amulet could not heal you quick enough. You saved yourself from the bear, the woman added. What? Leif asked. She explained how the rock flew into the bear's mouth and its head exploded. That's not possible. Enchantments need monster blood and runes to function. No, the man said, they do not. You're an enchanter, Leif asked. No, I am a different type of shaman, but your race would call me a medicine man and keeper of knowledge. Therefore, I do have some knowledge of your craft. Leif thought about it. If he had enchanted the rock with his blood and desire, then that really changed things. And this man might have answers to some of the questions he wanted answers to. We should seek shelter, the woman said. It'll be dark soon. You should also finish your work, the man told Leif. You're right, Leif said. He then introduced himself and apologized for not doing so before. I am Gajai, and this is my niece, Diani. We accept your apology and offer one of our own. Introductions are important after all, the shaman replied, introducing himself and the young woman. Diani and I will keep us safe while you work. You're a warrior, Leif asked Diani. She shook her head and he noticed the small hatchet, long knife, bow, and quiver of arrows she was adorned with. But you have weapons. So do I, Gajai said. Leif saw he had the small hatchet and long knife as well. Instead of a bow, he carried a staff. I hadn't noticed, Leif admitted. You've been through a lot, Diani replied, a grin on her face. She turned serious. On your feet, as my uncle said, you have work to do. A short while later, and the enchantment was done. Leif allowed the Cherokee and the wards and invited them to the clearing. The two exchanged a look and then glanced at the sky. We accept and will stay the night, Gajai said. We have some things to discuss. What is that thing? Diani asked Leif. This is an enchanted cooktop, Leif answered. It beats cooking over a fire. How does it work? Diani asked. The possible huntress or warrior seemed intrigued by the device. I've never heard of such a thing before, Gajai said. He was interested in the cooktop, but didn't seem as interested as his niece. Is it your invention? Let me answer your uncle, and then I'll show you how the cooktop works, Leif told Diani. She nodded, and Leif turned his attention to the shaman. I didn't invent cooktops or griddles as they are sometimes called, but I did make this one after seeing a much larger one in Raleigh. You added enchantments to it, Gajai said. I did, Leif confirmed. The one I saw in the capital used coal or wood to heat. This one uses an enchantment and these gems to help control it. This is fascinating, Diani said. Leif showed her how the cooktop worked and admitted to not being much of a cook. Can I try it out? Sure, Leif replied. She couldn't break it as far as he knew, and it felt nice that someone else wanted to use his cooktop. Gajai nodded in approval. Leif gave him a questioning look as Diani happily started preparing food from her pack and Leif's inventory. My niece is a good cook, Gajai proudly said. She would make a good shaman if she wanted to. Thank you, uncle, but you know I haven't decided on a class yet. You're welcome, Gajai replied. Like most women in the last few millennia or so, she has taken on less than traditional roles. Diani smiled and nodded her head. Leif wondered what those traditional roles were for the elves. If you don't mind my asking, what are considered traditional roles? Leif asked. He just couldn't help himself. The Cherokee smiled. Traditionally, Cherokee women were farmers, ran households, and helped rule while men were hunters, warriors, and ruled. Diani answered while adding some tubers to a pot. Interesting, Leif replied. Are those potatoes? Yes, Diani answered as she cut up some meat. Leif wasn't sure where that had come from. It didn't look like beef or pork, so just decided to trust the elves not to poison themselves or him with something not edible. What about craftsmen and traders? Leif asked. Diani, what are you cooking? Venison stew, Diani replied. Men traded and built, Gajai answered. But things changed, and now every member of the tribe is trained to perform some of the same tasks such as hunting, defending themselves, making healing salves, cooking, and scouting. But people still specialize in those tasks, Leif guessed. Yes, Gajai replied. I need more water, Diani said while she looked around the clearing. There is a working water pump by the stable, but you can use my canteen, Leif said, pulling the canteen out of his ring. It is full and will refill itself. Thank you, Diani said, taking the canteen from him. Gajai looked around the clearing. His eyes widened when he paid attention to the stable and wagon. Just how much have you enchanted? The shaman asked. Quite a bit of stuff, including my wagon, corral, and stable, Leif answered. But not nearly enough either. You tried to enchant the destroyed barn, Gajai said. I did, Leif agreed. The stable is enchanted to repair itself, and it has done that. I was hoping the barn would do the same. But it is too far gone, the shaman concluded. Leif nodded. And you're still learning. Yes, Leif agreed. My niece saw you enchant a rock, without the runes your people have often used. I still don't know if I believe I did that, Leif said, as Diani returned his canteen. Diani smiled and said, You did. Take this and enchant it like your amulet, but without using runes, Gajai said, handing Leif his turquoise and bone necklace. I am not sure I can, Leif said. You can, the Cherokees said together. You enchanted a rock to explode. This is the same, Gajai said. It's all in your intent. But the runes, Leif protested. The runes are nothing more than a disguise and something to pretty up enchanted items like a flower design, the shaman countered. Enchanters have never needed runes. But why use runes at all if they are meaningless? Leif asked. Perhaps to hide one's skills or to help the young learn, the shaman replied, shrugging his shoulders. Regardless of why runes were first used, they don't matter. Leif fingered the necklace. He wanted to believe them but had his doubts. His parents had always said the runes were needed. But as he discovered, one could use single runes instead of having to spell out words to accomplish the same enchantment. Perhaps the shaman was correct, and the runes weren't necessary. Believe in yourself, Diani said, giving Leif another smile. Leif returned her smile and nodded. He decided to try to enchant the necklace without using runes. He painted the turquoise stone with some of the bobcat blood and willed his intent into the necklace. At first, nothing happened, so Leif closed his eyes and focused on what he wanted to do. After a little while, he felt something happening. The necklace glowed blue, and Diani gasped. Gajai smiled. Leif felt dizzy and rubbed his head with his left hand, since the right was holding the necklace. He opened his eyes after the dizziness passed and checked his notice. You have created a soothing shield turquoise and bone necklace. This necklace will protect against attacks up to level 35 and heal wounds over time. Value 30,000 crowns. I did it, Leif exclaimed. His smile threatened to split his face in half. Leif felt the necklace should be worth another 5,000 crowns, but then again, it wasn't a necklace he had created all the way. It seemed the system valued items he created from scratch more than items he received from others. He put those thoughts away. You did, the Cherokee said at the same time. I want to enchant something else, Leif said, looking at Diani's neck. She wore a turquoise and bone choker. Rest and eat first, Gajai recommended. After supper, we can talk about more serious matters, and you can enchant Diani's choker. More serious matters? Leif asked. Yes. All right, Leif agreed. He checked his levels. Class, level 4 artisan. Skills. Enchanter, level 5. Crafter, level 2. Jeweler, level 2. Ceramist, level 1. Woodworker, level 1. Blacksmith, level 1. Weaver, level 1. Leif smiled. He had gained another class level as well as one in his enchanter skill. He dismissed the information and wondered what serious matters the elves wanted to discuss. So, what are these important things you wanted to talk about? Leif asked the elves. First is the matter of the life debt that you owe Diani, Gajai answered. Life debt? Leif questioned. Simply put, since Diani saved your life, you owe her a great debt, and your life is hers to do with as she wills, Gajai replied. That is an old custom of these lands since the world became what it is now. Leif fell silent as he looked from one uncle to niece and back. If what the shaman said was true, then Leif agreed that he owed her something. He thought about the enchanted necklace and choker he had enchanted. While the items had been theirs, the enchantment and blood were all his. Then again, the information Gajai had given him was priceless even if it seems there hadn't been much to it on the surface. Not needing runes meant he could enchant all his clothing and really, everything if he had monster blood or was willing to use his own blood. Would you tell me how you saved my life? We call it the kiss of life, Gajai said. I breathed my air into your lungs by pressing my mouth to yours, Diani added. I also pressed your chest a few times between each kiss. I had stopped breathing, Leif asked, alarmed. Yes, Diani answered. Your heart had stopped beating briefly as well. I was dead, Leif stated, feeling numb. Killing the bear made him feel bad and sad since it was the first thing he had ever killed, but this was much worse. Leif pulled his knees to his chest and started rocking back and forth. Tears started rolling down his cheeks. Leif, Gajai called. Leif didn't respond. All he could think about was that he had died. Gajai nodded at Diani, and she sat beside Leif. A moment later, Leif felt her arms around his shoulders. She held him as he cried. Thank you, Leif told Diani sometime later. He knew it was around midnight, but really didn't care. You're welcome, Diani replied. She smiled at him. Everyone goes a little crazy at least once in their lives. Especially after going through what you did today, Gajai added. Even you guys, Leif asked. Yes, the shaman answered, nodding his head. Our history tells us we were human once. How is that possible? Leif asked in disbelief. How is it possible for people to have different skin, hair, and eye colors? Gajai countered. At some point, people diverged and changed. As for us, our history states we were changed, but not how, why, or by who. That's, Leif started to say. In the past, Diani finished for him, even if that wasn't what Leif was going to say. All that matters now is who we are, how we live, and what we do. That makes sense, Leif said, and to him it did. Are you sure you don't want to follow in my path? Gajai asked his niece. You would make a good shaman. I'm sure, Diani replied, smiling at her uncle. I'm not sure what I want to do for the rest of my life, but I am sure I don't want that responsibility. Too bad, Gajai said, but the smile on his face let it be known he wasn't upset about her choice and words. He turned his attention to Leif. Are you up to talking about the other matters? Leif took a long breath. I am. Good, the shaman said. I suppose these other matters are how I can repay my debt, Leif guessed. In part, Diani agreed. Leif gave her a questioning look, but she didn't speak further. We would like you to go into Banner Elk and buy the debts of some of our band or them, if they have been enslaved, Gajai said. What? Leif asked, shocked. The shaman explained how 5 of the younger members of their band had decided to raid a merchant caravan and been captured. They should have known better, Diani said. The caravan was too well defended and would have traded with us anyway. A new merchant arrived already, Leif asked. I didn't think they would travel up here so often. It's harvest time, Gajai said. They bring slaves and indentured servants for labor and want raw materials and foodstuffs to sell in the other towns and villages in the lowlands. This is the only time of year that merchants really come out this far in the mountains, Diani added. The rest of the year, Banner Elk and the few other villages out this far are lucky to get 1 caravan a month. Huh, Leif muttered. If he did what he had been thinking of and openly enchanting things, then that would change or should change. Going by Kevin Young's attitude, merchants would be willing to all but kill each other for the rights to buy what he enchanted. So, to pay my debt to Diani, I need to free your people. The Cherokee nodded. Nothing else. We were hoping you would be willing to trade or sell enchanted items to us as well, Diani said. I'd be happy to, Leif quickly replied. That would be easy to do. The hardest part of repaying his debt would be buying their people before anyone else did. Especially if you guys can supply monster blood. That we can, Diani said. She looked thoughtful as she looked around the clearing. Would you like some help building your house and other buildings? Some of our people are excellent builders, Gajai added, a knowing grin on his face. That I would, Leif said. What would it cost me? Niece, this is your area, I believe, Gajai said. Diani grinned and Leif couldn't help but think he was in for it now. The negotiations hadn't been bad despite his fears. Leif had agreed to supply a 6 camping wards and a 12 soothing shield pieces of jewelry. The Cherokee agreed to supply the building material as well as doing the construction, in addition to supplying a vial of monster blood. Both sides seemed pleased with the deal and thought they had come out better than the other party. Maybe that was the sign of a good deal. Diani, you took it easy on Leif, Gajai said. I know, Diani replied, shrugging her slender shoulders. He doesn't have a negotiating skill. You can tell, Leif asked. Maybe he hadn't come out as good as he had thought. I can, Diani confirmed. I have such a skill. Figures, Leif muttered. He was grinning, though. Maybe you could sell my wares for me. Diani looked thoughtful for a moment. Perhaps. Leif wondered if she meant it. It would be nice not to have to deal with selling things and having a trusted partner of sorts. He put away those thoughts for now. Gajai, could you answer a question for me? Leif asked as he dismissed the system notice about the agreement he and Diani had made. If I can, the shaman answered. Does Carolina own the land my homestead is on? Leif asked. Beach Mountain, Diani asked. Leif nodded. She laughed and shook her head. No, Gajai said, a smile on his face. Your kingdom claims the land, but so do we, and our claim is much older. There are ruins of a village further up the mountain that we camp in whenever we're in the area, and this homestead had been allowed to have a neutral meeting place for a long time. At one point, it became a profitable business for your kingdom, and we allowed it to stay. Huh, the captain that awarded me the farm said the queen was eager for it to be running again, Leif said. Maybe she is eager not just for the wool and foodstuffs, but for meeting ground. Could be, the shaman agreed. And you don't mind my claim? Leif asked. We don't, Gajai answered. Leif thanked him. You don't have any interest in farming, do you? Diani asked. And all the animals are long gone. Yeah, there's that. And no, I don't have any interest in farming or ranching, Leif answered. I just want to craft and enchant things. And not sell them, she asked, another grin on her face. I'd prefer someone else do the selling, Leif replied. My parents were crafters and enchanters. They always used a trusted merchant to sell their enchanted wares. And you want the same setup, Diani said, looking thoughtful again. I do, Leif agreed, nodding his head. It seems my niece is considering your offer, Gaji said. Offer? Leif repeated questioningly. Yes, offer, the shaman said. Did you not say that she could sell your wares for you? I did. Did you not also say you hate having to sell things? The shaman asked. I did. Then some would consider that an offer, Gaji replied. I do like haggling, Dayani remarked. She helps run any trades we do with your people, Gaji said. I'm also fascinated by things like that cooktop, Dayani added. You should have seen the enchantments I had at the shop I worked in while I was in the capital then, Leif said. He told her about them and showed off one of the quartz lights. I plan on doing even more enchantments for my new home. Is that so? Dayani asked. She and her uncle looked very interested. Yes, Leif answered. Things like a bigger cooktop, lights in every room, running purified water, soft healing bed, self-repairing like the stable, and whatever else I can think of. I think everyone would want those things, Gaji said. Dayani and Leif agreed. If I had known about those lights, I would have insisted on some of them being in our deal, Dayani said, as she made the light dim and brighten. Keep that one, Leif said. I have 4 or 5 more. Are you sure? Yeah. Thank you, Dayani said. I'll consider your offer too. But how could you do that when your home is far away? Leif asked. Gaji smiled. Remember what I said about the ruins above? Yeah, you guys camp there. All we have to do is start rebuilding the village to claim it, the shaman said. And that is something that we have long considered to stop your people's westward expansion. That makes sense, Leif said. The Cherokee nodded. Leif yawned. We can talk more in the morning, Gaji said. We should get some sleep. We're going to trust Leif's words, Dayani asked. Yes, Gaji replied as he laid down in a thin bedroll and wrapped up in a blanket by the campfire. Dayani shrugged and did likewise, as did Leif. Leif froze for a moment as he felt movement at the edge of the outer ward. He had been hitching Jake to the wagon. Dayani and Gaji noticed something were going on. Leif, is everything all right? Dayani asked. Yeah, Leif replied as he allowed the other Cherokee to enter his land early the next morning. 5 of your people had tried to enter my ward, so I allowed them. That would be Inoli, who is my brother and Dayani's father, along with Etzilla, who is Dayani's cousin and one of my nephews, Lamasi, Maitna, and Adohi, Gaji said. Those 3 aren't kin, Dayani informed Leif as he finished hitching his mule to the wagon. Ah, your mother doesn't travel with you, Leif asked her as he gave Jake an apple. Sometimes, but she didn't come this trip, Dayani answered. Same for Aunt Woya. Woya is my wife, Gaji clarified. Good to know, Leif said. Do the others know the way here? Inoli does, the shaman said. Why? If nobody did know, I think the wards would allow me to guide them, Leif replied. Powerful magic, Gaji said. Maybe, Leif conceded. But it's also something that needs to be reinforced. I'm planning on setting another ward halfway between the inner and outer wards. You think that will reinforce what you have already done? Gaji asked. That or join them together, Leif answered. Either way, it'll strengthen the wards. That is something we need, Dayani said. So does every other village and homestead in the region. Dayani is correct. You could become very wealthy just by making these wards, if that is your desire, Gaji said. Being wealthy would be nice, but I don't just want to make wards and charge people a lot of money for them, Leif replied. You would give them away, Dayani asked. Leif couldn't tell if she was relieved or horrified at that idea. He said as much, making her and her uncle laugh. Some of both, actually. You mean you like and want money too? Leif asked. Who does? Dayani quipped. Gaji nodded and took a sip of coffee. While most humans think we are above money, we're not. We need and want it as much as your people do. Shocking, Dayani asked Leif with a grin on her face. A little, though I guess it shouldn't be, Leif answered. Especially in light of the history lesson I was given last night. Live and learn, Gaji said. Dayani and Leif nodded in agreement. Here come the others, Leif announced. A few seconds later, 5 Cherokee entered the clearing on horseback. They led 2 other horses. Leif turned to them and said, "Welcome to my home, such as it is." "Thank you," a man that looked like Gaji said. Leif assumed this was Inoli. He eyed Leif for a moment. "It took a few minutes to find a way to cross some barrier." "You didn't find a way across the ward," Leif said. "I allowed you through it." "Impossible," a young man exclaimed. "No, Atsila, it is not impossible," Gaji said. "Leif craftsman is an enchanter and has enchanted the marker stones around this farm to keep it safe." "I'm an artisan actually," Leif mumbled. Diani shook her head while the other 2 young women that had joined them grinned at his comment. Introductions were made, and the horses led to the corral. Diani and Gaji briefed the newcomers on what had been discussed the night before and what agreements had been made. "This is all good news," Inoli said. "Leif, could you personalize wards for us as well?" "I think so, but I'm not sure," Leif replied. "You would need some blood of the person or people that the enchantment is keyed to," Gaji said. "I suspected as much," Leif said. "I know I need a person's blood to make a personal enchantment, but wasn't sure if a ward would be the same, though it makes sense for it to be the same since a ward is just a fixed enchantment." He thought about it for a moment. "Do you guys want to bring me stones to make the ward with?" "No," Inoli said. "We are moving our village and will rebuild on the ruins further up the mountain. We want you to ward the ruined village and key it to Gaji and myself." "Howdy neighbor," Atsila and Adohi. The other young man amongst them joked at the same time. Leif chuckled and waved at them. "But that is for later," Inoli said. "For now, we need to rescue our missing people." "As you can see, I was hitching the wagon to head down to Banner Elk to see if I could buy their debts or them if they had been enslaved," Leif replied. "Hopefully, I'll get down there before the merchants start selling them." "Yes, I will go with you as will Diani and Atsila," Inoli said. "The others will stay here and see what needs to be done to build your house. Lamasi, Maitna, and Adohi have those skills." "Much appreciated," Leif said, trying not to look at the 2 women too much. They were just as pretty as Diani was. He climbed up and took his seat on the driver's bench. Diani and her father joined him. Atsila climbed into the back. "I was thinking of building something fortified." "There is no need for that with your wards," Diani pointed out. "True," Leif replied. "We can talk about house designs later." "Fair enough," Inoli agreed. "Were any of the attackers women?" Leif asked, changing gears mentally. "2 of them," Atsila answered. "Why?" "Are they just as pretty as Lamasi, Maitna, and Diani are?" Leif asked. "Yes," Inoli replied. "You think I'm pretty?" a smiling Diani asked. "Yes," Leif answered. Her smile grew, making her father frown. "We need to hurry then. I'm sure the village brothel will want the other women." "That won't happen," Gaji said. "They will die first." "Even if collared," Leif replied. The shaman grimaced and nodded. "Go." "Maybe you should enchant your mule's hooves so he goes faster," Atsila joked. "Jake is doing just fine," Leif retorted. "We'll get there before the shops open." "But will that be fast enough?" Atsila asked. "Aren't you a warrior?" Leif asked. "Yes," Atsila answered. "Why?" "Maybe you should get out and run if Jake isn't fast enough for you," Leif said. Atsila bristled at the comment. "Enough," Inoli ordered in a stern tone of voice. In a calmer tone of voice, he said, "There is only one inn in Banner Elk unless things have changed since last harvest." "Still just the one inn," Leif confirmed. "Unless Jeb didn't tell me about another inn." "I think we'll get there in plenty of time," Diani said. "The merchant will want to attract a crowd so they can make the most money possible." "Are you sure, daughter?" Inoli asked. "It's what I would do," Diani answered. The older man nodded and said no more. "You might want to see if you can get that mule to run," Atsila said. "Why, we're almost at the gate," Diani replied. She turned to look at her cousin and her eyes widened in fear. "Greater blood flies." Inoli turned to look behind them. Leif turned his head around, but really couldn't see past Atsila. "What are greater blood flies?" Leif asked. Jake brayed and picked up speed on his own. "Swarming biting flies about 9 inches long." Inoli answered. I suppose it doesn't take many of them to kill a person or animal, Leif said. No, it doesn't, Inoli replied. The wagon has a shield and healing enchantment on it, Leif informed the Cherokee. So, we should be fine. Do you want others to know that or risk the shield breaking? Diani asked. No, Leif answered. He urged the mule to go faster. Jake started galloping or doing as close a version of it as a mule could. Just how powerful are those flies? Most are level 15, Etzilla replied. That's just great, Leif muttered. Isn't there anything low-leveled around here? Just you and Diani, Etzilla quipped. I'm not weak. I just haven't picked a class yet, Diani replied. And Leif has an advanced class, Inoli said. He is stronger than it appears, though the flies would kill him if not for his enchantments. How do you know that about me? Leif asked the older man. I know what an artisan is. I am a war chief, and I have a skill that tells me the levels of others, Inoli answered after thinking it over. Leif wanted to ask what a war chief was, but there was no time. Guards at the gate were waving and yelling at him to slow down. Inoli yelled, "Greater blood flies." Leif could see the guards pale. One rushed away. The other two guards started waving to them to hurry through the gate. The guards shut the gate once the wagon was through, and Leif slowed it down. A bell started to ring, and people started rushing inside buildings. Won't the flies go over the wall? Leif asked. Not likely, Inoli said. The flies tend to stay lower to the ground in pursuit of animals and people, Etzilla added. They'll probably buzz around out there and fly away after easier prey. That's good for us, Diani said. Something else good for us is that once the temperature drops more, they'll cease being a threat until next spring. Leif nodded and urged Jake to walk further up the street. He stopped the mule in front of the inn and set the brake. Leif also placed the halting ward on the floorboard. Diani and Inoli gave him a curious look. Just a little something to keep people from stealing my wagon and to keep Jake from wandering off if the brake fails. Oh, neat, Diani replied while her father nodded his understanding. You guys want to come in with me to look for this merchant, or do you want to wait out here? Leif asked as he hopped down from the wagon. It would probably be best for us to wait out here, Inoli answered. The guards won't mess with you, Leif asked. Inoli shook his head. Leif nodded to the others and walked towards the inn's doors. Mary was behind the bar when Leif entered the inn. Bob wasn't in sight, but that might mean the man was in the kitchen, out running errands, or sleeping. And it didn't matter since Mary should have the information he wanted. Leif walked to the bar. I see you survived a day or two at your homestead alone, the innkeeper said by way of greeting. Most thought you wouldn't make it. Good morning to you too. Good morning. Does everybody know I was up there all alone? Leif replied angrily. Mary grinned and nodded. And yes, I survived as you can see. I guess that ward thing you have really works. Your being alive cost me 5 crowns, Mary said, ignoring Leif's tone. Want some breakfast? No, I don't want breakfast, Leif said. Then the second comment hit him. Wait, people bet I wouldn't be alive this morning. Yep. Fuck, Leif all but hissed under his breath. The innkeeper grinned at him again. Can I get some information? Depends on what it is. I heard the merchant that came in late yesterday has some help available. That's true. She brought in some indentured servants with her and picked up some Cherokee that her guards enslaved after capturing, Mary said. Great. Who is the merchant and where can I find them? The merchant is Harriet Evans, and you can find her eating breakfast with Jeb over there, the innkeeper said, pointing toward a table in a corner. She's holding a big showing mid-morning unless that damn bell keeps ringing. Thanks. You were out there, what's attacking? Some greater blood flies, Leif said. That all. That all, Leif repeated. Giant biting insects doesn't warrant more than that kind of response. Nope. Build walls around your homestead and you'll be fine. I suppose, Leif replied. Thanks for the information. Uh-huh, Mary said as Leif walked toward Jeb's table. Good morning, Jeb, Leif said in greeting. Morning, Leif, the headman replied, looking a bit surprised. The merchant looked curious but didn't say anything. You survived a couple of days at your farm. Why do you look so surprised? You saw the camping ward and I did tell you it worked, Leif said. The merchant looked greatly intrigued by that comment. I reckon it's because few are as dumb or that confident to spend the night outside the village walls alone, Jeb replied, a smile on his face to take the sting out of the comment. Fair enough, I guess, Leif said, shrugging his shoulders, but I knew I would be fine. Sit and join us, Jeb said. Thank you, Leif said, taking a seat at their table. Leif craftsman, this is Harriet Evans, Jeb said, introducing the merchant. Harriet, this is our newest resident and crafter, Leif craftsman. It's nice meeting you, Leif said to Harriet. She nodded and shook his hand. So Leif, may I call you Leif? Harriet said. Leif nodded. So Leif, what sort of things do you craft? Leif noticed the gleam in the woman's eyes. She was at least 20 years older than him, if not more, but still attractive enough to turn some heads. Mostly jewelry, furniture, pottery, and some weapons and armor, Leif answered. He could see Harriet becoming even more intrigued. That's quite the range of products and skills, Harriet remarked. Most crafters just focus on one set of complementary skills and line of work. Leif here is an artisan, Jeb interjected. I'm not familiar with that class, Harriet said. Is it some kind of advanced crafter class? It is, Leif confirmed. Artisans create unique items or extremely limited runs of things. We may be able to do business then, Harriet said. That is if that is what you're here for. As I said before, Leif has a farm that was awarded to him by the crown, Jeb said, before Leif could reply to the merchant. He probably has decided that he needs help to rebuild it or turn the homestead into a crafting wonderland. Leif nodded. I do need help. Then you're in luck, a smiling Harriet said. I happen to have 20 indentured with me and 15 slaves. 5 of the slaves happen to be Cherokee too. That could be bad, Jeb said. Leif and the merchant gave him questioning looks. The Cherokee don't take kindly to having their own locked up, so I can't imagine how stirred up the rest of the band will be when they find out you enslaved them, Harriet. Oh, it'll be fine, Harriet replied dismissively. Harriet, they may go to war over this, a scowling Jeb countered. That, or at least destroy my village to get their people back. The merchant frowned. Leif looked back and forth between the two. This could be his chance to get the Cherokee without going through whatever auction Harriet had planned. There might be another option that benefits you both, Leif said. They gave Leif their attention. What are you suggesting? Harriet asked. You want to take the Cherokee after all your talk about not wanting to have anything to do with slavery? Jeb asked. Leif nodded. I do, Leif answered. You said it yourself, Jeb, my land isn't truly a part of the kingdom, so therefore not part of the village, and I can use the help. The elves will butcher you, the headman argued. Leif wouldn't tell them he had already made a deal with the elves and owed one of them his life. How would this benefit me? Harriet asked. Leif barely kept the grin off his face. Some people only cared about themselves and how they could profit from things. Leary from the brothel approached me last night after finding out I had the Cherokee. He is willing to pay a lot of money for the females. So would some of the others in the area, no doubt, Jeb said. I'll take all the elves, Leif said. I'll trade you my camping ward for them. What is this ward? Harriet asked as Jeb looked shocked. Leif felt he more than had her interest and explained what the ward was while wondering what the older man was thinking. And it can truly withstand level 40 attacks. It can, Leif confirmed. He left out that he wasn't sure how many attacks the ward could withstand though and wouldn't share that fact with the merchant. She wasn't just a merchant, but a slaver after all. If the ward failed, it failed. Leif then sat the hook by saying, the camping ward is also worth 40,000 crowns. Jeb looked at him in disbelief, while Harriet had going coins in her eyes. Leif smiled at the two. You have that much money? Jeb asked. Nope, Leif replied. He looked at the merchant. Trading my ward for the Cherokee is more than fair and heavily benefits you. I don't know, Harriet said. The brothel wouldn't give you anywhere near that much, and you know it, Leif said. You can use the ward in your travels, or you can sell it for a profit after using it to get back east. Someone else may pay more for them. A few of the adventurers have that kind of money, Harriet countered. They might, Leif agreed. But if they do, they'll want to spend it on weapons and armor, not slaves. Leif has a good point, Jeb said. He has the best offer for the elves, and you know it. You're agreeing with him because you want the elves out of Banner Elk, the merchant retorted. The headman agreed. Fine, let's draw up a bill of sale, and you can take the blasted Cherokee off my hands if your ward meets my expectations. That's if you have the thing with you. Sure, Leif agreed. He stood and shook the woman's hand. I have it with me. We have a deal, Harriet said after her guards tested the camping ward by attacking it. They found they could even shoot or throw things from inside it to attack something outside of the ward. Leif was pleasantly surprised by that detail, as it wasn't something he had considered when he created the camping ward. This thing will make our nights on the road much more pleasant. True, Leif agreed as several villagers looked on in envy. Instead of testing the ward behind the inn, the merchant had insisted the test be done in the middle of the village square, which of course had attracted a crowd. The camping ward is very useful. I don't see why you've agreed to trade it for the elves, Harriet said. A knowing look appeared on her face. You have another one, don't you? No, I don't have another camping ward, Leif replied. He was surprised that Diani and the others weren't attracting more attention. Then again, the camping ward was something none of the villagers had ever seen before, while most had most likely seen the Cherokee before. Thankfully, the merchant's guards hadn't done more than put their hands on their weapons when they had spotted the Cherokee standing beside Leif's wagon. Leif was also thankful most people hadn't recognized the wagon since it kept questions from being voiced. He thought people might just think the wagon belonged to the Cherokee. You have something more permanent? Harriet asked. Leif just smiled and turned his attention to the bill of sale. He wanted to make sure it didn't have anything he hadn't agreed to in it. I should demand to know where you got the ward from as part of your deal. But we've already agreed to terms, and you've written them out, Leif countered, holding up the piece of paper. The second copy was being held down by a rock, so the wind wouldn't blow it away. True, Harriet admitted. Will you tell me where you got the ward from anyway? Not right now, Leif answered as he signed the first copy of the bill of sale. He then signed the second one and handed it to the merchant. Harriet's signature was already on both. Come see my shop in a few months, and I'll tell you then. Once you've built this shop. Yes, ma'am, Leif replied as they both put their copy of the bill of sale into their inventories. If you'll tell me then, why not now? I have my reasons, Leif answered. If he did go through with his idea to openly sell enchanted items, he would sell some to the merchant even if he didn't agree with her morals. And if he didn't follow through with that idea, he could always tell her the bull crap story about some strange merchant in the capital like he had others. Have it your way, Harriet said. He could hear the disappointment in her voice and fought off the grin that wanted to grace his face. She handed Leif a small cylinder. This is a control wand. Do you know how to use it? No, Leif replied. He examined the wand and saw runes up and down its length. This is my first time even seeing such a device. To use it, you simply touch the emerald and order the slaves to do what you want them to do. Press the ruby to punish them, the merchant said. It really is an effective and simple device. So it seems, Leif said as he read the runes. What Harriet said was exactly what the runes spelled out. The collars and wand horrified Leif, making him shiver. Cold? Harriet asked. No, I just can't believe someone invented these things, Leif answered truthfully. What kind of person invents something like this that can so totally control another being? Someone that wanted a lot of power and money, Harriet replied. Study history and you'll see plenty of examples of similar people. Those in the history books just didn't have the ability to create slave collars and control wands. Thankfully, we live in a kingdom run by a queen that doesn't want to fully control her people. Good point on both counts. Harriet nodded. Come, let's go get your new slaves. Sure, Leif agreed as the guards gathered up the camping ward for the merchant. The camping ward disappeared into her storage bracelet. I see you looking at my storage device. I know you have that ring, but I can sell you a bracelet if you want one, Harriet said as she led Leif around the inn. My ring has more than enough space for me, Leif replied. Plus, he still had the storage chests in the back of the wagon and could always make more storage devices if he wanted to. Slaves, this is your new master, Harriet told the Cherokee, gesturing at Leif with another control wand. You will obey Mr. Craftsman in all things. One of her guards unlocked the caged wagon the elves were in and opened the door. Come on, Leif told the Cherokee with a smile on his face. Let's get you out of there and home. The Cherokee scowled at him and didn't move. The guard hit the side of the wagon with a cudgel. The elves glared at him. Leif thought if looks could kill, the guard would have dropped dead. Out now, Harriet said, using her control wand. The Cherokee obeyed. You'll have to use the wand, Leif. They're not human. I'd rather not use the wand and prefer to treat everyone the same. The guard laughed and Harriet grinned. You'll learn in time, Harriet replied. Leif shrugged and turned his attention to the Cherokee. What are your names? Leif asked them. He was afraid they wouldn't answer him. I'm Alu. The others are Chenoa, Enola, Jistu, and Kasumi. One of them answered while gesturing to herself, and then the others in turn. Chenoa and Enola were women like Alu, while Jistu and Kasumi were men. Leif felt all were around his age. Like the other Cherokee, the 5 of them were very attractive. Hopefully, we'll have time to get to know each other while heading back up the mountain, Leif said. Kasumi scoffed, making Leif grin. They would see soon enough that he meant to free them and not hold them for longer than it took to reunite with Gajii and the others. Anyway, let's get to the wagon. You have a wagon? Harriet asked. Yeah, Leif answered while nodding his head. It's around front. The one with the 3 elves standing around it? Harriet asked. The 5 Cherokee exchanged looks. Leif couldn't tell if the looks were good or bad. That's the one, Leif replied. So you're hopping to free these 5? A scowling Harriet asked. Leif nodded and she laughed. You can't just take the collars off. What do you mean? Leif asked. Once collared, the person is a slave for life, the merchant happily replied. We'll see about that, Leif said. There's always a way to undo something. That's a foolish belief, Harriet said. Leif smiled and shrugged. She entered the inn without another word. Leif shook his head and led the Cherokee to his wagon. Enoli frowned. Chief, we made a mistake, Enola said. Not another word until we're out of the village, Enoli said. Climb into the back of the wagon. Yes, Chief, the 5 collared elves replied before doing as told. They're in for it, a grinning Atsila told Leif before climbing into the back of the wagon. Father is upset, but he's really just glad to have them back, Diani confided to Leif. People talked and pointed as Diani and Enoli climbed up and sat on the bench. Is there anything you guys want to buy while we're here? Leif asked. No, Enoli answered. All right, I need to buy some hay for Jake before we leave, Leif said. The chief nodded, and Leif walked toward the general goods shop. Your dad is really giving them an earful, Leif told Diani as they rode back up the mountain. They were about halfway back to the farm, and Enoli had been lecturing and all but yelling at the 5 collared Cherokee since they had left Banner Elk. At first, he merely turned around to blister them. Then he moved into the back of the wagon, and things really got going. Yeah, he is, Atsila agreed. He had moved up front a few seconds after the chief had moved to the back. Father is just happy they're safe and unharmed for the most part, Diani said. This is his way of showing he cares. I guess that makes sense, Leif replied. He really didn't know since he had lost his parents before they got to see him making a lot of dumb mistakes. Leif's eyes teared up as he once again thought he was responsible for their deaths. Leif, what's wrong? Diani asked. Leif wiped his eyes and shook his head. Nothing. You're a terrible liar, Diani replied. Leif shrugged. Inoli and Gajai will give you a lecture about bottling up your feelings and not telling the truth, Atsila said. It'll include something about the foundations of a good relationship. And you don't want them to do that, a grinning Dayani added. Leif inhaled a deep breath. I was just thinking of what it would have been like to have someone care about me that much. You don't have anyone? Atsila asked. Leif shook his head, causing the cousins to exchange a look. No family at all. Not since Edenton was raided a little over 3 years ago, Leif said. Make that almost 4 years ago now. This year has flown by. I'm sorry, Dayani and Atsila said at the same time. It's in the past, Leif said, dismissing their words. Doesn't seem like you've come to terms with your loss, Dayani said. Leif could hear sympathy in her voice. He turned his head to face her and saw the same sympathy in her brown eyes. Talking about things will help. It's true, Atsila said. Leif could see and hear his sympathy as well. Dayani took the reins from Leif and handed them to Atsila. Not going to give me a choice? Leif asked. Dayani smiled and shook her head. Don't make Dayani nag you, Atsila said. You really don't want that. I don't nag, Dayani said, punching her cousin in the shoulder. Leif laughed. That hurt, Atsila complained. Good, Dayani replied. Leif found himself liking the cousins more and more and hoped this was the start of a friendship with them. The same could be said for their uncle, but he wasn't sure how he felt about Inoli yet. Dayani's father was stern to say the least, but maybe that was part of the price of leadership. Do you really want to hear about my past? Leif asked. Yes, Dayani simply said. Dayani is a good listener and offers good advice, Atsila said. That's one reason Uncle Gajai wanted her to follow his path. Have it your way, Leif said. He told them about his nightmares and thoughts that his interest in Stephanie, Edenton's mayor's daughter, led to the destruction of the village and deaths of most of the villagers and his parents. He never noticed the silence in the back of the wagon, nor that Dayani had hugged him and still held him long after they had arrived at the homestead. That village's destruction and the deaths of those people, including your parents, is not your fault, Dayani said once Leif was done talking. You can't control the actions of others. You also can never know what evil lies in the heart of men, no matter if they are human or elf, Inoli said. Greed is a powerful motivator. Leif startled and Dayani let him go. Leif looked around and saw that all the Cherokee had teary eyes. This included Gajai and the others that had stayed at his homestead. Some offered him smiles while others nodded at him. Why are you guys crying? Leif asked. We feel and share your pain, Gajai answered from beside the wagon. What my brother and niece said is true. You cannot control what others do, nor can you control how greedy, evil, lustful, or hateful they are. But if I never made that necklace and gave it to Stephanie, they would still be alive, Leif objected. You don't know that, Inoli said. Perhaps the merchant your parents used as a cutout sold them out or was tortured. There is also the chance it was just a raid of the village by opportunistic bandits, Adohi offered. Pirates, Atsila said. The other elf looked at him in confusion. You know the guys with peg legs and eye patches. Since this Edenton was a coastal village, odds are it would have been pirates instead of bandits. Leif and a few others laughed. Idiots, Chenoa muttered, making others laugh even more. Leif, think on this. Even if your gift to that girl was what sparked the raid on your old village, it isn't your fault. It doesn't matter if she showed the gift to others. Someone else may have known your family's secret. Raids generally aren't done on the spur of the moment, Gajai said, after the laughter died down. Besides, we can only control what we do, not what others do. Another thing to think about is that even if you had never made the necklace, the raid still could have happened as my brother said. Monsters could have attacked the village, or even a hurricane could have wiped the village out, Inoli said. Leif knew what they were telling him was true, so nodded his understanding, even if he felt like it was his fault. Tomorrow is not promised to us, so just live life and enjoy it as best you can. You can always talk to one of us if you want to as well, Dayani added. That's right, Atsila agreed. We are going to be neighbors after all. What do you mean? Jistu, and Kasumi asked at the same time. We are going to rebuild the village up the mountain, Inoli answered. The 5 collared elves didn't look happy about that. I have made my decision, and it is final. Leif, will you be all right? Gajai asked. Yeah, I think I will, Leif said after thinking about it. Take the time you need, Inoli said, but I do hope you can remove the collars tomorrow. I'll need to study the collars first, Leif said, happy to have the subject change. Do that in the morning, Gajai said. Leif nodded. The older man patted his shoulder and looked up at the southern sky. A storm is coming. It would be best to sleep in the stable tonight. You must be joking, Inola said. I'm not, the shaman replied. Leif enchanted it, and it is the strongest structure around. We've stayed in worse, Lamasi said. Inoli nodded and gave orders to the others. Leif watched 2 of the younger Cherokee lead Jake and the wagon to the stable as Gajai and Inoli huddled together. Leif, promise me that you won't bottle up your feelings and will talk to me, Dayani said, after only she remained with Leif. I don't know if I can do that. You better. Why? For one, because I care and won't be your friend otherwise, Dayani said. Leif laughed. And the second reason is I won't be your merchant partner if you keep things from me. What? Oh yeah, your life is still mine according to custom. So there's that too. What? Leif asked in confusion. I thought we settled that life debt. You heard me, Dayani replied, a huge grin on her face. I've made my mind up that I'm going to be a merchant and just sell your wares in addition to what our craftsmen make if they want me to. I don't know what to say, Leif said. Honestly, he was relieved. Not having to deal with customers was something he very much wanted. Thank you is a nice starting point, Dayani said. Thank you. You're welcome, Dayani replied, a bright smile on her face. Now I just need to go tell my father. He'll be happy with my decision, I think. We can discuss the terms of our partnership later. Sure, Leif replied. She smiled again and walked off after her dad and uncle. Leif felt more confused than before, but that might be just the effect a pretty girl had on him. He snorted a laugh. Leif walked to the edge of the clearing and sat down. He had to admit the talk had made him feel better despite how he still felt. Leif promised himself he would think long and hard about what the Cherokee had said. Perhaps the elves were correct, and the raid on Edenton didn't have anything to do with him or would have happened anyway. Besides, he would never know for sure no matter if it was his fault or not. Maybe it was best to just let the past go and live life. Leif, we're not letting you cook ever again, Dayani told him that night. That soup was my best effort yet, Leif protested. Which is why you're not going to be allowed to cook again, Atsila said. Agreed, Inoli and Gajai chorused. I wouldn't feed that to a dog if I had one, Adohi added. Thanks, guys, Leif testily said. The Cherokee laughed. There are always things we aren't good at, Inoli said. Leif, cooking is one of yours. Don't worry, Leif. Atsila, Adohi, Ilu, Chenoa, Inola, Jistu, and Kasumi can't cook either, Dayani said. The elves laughed again. The talk became good-natured ribbing and easygoing conversation until the storm hit. Are storms usually this bad? Leif asked Gajai a few minutes past midnight. The others were asleep or just laying quietly in their bedrolls. Sometimes, but not normally this late in the year. The farmers will be upset, but the land needed the rain, the shaman replied as wind and rain slashed the outside of the stable. Thunder rumbled immediately after lightning flashed just beyond the edge of the ridge. This is a rare storm. My ancient ancestors would have said the storm was brought to us by thunder beings answering our prayers for rain, or the thunderbird if we were going to war. You don't believe that? Leif asked. No, in fact, none of us do anymore. We know that storms are a part of the natural cycle, Gajai answered. Leif nodded. I should have enchanted the ward to withstand the weather too, Leif said. And then you might have killed the land, Gajai countered. Storms such as this are a part of the natural cycle. In other words, I should just grin and bear it, Leif replied. You got it, Gajai agreed. The older man laughed. Thank you, Leif said. What are you thanking me for? Earlier, Leif replied. Thank you for the talk. Feeling better. I am, Leif answered. I need to thank the others too. Good, you don't have to do that. I know, but I feel like I should. You're learning, the shaman replied. Leif laughed. Get some sleep, because you have a busy morning ahead of you. Right, those collars won't unenchant themselves. You really didn't have to thank us, Alu told Leif as he examined the collar around her neck after breakfast the following morning. I felt I did, Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. He was doing his best not to stare at Alu's pouty lips and focus on the collar. Judging by her smile, he wasn't succeeding, and she knew it. Alu stopped teasing Leif, Atsila said. What teasing? The young woman asked. Leif noticed she winked at Atsila. You know what you're doing, Atsila replied. You're no fun, Alu countered, pouting at the other elf. He needs to focus on the collar, not your lips, Atsila said. Leif shook his head and grinned, surprised that he hadn't blushed. Alu giggled and Leif returned his attention to the slave collar. The collar was the same as the others as far as the enchantment went. The only differences between them were the blood used to bind the collars to the person. The enchantment was quite simple, and Leif felt he could disable it easily enough. Hold still, Leif told Alu as he moved behind her again, unsheathing his belt knife. What are you doing with that knife? Alu asked. I'm going to use it to help remove the collar, Leif answered. He used the knife to pry the sapphire in the collar off it, and then sheathed the blade. The gem disappeared into his inventory. He then painted a bit of bobcat blood over the runes and willed his intent into the collar. You have removed an enchantment from this slave collar. This collar is now nothing more than an iron band. Value, 25 crowns. Leif smiled, dismissed the notice, and unhooked the clasp. You're free. Thank you, Alu gushed. She turned and hugged Leif. A second later, she kissed his cheek. I'm not kissing Leif or hugging him, Jistu said. Me either, Kasumi agreed. Chenoa and Enola exchanged a look and nodded. We'll hug and kiss him if he goes ahead and takes these collars off us before he does you too, Chenoa told the guys as Enola smiled. How about our offer, Leif? Get off him, Alu, Diani said as she joined them. She turned to the other two girls. And what offer? Atsila, Jistu, and Kasumi laughed, looking quite pleased with the situation. Alu grinned and kissed Leif's cheek again, while Chenoa and Enola just smiled. I think I can remove 2 collars at a time, Leif said into the silence after Alu walked a few feet away. Is anyone going to tell me about this offer, or do I have to guess based off Alu's expression? Diani asked. Guess away, Alu replied. Her grin threatened to split her face. The grin left her face as Diani correctly guessed. I swear you and Atsila share some kind of telepathy. There's no other way you could have guessed. The others laughed, including Leif. You're wrong, Diani said. You forget we've known each other since we were little kids and that I know how you 3 are now. I'm not that bad, Alu protested. Me either, Enola said. I know I'm not bad, Chenoa said. You're all teases, Diani countered. The other 3 girls shared a look and agreed with her. Diani grinned. Leif noticed the guys were smiling and laughing as well, and a little surprised they weren't jealous about the girls, teasing and flirting with him. I wouldn't change you if we could either, and love you 3 just the way you are. That's nice, Leif said, feeling left out, which made sense since he barely knew any of the Cherokee. Let's get these collars off, and y'all can play around all you want. That's a great idea, Inoli said, joining them. But there won't be any play. We have some things to talk about, Leif, and we must prepare to return to our village. Yes, Chief, the younger elves said as one, making their elder smile. I think you should delay your journey another day, Leif said. Why is that? Inoli asked. That will give me time to make you the camping wards I promised Diani and other items, Leif answered. I also want to see if I can enchant your saddles. Going to make them more comfortable? Chenoa asked, winking at him. That would be a waste, Inoli said. No, Leif answered. I'm going to see if I can enchant protection into them. That is a fantastic idea, but one we will have to pay for if it works, Inoli said. In exchange for this, we will start gathering stone for your house's foundation. True, but one that would be worth it, Leif said. Agreed, the chief replied. We still need to discuss the ideas for my house, Leif said. We will once you're done with the collars, Inoli replied. Leif nodded his agreement. I'll also see if I can make them more comfortable, Leif said, winking at Chenoa. She smiled. He grinned and shook his head. So, who's next to get their collar removed? I promise not to stab you with my knife. Atsila, I have a question, Leif said after the others went about their assigned tasks after he had removed the collars. What is it? Why aren't you guys upset about the way Alu and the others tease and flirt with me? Simple. We're all part of the same clan and won't marry within the family. You're all related, Leif asked. Atsila laughed. No, but it is ancient custom to consider all members of a clan close family, and we still follow that rule. Oh, so you guys only marry other clans? You got it. In ancient times, it was only allowed for a man to court a woman, and once married, the man moved in with the woman's clan. But for centuries now, if the same sex wants to marry, that is allowed, and they can choose which clan to live with. That makes sense. It does, and just in case you're wondering, polygamy is not allowed except for rare occasions. When that happens, the wife's cousin, sister, or niece are the only acceptable choices for a second wife, Atsila said. Leif's eyes widened in shock, making Atsila laugh. I have no interest in trying to please multiple wives at one time, Leif said. You're smarter than you look, Atsila replied, grinning. He winked. And in case you're wondering, none of the girls in our clan would allow a second wife in the first place. They can be very jealous. Good to know. Oh yeah, and if you want to court one of the girls, you'll have to earn the approval of our clan grandmother, Atsila said. Leif shook his head. But on second thought, that should be easy for you since you can just enchant something to wow her. I'm not ready for marriage, and don't think I want to move again. You don't have to worry about moving. Once we claim the village up the mountain and rebuild it, we'll consider your land our land, Atsila said. Really? Going to try to force me off? No, Atsila laughed. Your words prove you're a powerful shaman and no clan would want to piss you off. Good to know, Leif laughed. I'm not sure about this whole shaman thing though. You have what we consider magic, so you're a shaman even if you're not a traditional shaman. I suppose I get that. Don't worry about it. It's not really important, Atsila said. Leif nodded. But what I was getting at is that your homestead is close enough that the clan would consider your home in our lands. Ah, I can see that since Gajai already said as much, Leif replied, putting the collars in his inventory. He would melt them down once he had a forge. Can I ask you something else? Sure. Dayani said my life was still hers. Was she serious? Was she smiling or grinning and saying she wanted something when she said that? Yeah. Then odds are she was joking and trying to use that to get her way. Dayani can be a bit bossy, but she's not the type to hold a debt over someone, Atsila said. What did she want? Said she was going to be my merchant partner, Leif replied. Atsila raised an eyebrow in question, making Leif laugh. I don't mind since I really don't want to deal with customers. That's understandable. Is that the only reason you don't mind? I feel I can trust her since she saved my life. True, you can, but I was wondering about your attraction to her. Yeah, I'm attracted to Dayani, Leif admitted. He hoped Atsila was right and that he could trust Dayani and the rest of them for that matter. I'm also attracted to the other girls in your group. Can't say I blame you. They're all pretty. I would say stunning or beautiful instead of merely pretty, Leif replied. Atsila laughed, making Leif laugh as well. Well, I'm going to talk to Inoli and whoever about my house. Have fun. I'm off to help collect stone. How are you guys going to do that? Leif asked. Drag them by horse. You can take Jake and the wagon if you want to, Leif said. I'll just need to get the chests out first so you have more room. Thanks, Leif. That will be a big help. Inoli, Gajai, Lamasi, Maitna, and Adohi were gathered at the ruins of the house looking down into the basement. They had removed the floorboards of the ruined house at some point. The basement was a large rectangular, stone-lined hole in the ground. Something going on? Leif asked. No, we were just discussing the foundation of your house, Inoli said. You want to rebuild the house on top of the basement? Leif asked. We do, Maitna said. The basement is solid. The only thing that needs to be done is to dry it out and replace the support posts for the rest of the house, Adohi added. Using the existing basement and foundation would save a lot of work and time. Being built or rebuilt here would give the house a fantastic view of Banner Elk and the mountains further south too, Lamasi said. Leif followed her gaze and looked out over the village below and then to the mountains beyond. Lamasi, you have a great point, Leif said. That is one amazing view. Yeah, it is, Gajai agreed. Maitna and Adohi made a good point too, Leif said. If the foundation and basement are sound, there's no need to build a new one. Leif, you said you had plans for your house, Inoli said. Are these just ideas in your head or something else? A rough sketch, Leif replied. He showed them the sketch of the fort structure he had made while in Wilkesboro. That is what I was thinking of. The elves exchanged looks and Leif could tell from their expressions they didn't like the sketch at all. Lamasi and Maitna looked like they were fighting to not laugh. So was Adohi. You based this off Wilkesboro? Inoli asked. Yeah, Leif answered. If you hadn't warded the entire homestead, this might be acceptable, Gajai said. But as we talked about before, you don't need such a fortification. So what are you suggesting? A normal farmhouse? Leif asked. We were thinking a traditional cabin built on the stone foundation, Adohi replied. Can any of you draw what you have in mind and show me? Leif asked. I can, Maitna said. Leif thought she was a much better artist than he was. She drew 3 different designs in Leif's notepad. The first was a single-story, small one-bedroom cabin, not counting the basement. The framed building also had a covered porch on the front side. Maitna pointed out that the chimney would have to be rebuilt since it had been destroyed. The problem with this one is if you ever get married, you'll have to add a lot onto it, Maitna said. Most of our younger people live in such cabins until they get married after they move out of their parents' home, Inoli stated. The second design Maitna drew was like the first, except it had a second story for a single-room loft and a second covered back porch. The third design looked more like a traditional house to Leif. It had 3 bedrooms, 2 downstairs and 1 upstairs. Instead of a back porch, the rear of the house had a deck. Most families live in a variation on the third design, Lamasi said. Which do you like, Leif? I like the second design, Leif decided. Since I can enchant chests and closets for storage, the basement can be turned into another bedroom or 2 if needed. That makes a lot of sense, Gajai said. What about your workshop and forge? I had considered using the basement, but a separate building a few feet away from the house would be best, Leif said after thinking about it. A covered walkway could be added off the back of the house. You mean front of the house, don't you? Adohi asked. The back will be facing the ridge. Oh, well, in that case, we can just make a wraparound porch and put the walkway off whatever side, Leif said. Now, I need to get working on your enchanted items. Need any help? Inoli asked. No, thank you. The stakes for the camping ward are simple to make, Leif answered. I will need whatever jewelry you guys wanted enchanted, though. Diani will bring it to you after you finish with the camping wards, Inoli said. That works for me, Leif replied. He walked to the stable to retrieve some metal for the stakes. The Cherokee ended up staying another 2 days. In that time, they helped Leif make a small forge from stone gathered from his land. The forge was 3 feet round and 3 feet tall. Stones had been laid on the ground in front of and under it. They had also built a covering for the forge like the one in Raleigh had. In return, Leif enchanted jewelry to protect and heal each member of the band as well as their saddles. The saddles would protect and heal their mounts. Leif had also added the mid-layer ward during that time and created a new, stronger amulet for himself. It didn't merge the other wards like he thought it might. Instead, it reinforced them, which was fine and something else he had considered possible. When we return, some of our people will start on your house, Inoli told Leif from horseback. You could build your own houses first, Leif said. I'm going to build a room in the loft in the stable to sleep in. Don't worry about us building your house first. We will also be working on our houses as well, Inoli replied. We have enough people to do both. I have a treadle saw and lathe that you can use, Leif said. We have 2 of each, Gaji said. Yours would still be a welcome help. I'm going to enchant mine, Leif said. To do what? The shaman asked before his brother could. To power themselves, Leif answered. And for the saw blade to stay sharp, Diani asked. Yes, Leif replied. Would you enchant ours if yours works the way you hope they do? Inoli asked. Yes. We will compensate you for that, the chief said. I know, Leif replied. And while I would love to help build my house, I think it would be best if I make the wards around your village when you return. You don't want to do that while we're gone? Diani asked. I do, but I've learned my lesson about wandering the wilderness on my own, Leif answered. She smiled and nodded. So did her father and uncle. Good, Inoli said. We'll return in a week with our whole clan. The wards can wait until we set up camp, especially since you don't know where the ruined village is. Good point. Gaji, I have thought of another question I wish to ask, Leif told the shaman. Ask and I'll try to answer, Gaji replied. Do you know why enchanters are feared and locked up? By your kingdom, the shaman asked. Leif nodded. That one is easy to answer, Inoli said. Your nobility and church want power and wealth. Enchanters can give them both. My brother speaks true, Gaji said. Those in power want to stay in power. They also want comfort and security, which enchanters can also give them. What better way to keep your wealth and power than to prosecute and enslave those that could make things more equal for everyone if they chose to? Huh, Leif replied. They did have a good argument. Bryce Young never showed fear or hatred toward Leif, just greed. Think about it, Inoli said. We need to go. I'll think about it when I have time, Leif promised. Safe travels. I'll see you when you return. The Cherokee said their goodbyes and left. Only Jistu and Kasumi had stayed standoffish to him. Leif assumed they were holding a grudge against humanity for being enslaved. Ilu, Chenoa, and Enola had flirted and teased him a lot, especially whenever Diani, Lamasi, and Maitna were close by. Then again, Lamasi and Maitna had started doing the same when the other girls were near as well. He supposed it was a game they played and was thankful Diani didn't join them. That said, he did like and enjoy the attention. Focus, Leif muttered to himself. He went to the stable and pulled the treadle saw and lathe from the storage chests. Leif considered how he wanted to enchant them. For the saw and lathe to work for anyone once enchanted, they would need a control of some sort. He could add a switch or use a gemstone as the control. The gemstone would be best since it could also store energy to power the enchantment instead of having to siphon the energy from the surrounding environment all the time. That should work nicely, Leif told himself. I'll have to forge a gem holder though. Leif walked to the new forge and stopped. He didn't have any coal and hadn't ordered any from a merchant either. The Cherokee had left some firewood, which he could make do with even if it wouldn't burn as hot or as efficiently as coal. Leif smacked his forehead and smiled. I don't need coal because I can enchant the forge to burn by itself, Leif told himself. He walked back to his wagon and sat in the back of it. He pulled his gemstones out of his inventory and started sorting the rubies from the rest of the gems. Leif decided to use the largest ruby to power the enchantment and flame once he found it. Leif used his blow lamp to heat some of the carbon steel scraps he had left over after he made weapons to make a holder for the ruby. Leif enchanted the holder and ruby to withstand extremely high temperatures. He put the lamp back in his inventory and checked his notices. You have created an enchanted gemstone holder and ruby. This carbon steel holder will not melt and will adhere permanently to whatever it is placed against. This ruby will not break and will withstand extreme heat. Value, 2,500 crowns. That will do nicely, Leif mumbled. He piled more stone around the forge. Leif climbed onto the forge and placed the holder in the center. He then used a half vial of bobcat blood to paint lines around the forge, the extra stone, and connect to the ruby. Leif also used a few drops of his own blood on the ruby. He then willed his intent into the forge and ruby. Leif fell to the ground and blacked out. How did that happen? Leif asked himself after regaining consciousness and sitting up. He drank from his canteen and looked at the forge. It looked different. The forge now had a half dome rising from the back and extending 2/3 of the way over it. A stone arch surrounded the opening and extended to the stone floor under the forge. A chimney rose from the back of the dome and disappeared just past the roof. Leif walked around the forge and looked up. The chimney extended a foot over the roof. The roof butted right against the chimney. Upon closer examination, the stone looked completely smooth and seamless. This is impossible. Leif noticed the sun was starting to set, which meant he had been unconscious for over half the day. His stomach rumbled. He hadn't eaten since breakfast and needed to do so soon, but he wanted to check his notices first. You have created a mana forge. A mana forge uses the energy, mana, that surrounds everything to burn brighter, hotter, and faster than other mundane energy sources allow. This forge is mentally controlled to increase or decrease heat. Igniting and extinguishing the forge is also mentally controlled. This forge is bound to Leif craftsman. Value, 500,000 crowns. Holy shit, Leif exclaimed. He checked his skills after dismissing the notice. Class, level 6 artisan. Skills. Enchanter, level 7. Crafter, level 4. Jeweler, level 2. Ceramist, level 1. Woodworker, level 1. Blacksmith, level 3. Weaver, level 1. I've gained 2 levels to my class, and my enchanter, crafter, and blacksmith skills, Leif said aloud. His stomach rumbled again, and he dismissed the information. Jake brayed at him too. Yeah, I know it's supper time. I'll feed you first, Jake. The tools will have to wait until tomorrow. Leif finished hitching Jake to the wagon the next morning. He turned his eyes to the forge and gazed at it. Leif walked over and sent the mental command to light the forge. He watched and smiled as a red flame appeared. Leif commanded the forge to increase in heat. The fire changed from red to orange to yellow. Leif commanded the forge to increase the heat again. The fire became white and then blue. Holy, Leif muttered. He quickly backed away from the heat and commanded the forge to cool. After a few minutes, he extinguished the flame. Leif grinned and walked to the wagon. Jake, I think I'm really going to love that forge. Leif started paying more attention to his surroundings just as soon as Jake started pulling the wagon onto the main trail and out of his wards. Leif spotted a marker stone about halfway to the first switchback. He grinned as an idea took hold and stopped the wagon. Leif looked around and spotted another marker stone a few feet away, covered up by weeds and tall grass. Jake, I hope you don't mind being patient on the way down the mountain, Leif said to the mule. I'm going to enchant the marker stones and any other big rocks that are needed so the trail is warded. The mule didn't respond, and it wasn't like Leif had expected him to. Birds were chirping and singing all around them, so Leif felt safe enough. Besides, the wagon was enchanted, and he had his new amulet, which could withstand level 40 attacks. You have created a concealed overlapping defensive ward. The ward will withstand attacks up to level 30 on its own. When joined with the rest of the single wards that comprise the overlapping defensive ward, the combined ward will withstand attacks up to level 50. The combined ward will repair itself as long as one of the single wards is active. This ward will be hidden from most people. Value, unknown. So some people will be able to detect the ward, and it's not as good overall as my property wards, but good enough to protect people on the trail going to my property, Leif said as he dismissed the notice. It was nearing mid-morning, and they had only made it as far as the 4th switchback. Thankfully, the 4th switchback was the last switchback. The rest of the turns on the trail were gentler. He climbed back about the wagon and sat on the bench. He took a few swigs of water from his canteen and returned it to his inventory. "This is really beautiful land," Leif said aloud while looking around. He was falling in love with the mountains and felt he could happily spend the rest of his days here. "And I only have between 10-12 stones more to enchant, if the spacing holds all the way to the village." Jake snorted. Yeah, let's go." "This bridge needs some work," Leif muttered while crossing the creek that crossed the trail and ran down the mountain toward Banner Elk. The bridge creaked a lot. He stopped the wagon and engaged the brake once across. Leif climbed down and walked back to the wagon-length bridge. His eyes widened in surprise while he examined the bridge. The bridge was in worse shape than he had suspected, to put it lightly. The wood was old and worn. He saw several broken and rotted boards. Several others looked to barely be hanging on. "I'm amazed this thing has lasted this long," Leif said. He pulled out the vial of Highland's bobcat blood he was using to enchant the marker stones and painted some on the bridge in 3 or 4 spots. He used more blood to paint lines joining the spots together. Leif willed his intent into the connecting spot he had drawn. "You have created a warded bridge. This bridge will withstand attacks up to level 30 in strength. The bridge will repair itself, including existing damage. The ward will also reinforce the surrounding concealed overlapping defensive ward. Value unknown." "That will do quite nicely and keep the bridge in good repair," Leif told Jake as he walked back to the wagon. He could feel the overlapping ward around them and smiled. Leif gave the mule an apple as a treat. "Leif, what are you doing?" a stern voice asked. "It's dangerous to just stop and give your mule a treat like that." Leif started and looked up. Mace and his team had stopped a few feet from him, staring at him. Leif didn't see their horses. Mace glanced toward the bridge but didn't say anything. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Leif asked. "Hunting and training," Lynn answered. "How about answering Mace's question?" "I'm taking a break and giving Jake a treat," Leif replied. "The birds are singing and chirping, as are the insects, so there's no predator around. Well, other than you guys, so we're fine." "Who told you that?" Mortimer asked. "The Cherokee," Leif answered. "You believe you're slaves?" Lynn asked. "They could be trying to get you killed." "I don't have any slaves," Leif said. "The whole village knows you bought the elves," Harper said. "I freed them," Leif said, pulling out one of the collars from his inventory and tossing it to the adventurers. "Hey," Mortimer exclaimed as he caught and dropped the collar. He frowned. "It just feels like metal." "That's because that is all the collar is," Leif said. "I removed the enchantment." "How did you do that?" Mace asked. "Took off the gems." "It can't be that simple," the party leader objected. "Mace is correct. If it was that simple, there would be no slaves," Harper said. "That's what I did," Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. He wasn't prepared to tell the others about his secret until he sounded them out or was safely on his property. "I was then able to take the collars off the Cherokee and let them go." "You gave up your camping ward just to free the labor you bought with it?" Mortimer asked in disbelief. "Yeah." "Moron," the rogue muttered. Leif grinned. Mortimer's response was what Leif suspected most people's would be. "Why would you do that?" Mace asked. "I owed a life debt and had to repay it," Leif answered. "What is that?" Harper asked. "I've never heard of a life debt before." "You guys heading back to the village or want to stay out here?" Leif asked. "You can ride with me unless your horses are nearby, and I'll explain the life debt and why I freed the Cherokee." "We'll go to the village with you," Mace said. "We left our horses in the guild's stable." "All right, let's go," Leif said. He thought he would also ask the adventurers how they felt about enchanters before reaching the village. "Oh yeah, I'll be making stops where the marker stones are so I can make sure they're where they're supposed to be." "Why?" Harper asked. "Just want to make sure things are where they're supposed to be." "This guy is nuts," Mortimer murmured. "Maybe you're not nuts," Mortimer admitted once Leif finished his story. "I'm not any more crazy than the next guy," Leif said as he stopped the wagon at the next marker. He only had a few more to go. He glanced at the grinning adventurers. "Okay, I'm not crazier than the average person," You guys are nuts. Says the guy doing whatever to those marker stones. Lin replied as Leif did whatever he had been doing at each marker stone. What are you doing to them? Mace and Harper asked at the same time. Just checking them. Leif lied after willing his intent into the stone. You're a bad liar, Leif, Harper said. It looks like you're brushing them and then placing your hand on them, Mace said. Does it? Leif asked, dismissing the notice. He smiled and nodded in agreement. And yeah, I'm a bad liar. Yep, on both counts, Mortimer replied. Lin agreed as Leif returned to the wagon. Leif sighed and urged Jake to get going again. I'll tell you guys what I've been doing later. Why not tell us now? Harper asked. Are you afraid to? Mortimer added. Perhaps, Leif replied to the rogue. He didn't want to admit it, but part of him was afraid to tell others the truth despite his ever-increasing desire to enchant out in the open. Harper, I want to finish what I'm doing before I tell anyone. Then go ahead and tell us what you're doing, Lin said. Why wait? How do you guys feel about enchanters? Leif asked, seeming to ignore the questions. What a way to change the subject, Mortimer complained. Leif grinned. I'd love to meet one, Mace answered. It would be extremely nice to have someone to buy enchanted weapons and armor from instead of having to hope to find something in a dungeon. The others nodded in agreement. And those camping ward things, Lin said. Don't forget storage devices and shielded and healing items, Mortimer said. I'd want them to make me something that makes my bed always comfortable and cool, Harper said. Oh, and clean. That goes for clothing too, Mace said. Well, the clothing and bed would just have to always be comfortable temperature-wise, since it gets cold up here. Everyone laughed. Why do you ask, Leif? Lin asked. Just something I've been thinking about. What do you mean, why think about enchanters? Harper asked. Do you know one? Why has the church and nobility always told us enchanters were bad or evil? Leif replied. I know there are stories about enchantments going terribly wrong, but I've never seen that happen and nobody has issues with storage devices or anything else they can find or buy that is enchanted. Nobles and rich merchants want every enchanted item they can find too, Harper said. The others agreed. Other than stories about villages and towns being destroyed or creating monsters, I've never heard of another reason that enchanters need to be locked up, Mace said. Isn't that enough? Mortimer quipped. What if those stories are just stories made up so the nobility can keep enchanters to themselves? Leif asked. Why would they do that? Lin asked. Money and power, Leif answered. He explained briefly what Gajai and Anoli had said to the adventurers. That honestly makes a lot of sense, Mace said. Those in power never want to give it up, Harper added. Or their money, Mace added to nods from the others. That's what the Cherokee chief and shaman told me, a smiling Leif replied. You like them, don't you? Harper asked. I do, Leif answered, stopping the wagon at the next marker. They're good people. All of this is related, isn't it? Mace asked as Leif walked to the marker and started doing whatever he was doing to it. Leif nodded. Are you going to tell us or make us guess? Lin asked. Come back up to the homestead with me after I get done at the sawmill and I'll tell you then, Leif said. Seeing the looks on their faces, he continued. I won't tell you until I'm back on my property. Is this a way to get an escort for free? Mortimer asked. Leif shook his head. That works for me, Harper said. The others agreed as Leif sat on the bench. He nodded. Do you know where the sawmill is at? Mortimer asked. No, Leif answered. I thought I would just ask the guards for directions. Go south until you get to the mill pond. You'll see the sawmill on the left, Lin said. Is that inside the village walls? Leif asked. Yes, Mace said. While you visit the mill, we'll go get our horses and meet you back at the gate. All right, Leif agreed. Let's meet at the gate in an hour and a half. That will give me time to talk to the sawyer and make a few more stops. I could have waited to enchant the trail, Leif muttered as he engaged the brake in the sawmill's yard. Then again, If I let people come up for apples, they'll be able to use the protection. Leif shrugged and dismounted. He set a small water trough in front of Jake and filled it with water from his canteen. Leif patted the mule and left him to drink and graze on grass. An older mountain of a man watched Leif approach. Leif thought the guy had to be close to 7 feet tall and weigh well over 250 pounds. "Hi," Leif said. "I'm looking for the sawyer." The giant of a man looked Leif over. "You the new lowlander that took over the Elderberry Ridge place up the mountain?" "Yes, sir. There's a good stand of cedar up there." "I wouldn't know," Leif replied. "I haven't had a chance to explore the place yet." "You're looking lumber to rebuild," the man stated. Leif nodded. "I'm Bud Sawyer and this is my mill." Leif smiled. "You think my name and occupation are funny, boy?" "No, sir. My name is Leif Craftsman, and I'm just happy to meet someone with another straightforward name." Bud stared at Leif for a moment while stroking his beard, and then chuckled. His laughter was deep, and Leif pictured boulders crashing together for some reason. "Come on, Leif, and I'll give you a quick tour of the mill and what lumber we have available," Bud said. "We send most of this down the mountain." "Is that so?" Leif asked. Bud nodded. "I might have used some of it when I was in the capital." "That a fact?" the sawmill owner asked. Leif nodded and briefly summed up his time in the capital as Bud showed him the mill's main saw. It was water-powered. Other saws were operated by men working the treadles. They switched off with some others after a few minutes. "Not every saw uses water power?" Leif asked. "No, just the main saw for splitting logs," Bud answered. "I see the rest of your equipment is either treadle-powered or just physical labor," Leif said. "And I paid a lot for the treadle equipment and to have the water-powered saw built," Bud said as he showed Leif the lumberyard. "We need more cedar." "That's why you mentioned the cedar on my farm," Leif stated. "Yep," Bud agreed. "I'd pay good money for it." "How big is the stand of trees?" Leif asked. "An acre," Bud replied. "That's somewhere between 500–600 trees. You would cut them all down." "No, we would take about half of them depending on size," Bud replied. "That would give us anywhere from 2.5 tons to 15 tons of lumber." "That's a lot. Not as much as you would think depending on what it was used for." "How much would you pay?" Bud grimaced. "Cedar is worth between 450 and 1,000 crowns for a sound 10 or larger log." "Wow, that's a lot higher than I imagined." "We would get at least twice that on finished lumber," Bud admitted. "Cedar wood is highly valued for its beauty and durability." "I'd prefer cedar for my house and workshop," Leif said. "That's what the stable is made from or mostly from." "How many square feet is your house going to be?" Bud asked. "I'm not sure. It's just me currently, but I'm thinking about the future too." "That's smart," Bud replied. "What about the slaves you bought? Heard about that, huh?" "Yep. I freed them," Leif said. Bud gave him a questioning look, and Leif told him the same story he had told the adventurers. The big man didn't look like he really believed Leif either. "Well, I don't know how the collars work, but if that's true, you best not tell others. People won't like that if you know what I mean." "I won't tell others," Leif said. Bud nodded. "Getting back to your house, if you build a 1,000 SQFT house, you'll need at least 5 tons of wood." "Huh, I was considering offering you the rights to harvest the stand of cedar in exchange for the lumber I would need for my house. Would you be willing to use other wood for your interior walls and floors, and just cedar for the exterior?" "Yeah, I can do that. What would you recommend?" "Oak, maple, or cherry for the floors and oak, walnut, or teak for the walls," Bud said. "We don't have any teak, but we have plenty of the others." Leif replied. "That could work, got a lot of oak. For the floors and walls," Bud asked. Leif nodded. "Yeah, I do." "Supply me enough cedar and oak for my house and workshop, and you can log the rest of the stand for yourself," Leif offered. "I forgot about the workshop," Bud grumbled. "Sounds like me at times," Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. "I'll have to hire adventurers as guards while my crews work." "No, you won't. You have my word that you and your crews will be protected while on my land. Got more of those camping ward things? Something better, Leif answered, a smile on his face. Then I'll agree to your terms, Bud replied, shaking Leif's hand. Leif walked out of the butcher's shop. The butcher had been his last stop before meeting with the adventurers. He had bought some beef and pork, including a few pork chops and steaks from the butcher, some vegetables from one of the farmers in the market, a box of 250 nails from one of the blacksmiths, and 2 vials of level 38 stone, lynx blood from the alchemist. His shopping had only cost him 300 crowns, which was due mostly to the vials of blood. Leif got a moment to talk, Jeb asked. Hi, Jeb, sure. Caleb Dobbins, one of the farmers outside the village, got severely injured and I was hopping to use your wagon to take him to the healer. Would you mind? That's terrible. Is it life or death? Why doesn't the healer go to him? Leif replied. Jeb snorted. No, it's not life or death, but Caleb might lose his foot. As for the healer, he charges more to leave his shop. Can the healer do more than give a potion? Leif asked. He can set broken bones and has helped with a couple of births. Why doesn't someone just take Caleb a potion? Caleb is a stubborn old fool and refuses to take a potion his wife hasn't made. And before you ask, she passed away last winter. Oh, Leif replied. Jeb nodded. Leif wanted to help the farmer but also wanted to keep his word to Mace and his crew. He could do both, but it meant delaying his talk to the adventurers after letting them know what was going on. All right, let's go, but we need to stop by the north gate first to let Mace and his team know. Really? The headman asked. And why do you need to inform them? Yeah, and I need to let them know, because they were going back to my farm with me. Oh. Climb on up and let's go, Leif said. Jeb joined him on the bench seat. Where is Caleb's farm at? Out the south gate, and then take the first left-hand trail. It's called Dobbins Road. Leif smiled and laughed at the name of the road and farmer. The simple things in life could be the most enjoyable. He then urged Jake to get moving. Old man Dobbins is one cantankerous old ass, Mortimer said after they walked out of Tate Lodge's shop. And so is the so-called healer. Jeb frowned at the comments as the rest of them agreed with the rogue. I'll have you know, Caleb and Tate are 2 of my oldest friends. Figures, Mortimer mumbled. Jeb's frown turned into a scowl as Leif and the others fought not to laugh. Leif, would you be willing to sell your wagon to the village? Jeb asked. We'll include a new wagon of your choice in the deal. I'll think about it, Leif replied. He could always enchant another wagon even if it wouldn't be one he had worked on with his own hands. It would be a major boon to Banner Elk and help others except you, the headman said. Like I said, I'll think about it, Leif said. All right, did you decide to let people harvest the apples? I hadn't, but yeah, the villagers can harvest some of the apples, Leif replied. I want some for Jake and myself, though. Thanks, I'll let the others know, Jeb said. Jeb, I have a question or 2 of my own. I'm listening. What would happen if the Cherokee established a village nearby? What makes you ask that? Your slaves. Former slaves, and I was just wondering. Former slaves, you freed them, Jeb asked. Yes. How? The headman asked, giving Leif a suspicious look. I found a way. What about my question? The queen and her court wouldn't be happy about it since their village could potentially halt further expansion. But Banner Elk is as far as the kingdom's western border goes anyway. As I told you before, your farm isn't really part of the kingdom even if you're expected to keep paying taxes, Jeb replied. Leif could tell he wasn't happy about him, not explaining how he freed the elves. The last comment sparked laughter, though. Most of us would be fine with the Cherokee being closer, since they come in to trade anyway. I see, Leif replied. Now, if some lord gets assigned to the region and moves to the village, all bets are off. Hopefully that doesn't happen, Leif said. The others agreed with him. One last question. What do you think about enchanters? Would love to have one in the village, Jeb said, laughing. Having our walls act like that camping ward of yours would ease a lot of my worries. If you ever meet one, Send them my way, and we'll make sure they're safely hidden from the nobility and anyone else that would harm them." Leif nodded. He then asked, "Would you let the enchanter live as they saw fit, or would you try to lock them up?" Jeb scowled at him and looked really ticked off. "Leif, everyone living out here is here because we want our freedom and space, in addition to moving up in levels or trying to get rich. That is something you need to learn and respect." "I apologize for the question," Leif replied. "I hadn't considered others would feel so strongly about freedom, especially since they keep slaves." "Well, now you know. Think about the offer to buy your wagon," Jeb said, scowling once again. He then walked away. "You pissed him off," Mortimer said, "but he'll get over it." "Yeah," Leif said. "Let's get back to the farm and have that talk." "Is it just me, or are there more birds, small animals, and deer around?" Mace asked. They had spotted a small herd of deer grazing in a clearing off the trail, as well as a few flocks of birds and several squirrels and rabbits. "It does seem like there are more birds singing," Leif replied. He wondered if the animals sensed the safety the wards offered and were drawn to it. He then wondered if that meant he would have to worry about more animals on the farm and them stripping the plant life away. "Here comes a swarm of greater blood flies," Harper shouted, drawing Leif out of his musings. The group had just passed the first switchback. "And you sold your camping ward," Mortimer complained. "We should be able to outrun them," Lynn said. "You can't outrun something that flies on these switchbacks, especially in a wagon," Mace countered. "Just wait," Leif said. The deer hadn't fled until Harper shouted, nor had the birds stopped singing. The birds started back singing. "Listen." "What for?" Mortimer asked, worry clearly audible in his voice. "The birds," Harper said. Leif nodded. "They're singing again instead of flying away." "That's impossible," Lynn said, as he turned to watch the approaching swarm. The large swarm got within 200 yards and then veered off to the south. "That's even more impossible." "It was like they hit a barrier," Mortimer said. Leif grinned. The new ward worked just as well as he had hoped it would. "Why are you grinning, Leif?" Mace asked. "And why weren't you worried about the flies?" "And don't give us some excuse about the animals," Harper added. "Why weren't they afraid?" "They should have left before we even saw the flies." "That's a bit of a story," Leif said. "Cut the crap," Mortimer exclaimed, throwing a knife into the bench beside Leif, almost hitting Leif's leg. Leif jumped and pulled the knife out. He glared at the rogue. Leif sliced the knife along his right index finger and then willed his intent into the blade as his amulet closed his wound. He dismissed the notice and bent the blade over the handle. The other's eyes widened in shock and fear as he folded the knife into a harmless ball. Leif threw the metal ball to Mortimer, who let it bounce off his chest. "You're an enchanter," Mace exclaimed. "No, I'm an artisan and can enchant," Leif replied, shaking his head. He urged Jake to get moving again and called back to the adventurers. "If you want to hear my tale, follow me to my farm. Otherwise, you can go wherever you want." "Leif, we can't follow you past the gate," Harper said. She noticed the gate was fixed and no longer a broken mess. "Did you fix the gate?" "Yeah, and you can enter now," Leif said, after admitting the adventurers. He was angry at Mortimer for almost hitting him with the knife still. He fell silent while Jake took him towards the clearing. "Leif is pissed off," Mortimer said. "I wonder why," Lynn replied, rolling his eyes. "Beats me," the rogue said. "Moron," Mace said. "What did I do?" the rogue replied. "You almost hit him in the leg with your knife," Harper told Mortimer. "I didn't though and knew I wouldn't hit him," the rogue replied. "That's beside the point, you dumbass," Mace said. "You just don't go around throwing knives at people, especially those that you want to sell monster parts to and buy gear from." "Good point," Mortimer sheepishly replied. "I'll apologize when we get to the clearing." "We better catch up with Leif," Harper said. "If he had to let us onto his land, then it's most likely warded somehow, and we don't want to tick him off even more." "So," Lynn said, failing to see her point. "If Leif had to admit people onto his land, it's a safe bet that he can kick them off," Mace replied. "He can do that?" Mortimer asked. Beats me, Mace replied, urging his horse onward. But I've read stories where people that owned warded property could. Leif was putting Jake in the corral when the adventurers arrived in the clearing. He ignored them and placed the new water trough he had purchased in the village in place of the old, patched one. Leif enchanted the trough to purify and fill itself with water like his canteen did, and dismissed the notice without looking at it. The trough started filling with water and Leif nodded to himself. "There you go, Jake," Leif told the mule. "You won't have to worry about me not filling your trough anymore. I'll do the same for the smaller one I bought for your stall." He grinned. "Too bad I can't do something to feed you the same way." Leif walked away from the mule and corral as he thought about that. It should be possible to fill a bin or hopper and enchant it to pour out a set amount of grain at a time. He approached the adventurers and dismissed the thought for later after catching sight of Mortimer. "Can we put our horses in the corral?" Harper asked. Leif nodded. "Leif, I want to appall," Mortimer started to say. Leif interrupted the rogue by punching him. Mortimer fell to the ground. The others laughed. "Fuck!" Leif screamed, grabbing and holding his hand. It felt like he broke something. "What did you do that for?" Mortimer asked, after spitting blood from his mouth. "You know why he did it," Lynn said, helping his lover and friend up. "I was trying to apologize," Mortimer said. "Ever thrown a punch before?" Mace asked. Leif shook his head. "There's an art to it so you don't injure yourself. Did you break your hand?" Harper asked. "Maybe, but not anymore," Leif answered, flexing his hand as the self-inflicted injury healed. Leif turned to the rogue. "Apology accepted, and I'm sorry for hitting you." "Only because you hurt your hand," Mortimer quipped. "Partially," Leif admitted. "I accept your apology as well," Mortimer said. "So we good now?" "Unless you throw another knife at me," Leif answered, offering his hand. The two shook hands. "Let's find a place to sit, and I'll tell you guys my story." "Can we have some coffee too?" Lynn asked. "Maybe," Leif answered, a grin on his face. He still had some left after all and wouldn't drink it all himself. "That's quite the story," Mace said as the sun started to set. His team agreed with him. "So, did you come out here to get away from your past, or to enchant openly and start over?" "I'd like to say both," Leif said. "But honestly, I accepted the land to get away from the past, and I only started to think about enchanting openly a few days ago." "Well, now we know why he wanted all the monster blood we harvested," Lynn said. "How many people bought the 'you want to make your own potions' line?" "Everybody I told it to." "That's only because people are used to poor people making their own potions instead of your skill at lying," Harper replied. Leif nodded his agreement. "Leif, what did you do to the trail markers?" Mace asked. "And to your land?" "He enchanted them somehow," Mortimer replied. "But I looked at one of them carefully and never saw any runes on it." "Me either," Lynn added. "But the property markers at the gate do have runes carved into them." "I enchanted wards over my property and the trail," Leif said. "The one on the trail just keeps people safe." "Animals too?" Harper asked. "Side effect, I think," Leif answered. "I never intended to protect animals but didn't think about them when I was creating the ward either." "What is a ward?" Mortimer asked. "And why don't the trail markers have runes?" "A ward is a permanent protective enchantment that can do different things depending on what the enchanter wanted when they created it," Leif said. "I found out enchantments don't need runes, so didn't use them on the trail ward." "I take it that the one on your property allows you more control, such as allowing people on your property or not," Mace said. Enchantments not needing runes were news to him, but considering how the swarm reacted, it was true. "Yep. I get why you would ward your property, but why the trail?" Lynn asked. "Same reason," Leif replied. "Protection, plus people wouldn't come to me to buy my wares if they can't travel to the farm safely." "But how will people get on your land if they can't cross through the gate?" Mortimer asked. "I'll know when people are there and can admit them," Leif answered. "How?" Harper asked. "The ward is connected to me." "That's why you wanted to have this conversation here," Mace stated. Leif nodded. How quickly could you kick someone out? I'm not really sure, but think it would be instantly, Leif replied. He grinned. Does anyone want to help me test it? No, the adventurers chorused. Had to ask, a laughing Leif said. Are you going to make a ward for the village? Mace asked. And are you going to make more camping wards to sell? Maybe to both questions. I don't know how many people can afford the camping wards and have no idea how much warding the village would cost. Same goes for other homesteads for that matter, Leif answered. People will have to sign an open-ended agreement to pay for my work if they want their property warded. From what I've seen of the people here, I'm not sure many would agree to that, Harper said. I don't know, Mace said. All it takes is them to see how safe the wards make them to agree to pay whatever it costs to have one. Can't really put a price on the ability to live in safety. Anyone else getting hungry? Leif asked. You guys can stay and join me for supper if you like. Wait, Mortimer said. He gestured to his companions. When are we going to ask the questions we all want answers to? What questions? Leif asked. You've already found out about my secret. When will you agree to make us some enchanted equipment? The rogue asked. His friends nodded. I suppose once my future partner returns and works out a deal with you, Leif answered. Partner? Mace asked. What sort of partner? Harper asked. An elf. Diani is Cherokee, Leif confirmed. She is going to handle sales for me. Oh, Harper replied. Is she pretty? Very. Tell us more, Harper quickly said. Got a thing for her already? Nope, I'm hungry and want supper. You're going to cook? Lynn asked. Leif nodded. No offense, but I'd rather eat in Banner Elk. Leif laughed. Tell us more about this elf and I'll cook, Harper said. How about I supply free food and you cook? Leif countered. Diani can tell you more about herself once she returns. That works too, Mace quickly said. He never turned down free meals unless someone as bad a cook as Leif cooked them. Can we watch? Harper asked. Yeah, can we? Mortimer said. None of us has ever seen anything enchanted before. We haven't watched people build or modify anything either, Lynn pointed out. You can always say no, but we would appreciate being able to watch, Mace said. Are you sure you wouldn't rather have a quartz light? Leif asked, pointing at his enchanted lights sitting around the clearing. I'm sure, Harper said as the others agreed with her. You lights are awesome, but they're not pretty to look at. Harper has a point. Your quartz lights are basically just something you would stick a candle stub in, Lynn said. But you close them up to hold the crystal instead. They're functional, which is what matters, Leif countered. Leif, trust me on this, but people would rather have pretty and functional over just functional, Harper said. My lantern is a pretty design, and I like it a lot better than the guy's hurricane lanterns, which I would take long before your lights. Most people, especially women, are going to feel the same way. Harper's lantern's globe was teardrop-shaped. A small, round bronze oil pan held the oil and wick under the globe. A flower-shaped bronze cap sat on top of the globe and was connected to the pan by crisscrossing bronze wire in a spiral pattern. The handle extended out from the base of the cap. Leif sighed. She was correct and he knew it. Design and looks did matter to most people. Yes, you guys can watch. Good, Mace replied. The adventurers poured themselves some more coffee and settled around him. Leif ignored them and measured some quartz crystals against the wick opening in the lamp until he found one that fit snugly. Leif nodded to himself and retrieved his jeweler's kit hammer, a pair of pliers, and his blow lamp. What's that thing? Mortimer asked. A blow lamp, Leif answered. Did you enchant it? The rogue asked. Leif nodded. What is it used for? Melting and heating things, Leif replied. Did you make it? Lynn asked. Leif shook his head. Where did you get it? Winston-Salem, I think. A lovely merchant was selling them, Leif answered, a smile on his face. From your expression, it seems you had more than one transaction with this merchant, Mace said. Harper elbowed his side, and Mace moved away just a little. Leif's smile grew, as did his annoyance with the adventurers. It was hard to focus with them talking so much. You dog you, Mortimer said. Enough about Leif's sex life, Harper said, cutting that line of talk off. Leif, why do you need the blow lamp? I'm going to use it to melt the opening to hold the crystal. Then if I need to, I'll lightly work the bronze into a better shape, Leif replied as he activated the blow lamp. Can't you just magic the crystal to stay in place? Harper asked, wiggling her fingers. No, Leif answered, extinguishing the blow lamp. Look, guys, I don't mind you watching, but can we stop talking until I'm finished? It's hard to concentrate on what I'm doing. The adventurers nodded. Leif returned the nod and started the blow lamp again. Sorry, Leif, Mortimer said just before Leif kissed the bronze with the flame. Leif frowned at the rogue and moved the blow lamp away from the lantern. Sorry for saying I was sorry. If anyone says another word, you can all head back down the mountain and forget about getting enchanted lanterns, Leif said. I shouldn't have let you guys talk me into making them for you. Mortimer started to open his mouth again. Leif glared. Lin clamped his hand over the rogue's mouth and nodded his head. The others nodded and Leif got to work. You have created an enchanted hurricane lantern. This lantern will produce its own light. Value 500 crowns. And that's the last one, Leif said, dismissing the notice. Each lantern is worth 500 crowns. Are you charging us full price? Lin asked. You really didn't do a lot, Mortimer said. Just fitted a crystal into the wick slot and shaped the metal to hold it firmly. Then you painted a little bit of monster blood on the lanterns and did whatever enchanting does. Enchanting uses my energy or mana in addition to monster blood, Leif said, leaving out that he could use his blood as well. And that can take a lot out of me. I've passed out for hours from enchanting before. That's not good, May said. Leif shrugged. It was the price he paid, and he said as much. So you are going to charge us the full price, Harper said, shaking her left arm, so a bracelet she wore slipped toward her hand. An idea hit Leif as he looked at the bracelet. I haven't made up my mind yet, Leif replied to her absently as the idea took a firmer hold on his mind. What are you thinking about? Mace asked. He was starting not to like the way Leif stared at Harper. A new idea, Leif replied as he finalized the idea. A thin metal band with a crystal sitting in the middle would work. He stood, grabbed the closest quartz light, and walked to the stable, where his storage chests were. It's getting late, Harper said. I know, Leif called over his shoulder. You guys can go to sleep if you want, but I need to work on this idea before I go to bed. We won't be able to sleep if you're making noise, Mortimer pointed out. Leif shrugged. The forge suddenly lit up as he passed it. The adventurers surged to their feet, drawing their weapons. That's not natural. Leif, Harper called. There's something here. Back to back in a circle, Mace ordered his team. The adventurers quickly formed a circle. Leif stuck his head out of the stable. What are you guys doing? Leif called. He didn't feel any monsters within the wards or other people. Something made your forge ignite, Lin replied. Leif shook his head and disappeared into the stable again. The heck is going on? Mortimer asked. Leif calmly walked out of the stable a moment later carrying his light. You guys can relax, Leif said as he arrived at the forge. I lit the flame. Impossible, Mace replied. I don't think that word means what you think it means, Leif said as he raised an eyebrow in question. The flame beside him grew more intense, becoming a white flame. It quickly returned to the yellow flame a moment later. You did that, Harper asked. Leif nodded. How? I enchanted the forge, Leif answered. You guys don't think the Cherokee and I built something like this in a day or two, do you? It obeys you, Mace asked. Just like the wards do, Leif replied. The adventurers watched as he placed a small chrome steel ingot in the fire. Leif yawned and increased the heat some more. He didn't want to take too much time to make the bracelet. He put on his apron and gloves. Leif used tongs to remove the ingot and started to shape it into a thin band. After a while, the band started to resemble a bracelet. Leif finalized the shape and made sure it would fit his wrist. That done, he placed a small, shaped cat's eye moonstone into the center. Leif used some steel wire and the blow lamp to secure the stone. Once the bracelet was cool, Leif used some linseed oil to polish the bracelet after stamping it with his mark. He used a bit more of the bobcat blood to paint the bracelet and willed his intent into it. You have created an illumination bracelet. This bracelet will produce a soft white light. Value 1,000 crowns. Leif dismissed the notice and tested the bracelet. He turned to the adventurers after setting the bracelet down on the extinguished forge. The light stayed on until he picked up the bracelet and turned the light off. What do you guys think? I want one, Mace answered. That bracelet is a whole lot handier than a lantern. The others agreed with him even after Leif told them the value. Could you make mine a prettier design and out of a nicer metal then? Steel though, Harper asked, giving Leif a smile. I'm going to bed, Leif replied. The others laughed. None of them had woken until Jake roused Leif and the adventurers a couple of hours after sunrise. The mule had wanted out of his stall and something to eat. The adventurers' horses had started up a few minutes later. I should hire someone to tend to you, Leif muttered to the mule after leading him to the corral. Jake snorted in reply. Yeah, that would be expensive. Leif, do you have a shovel? Lynn asked. What do you want a shovel for? Leif asked in reply. To clean out the stalls our horses used. Don't worry about it. Leif, you can't let stalls get nasty, Mortimer said. Leif laughed. The two adventurers frowned at him. Then Mortimer seemed to get it and said, You enchanted the stable to clean itself. That is one of the enchantments on the stable, yes. One of the enchantments? Lynn asked. Leif nodded. The stable repairs itself, heals living animals and people in it, and can withstand attacks. That last one isn't needed so much now, but I had enchanted the stable before I created the wards. Come get breakfast, Mace called. He had cooked with Harper, only helping a little bit. Leif and the others walked over. So, are you going to make some bracelets for us today? Harper hopefully asked. She had a huge smile on her face. Going to pay for them, Leif countered, a smile on his face. And the lanterns. Yes, Mace answered. Lynn, Mortimer, and me will take steel bracelets, including the one you made last night. That's unless you want it. Leif didn't answer immediately and thought about things while eating. He had forgotten to buy a toilet and bathtub. He could build a tub, but it would be quicker and easier to just buy one. Leif knew the general store had both, as did a couple of other shops in Banner Elk. He also needed 2 sinks. Enchanting all of them would eliminate the need for a lot of plumbing and work. Besides, Leif didn't know the first thing about plumbing and doubted anyone in the village did, considering the number of outhouses in Banner Elk. As for the rest of the things he would need to turn the stable loft into living quarters, he could build them himself, except for cushioning and a mattress. That would have to be bought. All right, Mace. I'll make the bracelets out of silver for all of you, and Harper's will be a prettier design, Leif said after checking the precious metal stocks in his storage ring. The adventurers all looked happy about that, and then Mace frowned. That would raise the price, the party leader pointed out. It would, Leif agreed, but I won't charge you full value. Well, all right, Mortimer happily said. Lynn nodded in agreement. What about the lanterns? Harper asked. What I want instead of just money is for you guys to go back to Banner Elk and purchase a bathtub, toilet, a small sink, and a larger kitchen sink, Leif replied. That should run 1,000 crowns or so. We can work out the difference after that. Why do you want those things for? Mortimer asked. You don't have a house yet. I'm going to turn the stable loft into living quarters, Leif answered. That's a good idea, Harper said. Your proposal works for me, Mace said. We'll leave after we clean up from breakfast and return as quickly as we can. You'll start on the bracelets while we're gone, Lynn asked. I will, Leif replied, nodding his head. Once I'm done with them, I'll start on the loft. You think you'll finish the bracelets that fast? Mace asked. I should be done with them before you guys get back, Leif answered. The adventurers looked at him in disbelief. Leif grinned. It's a perk of my class. The men's bracelets were simple silver bands with cat's eye moonstones for jewels, just like the steel one Leif had made the night before. He dismissed the notice. You have created a silver illumination bracelet. This bracelet will produce a soft white light. Value 1,500 crowns. That's not too bad, Leif told himself. But silver is not as durable as steel, and they will be fighting while wearing the bracelets. Leif added a bit more of the bobcat blood to the bracelets and willed his intent into them. He checked the notice. You have created a reinforced silver illumination bracelet. This bracelet will produce a soft white light and stand up to a single level 25 attack. The bracelet will resize itself to fit its wearer. Value 2,500 crowns. That's much better, Leif mused as he dismissed the notice and took a short break. Now for Harper's bracelet. For her bracelet, Leif made a silver band like the other bracelets. He then added twisted silver wire around the band, making it look like a steel cable. Leif next added silver caps to the ends. Once done with the basic bracelet, he added a silver X to hold the cat's eye moonstone. Satisfied with the bracelet, Leif painted it with some bobcat blood and then willed his intent into it. You have created a reinforced silver cable illumination bracelet. This bracelet will produce a soft white light and stand up to a single level 25 attack. The bracelet will resize itself to fit its wearer. Value 3,000 crowns. Leif laughed as he dismissed the notice. He felt the adventurers at the gate and admitted them. That one took longer to make than I thought. Hopefully, Harper will like it. I love it, Harper said as she put the bracelet on. It's simple and something a warrior would wear, yet feminine. Just as I hoped, Leif said as the others returned from the stable where they had dropped off the sinks, tub, and toilet. You hadn't considered any of that at all, had you? Mortimer asked. Leif grinned and shook his head. The others laughed. Silver is that strong of a metal, though, Mace said. I thought about that on the way back up. I've reinforced the bracelets, Leif said. They can withstand level 25 attacks. That works, Mace replied. They're more expensive than I thought they would be, though. Leif shrugged. Can't be helped. I did say I wouldn't charge you full price, and I won't. That's a good thing because just the bracelets are 10,500 crowns in value, Lynn said. Your toilet and all were actually 1,500 crowns. Really? Leif asked. Yep, Harper replied. Seems there's not a lot of people asking for them, so they're expensive to get up here. Freaking savages, Mortimer said, earning laughs from the others. That still leaves 11,000 worth of enchanted items for us to deal with, Mace said, bringing the conversation back on topic. Harper hadn't taken her bracelet off, so he knew he would buy that one even if Leif demanded full value for it. I'll take 5,000 for the bracelets and lanterns, Leif said. Are you sure? Harper asked in disbelief. That's less than half value. I'm sure, Leif replied. Mace quickly pay the man before he can change his mind, Mortimer said. Leif almost laughed since he wasn't going to change his mind on the price. He settled for smiling and writing out a bill of sale. Oh, I forgot to do something to the bracelets and lanterns, Leif said. What's that? Harper asked. Hand it here and I'll show you, Leif replied. He added his maker's mark and gave the bracelets back. I had forgot to add my mark. Well, I'm out there now, Leif told himself as he watched the adventurers leave. He put that thought out of his mind after deciding he would live with the consequences. Now, it's time to enchant the treadle saw and lathe. Leif walked over to the two simple machines. He removed the foot pedal and chain from the saw. He did the same for the lathe. That done, Leif found 2 green and 2 red agate stones about the size of his thumbnails. Those will work. Green for starting and red for stopping, Leif told himself. He then went to the forge and used some iron to make 2 small plates to hold the gemstones. Leif seated the stones and waited for the little plates to cool. Once the plates were cool, Leif added them to a support post on each machine. This way, the stones would be in easy reach while operating the machines, but out of the way as well. He then used some monster blood to paint the plate and gems on the saw. Leif then willed his intent into the saw. You have created a mana saw. A mana saw uses the energy, mana, that surrounds everything to operate. The saw blade will stay sharp. The green gem starts the saw while the red gem stops it. Value 5,000 crowns. Leif smiled and dismissed the notice. He painted some more blood on the lathe's plate and gems. He then willed his intent into them. You have created a mana lathe. A mana lathe uses the energy, mana, that surrounds everything to operate. The green gem starts the lathe while the red gem stops it. Value 5,000 crowns. Leif started and stopped both devices and laughed in glee. These things will be fun to use. He tested them by cutting a 2*4 and then placing a cut section on the lathe, and used a chisel to shape the board until it was an inch round. That was much easier to do than pedaling the saw and lathe. It was also faster. Still smiling and happy, Leif started to clean up the area. His eyes landed on the hammer he had used to make the small gem plates sitting on his anvil. He stopped as an idea formed. Is it possible to enchant a hammer? Leif asked himself. He thought it through. There was no way to make a hammer float and strike on its own. Then again, it might be possible to make a machine that could do what a hammer did. First, feed and put Jake up for the night, then food for myself. After that, I can work on ideas for an enchanted hammer. I should add an enchantment to the stable to stay comfortable. It's getting cold in here, Leif said aloud. He had been sitting on his bedroll in the loft attempting to come up with a simple machine he could build to take the place of a hammer. He stood and did just that. Leif walked downstairs and saw the lower level was cooler than the loft. So, he repeated the enchantment for the ground floor. You have added climate control to your warded stable. The stable will now stay at a comfortable temperature year-round. The stable has increased in value to 80,000 crowns. Huh, that's a different notice, Leif mumbled, dismissing the notice. The mule brayed at him. You're welcome, Jake. Leif walked over to the mule, rubbed his head, and gave him an apple. He walked back up the stairs to his bedroll in the loft. After giving it some more thought, Leif couldn't come up with a workable idea. He idly started to lift and drop his fountain pen onto his notebook. Leif's eyes followed the pen for a few minutes. That would work. Leif drew a lowercase h in the notebook. He added a line across the top of the H and then drew a partial line down. Yeah, that should work, Leif mused. He drew a more detailed version of his modified H. I would have to make this out of steel and use a tapered cylinder down into a small anvil or raised steel plate. Leif considered his idea more. He could use gems to start and stop the device. Then again, mental control like the Mana Forge would work a lot better and allow him to start and stop the hammer without having to fumble with a physical control. I'll have to head down to the village and buy more steel, Leif grumbled after checking his stocks. He looked at his drawing again and grinned. If I make it curve a little more, this will almost look like a clamp with legs. Leif snorted and drew a more curved version. Yep, it looked like a C-clamp of sorts. He felt this simple machine would greatly aid his blacksmithing once he built it. On the downside, though, he wouldn't be able to use it to hammer nails or use it for anything other than hammering metal. I guess you can't make an enchantment for everything, Leif mumbled. He put away his writing material and dimmed the illumination bracelet so he could watch the stars through the open loft doors for a while before going to bed. Leif had started to wear the bracelet as soon as the sun had set and admitted the adventurers were correct. The bracelet was a lot easier to use for light than a lantern or his quartz lights. Still, the quartz lights would be good for those that want a stationary source of light. Leif fell silent and happily watched the night sky as the new climate control enchantment countered the cool night air. I really need more lumber, Leif told himself after he finished framing the last bathroom wall in the stable loft a few days later. Instead of just working on converting the loft into a living space, he had spent a couple of days walking around the farm. Leif had discovered a trout-filled creek and small waterfall on the east side of the property that he had missed when setting up the wards. Most of the pasture land had indeed been grown over as he had been told. The cropland was in worse shape, but not something he was worried about since he didn't want to become a farmer and didn't intend to use it. As far as Leif was concerned, the fields and pastures could return to forest. He had discovered the overgrown remains of garden plots in the main clearing near the old barn site, and he did plan on using them come spring. Leif shook off his thoughts about the farm and checked his wood stocks again. He didn't have enough of any single wood type left to finish the bathroom or bedroom. But he did have enough wood in total to finish the bathroom and build some cabinets or a piece of furniture or two. The living quarters would take up a little over half the loft space once done and have a bathroom, kitchen, bedroom, and sitting area. He stopped to think things over. If he used the whole loft as living quarters, he could put in more bedrooms and make them larger. He could also let others use the loft living space if he had company or workers staying on the farm. Leif thought it over some more. He could just build a bathroom and bedroom while leaving the rest of the space open. That would work for him, but not if he hired workers or used the loft to house any potential guests. Then again, a barrack-style space could work for workers, but wouldn't work out at all for guests. I could just finish the bed and bathrooms for me, and then go back later and build out the rest of the space, Leif told himself. This is temporary after all and doesn't have to be pretty, but that is a bad way of doing things, Leif sighed. Bud Sawyer and his crew wouldn't come up to harvest the cedar wood for another week. That meant he would have to head back into Banner Elk and buy some lumber. I should have arranged for them to deliver some wood to me, Leif muttered. He put away his tools and walked down to the wagon. Leif made sure the back was empty. One wagon load of lumber should be enough to finish the bathroom and some cabinets and furniture. I'll also arrange for Bud's guys to deliver some more. Hi, Master Sawyer, Leif said in greeting. I didn't expect to see you until next week, Bud Sawyer replied. And cut the master crap out. My name is Bud. Fair enough, Leif said. Bud, I need some lumber. What for? I'm turning the stable loft into a temporary living space, Leif answered. My idea is to then turn it into living quarters if I hire workers or have guests in the future. So I'll need wood for furniture, cabinets, walls, and at least one door. Not a bad idea, one oak for it. Oak will do nicely, Leif replied. Need it delivered. I can take a load in my wagon, Leif answered. But I know I will use more lumber than my wagon can carry, so a delivery would be appreciated. All right, bring your wagon around. Will do, Leif replied. He quickly got Jake moving. Need any lumber to repair the stable? Jeb told me it needed some work, Bud said as he led Leif to his lumber stock. The stable is fixed, Leif replied. Really? That couldn't have been easy to do by yourself, Bud said. Or did you use the elves before letting them go? The stable was fixed before I purchased and freed the Cherokee, Leif replied. It was easier than I thought it would be. Huh, here we are at the finished oak, Bud said as he pointed out his oak stock. He had everything Leif would need, including some 3/4-inch thick foot-wide boards that would be great for the walls. Give me a minute or two and I'll get a couple of the boys to load up what you want. I'll start loading these, Leif replied as he grabbed 4 of the 3/4-inch thick boards. Bud nodded and walked off. That will be 2,000 crowns total, and that includes the delivery and unloading fees, Bud said as he handed Leif a bill of sale. Leif read it and nodded. You're giving me a good price, Leif commented. I am. I really want that cedar, Bud replied, laughing. Leif laughed as well. I know I can charge a lot more since I have the only mill in the area, but I keep my prices fair for everyone no matter if they've been here for 50 years or just arrived. That is something we have in common then, Leif said. Do you prefer ingots, gemstones, or both? Whatever you have works for me, Bud said. Leif nodded and started to count out some ingots. He would use gems to pay for the lumber as well. Bud grunted and Leif looked up. The mill master's eyes weren't on Leif or the money. He was gazing out into the yard. Leif turned to see what he was looking at. A middle-aged couple were dismounting horses. They walked up and smiled at Bud. Frank, Sal, Bud said in greeting. He was smiling as well. The woman, Sal, hugged Bud. It's been a while. It's good to see you too, Sal replied, letting go of Bud. It took a lot longer to add that new water line at the mine than we thought it would, Frank said. He and Bud shook hands. He glanced at Leif. Who's this? Leif craftsman, meet Frank and Sally McRae, Bud said. He completed the introductions and then added, Frank and Sal are our resident plumbers, irrigation specialists, and well diggers. Bud is exaggerating, Sally said. Frank and I are stone shapers that just so happen to also have some skill in locating and channeling water. Really? Leif asked. I've never heard of those skills before. They're rare skills, Frank said. Well, it's nice to meet you, Leif said, shaking their hands. Likewise, Frank replied. So you're the new crafter, Sally stated. Leif nodded. Call me Sal, everyone does. Okay, Leif replied. Do you guys stay busy? I wouldn't think a lot of people would need such skills. The McRae and Bud laughed. Leif, have you seen any outhouses here? Bud asked. I haven't thought much about it, Leif replied. But now that you mentioned it, no, I haven't. Almost every house in the valley has indoor plumbing because of us, Sal said. We stay busy enough and use stone pipes instead of copper, Frank added. We also take winters off since the ground freezes and is too hard to dig into. You two don't have any other jobs lined up, do you? Bud asked. No, Sal answered. The mine was the last one for this year. Why do you ask? Frank asked. Leif here will need some plumbing done, Bud answered. Oh, Sal asked, looking intrigued. Leif nodded and told them about his plans. Having running water instead of conjured water would work just as well, and Leif knew he could always enchant the pumps. Besides, getting on the good side of the McRaes could open another business opportunity. Enchanted metal plates that allowed for hot and cold running water should appeal to them a lot. Boss, we're finished loading the wagon, one of Bud's helpers announced. Thanks, Glenn, Bud replied. He turned to Leif. Are you sure it's safe all the way up to your place? I swear to you that the journey is safe, and so is my property, Leif said. Bud's eyes widened. Bud, Frank prompted. Bud shook his head. Leif thought he had the look about him of someone reading a notice. Leif, it looks like God has witnessed and verified your claim, Bud said. A few of my lads and I will go with you to unload the delivery wagon. I'll check out that stand of cedar while up there too. If you need our services, Frank and I will accompany you guys if you don't mind, Sal said, after exchanging a look with Frank. Let's go, Leif said, putting away his copy of the bill of sale. Leif watched as Sal, Frank, and their indentured work crew finished capping the new well. During the couple of days, the McRaes had been working on the loft's plumbing. He had seen that Sally and Frank were more highly skilled masons and sculptors than magic users when it came to the stone pipes they made. He told them as much as their workers tested the pump. That's because the only real magic users are enchanters, Frank said. I for one would love to be able to shape stone as easily as potterers do clay, Sal added, as the workers pulled their drill wagon out of the stable. I'd settle for a drill that powered itself, one of their workers said to laughter from his fellows. The man flopped down on the wagon that the well drill was mounted on as the others plopped down in the grass. The large treadle-powered drill was mounted to the rear of the wagon bed so it could go straight down and swivel up so it could be laid down for transport. I would love to have that kind of drill too, Frank replied. Leif noticed they were glancing at him while talking and sighed. He guessed Mace and friends had been showing off their new rings in the village and telling others where they got them. Why do you guys keep looking at me? Leif asked. Sal and Frank exchanged a look while their helpers just nervously looked at their feet. Nobody said anything, and an uncomfortable silence fell. Are you guys going to tell me or not? There's rumors, Frank said. Rumors of what? Leif asked. That you're an enchanter, Sal answered. I can honestly say I'm not an enchanter, Leif said. I'm an artisan, which is an advanced crafting class. But what about those bracelets the new adventuring team have been showing off? Frank asked. They say they got the bracelets from you. That's what I figured, Leif replied. You're not denying it, Sal asked. Leif shook his head. No, I sold them the bracelets. People that have seen the bracelets say they have some kind of runic symbol on them, Sal said. A maker's mark, Leif said. We haven't seen a mark that looks like that before, Frank said. Leif shrugged his shoulders. It's your mark. Leif nodded and brought the wards to the forefront of his mind. If there was about to be some trouble, he would hopefully end it quickly. Then you are an enchanter, Sal said. No, I'm an artisan, Leif replied. The worker that had plopped down in the wagon sat up and stared at Leif. But you just admitted the mark is yours, Frank said. Leif tossed him his maker's mark brand. It is, Leif said as Sal and Frank studied his brand. That brand is used to mark wood and clay objects. I have a punch for metal. You're admitting you made the bracelets too, you know, Sal said. Yeah, Leif replied. To choose the artisan class, you have to be able to enchant and craft things. Why tell us this? Frank asked, returning the brand. It disappeared into Leif's storage. Honestly, because I'm tired of hiding what I can do, and I've not been great at hiding the truth if people paid close enough attention, Leif answered. You're not worried about us reporting you or taking you into custody, the worker on the wagon asked. Leif laughed. I'd like to see you try so I can see just how fast the wards kick you off my land. You're either an idiot or have the biggest balls in the world, Frank said. What? Leif asked. What Frank means is that you can't just tell people that you can enchant items and let others show off enchanted things they've bought from you, Sal said. It's too risky for you. We're not in the kingdom, which means the queen, her nobles, the army, and the church have no authority here, Leif countered. Yes they do, one of the workers said. And yes, this is kingdom land. No, Jeb and the Cherokee have confirmed this farm is not officially part of the kingdom, Leif replied. What Leif said is correct, Frank said. At least according to the old-timers in the area. Elderberry Ridge Farm was considered more of neutral ground than anything else in the past. The land was most likely awarded to Leif because they wanted someone to inhabit it again and because it used to be a profitable farm, Sal added. Leif agreed. But giving it to a crafter wasn't smart of the captain that gave it to him. If this farm is outside the kingdom, then how can the queen just give it away? The worker asked. Because the Cherokee didn't object as long as it was just the one farm, Frank answered. If the queen tried to claim more of Beach Mountain or give it away, there would be another war. Same goes for Elk Valley and anything west of Banner Elk, Sal said. The workers nodded their understanding. Leif, what are wards? You mentioned them before when you threatened John. Protection. That's all you're going to say, Frank asked. Just protection. Yep, Leif replied. For now, anyway, the question is what are you guys going to do? Take cover, one of the workers laying in the grass shouted. A great red-tailed hawk is circling above us. Most everyone else looked up while a couple of the workers hid under the drill wagon. Sure enough, a huge bird was flying above them. You're safe, Leif said. It can't penetrate the wards. The others looked doubtful. The doubt became relief as the hawk flew away to the west. These wards are how you've survived up here alone, Sal said. Leif nodded. Can you make them for others? If I want to. As for what we're going to do, we're going to ask if you would enchant our drill and make us a ward, Frank said. Maybe. Maybe, Sal repeated. It depends on if you'll pay the price, Leif said. I won't know how much the enchantment or ward is worth until I make them. On second thought, I could make a camping ward. Those are worth 40,000 crowns. You're joking, John, the indentured worker said. Leif shook his head. That's a lot of money, Frank said. But going by the name, I take it a camping ward can be moved. It is, and yes, a camping ward can be moved, Leif agreed. But I don't normally charge full value. That's good, Sal said. You guys are remarkably calm about all this, Leif said. You want freedom to just live life like we do, Sal replied. And everyone knows enchanters exist, Frank added. It's just that most are hidden or locked up, so most people don't get to meet them. You're an all right guy, and don't have horns or anything like that, Fair enough, Leif said, laughing. Why don't you guys finish the plumbing, and I'll get started on your drill. That works, Frank replied as Leif pulled a small metal plate from his storage. The plate had a blue and red gem attached to it. What's that? Control plate, Leif answered. I was going to use it on my bathtub, but it'll work on your drill too. Oh, Frank said. Trust me, Leif replied. You have created a mana well drill. A mana well drill uses the energy, mana, that surrounds everything to operate. The drill bit will stay sharp. The shaft is now reinforced and will not break or bind. The blue gem starts the drill while the red gem stops it. Value 7,500 crowns. Leif smiled and dismissed the notice. The drill is done. That was fast, Sal said as her and Frank walked out of the stable. Leif shrugged and showed them how to use the drill. They would still have to manually rotate it into drilling position, but the hardest part would be automated by the enchantment. This will help us a lot. How much do we owe you? Frank asked. The drill is now valued at 7,500 crowns, Leif answered. That's twice what we paid for it when we bought it new, Frank complained. Leif explained the enchantments he had put on the drill. Oh, well, that makes it worth it. It's still a lot, Sal said. I'll charge you 4,000 crowns, Leif said. But since you're charging me 2,000 for the work you're doing, and I'll want you to come back to do my house once construction is far enough along, why don't we just trade work? We accept, Sal quickly replied. I'll write up a new agreement stating that. What about the camping ward thing? Frank asked. That will be separate, Leif replied. It'll also take a little while for me to make the stakes. What about the price? Frank asked. I know you said it was worth 40,000 crowns. I'll charge you half value, Leif said. What about if we want our house permanently warded like you've done here? Sal asked. Leif shrugged. As I said before, won't know that until I do it. Still, I'll only charge you half price, but you must keep the price to yourselves. We can do that, Frank replied. Oh yeah, we can definitely do that, Sal agreed. We want both types of wards. Frank looked like he wanted to object, but didn't say anything. I thought you would say that, Leif replied. I'll get started on your camping ward. I should have it finished by the time you guys are ready to leave today. Leif was making the stakes for the McRae's new camping ward when movement near the stable doors caught his eye. He looked over and saw Sal and Frank, gesturing back and forth. Looks like they're arguing, Leif muttered to himself. Curiosity made him wish he could hear what they were arguing about. A second later, he dropped the stake he had been working on and jumped as he heard them talking. It sounded like he was right beside them even though they were far enough away that he shouldn't be able to hear them over the noise of their workers and the forge. We can't afford both of those wards even at half price, Leif heard Frank tell Sally. I don't know why we said we wanted both types. You do know. And yes, it'll take nearly everything we made this year to buy them, but we want both types to protect us while we work and for our future little one, Sal replied, rubbing her stomach. Yeah, Frank agreed, running a hand through his hair. I just want you and the baby safe. Just as I want you safe while you're out working when I can't be with you, Sal replied. The two hugged as Leif wished he could no longer hear them. A second later, and he could no longer hear them. Evidently, the wards can do more than I planned, Leif told himself, shaking his head to dismiss what he had heard. He now knew he would have to be very careful about what he wished for when he held the wards close to his thoughts. Still, what they had said about being able to afford his work troubled him. Sal and Frank seemed prosperous, but maybe they were. Then again, maybe they were for the area. He hadn't seen any rich people flaunting their wealth in Banner Elk. In fact, except for maybe Bud Sawyer, Jeb, the traveling merchants, some of the adventurers, and perhaps a few of the outlying farmers, Leif didn't think there were rich people in the area, and that changed things. If people couldn't afford his wards and enchanted wares, he wouldn't be able to make a living unless he found a niche as a regular crafter or turned to farming. Well, that wasn't entirely true. He could always just sell to traveling merchants and the Cherokee even if it ticked off the villagers. And I don't want to farm, make mass-produced goods, or not sell to the villagers, Leif told himself as he let the wards fade to the back of his mind. I guess I need to talk to Jeb about warding the village and what the village can afford. That would keep people in the village from having to buy wards for safety. Besides, warding the village would protect a lot of life and hopefully keep the villagers from ever having to go through what he went through. Leif shook off the thoughts, wiped tears from his eyes, and got back to work. Are you finished, Leif? Sal asked as she and Frank walked over to the forge. I've never seen a forge like this, Frank said. I hadn't either until I enchanted it, Leif replied. He briefly told them how the forge had changed after he had enchanted it. If I hadn't seen your forge for myself, I wouldn't believe it, Sal said. Me either, a smiling Leif replied. I'm done with the stakes and just need to enchant them. Will that take long? Frank asked. Just a couple of minutes, Leif answered. Can we watch? Sal asked. Sure, Leif replied. He paused. In fact, I'll need a drop of blood from each of you. Why? Frank asked, his voice laced with concern. So I can personalize the ward to you too, Leif answered. Seeing their confused looks, he explained. The only way to bond an enchanted item to a person is through their blood. If I use my blood, then your ward will be my ward. That sort of makes sense, Sal said. Leif could hear the doubt in her voice. He showed them his ring and amulet and told them what they did. And they only work for me because they're bound to me by blood. Interesting, Frank said. Sal nodded in agreement. Come with me, Leif said as an idea occurred to him. He led the couple to his storage chests in the stable. Storage chests? Yeah, we can see that, Sal said as the workers joined them. Open one of them and take a good look inside, Leif said. Sure, Frank replied. He opened the chest on the left. There's just some hand tools in here. Are you sure? Leif asked, a grin on his face as the others investigated both chests. Yes. Now watch, Leif said as Frank dropped the lid. Leif opened the chest and pulled out 2 steel ingots. The others gasped in surprise. That's impossible, John and another worker exclaimed at the same time. No, it's not, Leif said, shaking his head. The chests are storage devices bound to me. For everyone else, these 2 chests are just simple chests. But for me, they are storage devices just like my ring. I take it the chests hold a lot more than the ring can, Sal said. Oh yeah, Leif answered. He led them back to the forge. So, let's get a drop of blood and bound your camping ward to you too. Can you make it so only we can set it up and take it down too? Frank asked. Seeing Leif's questioning look, he explained. Banner Elk and the surrounding area is full of good people, but there are some that will try to steal the camping ward once they know what it is. Oh, yeah, I can do that, Leif replied. You have created a personalized camping ward. This ward will protect against attacks up to level 40 and heal wounds over time. The ward is bonded to Sally and Frank McRae. Only they can set up and take down the ward. Value 40,000 crowns. Leif dismissed the notice. The ward is finished and all yours. Even personalized, it's worth 40,000 crowns, Frank asked. Leif nodded. I expected personalizing it would cost more. Same price and I'll only charge you 10,000, Leif replied. But you had said you would charge half value before, Sal said. I know, Leif replied, but I changed my mind. I don't want to sound ungrateful, but why? Sal asked. I overheard your talk earlier about not being able to afford my work and your future child. Congratulations, by the way, Leif answered, deciding honesty was best. I found out while you were talking that my wards are able to do a bit more than I had planned. Oh, Frank said. The camping ward can cover this clearing and secure it in case you were wondering what size area it could cover, Leif told them. As for your house and shop, where are they? In the village near the south gate, Frank replied. Don't worry about me warding them yet. I'm going to talk to Jeb and see if the village can afford to be warded. Don't worry, I'll give the village a discount, Leif said. If the village can afford it, then individual houses and businesses won't need to be warded inside the village walls. Why would you take away business from yourself? John asked. That doesn't make good sense. John, Sal exclaimed in warning. He has a point, Leif said. But life is more important than money, and sometimes doing a good thing now can lead to greater rewards down the road. Thank you, Sal and Frank said. Sal hugged Leif. You're welcome, Leif replied, returning the hug. Being hugged by someone that wasn't family or a girl he was involved with felt awkward, but the simple human contact also felt good at the same time and was something Leif felt he needed. Let me pay you, and we'll be out of your hair until your house is ready for us, Sal said, after pulling away from him. Sure, I'll write out a bill of sale for you guys too, Leif replied. You put your mark on the stakes, Frank said after examining them. Leif smiled and nodded before writing out the bill of sale. Leif considered what to do after supper. He could just relax and read for a bit, or he could work on the loft some more. After thinking about things, Leif decided he could also modify the enchantment on the wagon to make more of an area of effect around it instead of the shield it had now. That would let the wagon protect me away from it depending on the distance, Leif muttered. That idea appealed to him in a major way since he would need more protection if he warded other people's property. He walked to the wagon and used a little more Highlands bobcat blood and a few drops of his blood on the wagon. Leif then touched the wagon and willed his intent into it. You have modified a spelled wagon. This wagon can withstand attacks up to level 40 and heal wounds over time. Any animal pulling the wagon will have the same protections and benefits as the driver and wagon itself. The wagon will also extend a shielded area 20 feet from the wagon. Any hostile intent that breaches the shielded area will be met with force. Leif craftsman can also command the same attacking force on command. Value 75,000 crowns. Leif grinned and dismissed the notice. He yawned and decided it was time for bed, so Leif sponged himself clean with a washcloth. Sal and Frank had advised him to wait at least 24 hours before using the plumbing to allow the glue they used to set. He paused and frowned at his clothes. They smelled. Leif grinned as another idea occurred to him. He spread all his clothing out in the loft once he was done sponging off, except his boots, since they were already enchanted. He dabbed a little bobcat blood on each item of clothing and then willed his intent into one pair of pants and a shirt. You have created spelled clothing. This shirt and pair of pants will always be comfortable, durable, and clean. The clothing is also water resistant. Value 1,000 crowns. Leif smiled broadly and dismissed the notice while standing nude. He laughed as he knew if anyone could see him, they would think he was crazy. Just a few more clothes to go. Tomorrow, I'll add another layer of wards to the homestead and then work on the loft. After adding 2 more layers of wards, bringing it up to 5, Leif spent the next week working on the loft as well as modifying his hammer amulet to have a similar attack and area effect as the wagon. The amulet's shielded area only extended 3 feet from him, though. Some might say that was paranoia on Leif's part, but he felt it was just prudent. He was 95% positive that the wards would now be able to withstand days of attacks. And while his bedroll wasn't bad, Leif was past ready to sleep in an actual bed again. But thanks to Sal, Frank, and their workers, he had a working bathroom, which was a huge boon, and one he greatly appreciated. Leif finished hanging the bedroom door and stopped as his wards twinged. That's the 5th time people have approached the wards and turned back in the last 3 days, Leif muttered. The first couple of times the groups of people had been large, and Leif hadn't admitted them. Since then, smaller groups of people had approached, and he had admitted them, but they still returned to Banner Elk instead of entering his property. Maybe the wards are freaking them out. Leif shrugged and took a drink from his canteen. He would be heading into Banner Elk in another day or 2 since some of his supplies, mostly food, were starting to run low. He would find out then what the hubbub was about then. Leif craftsman, you're a blasted fool, Jeb exclaimed before Jake could come to a complete stop just inside Banner Elk's walls. Leif briefly wondered if Jeb was calling him a fool because he wasn't bundled up like the rest of them were. It was a cool day, but not cold yet. Besides, Leif's newly enchanted clothing kept him comfortable. But no, it wasn't his clothing, nor was it just the headman in front of him. Some adventurers and several guards blocked the way further into the village behind Jeb. "What do you mean, Jeb?" Leif asked. "I should arrest and hold you in custody until the army passes back through," the headman said, instead of answering Leif's question. "Or we could just force him to make us enchanted gear, weapons, and items," a blonde-haired, blue-eyed adventurer said. Leif's eyes met the adventurer's and Leif frowned. He saw the same greed in the other man's, eyes that Kevin Young often had had in his. The adventurer was taller than Leif by a few inches and looked to outweigh him by 50 pounds or more of muscle. Thankfully, he wasn't as large as Bud Sawyer, but Leif felt he would be a test for his modified wagon if the man attacked. "No, Alexander, that is not what I want," Jeb said, facing the adventurer who stroked his braided beard. "Maybe so, but that is what we all want," Alexander replied, gesturing to himself and the other adventurers. "Once we get what we want, you can do whatever you want with the enchanter," Jeb bristled. The adventurers all grinned and unsheathed weapons. The guards unsheathed their weapons. Jake snorted and stomped the ground nervously. Leif heard more weapons being unsheathed behind him and turned to see even more adventurers. "You should have stayed on your farm," Jeb hissed at Leif. "I needed food and more supplies," Leif replied. He felt scared. Leif knew he wasn't a fighter, and even if he was greatly outnumbered and didn't have any weapons other than his hunting knife and a few hand tools in his inventory. "Enchanted weapons and armor sound good to me," one of the village guards said. His fellows nodded, making Jeb scowl. Alexander and the other adventurers laughed. "John don't," Jeb said. "Those ward things do too," another guard said to nods from the other guards, ignoring Jeb. "Sal and Frank don't have to worry about attacks at night. I'd like that too." "You see what you've done?" Jeb asked Leif. Leif looked around and wondered where Mace and his team were as his hands started to shake. To him, this was a lot scarier than facing monsters were. He didn't want to be captured or enslaved. He didn't want to hurt people either. "Jeb, you can stay out of this," John said. "In fact, why don't you return to your home?" "I'll gladly make wards and other enchanted items after I finish setting up shop if people can meet my prices," Leif said. Some of the guards nodded. The adventurers frowned or shook their heads, or at least those Leif could see did. "No, you'll make us what we want because you get to live," Alexander said. He gestured to a darker-skinned adventurer beside him. "Paulo, get him." "Gladly," the other man said, a grin on his face. He started walking with a swagger toward the wagon. Before he got to Jake, the man was struck by a lightning bolt that flew from the wagon. Paulo collapsed and was thrown a few feet away from where he had been standing by an unseen force. Curses escaped the lips of the adventurers and guards. "He should be alive," Leif said. His voice was only slightly scared sounding to his ears as the shaking in his hands stopped. The enchantments worked and he was safe. "He's alive," a female adventurer said after checking on Paulo. "Get him, his enchantment can't keep this up," Alexander said. Leif felt the wagon discharge 3 more times in rapid succession and looked around. 2 adventurers on his left fell as did one on his right. All 3 were flung away from the wagon's area of effect. "Oh shit," a guard said. He was staring at the village walls. "What is it?" John asked. The other guard just pointed. Villagers that had been watching suddenly ran away. Leif and the rest turned to see what had caused the outburst. "Leif, you should have waited for us," a familiar voice said. "At Scylla," Leif said. Breathing a sigh of relief, he really felt safe now. Leif spotted Alu, Chenoa, Enola, Jistu, Kasumi, Dayani, and about a dozen more Cherokee he didn't know standing behind the adventurers behind his wagon or standing on the wall. Those on the wall held drawn bows, while those on the ground held clubs, tomahawks, and daggers. "Hold it," Jeb shouted with his arms raised in the air. "We have long had peace. Which is why we didn't raze this village to the ground when some of our clan was captured and enslaved by that traveling merchant," Atsila replied, walking up to stand beside Leif, who was still sitting on the driver's bench. And as long as you leave the shaman in peace, we will continue to have peace, Diani added, stepping up beside her cousin. Leif glanced at the two. Atsila flashed him a grin before turning to face Jeb and the others. Leif thought Atsila might think all of this was fun. Diani didn't seem happy with him or the situation at all, though, and narrowed her eyes and frowned at Leif before looking away. Then we shall have continued peace, but I must talk to the shaman, Jeb said. He turned to the village guards and adventurers. Put away your weapons, you fools. What are you doing? Alexandar asked the adventurers and guards as they sheathed their weapons. We have the numbers. That wagon took our Paulo, who is one of the highest ranked of us, and 3 others before the elves even showed up, the woman that had checked on Paulo replied. She asked a few others to help her with the unconscious adventurers. And I don't want to fight any elves, another adventurer said. They're higher leveled than we are. Leif thought about letting them heal the wounded in his wagon, but quickly dismissed the idea as well as making them healing items. He felt they wouldn't have been so kind to him. He looked at the big blonde adventurer. I'll never make anything for you or them, Leif told Alexandar while pointing to the adventurers being carried away. The big man looked like he wanted to say or do something, but seeing he was alone, turned and left. Leif turned his attention to the Cherokee. Diani and Atsila nodded at him. I'm glad you're here. You guys got back quicker than I thought you would. Uncle was in a hurry, Atsila replied as the other elves gathered around the wagon. You really need supplies. Yes, Leif answered. He looked at a frowning Jeb. I also need some answers. We can talk in my office, Jeb said. No, we can talk here, Leif countered. A few of us will go get your supplies, Diani offered. Seeing the look on Leif's face, she smiled. Make a list and hand over some money, quickly. Yes, ma'am, Leif replied, earning an even bigger smile. You can take Jake and the wagon too. Leif watched half the Cherokee go with Diani and the wagon down toward the general store. Chenoa, Inola, and Jistu were among the ones that stayed with Atsila. Safer in numbers, Leif asked Atsila. The warrior nodded. Leif grinned. It's really good seeing you guys again, and not just because you saved me. You mostly mean the girls, Atsila said. That's not I did. Just teasing. We can catch up later, Atsila replied, laughing. The other Cherokee mostly nodded and smiled, though a few of the older ones looked indifferent. Leif noticed that Jeb looked irritated to say the least. Handle your business. We have your back. All right, Jeb. Why were you trying to apprehend me or whatever all that was? Leif asked the Banner Elk headman, feeling much more relieved and safer. Simply put, you're an enchanter, and it's the kingdom's law that all enchanters are to be jailed, if not outright executed, Jeb stated. But I'm an artisan, not an enchanter, Leif replied. He knew he was splitting hairs but hoped it would work. Don't try playing games with me, Jeb retorted. I looked up what artisans are and found out that the class requires the person to be an enchanter in the first place. Leif shrugged. So much for splitting hairs. He was surprised Jeb had a book that contained the class. The books he had seen in the capital hadn't mentioned the artisan class at all. Yeah, I can enchant, Leif replied. I was a lot younger when I got that particular class. You don't deny it, Jeb asked. No. You could have just kept pretending to be a simple crafter, Jeb said. Why not hide what you can do? Shamans shouldn't hide, Chenoa interjected. Chenoa, let Leif talk to the headman, Atsila said. It is not our place to talk for him. Chenoa nodded and didn't speak again. She did wink at Leif, though. Others have told me that they came out here for freedom to live how they wanted. I came out here to get away from my past, but I want that freedom too, Leif replied to Jeb. I want to be able to openly and freely craft and enchant things that can help people. As long as they can pay your price, Jeb countered, a sour note in his voice. Yes, I expect to be paid for my wares, Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. Everyone expects to be paid for their work after all. Not everyone, Inola said bitterly. Slaves are just expected to work. That's the way of the world. You lot shouldn't have tried to raid that caravan either, Jeb said. Jistu barked a laugh and spit in Jeb's direction. The headman then turned back to Leif, as a couple of the other Cherokee calmed Enola and Jistu, trusting them to keep the peace. And the way of this kingdom is that enchanters are prisoners at best, so they can't blow up villages. Well, it's a good thing that my farm is outside the kingdom then, isn't it? Leif asked. Jeb nodded. In fact, Leif's farm could be considered in our village's land, Etzilla added. Jeb's eyes widened in alarm. Your village, the headman repeated. Yes, our clan is re-establishing the village on Beach Mountain, Etzilla replied. It'll be a bit of a rough winter up there if it snows a lot, but we'll make it through just fine. Rebuilding that village could mean war, Jeb said. That is something for you and Enoli to discuss, Etzilla replied, shrugging his shoulders. Beach Mountain is part of our land despite your kingdom's claims. Leif's mind raced as he tuned them out. Did he really want the Cherokee's protection? Would said protection mean he owed the tribe something? Could he make it on his own without either village? No, he would need food for himself and fodder for Jake if nothing else. Plus, contact with other people would be nice even if he didn't want to deal with customers, and he did like the Cherokee and most of the people of Banner Elk he had met. Before Jeb and Etzilla could get into an argument, Leif spoke up. Jeb, do you want the village warded? Warded? Jeb asked. Like the portable one Sal and Frank bought from you. Something a lot more permanent. It would be like I did to the trail leading up to my farm, Leif replied. Jeb didn't immediately reply. He did look intrigued, though. How much would it cost us? The headman asked. I don't know, Leif answered. The camping wards are worth 40,000 crowns, but I haven't charged that much for one. On the other hand, my stable is worth 75,000 crowns. What? Etzilla and Jeb asked at the same time. Leif shrugged. That's what the system valued the stable at, Leif replied. I tell you what, I'll ward the gate here, and we'll see if the system gives a value or not. Before anyone could say anything else, Leif walked to one of the gate posts and painted it with some of the bobcat blood he had been using for enchantments. He touched the gate post and willed his intent into it. You're not carving runes, Jeb asked. Leif didn't look at him but could hear the surprise in his voice. Don't need them to enchant, Leif replied as he checked his notice. You have created an overlapping defensive ward. The ward will withstand attacks up to level 30 on its own. When joined with the rest of the single wards that comprise the overlapping defensive ward, the combined ward will withstand attacks up to level 50. The combined ward will repair itself as long as one of the single wards is active. Value, unknown. Well, Etzilla asked, did it give you a value? No, Leif answered as he dismissed the notice. Diani and the others that had gone with her rejoined the rest of them. Etzilla explained what was going on to them. Leif, Diani said, yes. Let me handle the business side of things, Diani said. Leif nodded. Why do I have a feeling that I won't like this? Jeb asked. Etzilla laughed. I'll be gentle, a smiling Diani replied. Leif will ward the village, and in return, the village will supply him 20 vials of at least level 40 monster blood and 30,000 crowns. Oh, and another vial or two of blood to finish warding the walls. That's not a good price. We're a small village and can't afford that, Jeb said, a scowl on his face. He hated haggling but would do it to save a crown. Don't give me that, Diani retorted. I know good and well that Banner Elk has more than enough money to pay that price. Leif sighed and then grinned. He didn't care for haggling and wasn't that good at it, but enjoyed watching others do it when he could laugh about it. Going by the laughter and expressions of some of the Cherokee and Banner Elk villagers that had returned to see what was going on, they agreed with him. Etzilla, do you see the smile on Diani's face? Leif asked. Yeah, it's hard to miss, the warrior replied. I've never seen her smile like that, but I admit to not knowing you guys for that long, Leif said. Her smile is like the sun the way it lit up her whole face. Diani really loves bartering and haggling, Alu said. Don't be jealous, Chenoa said. I doubt Diani ever looks at a man with such love in her eyes. Being a merchant is her calling, Kasumi added. Everyone else agreed as they watched Diani and Jeb haggle. Does anyone want to bet against Diani getting the deal she wants? Not on your knife, Jistu replied. The Cherokee laughed as Leif looked at the man in confusion. That's an old joke. Maybe I'll explain it to you one day. Yeah, Leif said. In the end, Diani got 25,000 crowns and the 20 vials of monster blood she wanted, and Leif warded the villages. She also advised Jeb that each outlying farm would be handled on a case-by-case basis when Leif had time. Jeb, Frank, Sal, Bud, and Geraldine Finch, who ran the general goods shop, along with Mary and Bob Kettle, stood with a crowd of other villagers as they watched Leif and the Cherokee head south toward the mine. Jeb led Bud and the others back to his office, leaving the rest of the villagers to talk about the village's new ward. They sat around the fireplace on couches and in chairs to talk. He briefed them on his deal with Diani and Leif. What do you think? Jeb asked the group. Jeb, as the headman, led the village and considered the others his friends and advisors. About what, the ward or Leif craftsman? Geraldine asked. Both, Jeb replied. This ward thing was expensive, but if it truly works, we will finally have safety, and not just the partial safety the walls provide, Mary said. It'll tick off the outlying farmers, especially the larger landowners, Bob added. Frank snorted. They can buy their own wards. If they can afford all the indentured and slaves they've bought, they can afford to buy protection. Leif is a good guy even if he's an idiot savant, Sal said. Sally, what makes you say he's one of those? Geraldine asked. I've had limited interactions with him, but Leif has always seemed all right to me. Leif obviously has great skill when it comes to enchanting, Sal said, but he makes some really bad mistakes and blunders. That doesn't make him an idiot savant, though, Bud countered. That just makes him young, dumb, and full of. Don't you dare finish that saying, Bud Sawyer, Mary warned. The large man sheepishly grinned and nodded. I for one don't know if Leif is an idiot or not, and I'll withhold judgment since I have only talked to him a few times, Bob said. But if this ward thing works as it's supposed to, I'll be thankful and tell him so the next time I see him. The camping ward we bought from him works as he promised, Sal said. Someone tried to steal it the other night, Frank added after explaining that the ward was bound to them. They couldn't budge any of the stakes. We felt that in our minds when they tried, Sal exclaimed. Frank nodded. It was strange, but it was almost like someone whispering in your ear, Frank said. I went out to check, but whoever it was had ran away. You didn't report anything to the guards, Jeb said. There was no need to, Frank replied. As I said, I hadn't seen anyone. It was probably one of the adventurers, Bud muttered. The others nodded in agreement. If they didn't bring as much money into the village as they do, I'd love to see them all leave, Geraldine said to agreement from the others. Don't get me started on the adventurers, Jeb said. The others laughed. They knew the headman had received more than his share of complaints about the adventurers over the years. Let's get back to the subject at hand. Should I turn Leif into the army? No, the ladies said at the same time. They then laughed. Why not? Bob asked. We have the ward thing now. He's a good kid, Sal said again. Plus, anything he enchants could be very useful for us, Geraldine added. You're just thinking about sales and your purse, Bob retorted. The merchant smiled and agreed with him. You'll have to deal with Diani, Jeb told Geraldine, and that girl will give you a run for your money. Don't I know it, Geraldine agreed. She had another smile on her face. That girl has the touch. Getting back to Leif, Jeb, you don't have to do a thing about him, Bob said. The boy has lucked into a fantastic cover. The Cherokee, Jeb questioned. Exactly, Bob agreed. You said they claimed he was a shaman. Yes. They're also going to rebuild the village on Beach Mountain and said the Elderberry Ridge farm could be considered their land, Bob stated. Jeb nodded. That's all the cover you and Leif need. Bob has a point, Geraldine said. If a noble, a priest, or the army comes looking for an enchanter, all you have to say is there isn't one in the village or on kingdom lands. That would be technically true even if the farm was claimed by the kingdom, Jeb said, rubbing his jaw. He thought about it. I can make that work if someone comes nosing around. What about the adventurers and guards? Mary asked. Could always claim they tried to illegally capture a Cherokee or are full of crap, Frank replied. So, we pretend we don't know Leif is here and buy whatever he makes that we want, Jeb said. That's what you're suggesting. Exactly, Bud said. We also get to enjoy the business he brings us. I love that idea, Geraldine laughed. Why are we going south? Diani asked. I need more metal stock, Leif answered. But you're not ready to forge anything even though we helped build a simple forge for you, Kasumi said from the back of the wagon. I changed the forge, Leif said. It's more than ready for my work, so are my treadle saw and lathe. You enchanted them, didn't you? Alu asked, smiling at Leif. I did, Leif replied, glancing at her over his shoulder. He returned her smile. So, you just want to buy materials to be ready for future work? Diani asked. No, I want to have materials on hand so I can make metal plates and stakes for wards, Leif answered. I'll also need more metal for other things as orders come in. That makes sense, Etzilla said. But why do you need metal plates for wards? You've touched stones or walls to make wards. I can make a flat metal plate with a gem or two on it that can make the ward and turn it on or off, Leif replied. You should have been doing that the whole time, Diani said. She grinned. If you had, then maybe I wouldn't have had to save you. Ha ha, Leif replied, grinning at her. The plate only works if there is already a defined space for the ward, like walls. I suppose that makes sense, Enola said to nods and agreement from her clansmen. The group fell silent for a few minutes. Are you happy with the deal I made with Jeb? Diani asked Leif with a huge smile on her face, breaking the silence. Yes, but I think you might have charged the village a little bit more than you should have, Leif answered, a grin on his face. He was extremely happy with the deal she had made, but didn't want her to know that. Atsilla laughed as Diani narrowed her eyes and looked to her right. Banner Elk can afford it, Diani pouted. Leif shrugged, fighting to get the grin off his face and failing. You can't let people take advantage of you, Leif. You also can't let your sympathy get in the way of business. Diani has a good point, Etzilla added. Diani turned so she could see Leif's face. I know. Believe me, I know and learned that lesson the hard way, Leif replied. You're messing with me, Diani accused. Leif laughed and nodded. I should charge you 75% of that deal as my fee. Joking aside, you did a great job. If you want to be my partner, I'll split things with you 50-50 after costs, Leif said. Etzilla coughed. Diani jabbed Etzilla in the ribs with her elbow. Ouch, what was that for? Etzilla asked his cousin. I recognize that fake cough, Diani replied. Etzilla laughed and shook his head. What does that fake cough mean? Leif asked. That he's surprised that you offered a 50-50 partnership. Jistu answered to laughter from the others. It could also mean he doesn't agree with your offer, Alu said. Don't forget it could also mean he thinks someone is being dumb or silly, Chenoa added. I'm hurt. Atzilla said, clutching his heart. My kin thinks so little of me. Yeah, right, the Cherokee chorused. They laughed, including Atzilla. Leif joined in since he found it funny. Once the laughter died, Diani accepted Leif's partnership offer. I'll deal with all the customers and vendors, letting you focus on crafting and enchanting, Diani said to clarify their partnership. The shop is going to need a good-sized storefront, though. I was thinking we can just store things in the back, or I could just craft custom pieces when orders came in, Leif countered. That way, a smaller storefront would work well. Leif, people are going to want to see examples of your work, Diani argued. People will also want to be able to buy things like storage devices and not wait for custom orders. He's a guy, Chenoa said. You know most guys don't like shopping or even understand it. More laughter replied to Chenoa's statement. Leif sort of wanted to argue against that statement, but had to admit even this far away from the hustle and bustle of the capital, The shops had a lot of things in them that appealed more to women than men. In the end, he decided to let that statement be laughed off. Dayani, my class focuses on limited production runs and custom orders, Leif said after the laughter died. And yet, you're wanting enough metal to make a bunch of plates for wards, Dayani retorted. Touché, Leif said. I can consider the ward plates a limited production run. We won't need them, Jistu said. The elders want the same type of ward you have around your farm. Aren't you guys going to set up farms, though? Leif asked. Just small garden plots for individual families that will be inside the village borders, Kasumi answered. Pastures will be a different story, though. Animals need room to roam. We'll just do what we've always done, one of the other Cherokee said. Leif didn't recognize the voice. That's unless Leif wants to ward the whole top of the mountain. Could just set up some camping wards around the pastures, Enola countered. Anyway, we need a good-sized storefront, Leif, Dayani said. I hear you, Leif replied. He didn't want to argue, and part of him felt she was right. He looked at Dayani out of the corner of his eyes and saw her smiling. Evidently, she knew she was right. This is going to take all day, isn't it? Atsila asked as Leif stopped the wagon outside the largest building at the mine. The mine was fortified and well defended. The guards watched Leif and the Cherokee like hawks. Not if they just let me buy the metal stock Leif wants, Dayani replied. Leif looked at her in a bit of confusion. He didn't have a clue if the mine had what he wanted or not. Plus, he had never been in a mine before and wanted to look in it if he could. Dayani shook her head. You're not going in there if I can help it. I handle the suppliers or vendors. You make things. I know, but if they want me to go ahead and ward the mine, then yeah, it's going to take a while, Leif added. Plus, it's going to be an hour and a half or close to a 2-hour ride back to the farm. Do you think the miners know about your skills? Enola asked. I don't have a clue, Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. It'll depend on if any of them have paid attention to village gossip over the last few days, Alu said. And considering how small and remote Banner Elk is. Yeah, they're going to be interested in Leif's wards and probably charging him a lot more than they do others, Kasumi said. Leif, give me a list of what metals you want, Dayani said after thinking things through. You'll stay here, and I'll take a couple of the guys in as support to make the purchase. Support, Leif questioned. She means intimidation, a grinning Atsila replied. No, Dayani countered. I don't need intimidation to make a deal. That said, I do think I'll need a couple of rough-looking sorts, so the miners don't get it in their heads that they can take advantage of me. Atsila, that leaves you out, Jistu quipped. The others laughed as Atsila made a rude gesture towards his fellow clansmen. Shas and Kamuna, will you two come with me, please? Dayani asked 2 of the other men with them. The 2 agreed. Shas was skinnier and older than the other men while being just as handsome. But there was something in his eyes that chilled Leif to his core. He suspected that Shas was an extremely skilled warrior and had killed people before. Kamuna, on the other hand, was squat, ugly in comparison to the other Cherokee men, and powerfully built. Atsila advised Leif Kamuna's name meant bullfrog. Leif felt it fit the man to a T. We'll be back as quickly as we can. Leif and the rest of the elves watched Dayani, Shas, and Kamuna walk into the office. Leif, you didn't give her any money, Kasumi said. She still has the 25,000 crowns that Jeb paid for Banner Elk's ward, Leif replied. She can use that. A very happy-looking Dayani led her back up out of the office sometime later. Leif and the others had lost track of time. Made a good deal, Atsila asked his cousin. Yes, I did, Dayani happily replied. I also gained 2 levels today. The others congratulated her. Thank you, everyone. Leif, the mine will deliver a wagon load of steel, iron, and a few assorted precious metals and gems at the beginning of every month for the next 6 months. In return, you need to ward their fenced-in grounds, but not the mine itself since it's underground. That's a good deal, Leif said. He was surprised they didn't want the mine warded. Then again, maybe there wasn't monsters around that dug underground. It gets better, Dayani said. If you ward the path leading to Banner Elk, the mine owners will deliver the same load for the next year and make sure they include cut gems instead of raw ones. You want me to ward the trail, don't you? Leif asked, a smile on his face. Yes, Diani exclaimed. Her kin laughed. The cut gemstones are worth you warding the trail by themselves. I suppose I should get started then, Leif said. Most of the others groaned. They were ready to return to their clan. If a couple of you will paint the monster blood where I tell you to, I can ward this place a lot faster. Really? Etzilla asked. Yep. Show me where to paint, Etzilla said. It's late, Inoli said, when Leif and the others arrived at the entrance to his farm. He was standing in a camping ward along with several warriors. The sun had set before they made it back. Diani explained what happened and where they had been. You should have sent someone to let us know what you were doing. Sorry, father. I promise I will if there is a next time, Diani said. Inoli nodded. Leif, will you let our clan stay on your land tonight? Inoli asked. Yes, Leif answered. I'd be honored to have you as guests, and I can start warding your village site tomorrow if someone shows me where it's at. We'll show you tomorrow, Inoli said. We'll also start on harvesting wood for your house. About that, Leif said as he admitted the Cherokee onto his land. I have a deal with Bud Sawyer in place to supply me oak and cedar for the house and shop. Really? Diani asked, frowning. Leif nodded as they started toward his clearing. Atsilla and a few others left to get the rest of the clan. You didn't mention that to me. Several elves laughed, including Inoli. Leif advised Diani of his deal with the mill. He also told the Cherokee that he preferred to have the shop built first instead of his house, since he could live in the stable loft for the time being, as well as telling them that they should build their homes before starting anything of his. Leif made a decent deal, my daughter, Inoli told Diani. I suppose, Diani replied. Leif, are there any more deals I should be aware of? Nope. As for construction, we'll have a few people start on your shop tomorrow since you already have wood, Inoli said. We'll also start harvesting lumber for our homes. And don't worry, we have help coming to assist us. That works too, Leif replied. He guessed other Cherokee clans were coming to help Inoli's clan but didn't want to ask. It really wasn't any of his business. Leif, I want to keep 5,000 crowns for operating expenses, Diani said. The other 20,000 will split. Is that all right with you? Sure, that works for me, Leif replied. It was fair and would keep him from having to pay for things out of his funds for a while. Leif stretched and cracked his neck. He then took a drink of water from his canteen and offered it to the warriors watching over him while he made the Cherokee village wards. Atsilla took the canteen from him and took a sip. He looked at the canteen in disbelief. You enchanted the canteen? Atsilla asked after taking another sip and then passing the canteen to another warrior. Yeah, Leif answered. It purifies water, keeps water cold, and even refills the canteen from the moisture in the air. Will you enchant my canteen? Atsilla asked. The other warriors said the same. Bring me your canteens, and I'll enchant them after I get the village done, Leif said. He took his canteen back after it had been passed around. They rested for a few more minutes. Let's get back to it. You got done faster than you, or I thought you would, Inoli told Leif. I did. Having help helps, Leif replied, a grin on his face. Inoli chuckled. How does the ward feel in your mind? It's odd, the chief answered. Unlike what he had done for Banner Elk, Leif had bound the Cherokee's ward to their leader just like he had bound his wards to himself. Leif felt the Cherokee would need the extra protection since his people kept expanding their territory. You'll get used to it in time, and then it'll just be a part of you, Leif assured Inoli. Having to grant people permission to enter the wards will become a nuisance, Inoli said. Do your wards feel like they are part of you? It does on both counts, Leif agreed. It beats just letting anyone come into your land and the wards just feel like an extension of myself. Very true, Inoli said as Gajai joined them. I suppose I'll adjust to the wards in my mind in time, and I'll feel the same way as you do. Leif nodded. Leif, you created an inner and outer ward, the shaman said. Can we get the same? I also added some additional wards between the inner and outer wards, Leif said. Would you prefer that over just an inner and outer ward? How many do you have? Gaji asked before his brother could. 4 or 5, Leif answered. But they've layered themselves together, so it's just one ward now. How did you do that? Inoli asked. Used stones and buried the stones to hide them just in case someone was able to breach the outer layer, Leif answered. The wards just merged on their own. It was only something I thought might happen, not something I knew would happen. I'm pretty sure I can design or make them to merge like that now that I've seen my wards do that. Interesting, Gaji replied. We want that layered ward, Inoli said. I'll order a work detail to bring you stones. How large should the rocks be? 25 pounds or larger, Leif answered. Larger stones could be left above ground, since they would look like part of the natural landscape. Especially if placed in a grown-up area, or if flowers or bushes were planted around it, Inoli said, nodding his head. May we use your wagon and mule? Gaji asked. None of our wagons can hold the weight that yours can. Sure, as long as I can borrow a horse to get back to the farm, Leif answered. I want to get started on making metal plates. Want to eat lunch with us before you return home? Inoli asked. Leif's stomach grumbled. I'll take that as a yes. The Cherokee's wards bumped right against his wards, which was a good thing. Leif had considered just cutting across the land and heading southeast to his farm, but decided against it. He wasn't a skilled horse rider and didn't trust himself riding a horse across the rough terrain between the Cherokee's village site and his farm, despite the Cherokee having shown him game trails that he could use. So, instead of just taking a few minutes to get home, it took nearly an hour using the wagon trails. Looks like I have company, Leif said. He was almost home when he felt people arrive at his gate. Leif shrugged. The people would wait or not. Leif, are you doing all right? Diani asked. She was accompanying him home along with Alu, Chenoa, Atsila, and Kamuna. Leif had warded the trail leading to the Cherokee's village site, so he felt he didn't need the warriors' protection and guessed they were there for Diani. Or maybe to make sure he and Diani didn't do anything they shouldn't in the eyes of her father. Leif was attracted to and liked Diani, but wasn't sure if she felt the same. Then again, he could say the same about the other Cherokee girls he had met. Yeah, but I'm feeling sore. Hopefully, my amulet will heal that pain quickly when I dismount this horse, Leif replied, putting those thoughts of girls out of his mind. If you rode horses more, you wouldn't have to worry about being sore, Kamuna said. I have a wagon, so I don't have to ride horses, Leif countered. It's a more comfortable ride. These enchanted saddles you made for us are just as comfortable, Atsila said. I didn't get an enchanted saddle, Leif complained. You could have enchanted that one, Diani said sweetly. I was counting on my amulet to heal me, and not giving you guys another enchanted saddle for nothing, Leif said. But my amulet is just not keeping up with my body, though. Poor baby, want me to rub it and make it better? Chenoa and Alu said playfully at the same time and then laughed. Leif just shook his head. Those two loved teasing him. Leif, what happens if someone in the wards attacks another? Atsila asked. The wards stop the attack and then Inoli or me, depending on where. Your at can eject the attacker. Why? Just wondering, Atsila replied. Leif shrugged as they came to his gate. There you are, Bud Sawyer said. Hi, Bud, Leif replied. I see you brought another load of lumber and some workers. I figured you could use the wood, and I want to get started on that stand of cedar, Bud said. I also want one of those camping wards, since my guys don't normally work on fully protected land like yours. Diani perked up at that comment. Leif bit down on the laugh he felt coming out and smiled. He admitted Bud, his workers, and the Cherokee. You'll have to talk to my business partner about buying the ward, Leif replied, pointing at Diani. She handles sales, Bud groaned. Diani looks entirely too happy at the prospect of haggling with me. And I know how much you charged Sal and Bud for their camping ward. Diani frowned at that. Leif. I charged them 10,000 crowns, Leif replied. I felt it was good business since they're going to do the plumbing for my house too. Fine, Diani said. Her smile grew. 10,000 crowns for the camping ward sounds fine to me unless you want to haggle. Leif yawned and stretched. The sun was getting low, and he took a moment to admire the view. The last week had been busy with him making wards and turning treadle tools into mana-powered tools. Leif had also enchanted a lot of hand tools, mostly saws and knives. That was just for the Cherokee and Bud Sawyer. Diani had given him a very long list of other requests from Banner Elk villagers and other Cherokee. It seemed the area's inhabitants didn't care about breaking laws at all and wanted to make use of his enchanting skill for their personal gain or safety, even if it cost them a lot of money. Leif felt he had enough work to keep him busy for months. The list didn't include the adventurers and merchants either. An angry shout made him look over to where Diani used his wagon as a display and counter. His partner was talking to a few adventurers. Leif pulled the wards to the forefront of his mind, thinking he would have to expel the adventurers. One of the adventurers was gesturing angrily and getting louder. Shas, Kamuna, Atsila, Alu, Chenoa, and the Cherokee working on the shop moved up behind Diani, and the adventurers stopped. The adventurers' companions apologized, dragged the loudmouth away, and mounted their horses. The group rode away. Leif laughed, making the Cherokee look his way. What's so funny? Alu asked. Them, Leif replied, pointing at the fleeing adventurers. He's right, Atsila said. I've never seen adventurers turn tail so quickly. They were in awe of our might. Not yours, Diani told her cousin, jabbing an elbow into his ribs. Atsila gave her a hurt look while rubbing his side. Don't even try that. Shas is the one they were afraid of. I don't blame them, Kamuna said, causing the others to laugh. Me either, Leif replied to more laughter. What was all that about anyway? The adventurers wanted what they all want, enchanted weapons, armor, and gear, and don't want to wait for it, Alu replied. Leif, let's call it a day. Will you close the wards? Diani asked him. She looked more tired than Leif felt. He wondered if she was getting tired of dealing with customers yet but knew better than to ask. She would deny that she was. Good idea, Leif replied. He closed the wards to outsiders, except for the Cherokee with him in the clearing, after making sure nobody else was on his land. The wards are closed. I need to clean up the forge. Thank you. I need to go over the books, Diani said. She looked at her cousin. You guys can go if you want. This will take a while. You know your dad would have skinned me alive if I left you alone with a man, Atsila said. The older man just grinned. Nah, Alu said. Inoli would do it himself. That's true, Shas added. That also goes for Alu's and Chenoa's parents. With the other Cherokee coming to help you guys build the village, I'm surprised you're all here. That, except for Diani. I know she's here to make deals and money, Leif said. Diani grinned. The others looked a bit confused by his statement. I figured you guys would want to meet other young people that you weren't related to. Ah, you make a good point, Shas said. Don't worry about them. They'll get to spend time with the youths from the other clans. Normally, all the clans meet once or twice a year, which is where the younger generation get to know each other, Alu added. But since Inoli wanted to move our village, and we needed help to build it, the elders decided to use this opportunity to allow us another opportunity to get to know each other. What about you, Shas? Leif asked. I'm married, the older warrior replied. Another warrior will take my place in a few days. So you're here just to keep an eye on them? Leif asked. No, I'm here to make sure nothing happens to any of you, Shas answered. Inoli and the elders decided it would be best to make sure you had an experienced warrior around in case your wards failed, or something happened that caused you not to be able to kick out troublemakers. His being here also shows that we consider you a valuable friend and partner, Atsila said. Shas is one of the most feared warriors in the region. Interesting, Leif replied. He bowed to Shas. I thank you for being here. "You're welcome," the warrior replied, returning the bow. "Shas, might I see your weapons and a piece of jewelry?" Leif asked. He wanted to stay in the warrior's good graces and show that he respected the man at the same time. Besides, if things ever got more than friendly with one of the girls, it never hurt to have the chaperone as a friend. "You wish to enchant them?" Diani asked. Leif nodded, and she noticed the look in his eyes. "Don't tell me you want to do it for free." "All right, I won't tell you," Leif replied. "By all that is holy," Leif exclaimed as he checked his copy of the books after supper. No wonder the nobles and church want to keep enchanters as their prisoners or kill them. And this doesn't even count making weapons and such. They had made 300,000 crowns off 30 camping wards. The warded plates added 100,000 more crowns. Diani had charged 20,000 for each of the plates, while only charging 10,000 like Leif had for the camping wards. Leif assumed people must have wanted the mobile wards for their work, workers, and livestock. Then again, he wouldn't be surprised if some of the area farmers had bought the cheaper wards to save money and planned to just keep the ward up around their homes. Leif knew they wouldn't always make money like this, but he wouldn't be surprised if this week had made Diani and him two of the wealthiest people in the area. He shook his head. Between the books and request list, she had written a lot. That made Leif wonder if they really needed 2 copies of things. "Perhaps there is an easier way," Leif muttered as he thought about things. He grinned after checking his inventory. He had 2 fountain pens. "If I can enchant them to be a matched pair, and for one to copy on its own whatever is written with the other, that would save a lot of time and effort." He grinned and pulled the pens out of his inventory. It never hurts to try after all. Leif painted a little bit of monster blood on the pens and held them in one hand. He willed his intent into the pens. "You have created enchanted paired pens. What is written with one pen will be copied by the other. The second pen will function independently. Value 1,000 crowns." Leif smiled and dismissed the notice. He pulled out his notepad and ripped out a page. He then doodled using one pen. The second pen copied the doodle on the single piece of paper he had ripped from the notepad exactly. Leif swapped pens and tested them again. That worked as he hoped it would too. "Diani will love this," Leif told himself. He thought about it some more. "So will other merchants and scribes. I might need to learn how to make fountain pens." Leif watched as the Cherokee started work on his shop's walls a few days later. The carpenters nailed 3 boards together, with the middle one being offset. This placed a notch on one side of the combined board and a groove or channel on the other. Leif walked over to get a closer look. "Is this so the boards sit on top of each other as you build the walls?" Leif asked, pointing at the groove. "It is," Moh, one of the carpenters, answered. "We'll add a little glue in the groove of the next board before we set it on this one. That will help hold them together without having to use a lot of nails. Building the walls this way is easier for us and looks neater," Motto, the other carpenter, added. "We'll use the same method on your house when we start it." "For some reason, I assumed you guys would have used rough-hewn logs and clay or something as chinking," Leif told the 2 men. The 2 elves laughed. "Did you see any houses or other buildings like what you described in Banner Elk or on your way up here?" Motto asked. Leif shook his head and replied that he had not. "Our ancient ancestors would have built buildings like that as would yours, but construction methods have come a long way since then. Some people might still build that way if they're in a hurry or just don't care about the roof over their heads," Moh said. "They could if they wanted a more rustic look to their home too." "Yeah, I can see that happening," Leif replied. "Most of the homes and buildings I've seen are clapboard, with some having stone foundations and lower walls. Clapboard siding is pretty easy to do and looks decent enough," Moh said. "Plus, it's a simple and fast way of building walls," Motto added. "What we're doing takes longer since you have to combine the boards, but as Moh mentioned earlier, it'll make building the walls easier. And it'll allow one person to build a wall if they wanted to," Moh added. "Could you guys use some help?" Leif asked. "Sure, we don't mind if you want to help," Moh replied. "More hands make for easier lifting," Motto said. The middle board is offset, what, 2 inches? Leif asked. Yep, Mo answered. He then grinned. Are you sure you have the time to help us? Why wouldn't I? Leif asked. I work for myself and set my own schedule. You're a partner, Mato started to say. Boss, Mo interjected while pretending to cough. Might not agree, Mato finished saying. Dayani is just my business partner, not my boss, Leif said. Besides, she is helping in your village today. The 2 carpenters laughed. Leif shrugged and chuckled. Just a business partner, huh? Mo asked. Well, a friend too, Leif replied. Is that why you gave her the enchanted pens? Mato asked. She really likes those things, Mo added. I'm glad she does, Leif replied. I gave them to her to make paperwork and bookkeeping easier to do. Good to know. Let's get to work, Mo said. We're burning daylight. Are we going to cut spaces for windows and doors out of the logs? Leif asked the carpenters as he checked his skills and dismissed a notice. Class, level 6 artisan. Skills. Enchanter, level 7. Crafter, level 4. Jeweler, level 2. Ceramist, level 1. Woodworker, level 2. Blacksmith, level 3. Weaver, level 1. Leif had gained a level in woodworker already, and it wasn't even lunchtime yet. He grinned and dismissed the info. No, we'll cut smaller logs, as you called them, to fill gaps between window and door frames, which we'll make when we need them, Mato answered. You'll see, Mo added. Trust us, it'll work out nicely. All right, Leif said. What do you need me to do next? I can't believe we were able to build the 4 short end walls and one of the long side walls today, Leif told the carpenters. The shop was L-shaped. In the L's elbow sat the forge. Double doors opened to the forge. Leif was going to enchant or ward the shop to be fireproof, just to be on the safe side. We're both highly skilled and you're not too shabby either, Mo replied. That made things go easier and quicker than we thought they would today. Did either of you gain any levels today? Mato asked Leif and Mo. I didn't. Me either, Mo replied. But we're not doing anything new or stressing our skills. I gained 2 levels in my woodworker skill, Leif answered happily as he looked over his skills. Class, level 6 artisan. Skills. Enchanter, level 7. Crafter, level 4. Jeweler, level 2. Ceramist, level 1. Woodworker, level 3. Blacksmith, level 3. Weaver, level 1. That's pretty good, especially for an advanced class, Mo said. We'll finish the other wall tomorrow, and then start on the interior walls. I have a question, or well, thought about that, Leif said. I know Dayani wants a sizable shop front like every other shop has. Yeah, Mato said. She told us. Does it have to be separated from the workspace, though? Leif asked. You're thinking one big open space except for storage spaces, Mo asked. Leif nodded. Doable, but you might regret that in the long run. Customers will be able to watch and pester you, Mato added. I had considered that they could watch, but hadn't thought about them bugging me, Leif said. I was just thinking some customers might get a kick out of watching me work, and that it would be easier for Dayani and me to keep an eye on each other. Thinking about security even with your wards, Mo asked. Yeah. Inoli will make sure you two have someone around to act as a guard if needed, Mato said. And as a chaperone, Leif added. That's true, Mato replied, laughing. Do the separate shop front, Mo said. You've complained enough about the customers already. True. All right, we'll build it the normal way, Leif agreed. I still want the second set of double doors on the unfinished south-facing side, though. We could just put in a huge window if you want to enjoy the view, Mato said. I do want to see the view and enjoy the breeze, Leif admitted with a laugh. You're going to enchant the shop to be comfortable just like you did the stable, aren't you? Mo asked. Yep, Leif replied. But nothing beats a nice cool breeze, though. Good. We were going to put the loading doors on that side anyway, Mato said. Well, Mato asked a week later. Well, what? Leif replied. He grinned since he knew what the man wanted to know. You know what? Mo said as he lightly slapped Leif on the back of the head. Don't make us ask twice. Leif ducked to keep Motto from doing the same. He rubbed the back of his head as he looked around the finished shop. The construction of the L-shaped building wouldn't have taken half as long as it had if Leif hadn't had Sal and Frank come back and install plumbing. This gave the workshop running water in the work area as well as a bathroom, so he, Diani, and anyone else that ended up working with them wouldn't have to run to the stable or his house when it was built to handle the call of nature. Leif's workspace was built around the L's elbow and forge. The double doors led to the forge on one side and a loading-unloading area on the other side. Between the shop front and the workspace was storage space and a small sitting area that would be used for taking breaks. Single doors were located at each end of the building as well. The carpenters had even helped build display cases. Diani had gotten glass for the cases and windows from glassworkers that belonged to another Cherokee clan, since her clan's glassworkers wouldn't be doing any work of their own until a new workshop was built for them. Nothing was painted in the workshop. Leif hadn't wanted to waste time painting walls that were covered with tool racks, cabinets, and counters. Nothing was painted in the shop front either. Diani preferred the natural wood colors over paint. She did insist on the display cases being stained dark, though. She thought the darker cases would be a nice contrast to the lighter walls and floor. She also felt that the darker cases would help the items in them stand out more. I'm more than happy with the work, Leif replied. I'm even happier with the levels I've gained. My crafter skill is at level 5, and woodworker is up to 5 too. That's good news, Motto replied. I hear a but in there, Mo said. The shop front is Diani's domain, Leif said. So, it's up to her if it's done or not and meets her satisfaction. Well, she'll be by tomorrow. Diani will let us know if she's happy or not after she sees the place, Motto said. In the meantime, we're going back to the village and we'll be working on houses. Once all the homes are built, we'll return to start on your house, Mo added. Unless it snows, winter won't stop us. Because the basement has already been done, and we're using the existing foundation, Leif asked. Exactly, Mo replied. Well, I thank you gentlemen for your time and work, Leif said. You're welcome, Motto and Mo said at the same time. They gathered their tools and walked to their horses. Are you sure there's not anything else I can do for you? Leif asked. No, Leif. You've enchanted our blades to stay sharp and made storage devices for us, Mo replied. You've done more than enough. Besides, we just did what Diani agreed to on behalf of the clan, Motto said. We'll finish the rest of the terms of our agreement when we build your house. Fair enough, Leif said. He shook their hands and watched them ride away. He checked the wards and found that he was alone on his property for the first time in a couple of weeks. He walked over to his mule and gave him an apple. Jake, it's quiet. The mule snorted and nudged his hand again. Leif smiled and gave the mule another apple. That's the last one you get, Leif told Jake. He rubbed the mule between the ears and walked towards the shop. It's time to ward the shop and then cook supper. After supper, Leif sat in the loft looking out over Banner Elks Valley. After a few minutes, a colder breeze started blowing. He knew he could just close the loft doors, but that would deny him the view. Unlike the shop front, the stable didn't have large windows. In fact, it didn't have any windows. Leif felt the climate control enchantment start warming up and smiled. Enchantments really did make life easier and more comfortable. Speaking of enchantments, Leif muttered to himself. He pulled out his notebook and a new fountain pen to make a list of enchantments that the shop still needed. Diani had given the pen to him after he had given her the enchanted pens. The shop was already warded for climate control and protection, as well as fireproofing. The shop needs light and security. Oh yeah, and hot and cold water, Leif said aloud. After giving it some thought, he decided the security could be just a ward that only allowed him and Diani to remove things from the shop until sold. Leif laughed. Thankfully, enchantments are magic, and I don't have to worry about explaining how to make the enchantment work. My intent is all I need. Leif decided he would make more quartz lights in the morning, and then the control plate for hot and cold water. After that, he would place the lights around the shop. I could make a control panel for the lights and even make the lights fancier, Leif said, as he thought about how Harper had wanted something better looking when he had made the lanterns for the adventurers. I think most people would like nicer looking lights than the simple things I've made so far. He considered a few ideas. He had seen fancy looking candle holders and even some chandeliers in shops before. A round multi-light fixture would be a nice enough start. Maybe I could use a wagon wheel to make the fixture, Leif mused. But I don't have any wagon wheels to spare. I suppose I can ask Dayani about that tomorrow. Leif yawned. He put away his writing materials and shut the loft doors. He then took a bath and went to bed. "Good morning, Leif," Dayani said in greeting after dismounting her horse. Atsila had accompanied her and dismounted his horse as he greeted Leif as well. They led their horses into the corral. "Good morning, you too," Leif replied as he finished feeding Jake. "Enoli is trusting Atsila to chaperone us." "Yes," Atsila replied after removing the saddles from the horses. "Uncle trusts me. What's that burning smell?" "Breakfast," Leif exclaimed and took off running towards his cooktop, which he had set up beside the fire pit. Dayani and Atsila exchanged a look and ran after Leif. The bacon Leif had started to cook was burnt to a crisp, and the grits, which Leif had bought in Banner Elk but found out had come from the Cherokee, had boiled over the little pot. Atsila laughed, and then Dayani laughed as well as Leif turned off the cooktop. "This isn't funny," Leif said, scowling at the cousins. "I'm sorry, Leif," Dayani said, fighting her laughter and losing. "It's a little funny." "I'm not sorry, and this is more than just a little funny," Atsila said, not bothering to fight his laughter. "Leif, you really need to learn to cook." "I thought I was getting better at cooking," Leif muttered. "Bacon and grits cook at different temperatures, and bacon doesn't take as long to cook. Grits also need stirring," Dayani said. "You just can't put them on and leave them to do something else." "I thought I would be able to feed Jake before I needed to flip the bacon or stir the grits, since I put them on the cooktop and then turned it on," Leif replied. "But your cooktop gets to the set heat nearly instantly," Atsila said. "It would be different if it gained heat slowly." "Yeah," Leif replied. "Having different sections that you could set to different heat levels would be good too," Dayani said. "That would let a person cook different foods without having to constantly monitor them. Maybe even have a divider for the place you put pots and pans on from where you cook meat too," Atsila added. "Those are good ideas," Leif said. He wrote the ideas down in his notepad. "Leif, look at this and tell me what you think," Dayani said, getting his attention. She held a glass globe out to him. "I was thinking you could make holders for them, and we could sell the globes as decorative pieces." Here she goes again. Dayani has been talking about these things ever since she saw them when she bought the glass for windows, Atsila said. "I don't see a lot of people wanting decorative glass globes, even if they're different colors and shapes." Leif returned the pen and notepad to his inventory and took the light blue colored glass globe from Dayani. It was round and fit in the palm of his hand. The globe was large enough that Leif couldn't quite close his fingers around it. He knew some people would buy the globes as decorations, especially wealthier people that had plenty of money to spend on frivolous things. "Dayani is right," Leif said. "People will buy these globes as decorations, especially if they're different colors and shapes sitting in a pretty base or hung along a wire or something." "See," Dayani happily said. Atsila grinned and shrugged. He didn't mind being wrong about something like decorations. "What's wrong, Leif?" "Nothing, I just had an idea," Leif replied. "What, you want to enchant them?" Atsila asked. "Exactly," Leif replied. "Why would you enchant the globes for?" Dayani asked. "To make them harder to break." "That's a good idea, but I was thinking about enchanting them to make light like my quartz lights," Leif answered. "Dayani, how many of these do you have?" "Blue globes or just globes in general?" "Both," Leif replied. 3 blue ones, 3 green ones, and 3 red ones that are longer and twisted. Those remind me of flames," Dayani said. "Oh, and 4 clear ones. Except for the red ones, they're all the same size. All right, if you'll give me all of them, I'll start making fixtures for them, Leif said. His stomach rumbled. Sorry about that. And I was just about to ask you if you had forgotten about breakfast, Etzilla said. Go get to work, Dayani said. I'll cook you breakfast. What about you too? Leif asked. We've already eaten, Etzilla answered. Where do you keep your food? Dayani asked. In the icebox in the loft, Leif replied. He started to go get it. No, Dayani said. You get to work, I'll get the food. And I'll supervise, Etzilla quipped. No, Dayani said. She gestured to the cooktop. You'll help me clean up this mess. Etzilla's mouth opened and shut before staying open. Dayani just stared him down. Leif wanted to laugh. Etzilla closed his mouth and grabbed the pot off the cooktop. Leif turned to keep the cousins from seeing the smile on his face and walked towards the shop as Dayani laughed. Etzilla's and Leif's laughter joined hers a moment later. Leif used the blow lamp to weld one end of the J-shaped copper piece to the round copper plate he had made after breakfast. At the short end of the J-shaped copper piece was a cup just big enough to hold about half of one of the red glass globes. The backside of the plate was a bracket that would let the plate hang from a nail. Leif placed the thicker end of the globe into the cup once the weld had cooled. He gently bent the end of the cup to keep the globe from moving. Leif decided that the globes needed lips on one end to help hold them in place, especially if he made a fixture that hung from the ceiling. Otherwise, the globe would have to sit on top of the fixture. Leif polished the fixture and added his mark before he enchanted the light. You have created an enchanted wall sconce. This small red glass globe mounted in a copper fixture will produce a flame-colored light at dusk and stay lit until dawn. The light will also come on if it is dark enough in the room it is in as well. The globe is also enchanted to not break. Value 1,000 crowns. Leif smiled, dismissed the notice, and hung the fixture on the wall. He then called out for Dayani and Etzilla to join him. That's not bad, Dayani said after examining the light. Sort of simple looking though, Etzilla said, but I suppose you did that on purpose. I did, and it's still worth 1,000 crowns, Leif replied. He shut the forge side double doors and the light turned on. It looks like fire, Etzilla said. It's pretty and I like it, Dayani added. Would the other globes produce the same color light or light in their colors? Light in their colors, Leif answered. The clear globes would probably make a white light. The globes also need some kind of lip, so they can be used in different kinds of fixtures. He explained his idea of hanging fixtures and voiced his concerns about having to have the lights sitting on top. Leif thought they would cast shadows. That makes sense, Etzilla said. True, Dayani agreed. Are you going to make more of these wall sconces for the red globes? Yes, Leif replied. I think I'll just make simple pedestals for the blue and green globes. For the clear globes, I think I'll make a hanging fixture. 1 globe per hanging fixture might be best since we only have 4 globes, Dayani said. Especially if you want to use them in the shop. The others we can sell. All right, Leif agreed. He opened the shop doors again and the light went out. It's controlled by the amount of natural light, Etzilla asked. Yeah, Leif replied. I felt that was best way to enchant it so the light can come on during the day or night. We'll leave you to it then, Dayani said. She took the enchanted light with her to the front of the shop. Etzilla borrowed a hammer and some nails. Leif decided he could just use quartz lights in the workshop, but felt the shop front needed the more decorative glass lights. He decided to go ahead and make a single fixture for the clear globes even if it upset Dayani. She would get over the disappointment sooner or later. He made 2 more of the wall sconces and sat them aside on a counter. Now it's time for the main event, Leif told himself. He took a carbon steel ingot and then added a stainless steel ingot, hammered, and layered it with the carbon steel after letting the Manhwa forge burn extremely high. This gave the steel a wavy dark and light pattern. Leif then shaped the combined steel into a long rod. He then shaped the combined rod until it was more rectangular than round, and 2 inches wide by 1 inch thick. Satisfied with those dimensions, he shaped the metal until it formed a foot-round circle. He used the blow lamp to weld the ends together. That done, Leif spent the rest of the morning making 4 12-inch chains, also combined steel, and attaching them to the bronze circle. "What are you making?" Atsila asked. Leif jumped. "Didn't mean to scare you." "I didn't hear you come in," Leif said. "I noticed. You really get into your crafting." "Yeah, I guess I should change the wards to notify me when people approach," Leif said. "That's not a bad idea," Atsila said, nodding his head in agreement. "Is that a light fixture?" "Part of one," Leif replied. "Looks like it's too big for a single globe." "Yeah, I decided to make something a bit fancier. Something fancy out of steel." "Yep. How did you get the light and dark wavy pattern in the steel?" Atsila asked. "It's called Damascus steel and is something I learned about a couple of years ago, but never had the skill to try. I decided to try my hand at making it today," Leif answered. The original method of creating Damascus steel was lost thousands of years ago, but smiths discovered a way of recreating it by layering and hammering carbon and stainless steel together at high temperatures over 1,000 years ago. "I guess they passed their knowledge down," Atsila replied. Leif nodded. "Is it good for anything other than looking pretty?" "Damascus steel is harder, sharper, and more flexible than any other steel. It also retains its edge better," Leif explained. He received a notice and checked it. "Ha, I gained a level in blacksmith too." "That's good. Lunch is ready, by the way." "Great, I'm hungry," Leif replied. He cooled the forge with a thought. "Now that's something I've never seen before," Atsila said. Leif told him about the forge as they walked toward the fire pit. "Would you make me a Damascus steel tomahawk and knife? I'll pay for them." "Yes, I will," Leif replied. "It might be a while, though." "That's fine. I can wait," Atsila said. "How come other blacksmiths don't make Damascus steel or use it?" "I guess because they can use monster parts instead to get the same, if not superior flexibility, hardness, and sharpness with less effort," Leif answered. "Probably charge a lot more too," Atsila said. "There is that," Leif agreed as they arrived at the fire pit. "Charge more for what?" Dayani asked. "Weapons made from monster parts instead of from Damascus steel," Atsila answered. "What is Damascus steel?" Dayani asked. "And is it something we should be concerned with?" "Food first and then I'll explain," Leif replied. Atsila nodded his agreement. "All right," Dayani said. Dayani and Atsila watched as Leif welded Damascus steel talon-shaped cups to the circle. The cups were equal distance between the chains, which were equal distance apart. Leif then added a hoop for the chains to connect to. Finally, he made a 6-inch chain and connected it to the hoop as well. "What's the little chain for?" Dayani asked. "To hang from the roof," Leif answered as he used linseed oil to polish the fixture. "The roof is 10 feet tall, so this will put the light fixture high enough to be seen and give off plenty of light." "But how are we going to hang the light?" Dayani asked. "I'll make a regular steel J-hook and thread the end of it so we can hang the light," Leif replied. Leif, none of us are 8 feet tall," Atsila pointed out as Leif placed the clear globes in the cups. "Huh, good point," Leif admitted. He shrugged and started painting some monster blood on the light fixture. "I guess I'll stack tables on top of each other or something since I don't have a ladder." "Leif, just make a ladder," Dayani said. Atsila agreed. "We can hang the wall sconces in the meantime and use them for light if we have to." "All right," Leif replied as he checked his notice. "You have created an enchanted Damascus steel circle light fixture. This fixture will make a soft white light at dusk and stay lit until dawn. The light will also come on if it is dark enough in the room it is in as well. The globes are also enchanted to not break. Value 3,000 crowns. "Nice work, Leif," Dayani said. 3,000 crowns for such a simple thing are good, but we're not selling this. It's too pretty and I like it too much." "I can always make more just like it," Leif said. "Nope," Dayani replied. "Besides, it'll be too much trouble to take down once the shop is fully stocked." "Good point," Atsila said. "Leif, are you going to make a ladder next?" "We're going to have to open the shop soon," Dayani told Leif several days later. Leif gave her a questioning look. when we went into Banner Elk to procure some food for the clan and you. Several people asked when they could buy more of the camping wards. A lot of the adventurers and guards asked when they could buy healing and protection items. Alu added as Kamuna helped her, and then Diani down from Leif's wagon. Your food is in the chest on the right. Leif had modified the enchantments on his storage chests to allow Diani, Etzilla, and Alu access to the storage space, since the Cherokee had decided to do some of his shopping for him while they did their own. Leif suspected they weren't just being nice, but trying to keep him out of Banner Elk and safe on his farm. He had heard rumors some of the adventurers still wanted to force him to enchant for free and turn him over to the nearest noble. The adventurers can wait, Shas said, but offering protection items to guards and regular folk would be a good thing. We could use more protection items as well. I'll need more monster blood, Leif said. Already taken care of, Diani said. 20 vials of level 40 blood are in the same chest as your food. Oh, in that case, bring me what you guys want enchanted for protection and healing, Leif replied. That's in the chest on the left, Kamuna said. Well, all right then, Leif said. He almost wished he had kept his skills a secret. He had no desire to just enchant things for the rest of his life. That was one reason why he chose the artisan class instead of the advanced enchanter class. Did you get the mattress I asked for? We did, Diani replied. It's in the chest with your food and blood. We also picked up the cushions you had ordered since they had arrived. Great, thanks, Leif said. Planning on putting the mattress on the floor like your bedroll? Alu asked. You don't have a bed frame. I'm going to build a bed frame, Leif replied. While you guys borrowed Jake and my wagon to do your shopping, I made the rest of the furniture I need for the loft. Well, except for the bed frame. Can we see it? Diani asked. And get out of the cold, Alu asked. Leif noticed that she and Diani were bundled up in more layers than he had ever seen them wear. It's not that bad out here, Kamuna said. I'll take Jake to the corral. Leif felt the chill as the other man unhitched his mule and led him away. It was getting colder, but he found it refreshing more than cold so far. Maybe that was because he was used to the lowlands and their warm springs, hot summers, warm falls, and mild winters. He suspected the cold just hadn't hit him yet, but felt it wouldn't be long before it did. The trees had lost their leaves, and the wind was more out of the north these days, so winter couldn't be too far away. I agree, Shas said, but I would like to see Leif's furniture too. Right this way, Leif said. He led the Cherokee into the workshop. The three elves walked around and examined the furniture he had made. You used little logs for everything. Why? Alu asked. It's pretty, Diani said, as she sat in one of the chairs. I really like that you left it the natural wood color too. This is solid work, Shas remarked as he pushed on the kitchen table. Thanks, Leif replied. I used logs because it was quicker than using finished lumber, and I like the way it looks. Rustic, Diani muttered. Not bad value either. Everything is worth at least 500 crowns. The kitchen table and 4 chairs are worth 1,500 crowns together. I'm jealous of that skill, Alu said. Diani grinned at her kin. Leif wasn't sure how they were related, and that went for nearly all the Cherokee in the clan, but didn't want to ask despite his curiosity. Kamuna joined them and sat in the reading chair Leif had made. The squat man sighed in contentment. Alu smiled. Kamuna, you seem to like the chair. I do, Kamuna replied. It's comfortable despite not having a cushion. That's odd, but the kitchen chairs are comfortable too, Shas said. Leif, you didn't enchant these, Diani said. True, Leif replied. Then how? Alu asked, gesturing at the furniture. My skill is high enough to offer a bonus to furniture I make, Leif replied. So your furniture is more comfortable, Diani asked. And sturdier and of higher quality, Leif replied. He grinned. I think it helps that I really like woodworking. Going to make furniture for the shop? Diani asked, a hopeful smile on her face. Yep, there are already 2 sitting chairs like those that Alu and Kamuna are sitting on in the break area, Leif answered. I'm going to make another couch and kitchen table as well. Maybe a stool or 2 too. Need some help moving this stuff into the loft? Diani and Alu asked at the same time. They laughed. Not really, Leif replied. He walked over to the table and made it disappear into his ring. You still need help moving things around once you get it in the loft, Alu said. Diani nodded her agreement. I can just put it in my ring and move it that way, Leif said. Leif, Shas said. Leif turned to the older warrior and saw the man slightly shaking his head. Leif gave Shas a questioning look. Let the girls decorate your loft. Diani and Alu smiled and nodded their heads. They did look happy at the prospect of decorating, or at least arranging his furniture. Sure, Leif said. Shas nodded in approval as the girls beamed at Leif. We should go to the village and get some blankets, Alu said as the two girls walked toward the stable. And some other stuff to use as decorations, Diani said. Are you sure this is a good idea? Leif asked Shas as the girls were out of hearing range. No, but it's something a lot of women like doing. You'll have to accept and learn to live with it, Shas answered. That's especially true if you plan on courting a girl and getting married one day. Kamuna laughed and then said, Listen to Shas. He's not an elder yet, but he is wise. We'll take your furniture to the loft and help the girls, Shas said, making a sitting chair disappear into his inventory. Kamuna, if I know those two and I do, you'll have to escort one of them to the village. I'll stay to watch the other. If they both want to go to the village, we'll both go with them. What about me? Leif asked. Start work on your bed, Shas replied. They'll want to decorate your bedroom too. But the loft is only temporary living quarters, Leif objected. Doesn't matter, Shas said. Diani and Alu have it in their minds to decorate and they're going to do it. Remember what I said earlier. All right, Leif sighed. Courtship was evidently a lot different than just bedding a girl. And thanks. You're welcome, Shas replied. Diani and Alu returned. We want to go to the village and get some stuff before we start moving the furniture, Alu said. Before we go, we'll put your food up as well, Leif, Diani said. Thank you, Leif replied. She smiled in return. I'll saddle the horses, Kamuna said. He started walking away without another word. Shas put the furniture back. Leif shook his head and walked over to his wood stock. Leif, can you make rocking chairs like this? Alu asked. Leif nodded. Oh, Grandma would love that, Diani added. A rustic rocking chair was something else to add to his growing list of things to do. Thankfully, he had already planned on making one for himself. When Diani and Alu returned a few hours later, they brought help. Chenoa and Enola were with them, as were Shas and Kamuna. Surprised to see us? Enola asked. No, I'm not surprised, Leif replied. I had to let you in the wards after all. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Enola said. She shrugged. Oh well. Did you miss us? Chenoa asked, winking at Leif. Wait, you can pick out individuals in the wards. If I know the person, yes, I can pick them out of a group that I allow in the wards, Leif replied. That's good. It'll help your security, Kamuna said as Shas voiced his agreement. Did you come with us to decorate or just tease Leif? Alu asked her kin and changed the subject. What? We can't do both, Chenoa asked, grinning at the other woman. Nope, we came to decorate for a friend, Diani replied. She turned her attention toward Leif. Sorry it took so long to get back, but it took a while to find all the stuff we wanted to give you. Diani, are you feeling all right? Enola asked. Yeah, why? You said give him, not sell or trade him, Enola Chenoa answered. I did I? Diani muttered. She smiled and shrugged her shoulders. Leif has given us stuff, so this is fair and can technically be considered a trade or returning a favor. And there she goes rationalizing things, Alu said. Oh, hush, Diani exclaimed as she tried to hit the other woman on her shoulder. Alu danced out of the way, laughing. I finished my bed frame, and the bed is in the bedroom, Leif informed them. I think I need to order sheets, though. We got you covered, Alu said, holding up a set of sheets. Literally. The girls and Kamuna laughed. Shas shook his head but had a smile on his face. Leif laughed as well. What's that? Shas asked, pointing to the metal frame beside the forge. Part of a new tool, Leif answered, patting the frame. If everything. Works like I want it to. This thing will save me a lot of hammering. How's it going to do that? Diani asked. She walked closer to the frame and examined it. It doesn't look like much other than a weird H. Or a strange G or 6, Chenoa added. You'll see when it's finished, Leif replied, a grin on his face. If it works, I'm honestly not sure it will work. Have faith in yourself, Leif, Diani replied, matching his grin. You'll make it work. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Leif said. You're welcome, Diani replied. She looked at the frame again. Wait a minute. Isn't part of that the metal cylinders you had commissioned a few weeks ago? This is what they were for. Yep, Leif answered. I don't have any cylinder molds, and it was easier to buy the cylinders than make them myself. If this works, it'll be worth the cost. I'm not complaining about the costs, Diani protested. If you think it's worth it, it's worth it. Thanks, Leif replied. That's enough of that, you two. You're not married. Let's get to decorating, Enola said with a huge smile on her face. Leif, you can play with your tool. The other girls groaned. So did Shas and Kamuna. That one fell flat even to me, Leif replied, shaking his head. And I normally like jokes like that. Yeah, that wasn't my best, Enola agreed. She shrugged and started walking after the others toward the stable. Leif noticed she didn't put the sway in her hips that she did sometimes she thought he would be watching. Leif shrugged and turned his attention back to his project. I really don't like making poles like this, Leif grumbled as he finished welding the small, short cylinder to the end of the metal shaft. On one end of the 6-foot shaft was the horizontal 3-inch cylinder. The other end of the shaft was cut open a foot long, forming a long bracket. He added a lever or arm to the top of the frame and attached it to the solid metal cylinder that would be the hammerhead. On the other end of the lever, Leif added a bracket. He used the spirit lamp to weld everything together. Leif added a large steel wheel to the bottom backside of the frame. He then attached the shaft to the lever by feeding a bolt through the 3-inch cylinder. Leif tried to pull the shaft toward the lower wheel so he could attach the shaft to the wheel and failed. The hammerhead weighed too much for him to hold the shaft down with just one hand. Need a hand? Kamuna asked. Leif jumped. I really need to pay more attention to what's going on around me, Leif replied. And yes, I need some help. Want me to pull the shaft down while you do whatever you need to do? The warrior asked. Yes, please, Leif replied. What are you doing out here? Got tired of watching the girls decorate, Kamuna answered as he pulled the shaft down so the bracket end fit over the wheel. Just a little more, Leif said as he tried to feed the bolt through the bracket and hole in the wheel. That's it. Hold it there. Will do. All right, Leif announced a moment later. You can let go. So the wheel turns, moving the arm-like thing up and down, and that makes the big cylinder go up and down too, Kamuna asked. Yeah, Leif answered. Or it will once I enchant it, and thanks for the help. You're welcome. What's the point of that thing? You had said something about hammering earlier. Look at the end of the cylinder, Leif said as he pulled down on the lever. You see that it's rectangular and flat. Yeah. So is the part the cylinder is resting on. Leif let the lever go, and the cylinder fell onto the block of steel under it. Imagine that happening several times in rapid succession. Oh, this will hammer for you, Kamuna said. He laughed. And save your shoulder some work. Yep, Leif replied. Kamuna, you were supposed to tell Leif to come look, not stand around admiring his tool, Enola shouted from the loft. Leif laughed, enjoying the juvenile humor. I was helping Leif, Kamuna yelled back. He grinned sheepishly at Leif. I had forgot to tell you they were done. Well, let's go see what they've done, Leif said. The loft was colorful now. The girls had hung a few paintings and blankets around the sitting and kitchen areas. They had done the same in the bedroom and added a circle with a spiral design in it at the head of his bed. Hanging from the circle were several feathers. What is that thing? Leif asked, pointing at the circle. That's a dream catcher, Alu answered. Diani insisted on it. Dream catchers are symbols of hope and healing, Diani added. They're used to protect sleepers from bad dreams, nightmares, and evil spirits. Leif started to say he didn't need something like that, and then stopped himself. He hadn't had many nightmares the last couple months, but still had them on occasion. I thought it could help, Dayani said. I hope I didn't overstep my bounds. You didn't, Leif replied, smiling at her. Thank you, I hope it does what you said it does. We only hung one painting in the bathroom, Chenoa said. That's fine, Leif replied. Hopefully, I won't be spending too much time in the bathroom anyway. So, what do you think? Enola asked. In answer, Leif hugged and thanked each of them. You're welcome, Leif, but I've entered a courtship and can't play with you like I did before. Oh, that's fine. Congratulations, Leif replied. I'm happy for you. Enola looked as relieved as Leif felt. He enjoyed the flirting, but was glad to find out that was all it was. Come girls, it's time we get home, Shas announced. The Cherokee said their goodbyes and left. That night, Leif slept peacefully under the dream catcher. Leif examined the frame again the next morning and nodded to himself. He painted some monster blood on the simple machine after testing the hammer's driving cylinder. It worked well. Leif added a drop of his blood and willed his intent into the frame. You have created a mana hammer. A mana hammer uses the energy, mana, that surrounds everything to beat whatever is placed under the driving cylinder. This hammer is mentally controlled. This hammer is bound to Leif craftsman. Value, 100,000 crowns. It's time to test this thing, Leif laughed as he put a small steel ingot in the forge. Once the ingot was heated, he used tongs to move it to the mana hammer. The driving cylinder slammed down onto the ingot once Leif gave it a command. The ingot was flatter than he wanted. This is going to take some time to get used to. A little less force next time, too. After a little trial and error, Leif had the mana hammer working as he wanted. The new machine would be a great help doing general work, but couldn't be used to do fine detail hammering. Still, it would save him a lot of time and effort, and that was all that mattered. Happy with his testing, Leif heated the small steel ingot again. It was time for a new hammer amulet. You have created a personal soothing reflection, shield hammer amulet. This amulet will protect against attacks up to level 50 and heal wounds over time. This amulet will only function for Leif craftsmen and will also reflect equal damage to an attacker. Value 75,000 crowns. Leif grinned and dismissed the notice. He hung the new amulet on a leather thong and placed it around his neck. He melted down his old amulet and used the steel to make a bracelet. Leif carved leaf and flower designs into the bracelet. He then polished the steel with linseed oil and painted some monster blood onto it. He willed his intent into the bracelet. You have created a flower and leaf illumination bracelet. This bracelet will produce a soft white light. The bracelet will resize itself to fit its wearer. Value 2,500 crowns. That will do nicely, Leif told himself while dismissing the notice. He decided to spend the rest of the day making more jewelry, including a couple of wooden pieces. Some of it he enchanted, and the rest he left unenchanted. The important thing was raising his skill level. The second important thing was building up a selection of goods to have on hand for stock. Leif happily read for a while after supper that night. He felt the day had been almost perfect. He had made a couple of dozen jewelry pieces and enchanted a third of them. Leif felt he had increased his artistic ability at least a little in addition to rising his jeweler skill to level 3. The only thing that would have made the day perfect was having his own house built. Yep, Leif muttered. Well, having someone to share all this with and come home to would have made the day absolutely perfect in addition to the house. Leif sighed and went to bed instead of allowing his thoughts to ruin his mood and such a good day. Leif, these are fantastic, Dayani gushed the next morning as she examined the jewelry. You really think so? Leif asked. Yes, Dayani replied. Why, you think I'm just saying that to say it? I don't know, Leif admitted. I don't think I'm much of an artist. Says the guy that is an artisan, Atsila said, shaking his head. And yes, I'm aware that being an artisan isn't the same as being an artist, but as Dayani said, these are good. Learn to take a compliment. Leif grinned sheepishly. Thanks, guys. You're welcome, Dayani said. When are you going to start on my project? Etzilla asked. I'm going to hitch Jake to the wagon and go into Banner Elk. I'll start on your project when I get back, Leif replied. We can go for you, Diani said. Thanks, but no, Leif replied. I appreciate that you guys are trying to look out for me, but I need to do some things myself. Having others buy everything I need is too weird. Want some company? Diani asked. While I enjoy your company, you guys going with me is pretty much the same thing as sending someone else, Leif replied. So, going into Banner Elk alone is just something you have to do? Etzilla asked. Yeah, it is, Leif agreed. Etzilla nodded his understanding. Have fun. I don't think it'll be fun since I'm just going for supplies, but thanks, Leif replied. Do you guys want to stay here and hang around? No, Diani said after giving it some thought. We'll go back to the village and help there, just be careful. I will, Leif said. He watched the Cherokee mount their horses and leave. He hitched Jake to the wagon and let the mule take him down the mountain. Leif unhitched Jake about 3 hours later and led the mule into the corral. The trip had been uneventful with him being mostly left alone. Only a couple of adventurers had approached him, and then only to ask about getting him to make gear and weapons for them. Others either nodded in greeting or ignored him. I think we'll be fine in the long run, Leif told Jake as he fed him a carrot as snowflakes started to fall. He stood watching the snow for a while since it was the first time he'd ever seen it. Jake snorted. Leif smiled and led the mule into the stable. Only a dusting of snow was visible the next morning. Leif suspected that it was a little too early in the year for snow. Still, he looked forward to seeing how much it snowed when it turned colder and considered yesterday's snow a sign of things to come. I may regret that desire too, Leif told himself as he washed dishes after eating breakfast. Once done, he fed Jake and tried to get the mule out to the corral. The ornery critter refused to leave his stall. I guess you think it's too cold outside. The mule just stared at him. All right, have it your way and stay here, Leif told the mule. He refilled the water trough and rubbed the mule between his ears. Leif was also glad the stable was enchanted to clean up the mule's mess. I need to get to work. Leif beat and shaped the Damascus steel into a curved blade. The steel tapered to where it would fit around the shaft. On the other side, Leif formed a counterweight shaped like a ball. That wasn't the traditional counterweight design from what he had seen, but it would work. Leif left the head to cool after quenching it and started working on the handle. He used a piece of hickory wood to make a 16 straight handle. Leif carved a swirling vine pattern into both sides of the shaft for decorative purposes. The vines would aid in gripping the shaft as well. He considered wrapping the handle in leather, but decided against it. Next, Leif fixed the tomahawk head onto the handle and tested the balance. He felt it was the same as or close to the same as the tomahawk Etzilla had loaned him for comparison. Unlike the loaner, the Damascus steel tomahawk's head sat on the end of the shaft. The loaner's head sat an inch below the end of the shaft. Leif used a file to grind a touch of steel off the ball and rechecked the balance. That might be even better than Etzilla's tomahawk now, Leif muttered. He grinned. Then again, that could just be my pride talking. He then sharpened the blade, added his mark to the head, and polished the tomahawk one more time. That done, Leif painted some monster blood on the tomahawk and willed his intent into it. He wanted the tomahawk to not break and stay sharp. You have created an enchanted Damascus steel tomahawk. This tomahawk will always hold a razor's edge and is extremely durable. Value 5,000 crowns. Leif smiled and dismissed the notice. He had some Damascus steel left and thought it was enough to make a knife with or some jewelry. Most of the Cherokee warriors do carry both a knife and tomahawk, Leif said. He shrugged. Damascus steel jewelry would be nice, but so would a matching knife for the tomahawk. I'm still not fond of making weapons, but the knife it is. Just as he had done with the tomahawk, Leif used the mana hammer to do most of the work of lengthening and thinning the knife blade. He then manually hammered and shaped the blade until it was 8 inches long, 1/4 inch thick, and 1.5 inches wide. It was straight-backed and reminded Leif of a butcher knife blade. Maybe I should add a cross guard, Leif said to himself. He shrugged and added his mark to the blade along the spine. That would position the mark at the base of the blade before the handle. Leif normalized and quenched the blade. He left it to cool and used another block of hickory to make the handle. Leif shaped the 5-inch handle so that it was as wide as the blade and just a little thicker. The handle also curved in the middle slightly. Leif hoped that would make it more comfortable to grip. He sanded down the handle and then carved the same swirling vine pattern into both halves of the handle. Once done, Leif used rivets to attach the handle to the tang. Leif then sharpened the blade and polished the whole knife using linseed oil. Once it was dry, he painted some monster blood on it and willed his intent into the knife. He wanted it to have the same enchantment as the tomahawk. You have created an enchanted Damascus steel long knife. This knife will always hold a razor's edge and is extremely durable. Value 5,000 crowns. Leif smiled and dismissed the notice. He put the weapons into his inventory and fixed a sandwich for lunch. He tried to get Jake out of the stall, but the mule still refused. Maybe you're smarter than I am, Leif told the mule. Then again, the shop is climate controlled, as are my clothes, so you can stay in your stall. I think I'll make a kiln this afternoon. Tomorrow, we'll see if anyone has some clay for sale. Leif looked at the kiln. It was made from stone and dome shaped with a small chimney sticking out the top. The opening to put in pottery was waist high. The shelf extended 4 feet deep and was 2 feet wide. He thought it would hold quite a bit of pottery. Leif checked the notice again. You have created a mana kiln. A mana kiln uses the energy, mana, that surrounds everything to burn brighter, hotter, and faster than other mundane energy sources allow. This kiln is mentally controlled to increase or decrease heat. Igniting and extinguishing the kiln is also mentally controlled. This kiln is bound to Leif craftsman. Value, 100,000 crowns. Leif smiled and dismissed the notice. He then checked his skills. Class, level 7 artisan. Skills, enchanter, level 8. Crafter, level 6. Jeweler, level 3. Ceramist, level 1. Woodworker, level 5. Blacksmith, level 5. Weaver, level 1. He was pleased to see that he had gained some levels. Leif smiled again and dismissed the information. It was time for supper. Leif spent the next 2 weeks making a lot of pottery, some jewelry, camping wards, and a few pieces of furniture. He only enchanted about 1/3 of the jewelry and 1/5 of the furniture. The focus on pottery had gotten his ceramist skill up to level 2. Dayani and whoever was chosen as her chaperone hadn't visited the shop, since her and Atsilla had gone with him to buy clay. Leif wasn't worried, though. He knew the Cherokee had been close to finishing all their houses, and most likely the elders wanted everyone to pitch in. Leif grinned after looking over his wares. He had more than enough to last a while, or at least he hoped so. If he did have enough of what he considered basic goods, that should allow him to start working on commissions. Why are there so many weapons on this list? Leif asked himself as he read over the commission request list again. He knew he could also visit the Cherokee and see if he could help them. Leif also knew if they wanted his help, they would have asked. He sighed and turned his thoughts back to the commission list. Because there are so many adventurers around here that want new toys. Leif perked up as a thought hit him. He sat the list back down on the main counter in the sales shop and walked back into the workshop. His eyes fell on the wood scraps from his furniture making, and he grinned. I wouldn't use the scrap for anything else, but maybe wooden rings otherwise, Leif muttered. His grin turned into a smile. Leif pulled out his notepad and pen. Let me make a list of things I can turn this scrap into. Leif took some of the wood scraps and started shaping them into little notched wooden logs. He made 2 dozen that were 1 inch long, and then made dozens more that were various sizes up to 1 foot long. The little 1-inch logs had a single centered notch in them. Leif cut out a mirrored notch on the opposite side of each log after giving it some thought. On the longer logs, Leif had cut out 4 notches. The mirrored notches were on opposite ends of each log. This would allow the logs to be stacked into shapes. Next, Leif took some of the longer logs and cut them into halves lengthwise. These would be used as floorboards and roofing pieces. Huh, I'll need to make more of the longer logs, Leif told himself. He smiled and shrugged. It was an easy process and wouldn't take long. Leif found that he smiled a lot while making the logs. Making toys was relaxing and fun. What did Mom and Dad call these things when they gave me some when I was little? Leif shook himself and started making more of the logs. He wanted 24 of the different log sizes in a set. He considered painting or staining his little logs, but decided not to. He sanded the logs until they were smooth, though. It wouldn't be a good toy if children got splinters from them. Oh yeah, Mom and Dad called these little things Lincoln logs, Leif told himself a while later. He was smiling again. What an odd name. Leif made 3 sets of the logs and then made small chests to store the logs in. He sanded down the chests and then painted Lincoln logs on the top of each chest. You have created a Lincoln log set. This set of toy logs can be used by a child or adult to build toy structures. Value, 25 crowns. Leif laughed and dismissed the notice. I think I need to make a few more sets of these. That's 24 sets of Lincoln logs, Leif told himself 2 days later. Maybe I should make a few more sets. He shook his head and decided not to after giving it some thought. He was an artisan after all, and not a general carpenter or laborer. Leif decided to make some simple toy wagons and animals next. After the wagons and animals, I could carve little people, Leif said aloud. On second thought, he decided to make a different kind of toy instead. Maybe I should go into Banner Elk and buy some paint for the animals. 2 days later, Leif still hadn't gone after any painting supplies. Instead, he simply used different shades of wood and burned out spaces for eyes and noses, or drilled out the spaces. On others, he used a knife and simply carved them out. Leif had rabbits, horses, cows, cats, dogs, pigs, bears, squirrels, deer, and some birds made. They were all simple toys only a few inches long and an inch wide. They seemed to be missing something, though. He gave it some thought. Leif snapped his fingers as an idea hit him. Real animals don't have wheels, but these are toys, Leif muttered. He took one of the horses and added solid wood wheels to the legs. Leif gave it a little push. It rolled a few inches and stopped. You have created an animal push toy. This simple toy can be pushed or pulled. Value 5 crowns. Leif dismissed the notice. He considered making a larger version that a small child could ride and decided to hold off on the idea for now. He was more interested in the puzzle idea he had remembered than building a toy that could be ridden. Leif got to work. Leif started with a 6*6" frame. The inner lip of the frame had a shallow channel in it. Next, Leif made 8 thin, small blocks that would fit flush in the frame. He took each block and added either a tongue or groove on each side so the blocks would fit together. Leif then numbered each block 1 through 8 by burning the numbers into the blocks. If I keep making these things, I should make brands to make this a similar process, Leif told himself. He then sanded the blocks and frame. Next, Leif put the blocks in order so they would fit in the frame. He flipped the blocks over and put the frame around them. Leif made sure the blocks fit snugly and would move. That done, he added a thin sheet of wood as a back. Leif turned over the assembly and made sure the blocks would slide around. He grinned, flipped the assembly back over and used small tacks to secure it together. You have created a sliding block puzzle. This is a simple numeric puzzle. Value 15 crowns. Howdy, strangers, Leif said, a smile on his face as he stopped Jake. It had snowed again 2 days ago, and there was an inch or so still on the ground. I haven't seen you guys in a couple of weeks. Is it cold enough for you? Hi, and yes, it's cold enough, Dayani replied, returning the smile while huddling into the fur wrapped around her. She then mock glared at him. And who are you calling strangers? Yeah, you're the strange one, Atsila added. The smile slipped from Leif's face. He then grinned and nodded in agreement. Atsila laughed. At least you know it. I reckon I don't have a choice on that, Leif replied. One would have to be a little strange to do what I do and move up here to do it. That's not what makes you strange, Atsila and Dayani said at the same time. And why aren't you bundled up like we are? Did you spell your wagon to keep you warm? It's not, Leif asked. No, Etzilla answered. He grinned. If you figure out what makes you strange, you might cease being strange. Diani laughed. That's enough, you too. My clothes are enchanted to keep me comfortable, Leif said, answering Etzilla's earlier question. The wagon is enchanted too, but mostly for Jake. Ah, Etzilla replied, but a person riding would still benefit too. Yep, you guys just coming to visit, or are you making sure I haven't given away everything I've made? Leif asked, changing the subject. We came to check up on you, Diani said. Leif could hear the humor in her voice. Had to make sure you're still alive or hadn't been abducted. I'm touched, Leif said, playfully clutching at his heart. I'm big enough to take care of myself except for cooking. I still have trouble with that. You should hire a cook, Etzilla replied, or take some lessons. Huh, that's not a bad idea, Leif said. No, Diani said. We can offer you lessons, that will be cheaper. Good point, Leif conceded. And that way we get to make sure you don't burn your stable or house down, Etzilla quipped. Hey, Leif objected, trying not to laugh. Joking aside, Diani said, fighting her own laughter. We did come to make sure you're all right and to see what you've been up to. But we also came to ask you to come and enchant our houses like you did the stable and planned to do to your house, Etzilla said. Well, I'm on my way to buy some supplies in Banner Elk. You two can go ahead and visit the shop to see what I've been up to if you want, Leif replied. Once I get back, we can talk about me enchanting your homes, or you can come with me if you prefer. We'll go with you, Diani said after sharing a look with her cousin. In fact, let us hitch our horses to the back of your wagon and we'll ride with you, Etzilla added. Diani nodded in agreement. That works for me, Leif replied as his business partner quickly, but carefully dismounted her horse and handed the reins to Etzilla. She just as quickly and carefully climbed up to join him on the bench. Leif laughed as Etzilla shook his head and led the horses behind the wagon. You've been busy, Diani observed as Leif showed her, and Etzilla what he had made while they had been busy helping their clan. Yeah, that's a lot of pottery, including figurines, Etzilla said. I had the clay, Leif said as he shrugged his shoulders. The figurines are nice, though, Diani said as she examined a rabbit figurine. Did you buy the paint for the figurines? Nah, Leif replied. The shop didn't have the right kind of paint in stock for pottery. Then what's the paint for? Diani asked. Wait, you made toys too? Etzilla asked. He picked up one of the animal push toys. No way, Diani said. She joined her cousin in checking out the toys. Both laughed. What made you make toys? The paint is for toys if I make any more, Leif said. Puzzles too. Etzilla wondered aloud as he picked up one of the sliding block puzzles. I'm not sure what made me want to make toys, Leif said. I take that back. I wanted to do something fun instead of starting on weapons or armor from your commission list. I don't really like making weapons, so I made toys instead. But you made me a tomahawk and knife, Etzilla objected and gestured to the weapons hanging from his belt. Those could be considered tools instead of weapons, Diani said. Etzilla gave her a funny look. Don't look at me like that. You know both are used to skin game, cut meat, and other things instead of being just weapons of war. True, Etzilla conceded with a shrug of his shoulders. Leif, is that the way you view them? Yeah, Leif replied. But swords, maces, and armor really only have one purpose. Axes, bows, and spears were on the list too, Diani pointed out. Yeah, but I don't know how to make bows, Leif countered. That commission will have to be refused except for enchanting whatever bow that person buys. That's why I told people this was just a list of requests and didn't take any money from them, Diani said. I wasn't sure what you would be able to make or comfortable doing. What about axes and spears? Etzilla asked. Thanks, Diani, Leif said. She nodded her head. And yeah, I can make an axe or spear. That's good. With winter rapidly approaching, people will want boar spears, Etzilla said. And I don't mean just the clan. You might be better off buying spears from another smith or merchant and getting me to enchant them so they don't break, Leif replied. There's only one of me after all. Speaking of enchanting, are you up for coming up to the village and enchanting our houses? Diani asked. Yeah, if you guys supply the monster blood and pay me, Leif answered. I'd much rather do that than make weapons. You make good weapons though, Etzilla pointed out. It's still not fun or something I like doing, Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. Is there a reason why? Diani asked. Not really. I just don't want to get stuck making enchanted weapons and armor, Leif answered. That's a good enough reason, Etzilla said. Diani voiced her agreement. When can we expect you up at the village? Tomorrow morning unless it's snowing again, Leif answered. It won't take long to enchant the houses. Good, the elders will love that, Etzilla said. If the weather holds, they'll have the builders come start on your house in a day or two as well. Now that's good news I've been waiting for, Leif replied, a huge smile on his face. Leif watched as the Cherokee builders started framing his house. He couldn't believe they were starting work with snow on the ground. He also didn't believe that they would be finished within a week or so like they promised. But he would trust them to do as agreed upon, especially since their houses had been so well made. And once the builders finished, he would still have to have the plumbing done and build cabinets and such. I might be able to move into it in a month or less, Leif muttered under his breath. What's that? Inoli asked. Shas barked a single laugh while Diani giggled. Leif blushed and shook his head. He hadn't thought he had spoken loud enough to be heard over the construction. The Cherokee chief had accompanied the workers that morning so he could show that he was still invested in the Cherokee's deal with Leif. He was grinning too. All in good time, Leif. Exercise patience. I know, Leif replied. I'm just excited and anxious. Go make something and burn off some energy, Shas suggested. Speaking of made things, come on, Dad, Diani said. Let me show you what Leif did while we were finishing up our homes. Did he make anything worthwhile? The chief asked in a stern tone of voice. Leif caught the slight smile on his face and knew the older man was messing with his daughter and perhaps picking on him too. Yes, Diani happily replied as she led her dad and Shas to the shop. Leif chuckled as the elves walked away. He was glad his partner liked his work. Leif started to consider what kind of project to start when he felt a group of 10 people brushing up against the wards. The group gingerly started towards his shop. Leif had learned how to allow the wards to admit people along the path to his shop without having to authorize each person through them. The wards did give the feeling of being watched, though. After figuring that out, he had set the wards that way permanently except for at night. He had set the wards to lockdown once the sun set. Leif shrugged and walked to the workshop. Odds are the group wanted to buy something or ask for enchanted weapons and armor. He grinned. Either way, it was something for Diani to handle and not him. Leif finished cutting a board that he was going to use as part of a picnic table. He heard raised voices coming from the storefront. One of the voices became an angry shout. Leif wondered what was going on and made his way to the storefront. He stopped just inside the door, separating the storefront from the little break area. I don't care. This overpriced thing you sold me didn't work, the angry male voice shouted. I demand my money back and restitution for my cattle and slaves. Restitution, Leif heard Diani repeat. Yes, you stupid girl, the angry voice near shouted. Watch who you call stupid girl, Shas said in a low voice. Restitution is recompense for loss. This ward thing didn't work and caused 5 of my slaves to be killed as well as 3 of my cattle, the angry voice explained. I know what restitution means, Diani said in a cool tone of voice. Leif knew she was angry, and Shas sounded ready to kill someone. We do not owe restitution because a monster attacked. If the ward failed, we'll replace it. I'm through talking to you, girl. Where's the enchanter at? The angry man said. I'm in charge of sales, Mr. Bradshaw, Diani said as calmly as she could. Leif only does the crafting. A silly girl can't be in charge of anything, Bradshaw said. I demand to speak to the enchanter about this. Mind your manners and watch your tone, Shas warned. Leif sighed and tightened his mental grip on the wards. He singled out Bradshaw and the other 9 people that had come with him. What's going on? Leif heard another voice ask in concern. Why does it feel I'm not wanted here? Leif heard someone else curse. He then heard weapons being unsheathed and prepared to toss the group of people. Put away your weapons. Leif, it's Jeb. Leif heard the Banner Elk headman shout. Inoli, we can work this out. Doesn't seem those with you want to talk, Jeb, Inoli stated. The chief was backed up by the builders. If you don't put away your weapons, you'll be off my property in seconds, Leif said as he walked into the storefront. An overweight older man spun to face him. You're the enchanter. You owe me money, the overweight man shouted. Leif assumed this was Mr. Bradshaw. Bradshaw pointed to a set of camping ward stakes on the sales counter. Leif felt that the enchantment was active and working properly. He told the man as much. That didn't protect the acre of land my slaves set it up on. Therefore, you owe me for the loss of their lives and my cattle, Bradshaw shouted. Jeb frowned at this. Leif wondered if Bradshaw had told him something different before. As I told you when you bought it, the camping ward only covers half an acre of land, Diani said. Lies, Bradshaw shouted. Shas was beside the man in a flash, holding his long knife at the man's throat. Several of the people with Jeb and Bradshaw lifted their weapons. Inoli and the builders lifted their weapons. That's enough of that, Leif said. A second later, Shas, Bradshaw, the Cherokee, and Bradshaw's group were all separated in the yard outside the shop. How? Diani asked. The wards. Leif nodded. Yeah, are you all right? I'm ticked off, but I'll get over it, Diani replied. Leif nodded again. We better get out there before they kill each other. They can't move, Leif said as they walked out of the shop. Are you sure about that? Diani asked. Positive. Too bad you couldn't keep them from talking too, Diani said, as they were greeted by shouts from the Cherokee and others. If you could keep people from talking in addition to freezing them, mothers everywhere would love you, Leif laughed. Leif, is this necessary? Inoli and Jeb asked at the same time. Leif shrugged. You tell me, Leif replied. I won't have violence here. Fair enough, Inoli said as Jeb agreed. Bradshaw looked like he wanted to argue but held his tongue. Don't you two have skills to know when people are telling the truth or something like that? Leif asked the two chieftains. They confirmed that they did. Leif released the Cherokee and Jeb. Jeb, I guess you came along with these others to keep the peace or something like that. Yep. Is Diani telling the truth? Leif asked. Yes, Inoli and Jeb chorused. So Mr. Bradshaw misused the camping ward, Leif said. The two older men agreed. Then we owe him nothing. Now just wait a minute, Bradshaw protested. Leif ignored him and fetched the camping ward from the shop. He placed it in the wagon that he assumed Bradshaw's party had come in. What do you think you're doing? Mr. Bradshaw, the ward works as it was designed to do, Leif said. You are banned from my shop and property from this day forward. You can't do this, Bradshaw shouted. I can, Leif replied. A second later, Bradshaw and the others except for Jeb disappeared. Leif felt them appear just outside the entrance to his property. Huh, so that is how that works. What happened to them? Jeb asked. Leif told him and asked the headman to drive the wagon back. I apologize about this. It's all right, Leif replied. I should have known someone would try to misuse my wares and cause problems. You and Diani handled it well, especially Diani, Jeb said. Thank you, Diani replied. Jeb nodded and drove the wagon away. She turned to Leif after Inoli made sure she was all right and led the builders back to their work. Now what? Back to work, I guess, Leif answered. Diani smiled and shook her head. 2 days later, the house was framed, and one exterior wall had been completed. Leif suspected construction would come to a halt because of last night's snowstorm, though. Just my luck, Leif complained to Jake as he fed the mule. Still, I shouldn't complain. My loft apartment is good enough for me for now. Leif opened the stable doors partially with some effort. The doors opened enough for him to get out, but not the wagon or Jake. Snow was piled up a foot or more beside the stable. It's not going to be fun walking through that, Leif muttered. Jake hee-hawed at him. Yeah. At least my clothes and boots are enchanted to stay comfortable and dry. That means they'll keep me warm, but probably not as much as you'll be. Jake hee-hawed again. Leif smiled and stepped out of the stable. He looked around and was thankful it was still cloudy. He suspected the snow would reflect the sun, and that could be bad. He knew he could stay in the stable and take the day off, but didn't feel like doing so. Leif started trudging across the yard to the shop. He guessed there was at least 6 inches of snow on the ground based off how deep his feet sank into the snow. I need a shovel to clear a path, Leif told himself. Lucky for me, I can make one. Leif looked over at his partially completed house. He groaned. Snow was piled up inside and outside of it. I need to enchant the house to melt off or repel the snow, so the water doesn't warp the wood too, Leif muttered. He glanced at the forge and willed it to ignite. He then changed course and trudged to the house. You have created a warded house. This partially completed home will withstand attacks up to level 40 in strength. The house will repair itself, including existing damage. The house's enchantment will also remove snow and allow for future construction to be included in the ward. Value, unknown. Leif muttered. Maybe the system decided not to add a value since the house isn't completed yet. He shrugged, dismissed the notice, and made his way to the shop. Leif suddenly wished he had some coffee left, but he had given it all away. It was cold despite his clothing, keeping his body dry and sort of comfortable. Working will warm me up, Leif promised himself. You have created a spade shovel. This shovel can be used to move dirt and dig holes. Value 10 crowns. Leif laughed at the notice and dismissed it. The simple tool could be used to move snow too. Then again, trying to use this to clear a path will take a lot of time and be back-breaking work, Leif mused. There's got to be a better way. Leif placed the shovel against a wall. It might come in handy in the future, and he could always sell or give it away if nothing else. He considered the snow problem. I need a bigger shovel, Leif said aloud. He started sketching ideas. His mind wandered a bit, and he doodled some circles. An idea suddenly hit him. Oh, I can add wheels to the shovel and basically make a push plow instead. Over the next hour and a half or so, Leif made a 3-foot-long, 1-foot-wide curved steel plate. He added a slight edge to one side of the plate. Leif reinforced the opposite end of the plate and added 2 holes for shafts by welding brackets 18 inches apart to the underside of the plate. Leif sat the plate aside and made 2 4-foot-long, 2-inch round steel shafts. He added the shafts to the plow. That's not going to work too well, Leif told himself as he tested the plow. With the handles the way they were, he wouldn't be able to generate enough force to push the snow out of the way. I need a cross beam or handle and some wheels. Leif sat the plow against a wall and made a short steel shaft with 2 curved ends that would fit into the ends of the longer shafts. He welded the handles together using his blow lamp. Leif then made 2 simple 6-inch round, 1-inch thick wheels. The wheels had 4 spokes. He added them and an axle to the underside of the metal plate. You have created a push snowplow. This tool is used to push snow out of the way. Value 50 crowns. Not bad, Leif told himself as he dismissed the notice. He tried the plow out outside the forge and soon worked up a sweat. This is hard work. Leif grinned and took the plow into the shop. He painted the top of the plow blade with a little monster blood and willed his intent into it. You have created an enchanted push snowplow. This tool is enchanted to easily move snow out of the way. The plow is also enchanted to strengthen itself. Value 150 crowns. That's more like it, Leif said to himself. He dismissed the notice and tried the plow again. It easily pushed snow to the sides of the blade. Leif quickly cleared a path to the stable and then one to the partially completed house. He left the plow in the stable and went up to the loft to make something for lunch. While cooking, Leif checked his food stores. He had enough for another few days, but the oats and hay he gave to Jake were starting to run low too. He knew getting down the mountain to Banner Elk would be harder in the snow. So would attempting to go up the mountain to the Cherokees' village as well. I need a bigger snowplow that Jake can pull to clear the trail, Leif mused. He figured that leaving an inch of less of snow on the ground would clear the trail enough to make travel easier. Leif sketched out a small two-wheeled cart that was just a seat, and a small bed sitting on two wheels with a larger version of his snowplow blade attached to the underside of the bed. The blade would sit behind the wheels. That's not bad, but it might be hard for Jake to pull. Leif considered the issue further. If the cart didn't have wheels, it could slide across the snow. That reminded Leif of something he had seen in one of his history books. He went through them until he found what he was looking for. A small sleigh with the plow attached to the bottom would glide easily over the snow and not force Jake to work too hard, Leif said aloud. I could possibly even put the plow blade on the front of the sleigh. He sketched out both ideas. One drawing had the plow on the front of a low sleigh, while the other had a taller sleigh that had the plow hanging from the underside of the rear of the sleigh. After debating both ideas in his head, Leif decided to go with the plow under the back of the sleigh design. Well, it's time to get started on this, Leif told himself after he finished eating. He cleaned his dishes and headed to the shop. Leif checked his wood and metal stocks. He had plenty of both for now thanks to semi-regular deliveries from the mine and Bud Swayer's mill. What he really liked about the deliveries was that the metals were of higher quality than he was used to getting in from suppliers back east. Bud Sawyer also sold Leif good cuts of wood instead of the run-of-the-mill lumber that he got in the past, which Leif greatly appreciated. He made a note to tip Bud, his guys, and the mine crew the next time he saw them. While looking over his stock, Leif considered using just wood to make the sleigh. The problem with that was choosing a wood that was strong, durable, and lightweight. Oak, when dry, weighed roughly 3.6 pounds per board foot. That wasn't bad, but a piece of steel that was 1 inch by 1 inch by 1 foot weighed 3.4 pounds, which meant that using steel would be lighter than using oak. Plus, hammering and shaping steel into a curved shape was easier to do than trying to shape wood into a curve. I could use pine, which I have a lot of, and it only weighs roughly 2.5 pounds per board foot, Leif mused. It's not as durable as oak, though. That said, I could always enchant the sleigh. Leif thought about it some more. He could use steel for the frame and then pine for the sideboards, floor, and bench seat. That would work, Leif told himself after making up his mind. Plus, he could always enchant the sleigh to be lighter if he needed to. Leif nodded to himself and started placing what he needed into his inventory ring. The sleigh design Leif took from his books was something called a Victorian sleigh. Sadly, the books didn't say where the name came from other than it was something the ancients had called the design. The books had shown several versions of the sleigh, though, with some being quite elaborate, while others were simple. Leif chose the simplest design he saw. The sleigh design had simple curved runners that ended in a straight line at the rear while being S-curved at the front. Straight struts connected the runners to the sitting compartment. The design was just big enough for one bench seat. This design also seemed to be for just one horse or mule, which was what Leif needed since he didn't own any other animals. He wasn't sure of the sleigh's dimensions, though since the books didn't list them. Leif decided to make the sleigh 6 feet long and 5 feet wide. That would be just big enough for 2 or maybe 3 people to sit together comfortably, or at least sort of comfortably. If the sleigh is light enough, will I even need the snowplow? Leif wondered aloud. He glanced out at the snow and then to the sky. It was still cloudy, and he couldn't even guess if it would snow again or not. As cold as it was, more snow was a possibility. I suppose the snowplow will be needed since I can't imagine Jake and horses enjoying going through inches or feet of snow coming and going. With his decision made, Leif got to work. The Manhwa hammer made creating the runners and sleigh frames simple. The runners ended up being 10 foot long, 2 inches wide, and 1 inch thick. It took 4 5-foot steel rods to make the 2 runners. Leif welded the rods together after shaping 2 of them into the S shape needed for the front of the sleigh. With the runners done, Leif made 6 struts a foot long each. He left them round and 1 inch in diameter. He welded the struts to the runners at equal distances, with the rearmost ones being 8 inches from the end of the runners. Leif next welded 5-foot flat steel braces to the 6 struts. This joined the runners together and formed the underside of the sleigh. He then added a 2-inch wide, 6-foot long flat steel rod that bent into a gentle curve at the front to the top of each side of the frame. The curve would butt right up against the bottom of the top curve in the S shape of the runners. He welded the rods to the runners. Leif then added 2 4-foot-long, 2-inch-wide brackets to the frame for the backrest. He added another steel bracket to the top of the backrest. This would allow him to bolt pine boards into the frame. Leif then made and added 2 curved L-shaped brackets to the side of the frame. These brackets were placed upside down, so they joined the back to the top of undercarriage, forming side panels. Or they would be side panels once he added the boards. Leif then drilled holes into the brackets and runners so he could add boards and bolt them into place. Leif cut several pine boards to the proper dimensions and bolted them down for the floor. He did the same for the backrest and side boards. Leif then cut the boards for the bench seat and nailed them into place to the other boards. That left the front of the sleigh. It was currently wide open. Should I use wood or just make a curved steel piece to cover that up? Leif asked himself. He shrugged and went with wood since he had already made bolt holes in the runners. Leif started at the floorboards and worked his way up to the top using clamps to hold the wood in place as he pushed and bolted it to the curved runners. Finally, Leif made pine singletrees for the mule and connected them to the frame. Time flies when you're having fun, Leif told himself as he took a break and noticed it was getting dark. He decided to call it a night and get some supper. I'll sand the boards and make the plow in the morning before enchanting the whole thing. After sanding the wood smoothly, Leif made a 5-foot-long, 8-inch-wide curved steel plate. He added a slight edge to one side of the plate. Leif reinforced the opposite end of the plate and added 2 holes for shafts by welding brackets 18 inches apart to the underside of the plate. He then cut an inch off each end of the plate so it would fit under the sleigh. The plow blade wouldn't be as wide as the push plow, but Leif assumed it would work and be quicker for Jake to pull than a wider plow. Besides, it could take several passes to clear the trail enough to be easy to travel on. He used brackets to connect the plow blade to the sleigh's rear undercarriage. Finally, he enchanted the construction. You have created an enchanted sleigh plow. This sleigh and plow can be used for traveling over snow and to clear it. This sleigh plow is enchanted to be durable, strong, and light. It is also enchanted to warm and heal the rider and animal pulling it. Value 5,000 crowns. That seems a little low in value, but it's for my use, so it doesn't matter, Leif muttered as he dismissed the notice. Then another thought hit him. Crap, I'll have to use harness from the wagon since I don't have another one. Jake was not happy as Leif led the mule out of his cozy stall. He was even less happy when Leif led him out of the stable and into the cold, snow-covered world outside of it. It had snowed again the night before, and another inch or so of snow covered the ground. Tomorrow would be the first day of winter, and Leif couldn't wait to ask someone if this was a normal amount of snowfall or unusual for this time of year. Come on, Jake. You've eaten your breakfast and been cooped up in there for a couple of days. I want to test the sleigh plow this morning, and you need the exercise, Leif told the mule as he struggled to pull the ornery critter toward the sleigh. Jake stopped, brayed at Leif, and refused to move another inch. It's like that, is it? Jake brayed again and tossed his head up and down. Leif pulled the last carrot out of his inventory. He had been saving the vegetable as a treat. He also had one last apple from the orchid that he was saving as well. Jake sniffed as Leif waved the carrot a few inches and then a foot in front of the mule's face. Jake's head darted forward and snapped at the carrot. Leif put it back in his ring and the mule brayed again. No, if you want the carrot, you'll have to follow me, Leif said, taking a step away from the mule and making the carrot appear in his hand again. He waved it. Jake snorted and followed him to the sleigh. Ha, I got you now, you greedy fuck. Leif fell silent and got the mule backed up to the sleigh. He gave Jake the carrot and then hitched the mule up. Leif rubbed Jake between his ears and along his neck. You're a good boy when you want to be, Leif told the mule. He climbed into the sleigh and sat on the bench seat. Leif snapped the reins and Jake started slowly pulling the sleigh. I should have enchanted this thing for comfort too. Leif got Jake to stop after a few feet and checked how the plow did. It was only moving a little bit of the top layer off. That's not good, Leif muttered. It would take all day just to clear his clearing, or yard, as he was starting to think of the half-acre. I need to be able to lower the plow. Leif got Jake back to the shop. He unhitched the mule and led him back to his stall. Leif then returned to the sleigh and removed the plow. He added a lever mechanism to lower and lift the plow blade at different levels. The most the blade could descend would allow part of the blade to be lowered 2 inches below the sleigh's runners. Leif was being mindful of the work Jake would have to do. He reattached the plow and enchanted the sleigh for comfort as well. You have created an improved enchanted sleigh plow. This sleigh and plow can be used for traveling over snow and to clear it. This sleigh plow is enchanted to be durable, strong, and light. It is also enchanted to warm and heal the rider's an animal pulling it, as well as be a comfortable ride. The plow can be lowered and raised by a lever. Value 7,500 crowns. Leif laughed as he dismissed the notice. 2 little improvements had upped the sleigh's value by half. It was mid-morning now, so he decided to test the plow again. I'm going to have to use the apple to get Jake out here, Leif mused. He headed back to the stable to fight with his mule again. That's much better, Leif said aloud after Jake stopped. 2 passes had a nice little path going from the stable to the shop. Leif figured there was a 1/2 inch to 1 inch of snow left, which was fine by him. All right, Jake, let's clear the path to the gate and then take a break for lunch. The mule brayed and tossed his head again. Leif chuckled and felt the mule really did understand him at times. He snapped the reins and Jake pulled the sleigh. After lunch, Leif and Jake started clearing the trail leading to Banner Elk. Leif wanted to clear the trail leading up the mountain too, but they needed food and Leif wasn't a hunter, so the trail leading down the mountain took priority. Seems the further we go down, the less snow there is, Leif told Jake. The mule didn't respond, not that Leif expected him to. Leif raised the plow blade as they descended when needed. The switchbacks had higher snow piled up. It's going to take more than 1 pass to clear these. Jake tossed his head and kept pulling. Leif was amazed that the sleigh was such an easy ride. Even with just a couple of inches of snow on the ground, it glided across the ground and didn't seem to be as much of a chore for Jake, as the wagon was even with the enchantments the wagon had. He noticed the plow wasn't doing much, if anything, for the 2 inches or so of snow on the ground closer to Banner Elk, and raised the blade. As they neared the village, Leif spotted Bud Sawyer and others at the gate. He slowed Jake, so the sled came to a stop at the gate, and watched as the guards handed money to Bud. What's all that about? Leif asked. Bud grinned and held up a hand as another guard counted out some coins and handed them to the sawmill owner. Once the guard was done, Bud turned to Leif and said, "You, my friend, made me some money." "Glad to help," Leif said uncertainly. He wasn't sure how he had made the other man any money. "Should have known you would have figured out how to make a sleigh," one of the guards grumbled as she walked back into the gatehouse after paying Bud. A couple of other guards muttered something similar. Leif noticed a handful of sleighs and sleds in the village. "Oh, I think I see what's going on," Leif said. "You bet that I would build a sleigh and the guards bet against me." "You got it," Bud happily agreed. "I've been telling folk not to put anything past you when it comes to craft work, even if it's something that you haven't seen in use before, like a sleigh." "Leif, what were you doing going back and forth on the trail?" one of the guards asked. "Plowing the snow," Leif answered. He pointed out the snowplow and showed the gathered villagers how it could be raised and lowered. One of the guards leaned in to examine the left side of the sleigh and bench seat. He looked confused and stood straight and then leaned back in again. "It's warmer in the little sitting compartment," the same guard said. He looked at Leif. "You enchanted this to keep you warm." Bud and some of the others suddenly looked more interested in the sleigh. Bud even pushed past the guard to see for himself. "The enchantment keeps Jake and me comfortable, so warmth for me," Leif confirmed. "I honestly don't know if Jake gets heat or what." "Want to sell the sleigh?" someone asked. "Nope," Leif answered. "But I could make another to sell. I'm also willing to enchant a sleigh if you own one for the right price." "What's the right price?" the same person asked. "That is up to my business partner," Leif replied. "I do the work and let her know what the system values my efforts at. Then she determines the price. Almost sounds like my marriage, someone else quipped. People laughed, including Leif. I'll be in touch once the trail is clear, the same person said. Leif didn't recognize the man but watched as he walked away. I'll try to keep the trail clear, Leif said loudly. Then in a lower voice, I can't make money if people can't get to me after all. Too true, Bud agreed. Heading into the village to buy supplies. Yeah, I need food for Jake and myself, Leif answered. Mind if I join you? Bud asked. I need to stop by Jeb's office. He bet you too, Leif asked. Yep, Bud replied. Leif laughed. Leif had just exited the butcher's shop and was about to get back into his sleigh when something hit him in the back. It didn't hurt, and he only briefly felt a hint of cold. Sorry, mister, a little boy said. He then gathered up some snow and shaped it in his hands before throwing the snowball at another boy. The other boy returned fire with a snowball of his own. It's all right, Leif said. The boys laughed and Leif wondered if they had hit him on purpose. It didn't really matter, though. Seth, the butcher, came out of his shop. You boys go play somewhere else, Seth told them. The boys looked like they weren't going to listen. Lee, David, don't make me tell your folks that you were throwing snowballs at my customers. Yes, sir, the boys grumbled and took off. Kids love the snow and the mayhem they can cause by accident, Seth said, making quote marks with his hands. As I told them, it's all right, Leif said. It's just snow, which is water. Yeah, but getting wet and cold from snow isn't fun unless you're a kid, Seth replied. And I haven't been a kid in years. If we had gotten snow back at the coast, I would have loved it and gotten into more trouble at their age, Leif said. I was born here and did get into as much trouble as I could at that age, Seth confided. Do you mind if I ask you something? No. Why did you leave the coast? Most folks prefer warm weather, the butcher said. And there's several rumors going around about why you're here. To escape bad memories from my youth, and as it turns out, to practice my craft without having to worry about being locked up, Leif answered. I can't comment on the former, but you were almost locked up not too long ago, Seth replied. Besides, you're still young. Leif shrugged and agreed. I need some new knives and cleavers. Can you enchant them to stay sharp? I can. Do you have the new ones? Leif answered. No, that's why I said I need new ones, the butcher replied. Want me to make them and then enchant them? Leif asked. He pulled out a knife from his inventory. This is an example of my work. Seth examined the blade. He paid attention to Leif's mark on the blade. That's pretty good. Thanks, Leif said as he took the knife back and put it back in his ring. How much would you charge for 3 butcher knives and a cleaver? Seth asked. Just enchanted to stay sharp, Leif asked. Seth nodded. Not too much, probably a few 100 crowns. A few 100 crowns isn't much, Seth asked in disbelief. Most folk don't spend that kind of money. It's not a lot when you're talking about enchanted items. Most of my items get valued in the thousands, Leif answered. My sleigh is worth 7,500 crowns, for example, so Diani would probably charge half that if I sold it. Diani, isn't that Enoli's daughter? Seth asked. What does she have to do with what you charge? She is Enoli's daughter and became a merchant. Diani is my business partner, Leif answered. Seth still looked unconvinced. Tell you what, give me a week or so and I'll make a set of butcher knives and a cleaver that are enchanted for durability and sharpness. Come up to the shop then and see if they're worth the price to you. A lot of people depended on the butcher, so putting his request at the top of Leif's to-do list wasn't anything he had to think hard about. Seth thought about Leif's offer. While he was doing so, Leif bent down and made a few snowballs. He added them to his inventory and then got into his sleigh. All right, you have a deal, Seth said. The two shook hands. Why'd you make the snowballs for? So, if I see those boys on my way out of the village, I can get some revenge, Leif answered. The butcher laughed. On the way out of Banner Elk, Leif spotted several children having a snowball fight just before the gate. Several guards watched them in amusement if their smiles and laughter were anything to go by. He noticed David and Lee, the boys that had hit him with the snowball. As Jake pulled the sleigh past the children, Leif threw a snowball at David and then another at Lee. Both boys spun to see who had hit them in the back. "That's payback," Leif yelled, laughing. In answer, all the kids threw snowballs at the retreating sleigh. Leif laughed for a while as Jake took him back up the mountain. Leif decided to head by the farm and put away the food, hay, and oats. He was undecided on going ahead and trying to clear part of the trail up the mountain. He didn't want to be out there late since he wasn't sure how well Jake could see in the dark. The trail up the mountain was narrow, especially the switchbacks. Leif also didn't want to use any of his lights because he didn't want to take away a potential sale, though that was just an excuse. In truth, he didn't want to risk his mule and didn't want to be out near dark himself. Besides, he could work on the butcher knife set and cleaver for Seth. You have created an enchanted Damascus steel butcher knife set. These 3 knives will always hold a razor's edge and are extremely durable. Value 12,000 crowns. You have created an enchanted Damascus steel meat cleaver. This cleaver will always hold a razor's edge and is extremely durable. Value 4,000 crowns. Well, those came out more expensive than I thought they would end up being, Leif muttered as he dismissed the notices. It's not like they were tools of war. Then again, they could be used for killing or fighting too. He didn't think there was any way that the butcher could afford even half the value the system had given to them. Then again, who says I have to charge that much? Leif thought about it for a moment and snorted as he put the knives and cleaver on a counter to the side and started to clean up. Right, Dayani will. He laughed and continued cleaning up as he considered the potential problem. Once he was finished cleaning, Leif fed Jake and made sure the mule had plenty of water for the night. He didn't want to disappoint his partner, but he wanted to keep his word to Seth as well. Jake, Dayani will just have to get over the missed profit, Leif told the mule. Then again, I don't have to tell her how much they're worth. But what if she has gained a skill that tells her the value of something? Every other merchant has such a skill. Jake didn't respond to him. Leif decided talking to the mule wasn't going to help him. He gave the mule a scratch between his ears and headed upstairs to make his own supper after deciding if Dayani got mad. She just got mad and would have to get over it. The next morning, Leif hitched Jake to the sleigh and started plowing the upper path to the Cherokees' village. He idly wondered if they had named the village or even would. Leif dismissed the thoughts and paid attention as they neared the first switchback, just as he had yesterday as they plowed down the mountain. "Miss us so much you had to make a plow?" An elf asked Leif after the sleigh came to a stop. The Cherokee were using a different sort of plow. It was dragged behind their sleigh. They had been plowing down the trail and Leif had met the 2 men about halfway up to their village. "Yeah, Nakamo, I missed you guys that much," Leif laughed. "More likely you missed food that much," Salanita, the other man, replied. "You know me well," Leif said, nodding his agreement. "Sure, use the need to eat excuse," Nakamo said. He had a huge grin on his face as he elbowed Salanita. Leif really just couldn't wait to see the girls again. Leif stroked his chin and nodded. "They are better looking than you two, and it was lonely on the farm with just Jake for company. He's not much of a conversationalist, you know." The Cherokee laughed and were glad to see that the foreign shaman was able to joke instead of being embarrassed, as he sometimes gets. Salanita climbed down and inspected Leif's sleigh and plow. "That's a pretty neat design," Salanita said. "I'm not sure how well it'll do if we get a lot of snow, though." "Thanks," Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Does it usually snow a lot up here?" "Depends on the year," Nakamo replied. "We get anywhere from 38 to 63 inches depending on how high you're up. Banner Elk gets on the lower end, while our village gets on the higher end since we're near the summit," Salanita added. "Your farm will probably get less than 50 inches. "But more than 40 inches," Nakamo added, another grin on his face. Leif shuddered and the elves laughed. "You'll get used to it, you're going to stay up here." "I reckon so," Leif agreed. His farm was home after all. "Pull up a bit and let us turn around," Nakamo said. "We'll pass you and you can plow behind us up to the village." "Is there enough room to do all that?" Leif asked. "Yeah," Salanita replied. "Just follow our instructions." Sure, Leif said. He had Jake move up until he was told to stop. The Cherokee then proved there was enough room, barely. But the two men knew what they were doing and were able to get turned around. The two elves smiled as they passed him. Leif grinned and urged Jake to follow them. After riding into the village, the first thing Leif noticed was that several children, and what he assumed to be teens and adults, were sliding down a snow-covered hill on different devices. Most of the children were sitting on things, while the teens and adults were using long, thin things and short poles to push themselves down the hill. Leif wondered if the hill led to the summit. He hadn't paid attention to the summit when he warded the village and now wished he had. Other children were having a snowball fight or building snowmen. At least Leif thought they were snowmen based off what he had read in books. Chenoa, Diani, and Enola were building a snowman with a couple of kids. The three young women gazed at the sleigh and then smiled. They said something which made the two children giggle. As bundled up as the kids were, Leif couldn't tell if they were girls, boys, or both. Leif waved and they waved back. He slowed Jake until the mules stopped. Leif noticed several older adults out and about watching over the younger generations. Leif, come here, Chenoa called out. Leif nodded and climbed out of the sleigh. He fed Jake some oats in a small bucket and filled another small bucket with water. The water bucket had been enchanted to keep whatever liquid that was placed in it from freezing. That had been a lesson he had learned the hard way when it turned cold. Satisfied that Jake was taken care of for now, he slowly made his way through the snow to the young women and kids. Should have known you would make a sleigh, Diani said, with a smile on her face as Leif approached. You know me, Leif replied. I can't let some snow keep me from getting food for myself and Jake. Figures you were thinking with your stomach instead of how to make a profit, Diani replied. I thought about making more sleighs and selling them, Leif said. You did, Chenoa asked. Yeah, then I got to Banner Elk and saw other sleighs about, Leif answered. Diani, Chenoa, and Enola laughed. You need snowshoes, Enola said. Your pants and boots are going to get soaked. Leif grinned and shook his head. Nah. You enchanted your clothing, didn't you? Diani asked. She looked very intrigued by that idea, as did the others. Yep, keeps comfortable in any climate, Leif answered. So, I'm nice and warm. My clothes also stay clean and are very durable. Enchant our clothes, the two kids shouted. He noticed they were twin girls. And who might you be? Leif asked them. The girls smiled shyly at him but didn't answer. These two are my little sisters, Chenoa replied. Awanita is the one on the left and Agita is on the right. So how about enchanting our clothing? Enola asked. I'd love for my clothes to keep me warm and dry. She winked at Leif. I'd be very grateful too. Diani and Chenoa shook their heads. Leif smiled and barely kept from laughing. Enola still seemed to love to tease him. What's this about enchanted clothing? A woman asked from the doorway of the house they were in front of. Leif looked up and noticed she looked similar to Chenoa and the twins. Leif, this is my mother, Gola, Chenoa said, introducing him. Mom, this is Leif Craftsman, the enchantment shaman. It's nice to meet you, ma'am, Leif said. Gola stared at him for a moment and then returned the greeting. Leif felt like he was being weighed or judged. A few other adults had overheard and approached too. You all heard about Leif's clothing, Diani said to the crowd. It was a statement and not a question. The others confirmed that they had. I don't think Leif can enchant clothing with anyone wearing it. Leif started to say he wasn't sure about that and stopped himself. He really wasn't sure if he could enchant something someone had on or not. Now that it had been brought up, he wanted to find out if he could or couldn't. But now probably wasn't the time to try it. He decided to buy more clothing for himself or make some jewelry and attempt to enchant it while he was wearing whatever he had. Gajai, is it possible to enchant clothing? Leif heard someone ask. He hadn't even noticed the shaman had joined them. Nor had he noticed a sizable part of the village that wasn't on the slope had as well. I've never seen or heard of enchanted clothing until now, Gajai said. He stared at Leif for a moment. His clothing is enchanted. That caused a stir amongst the villagers, and they all began talking over each other trying to get Leif's attention. Dayani moved closer to him as Gajai and Enoli began trying to calm the others. He hadn't noticed Dayani's father in the crowd either. "Come on," Dayani said. She grabbed his hand and led Leif around Chenoa's house. Chenoa, Enola, and the twin girls followed them. "We'll go to our house, and you can hide out there until Dad and Uncle can calm the others down." "Sounds good to me," Leif said. "And enchant our clothes?" the twins asked together. "Maybe," Leif replied. "You can also meet Mom," Dayani said. Sure," Leif replied. He wasn't sure what it meant that she wanted to introduce him to her mother. Chenoa and Enola laughed as Dayani blushed. "It's not, I don't mean," Dayani protested. "Sure you didn't," Chenoa said. "That's why you're still holding his hand." "Whatever," Dayani replied. Instead of letting go of Leif's hand, she just tucked him along to laughter from her friends. For his part, Leif was perfectly content to hold Dayani's hand and be dragged along. Just friend, business partner, or whatever, Dayani was a beautiful young woman, and he was a young man. Leif had learned you just went along when certain things happened, and this was one of them in his book. Leif glanced nervously at Selu, Dayani's mother. Her nose was a little broader than Dayani's, and she had a touch of gray in her hair, but other than that, the similarities were striking. They had the same cheekbones, jaw, mouth, and eyes. In short, like her daughter and the other elven women, Selu was beautiful, and part of him wanted to flirt with her. Leif wondered if he had some sort of complex. First, there was Amy Young, his former pottery master, Kayla Keegan, and others. All right, Kayla had only been a few years older than him at best, so maybe she shouldn't count. He wondered if a part of him was trying to make connections with an older woman that could replace his mother in some way. Leif shook his head. It was best not to pursue that line of thought since he had never had thoughts about his mother other than that she had been a kind, sweet, and loving mother, and that he missed her. Besides, he was just as attracted to women his own age, like Dayani, Chenoa, and Enola. "Leif," Dayani asked. "Are you all right?" Selu asked a second later. "Yeah, sorry. I just got lost in thought for a moment," Leif answered them. Selu walked over to a cabinet and took out a little jar, and then she walked to the kettle she had on the wood-burning stove. Leif couldn't see what she did next, but assumed Dayani's mother added something from the jar to the kettle. "Dayani, will you get some cups down, please?" Selu asked. "Yes, Mom," Dayani replied. Dayani placed cups around the kitchen table where Leif and the others were sitting. "Thank you, dear," Selu said. She poured steaming liquid into each cup and returned the kettle to the stovetop. "This is a tea made from Pink Lady's slipper. Some of you may prefer it to be made sweeter. Use the honey on the table if you do." Everyone thanked her. Leif tried the tea. "Oh, that's hot," he complained. The twins laughed, as did the older girls. "But I should have known better." "The tea is better when it's hot," Selu said. Dayani shook her head. "I know, you're too much like your father when it comes to tea and prefer it cold." "I don't have a preference," Enola said. Chenoa agreed with her. "I'd rather have chicory," Awanita said. "Me too," Ita added. "I'd rather have a cold, sweet peppermint tea," Leif said as he added honey to his cup and stirred it. He didn't like the taste but would sip at the tea to be respectful of his host. Dayani watched him and grinned. She quickly hid her grin behind her cup. Leif wondered if she guessed at his thoughts. "Leif, what brings you to the village?" Selu asked. He told her about his sleigh and plow. Trade is important, but eating is even more important." "True," Leif agreed. "You should stock up a couple months' worth of food," Selu said. "Banner Elk will only see a handful of traveling merchants before the trails become unpassable, and maybe not even that many if the snow keeps coming." "This much snow is early for this time of year," Dayani said. "Uncle Gajai thinks it'll keep coming too." "Oh," Leif said, "you've given me excellent advice, thank you." "You're welcome," Selu replied. "What about you guys?" Leif asked. "How will you get enough food?" The women and girls laughed. "We have a village full of hunters and gatherers," Selu said. "And game and edible plants are plentiful. We won't starve." Plus, Dayani made a few deals on behalf of the village with some of the traveling merchants for more food, including salted beef, Chenoa added. That's if they make it back up here in time, Diani said. Leif realized he really hadn't thought ahead nor planned for winter. He had assumed he would be able to just keep going into Banner Elk for food. Diani looked at him. You hadn't considered winter and the need to plan ahead at all, had you? No, Leif admitted. Guess I'll be heading back down there tomorrow. We wouldn't have let you starve even if meant another mouth to feed, Enola said. She winked at him. We want your services too much. The female folk laughed, and Leif joined them this time. He took a sip of his tea. The honey made it a little more palatable, but not much. What about enchanting our clothes? The twins asked at the same time. Do you have any monster blood? Leif asked. The little girls frowned and shook their heads. Leif grinned. Then I can enchant your clothes. Leif, stop teasing my sisters, Chenoa said. You probably have at least 10 vials of blood on you and your brush. He probably has every vial of blood he owns, his brush, and his enchanting or engraving pen, whichever you want to call it, and everything else he needs on him, Diani countered. Selu smiled and shook her head. She was happy her daughter had good friends and that the young shaman or enchanter seemed to be included in that group. I bet Diani is right, Enola said. The others laughed as Leif took another sip of his tea and hid behind his mug. She is, Leif said, not even needing to check his inventory. He had all his money, some food, some more hay and oats for Jake, his canteen, a quartz light, a change of clothes, and everything he needed to make a few grenades or other things on him too, including some tools. What's this about enchanted clothes? Selu asked. The girls told her. So that's why you dragged him here. Afraid so, Diani agreed. Leif would have been mobbed otherwise. All right, bring me a set of clothes and I'll start enchanting them, Leif said. He looked around the kitchen as the twins cheered. But we don't have a change of clothes, Awanita said. Come on, you can take yours off and wrap up in a blanket in my room while Leif works on your clothes, Diani said, standing up. She looked at her two friends. Same goes for you too. Or we can just change into your clothes, Enola said, sharing a grin with her. We're the same size after all. What are you looking at? Selu asked Leif as the girls left the kitchen. See anything interesting? You have a nice house, and I'm just getting ideas, Leif answered. You could use an enchanted stovetop, for example. What's that? Diani's mother asked. Leif explained it to her. That would be useful, and we're not the only ones that would like something like that. Yeah, Leif replied. I'm surprised Diani hasn't brought it up to me. She's probably waiting for the right time, Selu said. She told me that you had a whole list of things people want. Yeah, and it keeps growing, Leif said. But I don't care for making weapons and armor that much. Yet you made Etzilla a tomahawk and long knife, Selu countered. I know, Leif said. I did that because I consider him a friend and more to work with Damascus steel and to push my skills. I'd still rather make other things that can make people's lives easier or that they need. Like the village wards, Selu asked. Yes, ma'am, Leif answered. Then do what you want first, Selu suggested. Make the weapons and armor after you make everything else you want to make, even if it ticks people off. You have protection and not just your wards. Thank you, Leif said. He took another sip of tea. The cup was almost empty. Maybe the tea was better than he thought. He felt that Selu was just as intelligent and kind as she was beautiful. I think I see why Anoli wanted to marry you. Diani's mother laughed. Save your flirting for my daughter and her friends, not me. I'm not, Leif protested. Selu laughed harder. Here, Leif, Chenoa said, returning with her sister's clothes. She looked from an embarrassed Leif to Diani's laughing mother. What did I miss? Are you sure you don't need anyone to accompany you to your farm? Diani asked. You could also spend the night. No, thank you, Leif replied. There's enough daylight left for Jake to get me down safely. Besides, the village isn't set up for guests right now. There's always the floor, Etzilla quipped. He had joined them in Enoli's house after the chief had calmed the villagers. Diani elbowed him in the ribs. He rubbed his side and said, or someone's couch. I'll be fine, I promise, Leif said, shaking his head. He checked on Jake's harness and climbed into the sleigh. "Thanks for enchanting my clothes too," Etzilla said. "You're welcome, but I should have made you wait," Leif replied. "You got tired of hearing him whine about the unfairness of us girls getting enchanted clothing," Diani said. Leif had ended up enchanting a single set of clothing for Diani, her parents, Etzilla, Chenoa, Enola, and Chenoa's twin sisters. "That I did," Leif agreed. Etzilla grumbled something under his breath, making Diani and Leif laugh even if Leif didn't quite catch it. "Speaking of enchanted clothing, are you sure you want to charge a single vial of monster blood for a set of clothing?" Diani asked. "Think it's too much?" Leif asked. Knowing her, Diani doesn't think it's enough, Etzilla said. "It's for our people," Diani retorted. "I know, I'm just joking," Etzilla replied. "1 vial of blood per family, for 1 set of clothing for each member of the immediate family," Leif said, after thinking it over again, as the cousins bickered. "It's a cheap way for me to stock up on monster blood and help you guys at the same time." "Thanks, Leif," Diani said, giving him a grateful smile. While Diani loved being a merchant, haggling, and profit, Leif knew she loved her people just as much, if not more. That love of one another was something he noticed all the elves had and wondered if it extended to other clans or was just something reserved for family. He dismissed those thoughts, assuming it wasn't wise to ask. "You're welcome," Leif replied. "Coming to the shop tomorrow?" "Yeah," Diani answered. "Etzilla, me, and whoever else I can wrangle into it will start bringing the clothes tomorrow so you can enchant them." "See you tomorrow then," Leif said. "You don't need help, you have a storage device," Etzilla mumbled as Leif flicked the reins and Jake started pulling away. "Oof, stop elbowing me." Leif laughed and waved. The cousins and other villagers out and about returned the wave as Jake carried him past them and out the village. "I shouldn't have ever said anything about my clothing being enchanted," Leif complained. "You're just saying that because you've been enchanting our clothing for the last few days," Diani said. "Exactly. You're almost done," Diani replied. "You only have Anega's family's clothing left to go." "I know," Leif said. Diani stared at him and thought Leif didn't look as happy or content as he normally did. In fact, he seemed depressed. "What's wrong? I know it's not just the clothing. You were happy yesterday when your enchanter's skill hit level 9, Diani said. She smiled. "You can talk to me, you know. We're not just business partners, we're friends." Leif didn't immediately respond. Instead, he enchanted another set of clothing. Diani started to think he wasn't going to talk anymore. "I don't know, I just started feeling down last night," Leif said. "Maybe it's the cold and lack of daylight, the lack of people to talk to, or that my house isn't being worked on." "The days are shorter, but the sun still shines," Diani said. "Uncle Gajai has said winter can cause people to become depressed." Shas, Diani's chaperone for the day, grunted. He then spoke. "It happened to a few members of the clan, usually after losing someone." "Is that it?" Diani asked. Leif didn't answer. She stood, walked over to him, and took his hand in hers. "Are you missing your parents?" "Yes," Leif answered. "Have you ever properly grieved for them and said goodbye?" Shas asked. Leif was surprised that he heard concern in the older man's voice. "Not really," Leif answered. Diani hugged him. He returned the hug and said, "We were ushered away and a simple funeral was held for Edenton as a whole. We were then kept busy so we wouldn't dwell on what happened." "Grief comes and goes," Shas said. "Busy work is not the way to cope with loss, especially for children." "What did happen?" Diani asked. She hadn't broken the hug and Shas didn't say anything. Leif told them about his past and how his parents had died. "You need to have a proper funeral for them and say goodbye," Shas said. "Then your spirit can heal." "Shas is right," Diani said into Leif's shoulder as they continued to hold each other. Leif shook slightly as he became overcome with emotion, and thankfully, she didn't say anything about it. Neither did Shas. Leif's eyes watered. "When we take these clothes back to the village, we'll speak with Gajai," Chase said. "He will come speak with you." "Is that necessary?" Leif asked. "Yes," Diani answered. You need to let yourself heal, and Uncle Gajai will explain the ceremony we use to you. He'll also help you find a burial plot for your parents, Shas said. What? Leif asked. They're not here. It's ceremonial, Shas said. Bury something of theirs in their stead. I don't have anything of theirs, Leif said. Tears fell down his cheeks. Diani squeezed him and then pulled away, breaking the hug. Leif reluctantly let her go. She reached up and wiped his tears away. Diani smiled and kissed his cheek. Don't do anything more than that kiss, or I'll have to tell your father, Shas warned. I won't, Diani promised. She tapped Leif's nose and said, make them something silly. How are you, Leif? Gajai asked. All right, I guess, Leif answered. The shaman gave him a flat look. I've been better. We have talked a little before, but your grief has returned, Gajai stated, cutting to the chase. Leif agreed. What about the nightmares? Surprisingly, I haven't had any since Diani gave me a dream catcher, Leif answered. That is good. Are you ready to talk about a funeral? I suppose. What would it entail? That depends on you and what you want, Gajai replied. In ancient times, the Cherokee would have a week of mourning and several rituals. That sounds like a lot, Leif said. It was, Gajai laughed. A few hundred years later, the funeral rites changed, and we started doing more along the lines of your people's funeral rites. Why the change? Leif asked. Religion and a desire to blend in is my best guess, Gajai answered. But who can say for sure since none of us were alive then? True, Leif laughed. Shas said something about picking out a burial site. MMHMM. That is something that has remained from the ancient funeral rites, Gajai said. Family should be close so you can visit. But you guys moved your village, Leif said. Did you move your buried bodies too? No, Gajai laughed. All of the near clans use the same sacred land to bury our dead. It's within a half-day's ride from here. So, I guess that's one of the main reasons you want to keep the kingdom from expanding west. Yes, the shaman simply replied. He handed Leif a pair of objects. Gajai put on an identical pair on his boots. These are snowshoes and will help you walk in the snow. All right, Leif said a little unsure. He put on the snowshoes and stood. Where are we going? To find a plot of land for your parents, Gajai answered. Do you wish for them to have a place where they can overlook your farm and the valley below? Yes, Leif replied after thinking it over. I know just the place. Come. This is a good spot, Leif said as they stood on the rise overlooking his farm. It was just within his borders. Yes, Gajai agreed. I think I want to keep the funeral simple, Leif said. This is good. I dislike long ceremonies such as weddings, the shaman replied. Leif laughed. You would give the rites? Leif asked. Yes, unless you prefer a priest from Banner Elk do it. No, Leif said, shaking his head. Gajai nodded. I have asked the stoneworkers to start making a dual headstone for your parents. What would you like it to say? Their names and just beloved parents, Leif answered after thinking about it. They were simple folk. What were their names? Gajai asked. Leif told him. They stood in silence for a couple of minutes. Diani said she told you to make objects to bury. She did, Leif confirmed. I'm not sure what to make though. Make something they would have liked to make themselves if you can't think of anything else, Gajai advised. Leif cried as he finished making the enchanted necklace for his mother the next evening. He dismissed the notices without even looking at them, but knew he had raised his jeweler skill to 4 and his crafter skill to 7. His woodworker skill had risen to 6 after he had made an enchanted smoking pipe for his father. With tears in his eyes, he cleaned up the workshop and admired the 2 pieces he had made. Those 2 are the best things I've ever made, Leif told himself. He left the shop and walked to the stable. He tried hugging Jake, but the mule attempted to bite him for it. So it's like that, huh? Jake hee-hawed at him. Just remember that when you want another apple, Leif told the mule. He went upstairs and opened the loft door. Leif gazed at the stars until he fell asleep on the floor. The next morning was beautiful. The sky was clear and a perfect blue. The only thing Leif felt he could complain about was the cold, even if it didn't bother him, as Gajiai spoke of loss to those gathered to help Leif say goodbye to his parents. Only those Cherokee he was most friendly with were present. Leif didn't cry as the funeral carried on. "Why are Diani, Chenoa, and the others crying?" Leif whispered to Anoli. "I could ask you why you are not crying," the chief replied. "I think I cried out everything in me yesterday and last night," Leif said. "I see. To answer your question, they cry to share your grief," Anoli replied. "It is what friends do, is it not?" "It is," Leif answered. He wasn't completely sure, but it felt right. Once Gajiai was finished, Leif bid a final farewell to his parents. He didn't speak aloud and knew he would visit their new graves when he felt the need. Chenoa, Diani, and the others hugged Leif once he stepped away from the graves, even the men, which surprised him for some reason. "Come, Leif," Anoli said. "There is a feast prepared in the village." "Thanks, all of you, for all this," Leif said. The chief nodded and started walking back toward the shop holding his wife's hand. Enola and Diani looped their arms through his. Atsilla and a few other men quickly started filling in the graves as the girls led Leif away. Leif was in a great mood the first day of winter. The Cherokee would start working on his house again the next day, weather permitting, and were holding a winter solstice ceremony that night. In fact, they had been celebrating for a few days leading up to the solstice. He had been invited to attend a few of the celebrations, but had only attended a couple of them, including last night. Leif wouldn't go to tonight's celebration even if invited. He had other plans. "I really shouldn't have read that old story," Leif muttered. He had pushed off Diani's commission list again, and instead had spent the last week making more simple toys. He felt he had nearly enough for every child in the 2 villages and surrounding farms. Working on them today and tonight should give him enough. That's if Jeb's and Anoli's information is correct. Leif finished his breakfast and cleaned up after himself. After that, he fed Jake and brushed the mule down. "Oh, don't look at me like that," Leif told the mule. "You stink and really need a bath. If it wasn't so cold, I'd give you one too. But since it's cold, we'll have to settle for a good brushing." Jake brayed at him. Yeah, if it's not snowing tomorrow, you're going out to the corral," Leif said. He put away the brush and gave Jake a carrot. "Now it's time to make some more toys. You have created an animal push toy. This simple toy can be pushed or pulled. Value 5 crowns. Leif dismissed the notice. He now had somewhere around 300 simple wooden toys. "I should really count the toys," Leif told himself. The thing was, he didn't want to, but Leif knew it was something that had to be done. There were 300 children in the 2 villages according to Anoli and Jeb. He sighed and started counting. "Leif," a voice shouted. "I'm in the workshop," Leif yelled back. He had admitted the Banner Elk leader and his small party through the wards a few minutes ago. Leif didn't even look up from his counting when he felt Jeb, and 2 others walked into the shop. Leif's faith in his enchantments and wards to protect him were absolute at this point. 2 more people that Leif assumed to be guards were at the corral with the party's horses. "My God," a feminine voice exclaimed. "Would you look at all of this?" Jeb whistled. "You've been busy." Leif nodded and kept counting. "Jeb, I thought you said he didn't do mass production," a man said. Leif could hear the bitterness in the man's voice. "Leif doesn't," Jeb replied. Leif felt the woman walk around and take a closer look at some of the toys. She gasped. "Bonnie," the man asked in concern. "Blake, these are all different," the woman said. "The eyes, the wings, feathers, claws, tails, everything on these toys are slightly different." "That's," the man replied, but fell silent as Jeb laughed after examining some of the toys. "Blake, your sister is correct. No 2 are the same," Banner Elk's headman said. "Leif, how long has it taken you to make all of these toys?" 293, Leif said aloud as he finished his count. "What?" the others asked at the same time. "Sorry," Leif said as he wrote the number down in a notebook. "I need to make 7 more toys." "So, you've made 293 toys," Jeb said, catching on to where Leif's mind was. "Yes, sir," Leif replied. "How long did it take you?" Jeb asked. Leif shrugged. "A few days, maybe a week or so." You made nearly 300 toys in less than 2 weeks, Blake asked. That would take me at least a month. I had nothing else I wanted to do. Well, there were a couple of solstice ceremonies I attended up at the Cherokee village, but beyond that, I just worked on the toys, Leif replied. He suspected it would only take the other man that long because he wouldn't apply himself. I don't even think Diane will mind once she sees what the toys are for. You kept the purpose of the toys from her, Jeb asked. Leif nodded. Jeb grinned and started to say something but was interrupted. Is this Diane your wife? Bonnie asked. She then blushed as if she realized she had asked something she shouldn't have. What? No, Leif replied, feeling slightly confused. For some reason, he didn't like that question and noticed she perked up with his answer. She never once glanced at Jeb. So Leif felt she didn't care about speaking out of turn. Then it hit him that she was interested in him, even though they had never even seen each other before as far as he knew. You need to spend time with a woman, Blake muttered, shaking his head. Unless you like men. Blake, Bonnie hissed. We apologize. My brother has a big mouth and doesn't think before opening it. It's all right, Leif said as Blake grinned. He had to admit it had been a while since he had been involved in anything remotely romantic. He gazed at Blake and Bonnie. The siblings were both redheads with green eyes. Leif had to admit both were very attractive too. That said, they didn't hold a candle to the elves in his opinion. He shook off those thoughts. Jeb, what brings you here? I promised I would take the toys down to Banner Elk when I was done. Leif, this is Bonnie and Blake Green. Blake is a carpenter and wanted to meet you, Jeb said. So did Bonnie. She has some cooking and housekeeping skills. It's nice to meet you too, Leif said. So that's what this meeting is about, Leif thought as the Green siblings replied in kind. Part of him felt he should be flattered. The rest of him disagreed. While her interest could be legitimate, it could also be something else. What if she was being used to tie him closer to Banner Elk or to get his skills in her family? That was something Leif had never considered people would do before, even if it made a certain amount of sense. The same could be true of the elves, but Diane had a claim on his life and never pressed him into anything. He put those thoughts away for now. If you're worried about me stealing some of your business, don't be. My class keeps me from making more than limited runs of things, and while I can make furniture, I don't plan on making much of it. That's good, Blake hesitantly said. I don't mind competition, but if I can keep my market, that's better for me. Leif thought he might be lying about that. Well, even if Blake was, it didn't matter to him anyway. They would each craft whatever they did. As for a cook or housekeeper, I have no need for either of those right now since I don't have a finished house, Leif said. He decided to nip everything in the bud. He would look after his own love life in time, and when he wanted, not others. I also don't have anything to offer a wife right now, so don't intend to pursue any romantic interests yet. Bonnie and Blake started to say only to fall silent. They nodded and shrugged. Leif could see the disappointment on their faces, though. Jeb, I'll bring the toys down when I'm done, Leif said, wanting to end this unwanted visit. I'm going to divide the different types equally before bringing them to the villages. That works for me, Jeb said. Was there anything else you needed? Leif asked. No, Jeb said after Blake shook his head. Blake, I need to speak to Leif in private for a moment. Sure, Blake said. He led his sister back towards the corral. Are you that worried about my ties to the Cherokee that you're trying to set me up with a girl? Leif asked before the headman could say anything. Can't blame us, can you? Jeb asked, shrugging his shoulders. I can. Jeb grimaced. Yeah, I would as well if I was in your shoes, but if it makes you feel better, this wasn't my idea. The other elders, Leif asked. Jeb nodded. Are they going to try this again with other young ladies? That has been mentioned. Kindly refuse for me, please, Leif said. I want to get my homestead in order before I enter into a romantic relationship. I'll pass the word along and make sure everyone understands. I'll also try to head off any future visits from our other crafters. They're anxious to meet you too, Jeb said. He smiled. That way we can keep you from never leaving your farm and sending others to get things for you. Leif laughed. Thanks, I'll bring the toys down in a day or two. Thanks, Leif. The kids will appreciate it, and honestly, so will the adults, Jeb said. He turned and left the workshop. Leif watched the group leave and waited until he felt them exit the wards. He then went to fix his lunch. After he ate, he would get back to work. "You do know you made too many toys, don't you?" Inoli asked Leif the next morning as he sat the storage box Leif had handed him to another man. The other man took it away. "I can't believe you enchanted a box to store the toys in." "Yeah, I know I made too many toys, and enchanting the box was the easiest way to handle them," Leif replied. "I figured the older kids and teens might like the puzzles. Some of the adults might like them too." "Some of us do indeed," Inoli agreed. "Though you would probably have to make harder puzzles for adults." "Something like this?" Leif asked as he pulled a box out of his ring. "This is a 200-piece jigsaw puzzle." Inoli laughed. "Yes, that will do nicely. How long did it take you to make it?" "That one took 2 days since I had bought the painting," Leif answered. Inoli opened the box and examined one of the puzzle pieces. "Did the artist paint directly on the wood?" Inoli asked as he closed the box. "Yes," Leif replied. "That made it much easier for me. I've read there are ways to transfer or copy a painting onto another object, but I'd have to do a lot of research to do that." "You could use those paired pens you created to trace the artwork," Inoli suggested. "That's a good idea. Thanks," Leif said. "I'll have to look into that." "Have the builders started back on your house?" Inoli asked, changing the subject. "Yes, they woke me," Leif answered. Inoli laughed. "Yeah, I know. I should have been up anyway, but I was up late last night watching the stars." "Do you do that a lot?" the chief asked. "I do," Leif confirmed. "It's a nice way to unwind, especially when I work at night like I did last night." "It's good that you recognize that you need to unwind," Inoli said. "Gajai would tell you that working all the time is bad for the spirit." "The body and mind too," Leif laughed. Jake hee-hawed. "Guess he's ready to get home." "Most likely," Inoli agreed. "We will hand out the toys on Christmas." "Thanks," Leif said. "I'm going to go to Banner Elk and drop the other toys off with Jeb, then take Lazy Boy home." Inoli shook his head and laughed as Jake brayed at Leif. Leif laughed and snapped the reins after releasing the wagon's brake. As the wagon circled back toward the trail leading down the mountain, Dayani and Atsilla ran up to the wagon and started walking beside it. "You didn't think we would let you get away without saying hi, did you?" Dayani asked. "Not really," Leif replied. "Heading to Banner Elk or home?" Atsilla asked. "Banner Elk," Leif answered. The cousins exchanged a look and climbed aboard the slowly moving wagon. "Mind if we go with you?" Atsilla asked. "Number company is always nice," Leif replied. "Father, we're going with Leif," Dayani shouted to Inoli. He just waved them off and walked towards their house. "Well, that was easier than I thought it would be." "Uncle Inoli knows he can't keep you from Leif's shop or making deals," Atsilla said. "He also knows we're friends," Dayani added, giving Leif and Atsilla a fond smile that the two young men returned. "Hi, Jeb," Leif, Dayani, and Atsilla said at the same time. "Hi, you three," Jeb replied. "Did you bring the toys, Leif?" "Yep," Leif answered, pulling a storage box out of his ring. "Here they are." "You made an enchanted storage box just for toys?" Jeb asked, a bit of wonder in his voice. Leif nodded. "Do you want it back?" "No," Leif replied, shaking his head. "Consider it a gift." "Thank you," Jeb said. "We'll distribute the toys on Christmas Eve." "Why not Christmas morning?" Dayani asked. "That's what we're going to do." "That's one of the differences between us," Jeb replied. "We're not all one family or clan, so people will celebrate Christmas in different ways if they celebrate it at all." "Huh," Atsilla said. "But since you said you'll hand out the toys on Christmas Eve, does that mean the village will have a celebration?" "Yes," Jeb answered. "Everyone is invited, including the Cherokee. I'll pass that along to my father, but I don't think he'll accept." Dayani said, "The village will be preparing for our celebration after all." Jeb shrugged. "You're invited too, Leif." I don't know if I'll come," Leif said. "Most of the village still treats me as an outsider, but I'll consider it." "That's all I can ask," Jeb said. "I better get these put away in my office." "Thanks again," Leif said. Jeb thanked him and walked to his office. Leif turned to his companions. "Do you guys need anything from any of the shops?" "No," Diani answered after checking with Etzilla. "The village is well stocked too." "So is the farm," Leif said. "Let's go home." "The shop first, then home," Diani said. "It's all the same." Leif replied as he got Jake moving. Etzilla laughed. "Why are you laughing?" Diani asked her cousin. "Because what Leif said is true. We're just as at home on his farm as we are in the village," Etzilla said. "Especially you when it comes to the shop." "I can't argue with that," Diani replied. "I really like trading, buying, and selling." Leif wondered if he would ever feel that comfortable in other places. Maybe he would once he gained more levels or once he got older. Then again, maybe he was what people once called a homebody and would always prefer to be at his farm. "Leif, why did you all but turn down Jeb's invitation?" Etzilla asked as they exited the village. Leif shrugged. "Oh, don't give me that. What's going on?" Leif explained about the visit from Jeb and the Green siblings and how it was an attempt at setting him up with a wife. Diani looked ever angrier as Leif talked. Etzilla grinned and laughed. "If anyone is going to set you up with a wife, it's going to be me," Diani muttered once Leif was finished. Etzilla laughed harder. Leif couldn't help himself and laughed as well. "Stop laughing." When they didn't, she punched Etzilla in the chest and then Leif in the shoulder. The young men kept laughing and she ended up joining in. "Leif," Adohi called. "Yeah, I'm in the shop," Leif yelled back. A moment later, the elven man stepped into the workshop. Adohi watched Leif while he shaped a cat figurine. "Working on pottery?" Adohi asked. "Yeah," Leif replied. "I need to get that skill up. It's really trailing my others." "Good luck with that," Adohi said. Leif laughed and agreed. "Well, I thought you'd want to know we have finished the exterior of your house." "What, really?" Leif asked. Adohi heard the excitement in the artisan's voice. He dropped the figurine and ignored it. "You guys work fast." "Yep, how else do you think we built our village so quickly? We've even got the doors and windows in place," Adohi replied with a grin on his face. "Come on, let's take a look to make sure you're satisfied." "All right," Leif happily said. "Are the others still here?" "No, they're gone home. We'll come back after Christmas," Adohi replied. The two walked out of the shop and to the house. Leif and Adohi walked around the small two-story building, taking in every detail. The logs fit so smoothly together that Leif couldn't even fit a sheet of paper into any seam he tried. The exterior side of the logs had a slight rounding to them as well. "We ended up changing the exterior design a touch and went with the more rounded logs instead of the straight ones we had originally started to use," Adohi informed Leif after noticing. He looked a bit confused. "Why?" Leif asked. "Does it make a difference?" "Just in the look or style," Adohi answered. "As to the first question, we decided to go with a more traditional log cabin design." "I honestly hadn't even noticed the change," Leif said. "You've been busy," Adohi replied. "The semi-rounded logs interlocked together just as the straight logs did." "When did you guys make the change?" Leif asked as he nodded his head. "Right after we built the first wall. Maitna and Lamasi thought you would like this better," Adohi answered. "Going by your expression, I would say they were right." "Yeah, they are," Leif agreed. "But I wouldn't have minded the straight logs either." "The interior side of the walls are straight," Adohi said. "We've completed the floors, ceilings, stairs, and load-bearing walls. The other walls still need to be built, as does any plumbing work you want done before we start on the cabinets and such." "Guess I need to get a word to Sal," Leif said. "Already done, they'll be here tomorrow." "But that's Christmas Eve," Leif said. "Sal said it didn't matter. They were eager to finish the work they had contracted to do for you," Adohi said. He walked up the back porch steps. "Come on, let's peek inside." "You don't have to tell me twice," Leif replied. He joined the builder on the porch, and they entered the house. The first thing he noticed was that the interior was framed out to separate the rooms instead of being one large open space. "I thought the sitting, dining, and kitchen areas were going to be one open space." Maitna wanted to go with a traditional interior design again, so you get separate rooms. Adohi replied. This is the kitchen. As you can see, it has an extra-large or double doorway joining to the dining room. Maitna doesn't want to put doors here while Lamasi wants to put in swinging doors. It's your house. What do you think? Let me see, Leif said. He pictured the completed room in his mind. He then walked into the dining room and did the same. No doors. I'll let them know, Adohi said. He pointed out where the pantry would go as well as another small room. This space will be a half bathroom. Just the toilet and a sink, Leif asked. Yep, Adohi confirmed. Even though it'll be just you here on your own in the beginning, you can never have too many toilets. That's true, Leif agreed. Both men laughed. I guess there will be a full bath upstairs. Correct. We also sectioned a full bathroom off in the basement since you had mentioned possibly using it as another bedroom, Adohi said. Thanks, Leif said. It's not as dark in here as I thought it would be. We put in quite a few windows. Lamasi is a big believer in using natural light, Adohi said. Just wait until you see the sitting area. Could we make the other doorways this size? Leif asked. Except for the bathrooms, that is. We can. Don't want doors. Not really. It'll just be me after all. Until you get married, Adohi replied. Leif shrugged. The builder led Leif into the sitting area. On the right was a stone fireplace, but what really drew the attention were the large 2 windows on either side of the front door. The windows showed a perfect view of Banner Elk and the valley below. Wow, Leif exclaimed as he took in the view. You'll even be able to gaze at some of the stars from in here thanks to those tall windows, Adohi said. If you look up, you'll see the loft, which is your bedroom. You left it open, Leif asked. Yeah, that was my idea. I wanted to get more use of those windows, Adohi said. Depending on where you put your bed, you could just lay there and look out over the valley. That's a good idea, and I'll do that. I'm just glad I won't have to clean all that glass, Leif said. Huh, oh right, enchantments, Adohi said. Leif nodded. Well, I'll leave you to it. I'm heading back to the village and will slack off the rest of the day. Leif laughed. You guys have my utmost thanks. Are you sure you don't want some bonus for the work you've done? Thanks, but no. We're just honoring the deal we made with you, Adohi replied. All right, enjoy the celebrations, Leif said. You're not coming, Adohi asked. Haven't made up my mind, Leif answered. I'm not family after all and don't want to intrude. I respect that, Adohi said. We'll see you after Christmas if you don't come. Merry Christmas, Leif replied. Merry Christmas to you too, Adohi said before taking his leave. Time to get to work, Leif told himself. Are you sure that's where you wanted the kitchen sink? Frank McRae asked. Because you don't have any cabinets built in the kitchen. Of course, Leif answered. Isn't that where a sink is always put so whoever is washing dishes can look outside? Not always, Sal McRae replied. Half the time people want them so they can look into the rest of the house. Leif muttered. Sinks belong in front of windows. I agree, Sal and Frank said at the same time. We've finished all 3 bathrooms and the kitchen, Frank said. All you need to do is enchant the hot water, Sal said. There's no need, Leif replied. Why not? Sal asked. The faucets were already enchanted, Leif answered. They shouldn't need the pump primed either. Does that work? Frank asked. Because if it does, a lot of people would want to buy faucets that can heat water. Especially if they don't need the water pumped, Sally added. I think so, Leif replied. At least it should. Let's find out. The 3 of them walked into the kitchen. Sally went to the sink and turned on the hot water. At first, nothing happened. A few seconds later, water started flowing out of the faucet. That's warm already, Sal said as she waved her hand under the water flow. Turn the handle even more and it should heat up even faster, Leif said. Sal did, and soon enough they saw steam wafting up. Turn the other handle, and the cold water should help moderate the heat. You might have to turn the hot side back some, though. I want some of these for our house, Sally said as she did as Leif had advised. Are the bathtubs enchanted the same way? Yes, ma'am, Leif replied, a smile on his face. Don't ask him, Sal. I see that look on your face, Frank said to his wife. What? Sal asked innocently. Don't play that game. I know what's going through your mind. Frank replied. Leif smiled as he noticed the amusement on their faces. He figured both wanted enchanted faucets and a matching bathtub, but were acting out some private game. You know you want them too, Sal said to Frank, especially the bathtub. While it's funny watching the two of you banter back and forth, I'll save you some time, Leif said. Buy some sinks or faucets and a new tub, and I'll enchant them for you. Thank you, Frank and Sally said at the same time. You're welcome. If I had thought about it ahead of time, I would have bought and enchanted them already, Leif said. Then I would have given them to you as a Christmas gift. You do, Sally started to say. Leif waved her words away. Well, I'm glad you didn't, Leif shrugged. Speaking of Christmas, are you coming to the village's festivities tonight? Frank asked. No, Leif replied. I did my part by making toys for the children. I'll stay up here and work on cabinets for my kitchen. Sally and Frank exchanged a look. You could come eat lunch or dinner with us tomorrow, Sally offered. I thank you, but no, thank you, Leif said after a short pause in the conversation. I think I'll work on some stuff here tomorrow, then go visit my parents' graves in the evening. Wait, what? Frank said. Your parents' graves? Sally asked at the same time. I thought you came from the coast. Leif laughed and then said, I'm sorry, and going by your faces, you're thinking the worst. I didn't drag their corpses up here and bury them. That's good, Frank replied. I don't mean it like that, I mean. I get what you're saying, Leif said. He explained to them about the funeral the Cherokee had done for him. Gajai Inoli and the others are good people, Sally said. I'm glad they helped you. The funeral did help, didn't it? It did, Leif confirmed. I'm not sure if I'll ever get over their deaths, but I'm more at peace with it. I think that's all any of us can do, Frank said. I'm not sure any of us ever get over losing our parents, Sally added. Yeah, Leif agreed. He shrugged. Well, we should get going, Frank said. It'll be dusk when we get back to Banner Elk. Are you sure you don't want to come? Sal asked. I'm sure, Leif answered as they started walking to the door and exited his house. Mind if we walk around the house and take a look? Frank asked as he admired the railing around the wraparound porch. We got to see the inside all day, but didn't really get to see the outside. Feel free, Leif answered. What did you think of the windows in the front sitting area? Didn't really pay attention to them, Sally said. Leif grinned. Are they something to behold? I think so, Leif replied. They walked around the house. I like the wraparound porch, Frank said. It needs a swing, Sally said once they walked to the front of the house. Oh my. I was thinking the same thing, Leif said. He pointed to the right corner of the house. Somewhere over there, maybe at an angle with the corner. That would be nice, Sally said, and it would be out of the way of those windows. The builders did an excellent job, Frank said as they walked through the front door and took in the view from through the windows. Far better than we did when we built our house. Yeah, Sal sighed. She grinned at her husband. Maybe it's time for an upgrade. I'd love to have windows like this. I'm not sure who all worked on my house, but Maitna, Lamasi, and Adohi were the leaders and designers, Leif informed them. Almost every house I've seen up in the Cherokee village has windows like this. I guess they really like them too. We're supposed to go up to their village after the new year to negotiate deals for doing work to their houses, Frank said. We'll talk to those three then. Maybe they can remodel our house. Or design and build us a new one, Sally retorted. Yes, dear, Frank sighed. Leif held in his laughter. He walked with Sally and Frank to their wagon and workers. Are you sure you don't want to come to dinner tomorrow? Sally asked. The invitation is open. I'm sure, Leif replied. Thanks again, though. We'll bring a tub and all up for you to enchant when we visit the Cherokee, Frank said. That works for me, Leif replied. You'll be able to pick them up on your way back down the mountain. Merry Christmas, Frank and Sally said at the same time. Merry Christmas to you guys as well, Leif replied. He watched them ride away. He headed to the corral so he could lead Jake back to his stall. First, I'll feed Jake, then feed myself, and finally work on the cabinets for a while before going to bed. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Merry Christmas, Leif said to the empty graves that overlooked his property. I just came up here to spend some time with you. I had originally planned on coming up here this evening, but changed my mind and decided I would wake you up like I did when I was a little kid. Besides, I know Mom always liked sunrises and the promise of the new day they bring. Leif sat on the ground in front of the tombstones. He sat in silence and gazed out in the pre-dawn light at the mountains and valley below. He wasn't sure how long he just sat there. I've made some friends, or at least think I have, Leif said, breaking the silence. They're the ones that made these tombstones and helped me give you a funeral. He fell silent again. I think I can enchant something to let me know when someone tells the truth or force them to tell the truth. Would that be wrong? The wind picked up and blew across Leif from behind him and to his left. He shivered from the sudden chill before his clothing warmed up a bit more. Yeah, I know, Mom. That would be wrong to attempt and betray people's trust if it worked, Leif said aloud. The wind shifted and blew from behind him and to his right. I hear you, Dad. I should just take people for their word and let things fall where they may. The wind shifted some more and blew directly from behind him. Leif smiled. He knew the breeze was just the wind blowing through the mountains, but he liked to pretend it was his parents' spirits responding to him. I remember what you taught me. I'll only trust those that have earned it, like Gajai, Dayani, and their family, Leif said. I think you'd like them too. Leif told his parents, or perhaps just the trees, about the people he had met on his journey to the farm, both good and bad. Leif told them all about his travels except for his sex life. That was something no parent should know. He felt the same goes for children and their parents' sex life. He shuddered at those thoughts, and the wind whipped around him again. Laugh it up, why don't you? Leif asked. A bit of dirt swirled and scattered on the wind as the sun rose into the sky. His mouth fell open as an idea struck him. Giving me ideas. The wind picked up again, blowing more dirt around. Leif smiled. All right, I'm going to go get breakfast and leave you two here to enjoy your day. I'll work on that new idea instead of the house too, Leif said. Maybe I'll have it done in time for tonight. An inhuman screech sounded from Beech Mountain in the middle of the afternoon. Jeb ran out of his house along with all his neighbors. What in the seven hells was that? Geraldine Finch asked as she walked over to the headman. Beats me, Jeb said. I've never heard the like before. It was loud, whatever it was, Geraldine said. It could be monsters attacking, another neighbor said. Doubtful, Geraldine replied. Do you see any monsters flying around? That didn't sound like any living creature either, another woman said. I agree, Jeb said. People stood around talking for a few minutes. Most everyone started heading back indoors when another screech sounded from the mountain. A second later, a loud bang could be heard, and a puff of smoke could be seen in the sky. That has to be some kind of warning of an impending attack. The guy that had claimed the screech was a monster earlier said. Let's not panic, Jeb shouted. The truth is we don't know what that is. That was over Craftsman's farm, Geraldine said. Jeb nodded his agreement. What in the world is that boy doing? A third screech sounded a few minutes later, followed by another loud bang. This time, a green cloud that vaguely resembled a bobcat could be seen in the air before it quickly drifted apart and disappeared. I have no idea what that is, Gajai told Inoli. Whatever it is, it's coming from Leif's farm, Shas said. It doesn't appear dangerous either, Gajai said. Shas, take Scylla, Jistu, Kamuna, and a couple of other warriors to Leif's farm and find out what is going on, Inoli ordered. I'm going too, Dayani announced. Don't forget us, Inola said as she and Chenoa joined the group. Not happening, Shas said before Inoli could say anything. You can't stop us, Dayani countered, anger in her voice. Enough, Inoli said, putting an end to the argument before it could truly start. He turned to his daughter. You three can go, but you will obey Shas if there is any danger. Yes, father, Dayani replied. What a way to spend Christmas. Atsila muttered as they went to their horses. Haven't seen you guys in a while, Leif said to Mace, Harper, Lynn, and Mortimer as the adventurers got close enough to hear him. It's nice to see you, but what brings you here? What brings us here? Mace asked in disbelief. Those flying, screaming things over your farm is what brings us here, Mortimer exclaimed. Oh, did Jeb send you? Leif replied. No, we were hunting, Lynn answered. We then decided to check out things here. You were hunting monsters on Christmas? Leif asked incredulously. Yeah, Mortimer answered. It's just another day. Christmas is not just another day, Leif objected. Everything is fine, isn't it? Harper asked, cutting them off. Yes, Leif replied, letting the female adventurer change the subject. I suppose I should have enchanted the noise out, though. So this screeching is your doing, May said. Leif nodded. Care to explain? In a few minutes, Leif said. More visitors are coming, and I'm going to assume for the same reason you guys came. And you don't want to repeat yourself, Mortimer stated. Yep, Leif agreed. He noticed Harper shiver. You guys can wait in the shop where it's warm if you like. Thank you, Harper said. She and Mortimer quickly entered Leif's workshop. Lynn and Mace were right behind them. Leif grinned and turned his attention back to the project he was working on. Leif, is everything all right? Atsila called out. Yep, Leif shouted back. Who are those four in your shop? Shas asked as the elves came closer. Friends of a sort, Leif answered. Friends of a sort, Mace asked after setting down his cup of tea. Leif had treated the adventurers to tea and food, and enchanted their clothing while they waited. It's not like we're close friends, so yeah, Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. The adventurers laughed as the Cherokee left their horses at the corral and walked to the shop. Dayani forced her way past the warriors and got in Leif's face, glaring at him. Hi. Don't you hi me. You've scared everyone around for miles, Dayani said angrily. We were worried about you. Leif started to say and stopped. He could see the concern behind the anger in Dayani's eyes. He glanced at the others and thought he saw the same thing. I apologize. As I told Mace and his team, I should have enchanted the sound out. I didn't because it didn't seem that loud to me. What are you making? Shas asked. A surprise for tonight, Leif answered, not really explaining. He smiled. They'll light up the sky. Is it dangerous? The older warrior asked. No, Leif replied. He lifted a tube that was capped on both ends. He sat the tube back down on the end that had fins on it. Press the top, set it down, and these things fly straight up. Then let's just say there will be nothing to clean up. I can live with that, Shas replied. He turned to Dayani, Chenoa, and Enola. You three are staying. Yes, the girls answered at the same time. Atsila, stay with them. The rest of us will report back to Enoli, Shas said. With that, he and his warriors walked back to the corral. We should go tell Jeb and the council, Mace announced. You can stay, Leif said. Nah, you just said we'll be able to see whatever this is from the village, so we're going to go warn them, Harper replied. She kissed Leif's cheek. Thanks for the gift. You're welcome, Leif said. Jealous, Atsila whispered to Dayani. She elbowed his ribs instead of answering, making her cousin laugh. I'm not kissing you, Mortimer said. He shook Leif's hand and thanked him, though. Mace and Lynn did the same, and then the adventurers left. So, we have to wait until tonight to see whatever these tubes are, Chenoa asked. Afraid so, Leif replied. There's too much light during the day. Have you had a good meal today? Dayani asked. A couple of sandwiches, Leif replied. I've been mostly working on my surprise. You need to eat better, Enola said to the agreement of the other elves. Since we have to wait for nightfall, I'll cook you a good supper, Dayani said. You don't have to, Leif objected. I know, Dayani replied. I want to, and you can consider it a gift. We'll help, Enola said. Leif started to object, but stopped when Chenoa placed a hand over his mouth. Just say thanks, Leif. They're going to have their way, Atsila said. Thank you, Leif said. The girls smiled and started walking toward the stable. The screech isn't so loud, Atsila said as the first tube launched into the air. A few seconds later, it exploded into a ball of red and green. Whoa! Another tube launched and exploded into orange and yellow. A third followed that exploded into blue and white. Chenoa, Enola, and Diani oohed and awed. Leif smiled. The enchantments had turned out better than he had hoped. "Can I do one?" Atsila asked. "Sure," Leif answered. "Just touch the top cap for 10 seconds, set it down, and back away." "I've been paying attention," Atsila said. "That's surprising," Chenoa quipped, grinning at him. The others laughed as Atsila's tube launched itself in the air. It exploded into a white hawk shape. "My turn," Enola said. Soon enough, all the elves were launching tubes. Some exploded into animal shapes, others into multicolor balls of light. "How did you think of this?" Diani asked Leif. "And what are they called?" "Fireworks," Leif answered. "I read about them in a book a while back, and this morning my parents gave me the idea. I cheated and enchanted these since I don't have all the materials that have been used in the past to make fireworks." "Oh, Leif," Atsila said. "Oh, I know my parents aren't here and talking to me," Leif replied. He explained about his visit to their graves and the dirt and sun. "Why did you save those for last?" Enola asked after they had launched all the other tubes. She was pointing at 3 tubes that Leif had joined together. "For the big finish," Leif said. He placed the tubes on the ground after touching the middle one's top cap. The combined tubes launched into the air after he stepped away. The tubes exploded into 2 red and green balls. Between the balls were the words "Merry Christmas" in blue and white. "Okay, that was worth the wait," Diani said. She kissed Leif and Atsila on their cheeks. "Merry Christmas." Chenoa and Enola did the same. Atsila kissed Leif's cheek as well. "I'm not kissing you," Leif said to Atsila. "You gave us fireworks, so it's a fair trade. I don't just kiss anyone." Atsila replied. The girls laughed. Leif just laughed and shook his head. "Merry Christmas, everyone," Leif said. "Merry Christmas," the elves replied. Leif was placing wall sconces and light fixtures around his house an hour after the sun rose when the builders showed back up. He greeted them as they watched him work. "Couldn't wait for us to finish?" Maitna asked. "Nope," Leif answered. "I decided this morning was a good time to put in lights, so here I am." "And this way you get the lights installed before Diani notices. You are using items you already enchanted that she wanted to sell," Lamasi said. "Uh-huh. I've learned not to get in the way between her and a sale," Leif answered, which caused much laughter. "Well, it's a good thing that you're installing the lights. We'll be able to work later in the day and get this job done quicker," Maitna said. "We're almost done unless you want us to paint." No painting," Leif said. "I like the natural wood look, and if I want to paint a room, I can do so later." "Do you hear that, guys?" Adohi asked the rest of the work crew. "We're in the short rows now." The crew cheered, and half of them got to work building kitchen cabinets under Adohi's supervision. Lamasi led the others to finish the bathrooms. "Not working?" Leif asked Maitna. I supervise all the interior work and help where I'm needed," Maitna explained. "If you wanted any painting done, I would be leading that too." "Oh. Honestly, I'm glad you don't want any painting done. The elders are anxious for us to get back to working on projects in the village," Maitna said. "I thought you guys were done," Leif said, frowning. "I never wanted to pull anybody away from building your homes and all." "We know," Maitna said. "We did finish our homes, but we still need to build shops, corrals, stables, barns, and other things. And the elders have preemptively declined your incoming offer to help." "Fine," Leif laughed. "I won't even offer to help and will be content putting in my lights." Maitna laughed. "Maitna, we need you up here," Lamasi shouted. "I bet that's about the bathtub," Leif said. "Bathtub?" Maitna asked. "The one in the upstairs bathroom is a little larger than normal." "How much larger?" Maitna asked. Leif shrugged, and she went upstairs. He finished installing the wall sconce he had been working on. "What the hell?" Maitna asked, laughing. She could be heard clearly downstairs. "Yep, that's one large tub," Lamasi said. Large tub, Adohi asked as he walked into the sitting room and joined Leif. Come on, Leif said and led the way upstairs. Leif, that's not just a little bit bigger than a normal tub, Maitna said when she spotted Adohi and Leif. That's a bit larger than I intended, Leif said, catching sight of the tub. The enchantment worked better than I had hoped. You enchanted the bathtub. Why? Lamasi asked. It was a normal-size bathtub when Sal and Frank installed it on Christmas Eve, Leif said. And you can sit down in it comfortably, but I wanted it to be big enough to really stretch out in. So you enchanted it to be bigger, Maitna stated. Leif nodded. And why didn't you know how big it would be? The tub had to grow, and the system wouldn't allow my enchantment to do it all at once, Leif explained. The system had warned me about organic material and needing to replicate it slowly since I didn't have any porcelain. That doesn't make a lot of sense, Lamasi said. Leif shrugged. Is that all you enchanted it for? Adohi asked. Oh no, Leif replied. The tub should be able to heal a person while they soak in it, as well as help them to relax by shooting jets of water. I read that the ancients had tubs that had water jets in a history book and thought it sounded neat. So I gave it a go. I hope it works. Could you enchant trees to grow or stone to replicate? Maitna asked. Out. Good question, Adohi said, catching on to what Maitna had figured, maybe stone, but the system won't allow me to enchant living beings or plants, Leif said. Seeing their expressions, he added, I tried on some of the grass in the yard. Had to ask, Maitna said. With all the stone available around here, there's no need to attempt to duplicate or stretch it. True, Adohi agreed. We need to get back to work, Lamasi said. Let me know if that bathtub works the way you want it to. I'd like to have one that could do all that too. So would I, Adohi said. Me too, Maitna agreed. Will do, Leif said. I think I could make a plate or something like that that could be placed on the tub to enchant it. So you wouldn't have to make personal visits, Lamasi asked. Yep, Leif agreed. I'll work on that once I finish with the lights. You have created a recuperative bathtub enlargement plate. This metal plate will attach to a porcelain bathtub and enlarge it to enable 2 people to sit in, or 1 grown adult to lay down in. The plate will also enchant the bathtub to heal a person's aches, pains, and any other ailments, as well as relax them by shooting jets of water from the sides of the tub. Value 2,500 crowns. That'll do nicely, Leif said, dismissing the notice. I'll make a few more to give or sell to the builders and a few more that Diani can sell. Then I'll go take some measurements in the front room. Some bookshelves in there would be nice. Leif, do you have a wood-burning stove or anything like that to cook with that you want to put in the kitchen? Adohi asked later that night. The builders had finished their work and were cleaning up their mess and packing up their tools. They had even helped him build the bookshelves he had wanted to put in his house's front room. We could help you move the heavier stuff in place before we leave. No, I don't have a wood-burning stove, Leif replied. I'm going to make something similar in the next day or 2. He has that enchanted cooktop anyway, Lamasi said. A thoughtful expression formed on his face. Wait, you're going to make a larger version of your cooktop, aren't you? Yep, Leif confirmed. It might be easier to just buy a wood-burning stove and enchant it, though. That's only if you could find the stove in a shop, Maitna said. Those kinds of things have generally been something that had to be ordered and brought in by the traveling merchants. And since it's winter, Lamasi added. Yeah, Leif said. I'll just make my own version after I get through with my other projects. As you pointed out, I do have my portable cooktop in the kitchen in the stable loft. Plus, he really can't cook, Adohi said with a grin on his face. We have first-hand knowledge of that thanks to Leif's supper efforts. Yeah, it wasn't good, but at least he didn't burn the soup, Lamasi added. The elves laughed. Yeah, laugh it up, Leif said, a grin on his face. I know I'm not a good cook. At least your soup wasn't burnt, Maitna said. Burnt soup is nasty. Trust her, she knows, Adohi said. Now that was some bad soup, Lamasi added. Plus all the smoke and the smell. I was 12, Maitna exclaimed. You guys aren't going to ever let me live that down, are you? No, Lamasi and Adohi answered at the same time before laughing. Leif laughed as well, so did Maitna. Should I tell Leif some of the stories about you too? Maitna asked, a mischievous smile on her face. Nope, Lamasi answered. No, Adohi said. In fact, we should be going if we're going to make it home before the witching hour. Yeah, Maitna replied. Witching hour, Leif asked. What's that? Midnight, Lamasi answered. Some call midnight the witching hour because it is believed that is when witches, spirits, ghosts, devils, and demons appear and are their most powerful. That's a really old belief, Adohi added. Hardly anybody believes it anymore, but there are powerful monsters that hunt about that time of night. That's why we're all armed, and we'll be sticking to the trail Leif warded, Maitna said. You guys could stay here tonight, Leif offered. Nah, we'll be fine, Lamasi said. We've traveled at night several times before and our work party is pretty sizable. All right, Leif replied. Do you guys need more light? We have a few of those lanterns you enchanted and quartz lights you made, Adohi replied. Leif nodded. They walked to the corral and joined the other workers. We'll see you when we see you, Maitna said as they mounted their horses. Good night, guys, and safe travels, Leif replied. Thanks for everything. You're welcome, Maitna replied on behalf of the Cherokee. With that, the elves rode off. Well, it's time to hit the hay. Hopefully, I'll be able to sleep in my house tomorrow night, Leif told himself as the elves disappeared into the trees. He headed to the loft, stifling a yawn. Leif, are you all right? A voice asked from the stable. Leif jerked up into a sitting position. He checked his wards and sighed in relief before collapsing back down into bed. The wards were intact and functioning correctly. There were only a couple of people that had unlimited access to the farm besides Leif himself, and only one of them would bother to wake him up. Leif, the voice asked again, sounding closer. I'm fine, Dayani, Leif called out. I was still sleeping. Are you sick? His friend and business partner asked. He could hear the concern in her voice. She appeared a few seconds later. I'm fine. I just had trouble falling asleep, Leif replied. Lamasi and the others told me about the witching hour last night, and I guess it freaked me out some, especially when I saw some strange lights moving about on some of the other mountains. Oh, Dayani said, those lights were probably monsters hunting. Really? Yeah, some of the nocturnal monsters can produce a light to hunt with, Dayani answered. I read once that there were fish deep in the oceans that could do the same. Did you ever see a fish like that when you lived on the coast? No, Leif replied. The strangest fish I can recall seeing was some sort of gar and an Atlantic wolffish. I have a book that has pictures if you want to see what they look like. I'd like that. You can show me later, Dayani said. But you need to let the others through the wards before Shas gets antsy. Oh, yeah, Leif said, letting the small group he felt at the edge of the wards in. You brought more people besides your chaperone. Of course. Enola, Chenoa, and a few others are going to help me decorate your house, Dayani replied. I'll open the shop tomorrow unless it snows a lot tonight. It's going to snow, Leif asked. He thought that letting the girls decorate would keep him from having to do it. Was it lazy of him? Perhaps. That's what Uncle Gajai thinks, Dayani answered. You're not going to fight me about decorating. No, I've learned that lesson already. Leif replied. Good, Dayani said, a smile on her face. Get dressed and feed your mule. Jake looks like he's ready to kick the stall door down. All right, Leif said. I'll take care of him right after I use the bathroom. While you're doing all that, I'll cook you breakfast, Dayani said. You don't have to do that, Leif said. I know, but I want to, Dayani replied. Now get. I need a couple of minutes to get dressed. Oh, Dayani replied, her face turning a shade of red before she immediately turned and walked back down the loft stairs. Leif quietly chuckled. Leif smiled as he heard laughter ring out from his house. It seemed Dayani and the other young women were having a ball. He glanced over to where Shas, Atsila, and another older warrior were sitting around the unlit fire pit in the yard and talking quietly. Leif wished he could remember the other man's name, but couldn't. He shrugged and turned his attention back to his forge. "Leif, what are you working on?" Etzilla asked as he walked over. "That doesn't look like any sort of furniture or furniture parts." "This is a mold," Leif replied. "I'm done with the furniture and it's all in the house. Most likely Diani and the others won't leave it where I originally placed the furniture, though." "That's true," Etzilla agreed. "Why a mold, though?" "Because I need more cutlery and don't want to make a bunch of forks, spoons, and knives by hand," Leif answered. "Sounds like cheating and not something an artisan would do because it would let them make mass quantities of things," Etzilla said with a smug smile on his face. "True, but I'll only use the molds to make limited quantities, and I can use the molds to make cutlery from different metals," Leif replied, an equally smug smile on his face. "So metals like silver and gold?" Etzilla asked. "Yep, that's if someone is dumb enough to want that sort of thing," Leif replied. The smile became a grin. "I've read that people used to have that sort of thing," Etzilla said. "I've heard some of the nobles back in the lowlands do too," Leif said. Etzilla shook his head. "Morons," the warrior muttered. Leif laughed and agreed. "I'd be glad to take their money if any want to commission me to make them a set." "So would Diani and every other merchant in the world," Etzilla said. "Too true," Leif agreed as he started working on the mold again. "I take it you have a prototype of the cutlery for the mold already done," Etzilla said. "Or were you planning on going with just a simple drawing or outline?" "Prototypes," Leif answered. He pulled the handmade fork, spoon, and butter knife from his inventory and handed them to Etzilla. Shas and the other warrior walked over to see what was going on. "These are nice," Etzilla said. "The little flower and vine design along the handle might be a bit much, though." "Ah, but women would like that," Shas commented as Etzilla handed the examples over to him. "I also have these plain steel ones," Leif said as he handed those prototypes to Etzilla. He then returned his focus to the mold, but kept listening to the others. "What do you think, Bidziel?" Shas asked as the other man examined the samples. "My wife would love the flower design," Bidziel answered. "So would yours." "True," Shas agreed. "I would like to order a set of the plain steel ones, but I'll have to run it by my wife first." "Unega will want the flower ones," Bidziel said. "Trust me on that. I lived with Unega until she married you." Leif looked at the other men in confusion. Etzilla smiled at Leif's expression. "Leif, they're brother-in-laws," Etzilla explained. "Unega is Bidziel's sister." "Oh," Leif said as he dismissed the system notice about the mold. "Do you have plates, bowls, and the like to match the cutlery?" Shas asked Leif, "Or do you still need to make those?" "Inside the workshop, on the right is a table with 2 plates and 2 bowls sitting out," Leif replied. "They're examples of what I have in mind to go with the flatware. You can pick them up and examine them closer if you wish. They're ready for use." The elven men walked into the shop as Leif started heating a steel ingot in a crucible. Leif used tongs to move the crucible a little further onto the forge and then joined the Cherokee. "Pottery, wood, or steel?" Bidziel asked. "Pottery," Leif replied. "I've considered wood and even made a few pieces, but wood needs to be enchanted so it'll last through all the washing and food stains. Besides, ceramic is traditional, and I just don't like the idea of eating out of steel plates and bowls." "Uh-huh," Shas said. "That said, if someone wants a set made out of wood or steel, I'll do it if the price is right," Leif said. He walked back out to the forge. The others followed him. Leif checked the crucible and used the tongs to pick it up. "You guys might want to back up," Leif said as he turned toward the mold. The other men did as he suggested and watched as Leif poured the molten steel into the mold. He placed the crucible back on the forge and added another ingot to it. "Melting more steel?" Shas asked. "Yes, I have 3 more molds to fill," Leif answered, gesturing to the boxes laying on the ground around his forge. A few minutes later, he filled the second mold. "Leif, I want to order a set of the flower cutlery and dinnerware," Shas said. 8 of each would do nicely." "Same for me," Bidziel added. Shas, I thought you had to run it by the wife first, Etzilla teased. The older man glared at him, making the younger warrior laugh. I'll add it to the list, Leif said. He made a note in one of his notepads and then looked at Etzilla. Don't look at me, Etzilla said. I don't need that kind of stuff yet. My house won't be built until I decide who to marry. Why not? Leif asked. Traditionally, men move in with their wife's clan, Shas answered. But some clans don't stick to those rules as much, Bidziel added. It can get complicated. That's why Uncle Inoli holds off on authorizing new houses for us younger men, Etzilla said. Leif felt he might be getting told conflicting information based off what he had been told before, but shrugged. It really didn't matter to him, since he wouldn't be moving in with anywhere else no matter who he married, unless the queen sent an army after him. Leif, several feminine voices shouted at the same time. Come look. I guess they're done, Etzilla laughed. Looks like it, Leif agreed. He doused the forge and started putting away his tools. What about the molds? Etzilla asked. They'll be fine, Leif answered. Going to make the ladies wait? Bidziel asked. I always clean up, Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. You still have a lot to learn, Shas said as Diani and Enola walked over. What are you doing? Enola asked. Come on. Leif started to say as the older men laughed. Etzilla just shook his head. Leif, you must have some kind of compulsion or something that always makes you clean up, Diani said. Just hurry up. Yes, boss, Leif replied, not able to keep the grin off his face. Leif woke, sat up, and for a second wondered where he was. He sighed in relief and settled back into the bed, his bed in his house. That thought brought a smile to his face. I wonder where Diani and the others got these thin blankets. No, they called them sheets, Leif said aloud. I really need to stop talking to myself. He sat up again and shrugged. Did it matter if he talked to himself? There was nobody around to hear him, and it's not like he was crazy either. What is it people that have unconventional views or act slightly strange are called? Leif asked himself. He snapped his fingers as the word came to him. Eccentric, I guess I can be called that. Leif shook his head and got out of bed. He stretched and then flipped the sheets and blanket back over the mattress. I need to enchant my bed today. I should do those other enchantments I've thought about while I'm at it. I also need to make my new cooktop or stove. He looked around and smiled again. Diani and the other young women had really done a lot to the house. They had hung paintings in every room, hung a new dream catcher over his bed, hung curtains, and placed figurines around. Leif noticed the figurines were ones he had made for the shop. The ladies had also rearranged the furniture. I'll need to tell Diani and the others they did a great job again, Leif told himself. I'll also need to reward them somehow. Maybe I'll give them something unusual like fireworks. He dressed and walked into his bathroom. After performing his personal needs, Leif knew he had to feed Jake. After that, he would get to fix breakfast for himself. Leif checked the weld and smiled. He was improving, not that he had been terrible at welding in the first place. At least, he would never admit he wasn't a natural to anyone. In some ways. That's true though, Leif muttered. System knowledge and my levels greatly improve what I could do on my own. He frowned and dismissed those thoughts. It was best not to let his mind go down that rabbit hole and focus on the task at hand. Leif stepped back and looked at the large steel box he had made. Once I add the door, a couple of racks, and some short legs, it'll work as an oven, Leif mused. Then I can add the cooktop, and I'll have a nice piece of cooking equipment once it's enchanted, even if it's different from the wood-burning stoves others use. But first it's time for a test. I wonder if this will work, Leif murmured. He had taken some low-grade quartz crystals and pounded them to bits with a hammer. Leif placed the bits in an 8-inch by 6-inch steel frame. He then coated the bits with some monster blood and willed his intent into them. You have created an enchanted framed quartz sheet. This sheet can produce heat. Value unknown. Leif dismissed the notice and looked at the thin piece of quartz in its metal frame. He felt it was odd the system hadn't assigned a value to the frame, but it was intended to be part of a larger whole, so that was probably why. Strange how the system knew that if that was the case. He welded the frame onto the little stand he had made for it. Leif tested the combined piece. The stand allowed the frame to swivel left and right. He connected the assembly to a 2-foot-tall stand. Leif added his maker's mark and then enchanted the whole contraption. You have created an enchanted quartz heater. This heater can warm up a medium-sized room. Value 2,500 crowns. Haha, it worked, Leif said as he dismissed the notice and pressed the activation gem on the frame. He felt heat coming off the device as the frame moved left and right. The moving stand might be overdoing it a bit, but it works, so I can't complain. Leif turned off the heater using the control gem and placed it in the shop so Diane could find it in the morning when she returned. He figured people would really like the little device, especially those that didn't have enchanted homes, which were most people. He hoped the machine would sell quickly. If it did, he would have to make more. I'll have to try using just a quartz crystal or other fire-associated gem later instead of making a sheet, Leif told himself. He made a note in his notebook. Now, it's time for lunch, and then to start on the larger cooktop sheet. You have created a mana quartz top stove. A mana stove uses the energy, mana, that surrounds everything to cook food. This stove can be mentally controlled or controlled by the control gems placed on it. This stove is bound to Leif craftsman. Value, 100,000 crowns. Just in time to use it to cook supper, Leif said as he dismissed the notice and looked outside the shop's doors. It was dark. He took in his creation. The cooktop was clear quartz. Under the cooktop were 6 control gems in an equally spaced row. 4 controlled individual sections of the quartz top. The 5th gem controlled the entire cooktop, and the 6th gem controlled the oven. The rest of the stove was a steel box standing on short legs. The entire thing stood just at waist height. A door that opened downward took up 2/3 of the front. Leif tested the machine and was pleased with how quickly it heated up and cooled off each section of the cooktop. The same was true for the oven, and when he tested the entire cooktop. He smiled and put the stove into his storage ring. I think the system undervalued this thing. I know I'm going to get my money's worth out of it even if I never improve as a cook, Leif said. He then smacked his forehead. I never did the house's enchantments today, and I still have to feed Jake. Leif woke up in his new bed and smiled. It felt good to sleep in his own bed in his own house. On second thought, it actually felt great Leif decided even if the house didn't have all the enchantments he wanted yet. I need to take care of Jake, Leif reminded himself. But first, I need to take care of some personal business. He headed to the bathroom with a smile on his face. Leif decided to start the enchanting with his bed. It might be overkill with all the other healing enchantments he had done, but he wanted his bed to be able to heal aches and pains as well. Here goes, Leif murmured. He painted some monster blood on the bed frame and the mattress. Leif cut his finger and used a drop of his blood as well. He then willed his intent into the bed. The familiar blue glow surrounded the bed. You have created a luxurious, recuperative queen bed. This queen-sized bed is enchanted for comfort, heating, cooling, and healing. It has been enchanted to be soothing to the sleeper as well. The bed is bound to Leif craftsman, and he can control how hot or cool the bed is mentally. Value 10,000 crowns. Queen, Leif asked himself. He had made a full-sized bed and bought a full-sized mattress. He dismissed the notice. He also dismissed a second notice without looking at it as another thought hit him. Oh no, the sheets and blankets. Leif then noticed the sheets and blankets still fit the bed. How was that possible? Thank God, Leif said aloud, happy that he wouldn't need new sheets and blankets and not really caring how. And thank the system too. Diane and the other girls would have been ticked off if I had ruined the sheets and blankets or made it seem I had shrunk them or something. Leif grinned as he walked to the bathroom. He enchanted it to not smell. He did the same to the toilet and tub. Leif enchanted the entire bathroom to self-clean as well. He dismissed the notices without looking at them. Leif then enchanted his bedroom to not smell and stay clean. He dismissed that notice without looking at it too. Leif then proceeded to enchant the rest of the house to stay clean and not smell. He enchanted the bookshelves in the front room to keep books in a pristine condition and to restore them if they were damaged. Leif enchanted all the furniture for comfort. He added an enchantment in the kitchen to dissipate smoke, even though the kitchen did have a blower. Finally, he added an enchantment to the pantry to preserve food so it would stay fresh. I need to make a new icebox. I'll just enchant it to stay cold instead of adding insulation, Leif told himself. He made a note in his notebook. He looked out the window and saw how bright the sun was. Should I enchant the windows to dim? He thought about it and shook his head. Dimming the windows defeated the purpose of having so many of them, which was for natural light. His light fixtures were already enchanted to turn on and off depending on the level of natural light in a room and if a person entered the room. I think I need a footstool, Leif muttered as he sat in one of the chairs in the front room. That and the icebox are the only things I'm missing, I think. He checked his skill levels. Class, level 8 artisan. Skills. Enchanter, level 11. Crafter, level 7. Jeweler, level 4. Ceramist, level 2. Woodworker, level 6. Blacksmith, level 6. Weaver, level 1. I've improved more than I thought I had, Leif mused. 2 levels in Enchanter are not a bad day's work. I really should work on my Weaver and Ceramist skills, though. You guys are up early, Leif told his visitors as he let Jake into the corral. His bed had ensured he was well rested even if he hadn't gone to sleep until late since he had stayed up working on the icebox. The sun has only been up about an hour. We were out all night searching for this horned hooter that has been picking off escaped livestock in the area, Mace replied. Horned hooter, Leif repeated. Is that some kind of owl? It's a monster owl, Lynn answered. The thing is about the size of a horse and just as silent as its normal-sized kin. Oh, Leif replied. That sounded like something he wanted no part of. Good luck with that, the others laughed. Want no part of that hooter, huh? Mortimer asked. Leif shook his head. Plus, we wanted to bring you some monster parts to see if you wanted to buy them or turn them into gear for us, Harper said. And make a social call. Ah, now we get to the real reason for your visit, Leif said. He grinned at the adventurers. You're going to make us talk to your partner about business, aren't you? Harper asked. I thought about it, Leif teased. But now, let's see what you brought. The main thing we brought is some leather, Mace said. He showed Leif the leather and other parts. It's from some kind of elk, but I can't remember the name. We've been told it makes excellent light and medium armor, Lynn added. You'd be better off taking it back to the leather worker and letting them turn it into armor for you, Leif said. Seeing the disappointed looks on their faces, he explained, I've never attempted to make leather or cloth armor before and don't have that skill. But you made chainmail armor before, Mortimer objected. And that's metalwork, Leif replied. Chainmail is basically just one giant chain made from tiny links. Oh, Harper said. Get someone else to turn your leather into armor and then bring it back. I'll enchant it and add metal to it if you want, Leif said. We'll do that, Mace agreed. What about the other parts? I know they're mostly just claws and talons. I can use them to make jewelry, arrowheads, and those longer cat claws can be turned into knives, Leif said. He picked up one of the cat claws. They won't be long knives, but they'll be sharp and probably have some other kind of effect depending on what kind of monster they came from. Ghost panther, Harper supplied. We also have a few feathers from a giant hawk. They're sharp. Those can be turned into daggers, or maybe even a sword, Leif said. Mortimer yawned. Do you have any coffee? Nope, Leif answered. Diane promised to bring a surprise this morning, though. Atsilla, her cousin, told me what she was bringing was made from chinkapin nuts and wood was a nice coffee substitute. Huh, the adventurers chorused. I'm looking forward to trying whatever it is, Leif said. If we're still here when she shows up, I'd like to try this drink too, Mace said. The others agreed with him. Can you turn the smaller bobcat claws into pins? To where? Leif asked. Mace nodded. Hugh, yeah, I can do that. For a second, I thought you wanted me to make them into writing pens. The adventurers laughed. Can you enchant them for health and protection too? Lin asked. Leif nodded. Leif, what's this metal box for? Mortimer asked. An icebox once I'm finished with it, Leif answered. You can buy one of those from the merchants in town, Harper pointed out. I know, Leif replied. I'm going to make this one to fit a small wall in my kitchen and enchant it to keep food cold and fresh. I think we need to take a look at more of what you have to offer than weapons and armor, Harper said, casting a glance at Mace. Leif noticed and laughed. He wondered how serious the two of them had gotten over the weeks. You can look in the shop all you want, Leif said. You would trust us to go in and look without you? Mortimer asked. Yep, besides, the shop is warded to keep people from stealing anything, Leif answered. The adventurers laughed. Can we tour your house? Mortimer asked. He had noticed that Harper kept looking in that direction. Sure, Leif replied. Follow me. This is good, Leif said after Diane served him the drink made from chinkapin nuts. Her and Shas had arrived as Leif showed Mace's crew his house. It's sweet. It's not coffee, but yeah, it's not bad, Mortimer said. Coffee, Shas said. That is one disgusting drink. Hey, the adventurers chorused. Coffee is an adventurer's lifeblood. They were gathered in Leif's kitchen. Leif thought he should build a larger table so more people could sit around in the kitchen instead of standing. There was room for a bigger table, but he had opted for a small 2-chair table since he was going to be living alone. Diane and Harper occupied the chairs. Savages, Shas grumbled. Leif laughed. Coffee is too bitter, Diane said. Shas nodded his agreement as she sipped from her mug. You can always add milk and sugar to coffee to make it less bitter, Harper suggested. Quite a few people add one or the other. Some add both. Different coffee beans also have different flavors, Mace said. And there's different preparation techniques to make coffee less bitter. Fresher beans help too. If the Cherokee are used to drinking this, then it's understandable that coffee is too bitter tasting to them. Lin said, What about you, Leif? Which do you like better? Peppermint tea, but between chinkapin and coffee, chinkapin, Leif answered. He shrugged. I prefer sweet-tasting beverages, and as I told you guys before, I've never been a big coffee drinker. Coffee is a real drink, Mortimer stated. The other adventurers just shook their heads at Mortimer's near faux pas. They were used to him putting his foot in his mouth. And you're very real, Leif said, letting them know he knew what Mortimer had been about to say. The others laughed, except for Shas. The older warrior just sort of grinned. Diane, you should check out the monster parts these guys brought for me to buy. Really? Diane asked. She tried to hide her smile as the Mace and his crew groaned at Leif's comment. Yep, Leif said. They also want me to make them pins for their shirts, coats, cloaks, or whatever. Leif, what the heck, man? Mortimer asked. Yeah, I thought you were going to deal with us on your own, Mace added. I said you wouldn't have to talk to Diane about business. I'm going to make the pins and buy the monster parts, but I'm informing my partner about our deal and getting her opinion, Leif said. He finished his drink and put the mug in the sink. He grinned again. I also never said I would negotiate price. Harper laughed. He's got a point. That's all he told us he would do. Leif, I'll be fair to these guys, Diane said with a smile on her face. Let's go see these crafting components. What's the box for? Diane asked. Icebox, Leif answered. It's going to stand tall instead of being long when I finish with it. Thinking of putting it against the short wall in the kitchen between the back door and pantry? Diane asked. Yeah, Leif replied, more than a little surprised that she had figured that out so quickly. It's going to be enchanted to keep food cold and fresh. I'm unsure if I should add a storage enchantment as well. I wouldn't, Diane said. You'll be able to keep the value down without the storage enchantment. She's good, May said. His comment was greeted by questioning looks. She's figured out your business. Thank you, Diane replied to the adventurer. But my comment was a simple observation. True, Mace said. But you also gave us a better than fair price for the monster parts and for the pins we want. I was not anticipating an even swap. Leif considers you friends, Diani replied as if that explained everything. Perhaps it did. We're thankful too, Mortimer said. But Leif, what's the deal with the bed in the corner? Do you take naps during the day? No, Leif laughed. It's a bed I made for my basement. I plan on turning it into a spare bedroom. I just need to enchant it and get some more blankets for it. Why are you going to enchant it? Harper asked. To make it more restful, Leif answered. Can we watch you enchant it? Lynn asked. Sure, Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. He walked over to the bed and painted some monster blood on the frame. He didn't want to bind the bed to himself, so didn't use any of his blood. Leif willed his intent into the bed. You have created a luxurious, recuperative bed. This bed is enchanted for comfort, heating, cooling, and healing. Coolness and heat are controlled by gems on the headboard. It has been enchanted to be soothing to the sleeper as well. Value 7,000 crowns. Is the blue glow normal? Mace asked as Leif dismissed the notice. Yeah, Leif answered. He was thankful that the bed hadn't enlarged itself as his had done. I'd like to try it, Harper said, but I'm dirty so I won't ask. Thanks, Leif said. I didn't enchant it to stay clean. Why not? Diani asked. Every room in the house is enchanted to stay clean, so I don't think it's necessary, Leif answered. If I'm wrong, I can always add a cleaning enchantment later. We've been thinking about buying a house in Banner Elk or some land just outside the village and building one, Mace said. I'd prefer to have one built along the lines of yours. Me too, Harper said. Who designed and built it if you don't mind me asking? You're good, Leif, but I don't think you could build a whole house as fast as this one sprung up. The Cherokee built my house, Leif said. Maitna, Lamasi, and Adohi designed it and led the construction. I can put you in touch with them, Diani said, but it might be a couple of days before they can meet with you. That's fine, Lynn said. We're not exactly in a rush. You're all going to live together, Leif asked. Yep, Mace answered. We're getting tired of living in the guild hall and want some space for ourselves. We'll be living together at least until Harper and Mace get hitched and have kids, Mortimer said. Lynn and I will probably get our own place at that point. That will be a long time from now, Harper said. I'm not ready to have children yet and still want to adventure. Leif, do you think we could get some land up here on the mountain? Lynn asked. And would you enchant our house like yours? I'm not selling my land, Leif said, but I'm willing to enchant your house. I don't think my father would sell any land either, Diani said. No offense, but he claimed the rest of Beach Mountain and moved our village to stop your kingdom from spreading further north and west. Sugar Mountain is 4 miles south of Banner Elk, Shas said. That mountain also falls within Banner Elk's jurisdiction, so Jeb should be able to sell you land there if you want to live on a mountain instead of in the valley. That's near the mine, Harper pointed out. Sugar Mountain would put you about the same distance from Banner Elk as Leif's farm, Shas's added. It's a good location with lots of hunting too. We'll have to check it out, Mace said. Let's go check it out now, Mortimer suggested. The other adventurers agreed with him. Come back in 3 days at noon to get the pins, Leif said. That will give Maitna and the others time to free up time to meet with you. Good idea, Harper said. We will. Good morning, Gajai, Leif said in greeting the next morning. Morning, Leif. I see you're back to getting up early, the shaman said, returning the greeting. Jake throws a fit if I don't feed him early enough, Leif replied. He gestured at the partially engraved metal plate he was working on. Plus, I had an idea I wanted to try. What sort of idea? I enchanted my bed, and the one I put in the guest room yesterday evening, Leif said. Diani told us about that, Gajai replied. She says the spare bed is very comfortable, so did Shas. I figured she would. She wanted me to come up to the village and enchant her parents, and your bed's the same way. Which would put you further behind on the commission list, Gajai said. Leif nodded his agreement. But this experiment will do the same. Perhaps, but if it works, it'll save me time in the long run, Leif pointed out. He smiled. Besides, I'm my own boss and can do what I want. That's true, Gaji laughed. He took a closer look at the metal plate Leif was engraving. The engraving was simply swirling vines, but it looked nice enough. You're putting a bit more work into that than I've seen you do before. Is this for enchanting a bed? No, this one is to enchant a house with 2 or 3 enchantments I've put in my house. I reckon people would like something a little more decorative if it had to hang on their wall, Leif answered with a grin on his face. He pointed at a few small rectangular metal plates that held a red, green, and blue gem in their centers. Those will do the bed enchantments. The red gem controls the heat, the blue the coolness, and the green gathers and controls the mana. You can take them with you if you want. Just how early did you get up? Gaji asked. A few minutes after the sun rose. I made those yesterday evening after Diani and Shas left. You've been busy. I have, Leif agreed. And you're going to give your work away? Gaji asked. I thought Diani would set a price, Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. She handles the business side of things. Besides, you're her family and I consider you a friend, so I trust you. I consider you a friend as well, Gaji laughed as Leif finished his engraving. The shaman put the bed plates into his storage ring. What will this enchantment do? You've enchanted our homes to be comfortable year-round. This one will keep a house clean, Leif replied. Gaji looked at him in a bit of shock. And ward the house too. You can do that. My house has that enchantment, Leif replied, nodding his head. He started painting a bit of monster blood on the engraved plate. Provided everything works the way I want it to, I'll make other plates with the climate control enchantment on them as well as the clean enchantment. All the enchantments together might push the price way too high, though. You're considering price now? Gaji asked as Leif willed his intent onto the engraved plate. Yes, Leif answered after the blue glow faded away. I've been thinking about it lately after it was pointed out my enchanted stuff is valued highly by the system. I know most people can't afford that. And you want people to be able to afford your wares. I do, Leif agreed. Did it work? It did. Let me check the notice to see what I did, Leif replied. You have created a house self-cleaning enchantment and defensive ward. Once this plaque is hung in a house, the enchantment will activate, clean the house, and keep the home clean. The defensive ward will withstand up to level 40 attacks. Value 5,000 crowns. Still valued at 5,000 crowns, Leif said, dismissing the notice. He explained what the enchantment would do. Leif picked up the plaque and held it out to the shaman. Here, this is a gift for you. I can't take that, Gaji protested. I came here to bring you a housewarming gift. I know. Diani told me you would come today, Leif said. But I never properly thanked you for what you did for me and my parents, nor did I get you a housewarming gift. Thank you, Gaji said after a moment. I'm sure Woya will love it as much as I think I will. You're welcome. This is for you, Gaji said as he handed Leif a thin book. This is supposed to be a journal from an ancient scientist. He supposedly saw how we got our skills and how the different races were created. I traded for it with a Chickasaw shaman, so I have my doubts about any truthfulness it might contain. Thank you, Leif said as he took the book. You're welcome. Who are the Chickasaw people? You don't seem fond of them. I'm not, Gaji said. The Chickasaw are a neighboring tribe that we have had a long and not always friendly relationship with. Oh, are they elves too? Yes. Really? Yes, they live in the foothills to the west in the land once known as Tennessee, Gaji replied. They're not too fond of normal humans these days. Why not, do you know? Leif asked. For the same reason, some of our clans are not fond of your people, Gaji replied. Your ancestors in ancient times forced every tribe off our ancestral lands. While a few like my ancestors were able to hide and rebuild a small population here, others were not so lucky and have only in the last few hundred years reclaimed some of their ancestral lands. I guess they're holding a grudge, Leif remarked. This is so. Your ancestors held our lands for hundreds, if not over 1,000 years, and nearly destroyed them. But your clan doesn't hold a grudge. True, we realized long ago that we must work with others to survive this world we are now in, Gaji said. But we won't let others take our lands again. Your clan acts as a buffer between the kingdom and the Chickasaw, as well as other dangers to the west, Leif stated. Very good, but it's not just our clan, the whole Cherokee tribe does, Gaji said. Other people and kingdoms do the same, for there are tales of dangers further west, north, and south that we are not ready for, if you believe that sort of thing. Leif noticed the grin on the shaman's face. You'll have to tell me some of those tales sometime. We generally do that sort of thing at night around campfires for the kids, Gaji said. His grin became bigger. You're welcome to join them. Leif laughed. I might. I must go. Thank you for the gift again, Gaji said. Enjoy the book, but don't take it too seriously. It's not the gospel, and there is no way to tell if it's true or not. Thank you again, Leif said. I hope you enjoy your gift as well. I'm sure we will. If it works as you say, expect others to ask for the same thing. I'm counting on it, Leif replied. Gaji laughed all the way to his horse. That's amazing if true, Leif muttered. He had been reading the book Gaji had given him for over a week when he wasn't working and had just finished it. Leif wasn't sure how he felt about that either. On the one hand, he was glad he had read the book and was finished with it. On the other, he was sad there wasn't more of it to read. What's amazing if true? Diani asked as she and Shas walked into the sitting area of the workshop. That the ancients almost destroyed the world with something called nuclear fire, Leif answered. According to this journal, the ancients shot something called nuclear missiles at each other's nation from all around the world. These missiles were sort of like very explosive fireworks that rained destruction on the cities they were launched at instead of exploding in the air. Why would people do that? Diani asked. And how would something rain destruction if it didn't explode in the air or come from a cloud? You're teasing me, Leif objected. I see you fighting to keep that grin off your face. All right, you got me, Diani replied. I apologize, answer my question please. According to the book, the missiles struck the center of large cities and other places. There they exploded. Something called a mushroom cloud could be seen for miles away as fire, and a blast wave from the explosion flattened and destroyed buildings and killed people, Leif explained. The book says people fought over resources, such as water, and also because of differences in national goals and ideals. I'm glad we don't have things like that now, Diani said, shuddering a little bit. That sounds very scary. Besides, monsters are bad enough. According to this, monsters originally came from those nuclear fires and destroyed cities, Leif, holding up the journal. Something about the ground, water, and very air being changed and thus causing animals to change. I'm not sure that's possible, Diani replied. There are places where people still get sick from the air and where the monsters are very powerful, Shas said quietly. One such spot is southeast of Raleigh. Really? Diani and Leif asked at the same time. I saw the place with my own eyes when I was about your age. The plants were wild and twisted, not natural at all. The air made my eyes water, so I wouldn't venture beyond the very edge of the sick land, Shas answered. The monsters we saw were as powerful as they are here. That doesn't make sense, Diani protested. But it's true, the older warrior said, shrugging his shoulders. What I remember most was a ruined, twisted sign that read Fort Liberty. For some reason, that sign made me think many people died at that fort. I never heard about such a place in the southeast. But then again, I've never traveled south and had always been told to avoid going south, north, or west past the capital, Leif said. We were always told the monsters got stronger the further you traveled away from the coast. Shas's word is beyond reproach, Diani said, and I'm not going to travel to the lowlands to see if the air at this Fort Liberty is poisonous still. Thank you, Diani, Shas said. Leif, does the book have any other interesting stories in it? A few, Leif answered. The most interesting was that a group of scientists, which is a class that no longer exists, created the system, and the system is what ended the war. There's no way to know if that is true or not, Diani said. True, Shas agreed. There are some people that worship the system as a god as well, so it's been around for a very long time. But not every religion is as old as others, Leif pointed out. That is true as well, Shas agreed. There are cults that start new religions all the time. Does the book say when all this supposedly happened? Diani asked. It doesn't give a date, Leif answered. It just says it happened when the earth turned hotter and access to fresh water became something that people fought over. People have always fought over fresh water, Shas retorted. And even I know that the planet goes through heating and cooling cycles. Yeah, they're called seasons, Diani quipped. Leif laughed and even Shas chuckled. That's not what I meant, and you know it, Shas said, a rare smile on his face. I know, Diani replied. All I know is I find the journal fascinating and hope it's true, Leif said. As a crafter, I hope that someone at some point in history was a skilled enough master that they could create the system and our skills. That's your ego talking, Diani said. Leif grinned and shrugged. You have a long way to go before you can do something like that. I know, Leif agreed. I also doubt I'd ever get that good. Shas sparked a laugh. At least you're starting to finally find some wisdom. Hey, Leif objected as Diani laughed. You're supposed to be the stoic one, not the wise guy. I can be both, Shas countered, another smile on his face. Fair enough. Leif said with a grin on his face. You are old enough. Diani laughed as the smile left Shas's face. Then the older warrior nodded and laughed. People are at the edge of the wards, Leif announced. I guess break time is over, Diani said. Well, almost over. I have time to go to the bathroom and get something to eat. You don't have time to do both, Leif objected. Sure, I do. You and Shas can watch the shop while I eat lunch, Diani replied with a smile on her face. Just don't make any bad deals. The two men just shook their heads as Diani started walking toward the stable to use the bathroom and cook her lunch. You know you can use the house, right? Leif called out. Diani turned, smiled, and headed toward his house. It's getting warmer, Leif said a few weeks later. The last of the snow had melted a couple of days before. Yep, looks like we're in for an early spring, Atsila replied. Some trees are budding out already. That means I need to buy seed for a garden, Leif said. I finished my small disc and plow weeks ago, and hopefully Jake won't object to pulling either of them too much. They're in the stable if you want to look at them. He's a mule. And Jake lets me know it too. Good point, Atsila laughed. Where are you going to plant your garden? Over there in that flat spot beside the stable, Leif answered. That'll be close to the house, and the corral water pump if I need to water the garden. You could always just make an enchanted sprinkler for that. That's actually a great idea, Leif replied. He pulled his notepad and made a note. I'll settle for 10% of the sales as my commission for giving you the idea. Huh, I'll give you a couple for free if I make any, Leif said. That works too. Anyway, that's a good location for a garden. Hopefully the land is fertile and will yield a good harvest, Atsila said. It's not a big spot of land though, so you won't be able to grow much there. Should be enough for me though, Leif countered. It's just me and Jake after all. That's not a bad point, Atsila said. You should find someone to fall in love with in court. I don't know if I'm ready for that, Leif replied, though I wouldn't object to a date or two. That's just your desire to have sex talking, Atsila countered. Maybe, Leif replied. It had been months since he last had sex. Atsila laughed and shook his head as Leif tried to dismiss those thoughts. Anyway, you think I need a larger garden? Yes, if you want to have enough of a harvest to put away some food for the winter, Atsila said, allowing Leif to change the subject back to the garden. I won't need a half-acre or anything like that, Leif said. That's just way too much garden for me to work myself. True, but what happens if you fall in love and the woman moves in with you? Exactly, you'll need more food. So, you're suggesting I make a larger garden plot in one of the overgrown fields on the farm, Leif said. Yep, hire someone to tend it if you need to as well, Atsila replied. That, or give away or sell the what you don't need. You could also just let the animals have the extra. And speaking of animals, you should get a cow or two and some chickens. I'll think about it, Leif said. And he would too. Cows would be good for milk and cheese while the chickens would be good for eggs. But it also meant he might need more help. Good. Now, let's talk about you making me an enchanted icebox like the one you made for yourself, Etzilla said, with a grin on his face. You're the 5th person to bring those up in the last 2 days, Leif grumbled. I should just order a bunch of iceboxes from another crafter and enchant them. I'd settle for one like that too, Etzilla said. I'm open to whichever is less expensive. Cheapskate. Hey, Etzilla objected before laughing. Leif laughed too. Diani, how does the clan get animals? Leif asked after she had closed the shop for lunch. Do you guys trade for them or just raise your own? Depends. We mostly raise them but do buy or trade for others from local farmers and other clans to keep the bloodlines diverse, Diani answered. Why do you ask? I mentioned that Leif should get some chickens and a cow or two, Etzilla said before Leif could reply to her. Oh, yeah, you should get at least 1 cow and a few chickens, Leif, Diani said. You like milk and eggs after all. Plus, there's all the meat you get when the cow gets too old to produce milk, Etzilla added. And when the chickens get too old to lay eggs. All right, I'm convinced, Leif said. It wasn't a hard decision to make anyway. He did like milk and eggs, and this was a farm. It needed more animals in his opinion. Diani, want to help me acquire some? Sure, Diani agreed. We can do that tomorrow. There's a merchant named Glenda Franklin coming to talk about buying a shipment of our wares this afternoon. Huh, merchants are already coming up the mountain? Leif asked. Yeah, this one started pushing up the mountain before the snow melted because she heard a rumor that an enchanter was living up here. Diani said. At least that is the story being spread around. That's just great, Leif mumbled. He was amazed and terrified that his partner knew the rumors going around. He surely didn't, but then again, he didn't care about rumors either. It's not like you've hidden that you're an enchanter, Etzilla pointed out. I know. It's just that I didn't think rumors would spread so wide so quickly, Leif replied. Nothing travels faster than a rumor, especially when adventurers are in the area, Diani said. That guy that tried to catch you hasn't been seen since then. Neither has some of his comrades, Etzilla added. I wouldn't doubt they're the ones that have spread the word about you. Maybe, Leif agreed, while thinking he might need to increase the power of his wards again. I think I know this Glenda merchant too. If she's who I'm thinking of, she sold me the blow lamp I use. A prior knowledge of each other could be a good thing or a bad thing, Diani said. We'll see this afternoon. This is all amazing, and I'll happily buy everything you'll sell to me, Leif heard Glenda tell Diani. They had decided it would be best for Leif to hide out of sight in the workshop or in his house, while Diani conducted the meeting with the other merchant. That was the whole point of their business relationship after all, so he was glad to let Diani handle things. Leif felt that had been a good decision after he recognized Glenda, even if part of him wondered if the older woman would be up for another night together. I hear a but coming, Diani replied. Leif returned his focus to the piece of wood he was whittling. I'd like to meet your enchanter and whatever craftsmen are making your wares, Glenda said. Why? Because I like knowing who I deal with, the older merchant answered. My partner makes and enchants our products, Diani said, as Leif carved the wood into the shape he imagined. I handle the business side of things, so he doesn't have to. That's admirable and I have no problem with it, Glenda said. But I'd like to meet him to ensure he can make enough products, so I have a steady supply to offer people from the mountains to the coast. Lee, Diani trailed off into a fake cough. Leif heard her take a sip of water. He continued to shape the wood. Excuse me, what I started to say is that he makes only what he wants to make and only in set quantities. Not ideal, but I can work with limited quantities, and that might be for the best since it'll drive up their value, Glenda said. What about commissions? He accepts commissions, Diani replied. Good, I would have to meet him to explain what I want, Glenda said. That's not necessary. I've taken a whole list of commissions for my partner, Diane said. Leif could imagine the smile on her face. What he imagined wasn't a friendly smile either. I see, Glenda replied. Down in Banner Elk, they told me the enchanter was a man named Leif Craftsman. I met someone named that on the road months ago and would like to see if they're one and the same so we can renew our acquaintance. Cut the crap, Diane suddenly said. You're an attractive woman and most likely used to using your charms on men to get your way. That's not going to happen here. If you want to do business with us, you'll do it with me. If you have a problem with that, you're welcome to leave. Other traveling merchants will be glad to buy from us without meeting my partner. Leif could hear the chill in his friend's voice. He felt Diane wasn't wrong about Glenda and was even more thankful that he wasn't meeting with the traveling merchant. Leif looked at the piece of wood in his hands and smiled as a new image took shape in his mind. He was glad he had just started whittling the wood and could easily change the shape. Leif heard a deeper sounding fake cough. Excuse me, Atsila said. Seems the ragweed is making my allergies start up early this year. Fair enough, Glenda said, ignoring Atsila. I can deal with you, but I want a discount for buying in bulk. That's not going to happen either. I've priced our wares at a fair price, Diane countered. You can buy at my prices or leave without buying a thing. Leif heard Atsila fake cough again as he covered his own mouth to keep from laughing. This is one of the main reasons why he had wanted a trustworthy business partner. He knew he couldn't be this tough in negotiations, especially if it was with someone he liked or had slept with. Glenda sighed. You're really cutting into my profit margins. You'll still be able to make a lot of money off anything you buy from us, even if it's not at 100% markup, Diane replied. True, Glenda agreed. Let's draw up a contract and I'll pick out what I want to take down the mountain. Contract? Of course, I want to be the exclusive supplier of your wares to the folks not living on this mountain, Glenda said. Leif stuck his head out so Atsila could see him and shook his head. Atsila winked and then shook his head as Leif stepped back into the workshop. I'm afraid we won't be signing a contract like that, Diane said. Why not? Glenda asked. Leif could hear the disappointment in her voice. We prefer to keep our options open. I'm the only exclusive merchant my partner will deal with, Diane answered. Fine, Glenda said after a moment of silence. I want all of the enchanted light fixtures you have in stock, though. Sure, Diane replied. Leif smiled and focused on finishing the wooden carving. Leif, just how well do you know that woman? Diane asked, just as fast as she could after Glenda left. Not too well. Why do you ask? Leif replied. Atsila grinned and shook his head. Because there was this look in her eyes just as soon as she said your name, Diane said. As I said before, I bought my blow lamp from her, and we talked for a while. I think we had dinner with some other merchants too, Leif said. He was not going to tell Diane that he had slept with the older woman. It wasn't her business, and more importantly, he was sure she wouldn't be happy with that knowledge. All right, Diane said after a short silence. Behind her, Atsila gave a thumbs up and smiled. Leif barely kept a straight face. Are we still going to look at cows and chickens tomorrow? Leif asked. If you want to, Diane replied. I do. It would be best to go after the merchant picks up her purchases tomorrow morning. You can hide in your house in the morning, Leif, Atsila said. That works for me, Leif said. I can go back to sleep after feeding Jake. We should clean up and go, Diane said, with a grin on her face. And you're a slacker. Only when I get the chance, Leif replied. Oh yeah, I made you this while you met with Glenda. A bear, Diane asked after taking the carving from Leif. Why? What are you trying to suggest? You reminded me of one with how ferocious you were being, Leif answered. Leif got a point, Atsila added. Thank you, Diane said with a smile on her face. She hugged Leif. All right, that's enough of the mushy stuff, Atsila said before Leif could return the hug. Don't make me fail in my chaperone duties. Oh no, we wouldn't want that now, would we? Leif said, returning the hug before Diani pulled away. He stuck his tongue out at the other man. Diani and Atsila laughed. "What the heck are those?" Leif asked as he stared at the large, hairy, red-brown colored animals. Diani and Atsila chuckled. "They're cows, you daft bugger," Archie Wallace, the owner of the farm, replied, making the cousins' chuckles turn into full-blown laughter. The Wallace family farm was an 11-mile journey from Leif's homestead. They had left at first light, and it had taken most of the morning to make the trip. Specifically, these cute beasties are Scottish Highland cattle, also affectionately known as hairy coos. "They all have horns," Leif remarked. He wasn't sure he would call the huge animals cute. "Aye," Archie agreed. "How can you tell which is male and female?" Leif asked. "The females are the small ones," Archie said, in a tone of voice that screamed the difference should be obvious. The expression on his face said the same thing. "I guess that should have been obvious," Leif muttered. Diani patted him on the back. He turned to her and her cousin. "And these are the kind of cows your clan raises?" "Mostly," Atsila answered, "but we do have a few other breeds too. Mr. Wallace's family has done business with us for decades," Diani added. "Aye," Archie confirmed. "Your clan has always treated mine fairly, so it's only natural to do the same." "Indeed," Diani agreed with a smile on her face. "Farmer Wallace, how big do they get?" Leif asked. Hairy coos are considered a mid-size cow, with the bulls standing right at 4 ft at the shoulder, with the heifers standing a little over 3 ft. Archie answered. "The bulls can weigh up to 2,000 pounds, with the heifers weighing about 1,100 pounds. "That's not too bad, I guess," Leif said. "They're friendly and hardy," Diani added. "They won't be a problem." "Which will suit you since you're a newbie when it comes to livestock," Atsila added. "Just let them roam in a pasture and make sure they have some water." "Aye," Archie said. "You never have to feed them anything but the grass in the pasture, even in winter." "That sounds simple enough. I can do that," Leif said. "Anyone can," Archie said. "And call me Archie. Mr. or Farmer Wallace was my pa." "All right," Atsila laughed. "Is there anything special about this breed of cow?" Leif asked. "The beef is lean and excellent, while the milk is delicious, with an extremely high butterfat content," Archie replied. "You're a lowlander, so it might take you a while to get used to the flavor." "Leif, you had some of both at the Christmas celebration," Diani said. "Oh, it was good, but I thought it was due to the cook and something added to the milk," Leif said. Diani smiled and shook her head. "Live and learn," Atsila remarked with a smile on his face as well. "Does the Banner Elk Butcher sell this type of beef?" Leif asked. "Nah," Archie replied. "Other than the Cherokee, only myself and Angus McCullum raise the hairy coos, and we butcher our own meat since we're a bit further out from the village than most." "I'm surprised monsters don't attack you a lot," Leif said. "They did and still try," Archie replied. "I sold Archie 3 of the portable wards at a sizable discount," Diani explained. She looked a tad nervous at admitting that. Leif smiled and shrugged his shoulders. He didn't mind, and it was her call as his business partner. "So Archie, can I buy 1 or 2 of your cattle?" Leif asked the farmer. "I need to cull the herd a touch, so I'll sell you 5, Archie said after thinking things over. "There's a young bull just entering sexual maturity I need to get rid of. The 4 heifers will be young, with 1 being in her prime. The young heifers are the same age as the bull. The older heifer is pregnant too." Leif noticed the surprised looks on Diani's and Atsila's faces. He felt that Archie's offer must be a very generous, and said as much. "So Archie, I take it you want more enchanted goods instead of money," Diani said. "Aye," Archie replied. "Grace would appreciate some of those light thingies we saw in your shop, and perhaps that plate thing that controlled the climate." "How many rooms are in your house, if you don't mind my asking?" Leif said. 4, Archie answered. "We also have an outhouse." "How about the climate control enchantment and 4 light fixtures in exchange for the cows?" Diani asked. "So that's why you and Atsila came with Leif. You're here to negotiate the deal for him," a grinning Archie said. Diani smiled and nodded. "I think that's a fair bargain. The cows will be good to Leif for close to 20 years unless he decides to butcher them all. Do you have any beef you can throw in? Leif asked. No, Archie answered. He noticed Leif's disappointed look. We're going to butcher a couple of older cows next month. I'm willing to sell you some beef then, though. All right, Leif said. He smiled. How much land do you have? 20 acres, Archie replied. Why? I'll ward your property, Leif answered. It shouldn't take me too long. Leif, Diane exclaimed as Archie's face broke into a huge grin. What? Leif asked. She shook her head as Atsila laughed. I know I've upset your deal and that Archie has the camping wards, but he's so far out. He needs a permanent ward. That's true, Diane said. But Archie, you need to drive the cattle to Leif's farm in return. I'm not sure, Archie began. I'll bring a few warriors with me tomorrow or the next day for protection, Atsila offered. You'll only need the protection until you reach Banner Elk anyway. Right. I know Leif has enchanted the trail up Beach Mountain and the village, Archie said. Oh, chickens, Leif said. Do you have any you want to sell? None we can spare, Archie replied. But the McCullums do. Angus and his family sell chickens and eggs in Banner Elk. I guess we can visit them later, Leif said. I'll bring 5 or 6 hens and a rooster with me when we bring your cows to you, Archie said. If Angus comes with me, you can pay him directly. Fair enough, Leif said. So we have a deal, Diane said. That we do, Archie agreed. Leif agreed as well. All right, Leif, it's time for you to get to work, Atsila said. Yep, Leif replied, but I need to learn to milk a cow too. Leif and Archie had decided to wait a week to bring the cows up to Leif's farm. That would allow Archie and his people time to prepare for the journey, as well as allow Atsila time to gather some warriors. The wait would also let Leif prepare the pasture closest to his house. How are you going to clear the pasture? It's really overgrown, Diane said the next morning. Shas grunted in agreement. When I was in the capital, I saw this grass-cutting machine. It gave me an idea to make a larger version that could be pulled by an animal, Leif answered. I can make it work. You should get some more mules or some horses, Shas said. You can't keep using your mule for everything. What makes you say that? Leif asked. What happens if he's injured and you need him to do something? The warrior asked. The enchantments in the stable should keep him healthy, Leif countered. What about if you need to do 2 things at once, such as pulling this cutter machine and pull a load of timber? Shas asked. I do one at a time, Leif replied. It's just me after all. You'll overwork your mule that way even with the enchantments, Shas said. Pulling heavy things all the time is hard work. I can enchant things to be lighter like I did my wagon, Leif countered. He didn't think he was overworking Jake, but the older man might be right. That said, I see your point. Want to sell me a horse? No, I don't, Shas replied. My horses are already spoken for. Father will sell you a horse or 2, Diane said. True, Shas agreed. The clan won't miss the horses, Leif asked. No, Shas answered. The clan has a large herd. Leif, do you want me to pay my father and bring the horse or horses to you tomorrow? Diane asked. Sure, that would be great, Leif answered with a smile on his face. Thanks. You're welcome, Diane replied, returning the smile. So, do you want just a single horse or more than one? I don't know. A riding horse would be good, but a workhorse to spare Jake some would be good too. What do you guys think? Leif said. Considering you don't want to farm the land, a single draft horse would do, Shas said. But if you want to ride a horse, you'll need a smaller breed since draft horses generally aren't the best riding horses, Diane added. She grinned. You'll also need more riding lessons. Riding a horse would let you travel faster than your wagon, Shas stated. And I can enchant the saddle for comfort and healing like I did for you guys, so I don't get saddle sore, Leif said. So, I guess I need 2 horses, but make sure the riding horse is gentle. Shas and Diane laughed. I'll do that, Diane promised. I wouldn't want you getting thrown from a spirited horse. Me either, Leif sheepishly agreed. Leif connected the steel wheel to the axle and used a nut and pin to lock it in place. He stepped back and admired his work. Leif then pushed the wheel assembly to the great platform he had made earlier. He used brackets to lock the axle in place. Leif tested to make sure the wheels still spun. Satisfied that it would work, he tightened the brackets in place. The platform sat between the two wheels. He left the assembly propped up on a couple of blocks and then welded a steel shaft to the center of the top side of the platform. He added a concave, round steel seat to the shaft. The seat was shaped like a chair seat. "I'll have to enchant that to be comfortable since it doesn't have a cushion," Leif muttered. He added a tongue and single tree to hitch Jake or the horse to. Leif then added a 6-foot-long steel blade and holder assembly to the platform. He added a lever to lift and lower the blade from the seat. "It works," Leif mused as he tested the control lever. The blade rested 4 inches above the shop's floor when completely lowered. After thinking it over, he added a couple of stopping points or notches for the lever so the blade could be lowered to different heights. Leif stepped around the cutter and nearly tripped over the blade. The blade needs to be able to fold up or something so it's out of the way. Leif disconnected the blade and added a hinge to the holder assembly. He then added another lever and arm to control the hinge. Satisfied with his work after testing it, Leif decided to enchant the whole thing for more than comfort. He painted some monster blood on the machine and willed his intent into it. "You have created an enchanted horse-drawn sickle mower. This mower will cut grass and weeds. The machine is enchanted to be durable, light, comfortable, and to keep the blade sharp. Value 12,500 crowns. "That'll work," Leif told himself as he dismissed the notice. He yawned, cleaned up, and headed into his house to take a bath and go to bed. "It's too early," Leif murmured as another pulse hit his wards. "Diani knows she can just enter, but she probably wants me to admit Shas, Atsila, or whoever escorted her today." He admitted them and got up. Leif headed into the bathroom to take care of his morning routine. "What do you think?" Diani asked as Leif neared the stable. She was smiling proudly. 2 unsaddled horses were in the corral next to Diani's and Shas's horses. Leif assumed the taller horse was a stallion while the shorter one was a mare. "They're pretty," Leif said and meant it. The stallion was a tall chestnut-colored horse that stood over 5 feet at the withers. The silver dapple mare stood a few inches shorter. The mare's black color combined with the white streak on her nose along with her white mane and tail made her a striking animal. "Especially the mare. She's beautiful." "I'm glad you like them. They're both gentle and eager to please," Diani said. "The stallion is a bit more spirited, though." "Is he a draft horse?" Leif asked. He walked to the edge of the corral. None of the horses shied away. Leif pulled a couple of carrots from his inventory and held them out to his new horses. "No," Shas answered. "Both are Morgan horses. Morgans can be used to ride or work because they are smart and strong." "So why 2?" Leif asked as the horses took the offered treats. "Because my dad was considering breeding them and decided to sell them to you as a pair," Diani answered. "How much did they cost me?" Leif asked. "Don't worry about it. You can afford them," Diani replied. Leif frowned and she sighed. "He charged you 5,000 crowns for both." "That seems low," Leif said as the mare nudged his hand. Leif fed her another carrot and then the stallion. "It is," Shas said. "But Inoli feels you've done a lot for the village and wanted to reward that despite the money you've been paid." "Send him my thanks, please," Leif said as he rubbed the mare's nose. "We will," Diani said. "Do they have names?" Leif asked. "Nope," Diani replied. "You get to name them." Leif said. "Misty for the mare and Jack for the stallion." "Why those names?" Shas asked. "Those are the first names that came to me," Leif answered. Diani laughed. "Whoa," Leif commanded as he pulled on the reins slightly and squeezed Misty's sides with his legs. She slowed and stopped. He gently patted her neck and said, "Good girl." "Not too bad," Shas said, "but you don't need to pull on the reins. Gently squeeze your legs and increase the pressure. She'll obey." I've always seen people pull on the reins. I don't have to, Leif replied. No, Shas answered. Those people are doing it wrong. Would you like it if someone pulled back on your head? Diani asked. Good point, Leif said. I wouldn't like that all. Neither does Misty, Diani said. She mounted Jack. Come on, I'll ride with you around your farm to end today's lesson. Why not ride your mare? Leif asked. Jack needs exercise too, Diani replied. I'm coming as well, Shas said as he mounted his own horse. I can't believe you named the horses Jack and Misty. At least he didn't name them Jack and Jill, Diani said. I can't believe I didn't think of that, Leif exclaimed. I missed an opportunity. Kids, Shas grumbled as he urged his horse forward. Diani and Leif laughed. Leif stumbled after he dismounted Misty and rubbed his thighs. Shas and Diani shook their heads. I'm sore even with an enchanted saddle and medallion, Leif complained. And I can't believe I let you guys talk me into riding all day. It takes a while to develop those muscles and get used to being in the saddle, Shas said as he dismounted and led his horse to the water trough in the corral. Stretching and exercise would help too. Oh, there it is, Leif said in relief as the medallion started to soothe his aching legs. He smiled happily as he sat on the ground. Don't just sit there, Shas said. You need to tend to your horses. I'll help you, Leif, Diani said. She knew the older warrior wasn't happy that Leif hadn't immediately started to tend to his horse, which he felt a person should. Shas felt respecting a horse was just as important as respecting another person, if not more so. She would have to explain that to Leif. She led Jack to the trough as well. Thanks, Leif said as he got to his feet. He followed the elves and led Misty to the trough. Be nice to your new neighbors, Leif told Jake as he led him into his stall. He fed the mule and went to get one of the horses. All right, Misty, let's get you into your new stall, Leif told the mare. He led her into the stable and then into one of the 2 box stalls on the right side of the stable. Since Jake had a box stall, he figured the horses should have the other 2 instead of putting them in a smaller tie stall. He fed Misty and walked back out to get Jack. All right, big guy, it's your turn, Leif told the stallion. Jack let Leif lead him into the stable and box stall without issue. Leif fed Jack and shut the stall. Jack stuck his nose over the stall door and nudged Leif before he could walk away. Right, I should brush you guys down before taking care of myself. Misty and Jack both whinnied. Jake brayed. Okay, I see you all agree, Leif laughed. I should put a pot of soup on tomorrow and let it cook most of the day, Leif muttered as he ate his supper. The steak was good, but he was in the mood for something more than just meat. After he finished eating, Leif found the needed vegetables and prepared them. He placed the chopped vegetables into his icebox for in the morning. With nothing else that really needed doing, Leif decided to sit out at the fire pit and watch the stars for a while to relax instead of reading a book. He walked out and put a few logs into the pit and lit the fire. Leif sat and stared into the night sky with occasional glances down into the valley below. After a while, he noticed what looked like a dozen campfires about a day's ride from Banner Elk. I wonder if that's another merchant caravan, Leif murmured. The clear night sky didn't have an answer for him. Neither did the crickets and owls. Leif led Misty, Jack, and Jake into the corral after feeding them. He was surprised the horses had taken to him so quickly. Then again, he didn't know much, if anything, about horses, and these 2 were used to being around the Cherokee. Maybe their behavior was normal. Leif watched the 3 of them for a while as the sun fully rose into the clear, beautiful morning sky. He wanted to make sure Jake didn't become aggressive to the horses, nor the horses to him. They seem to be getting along quite well, Leif mused. Leif smiled and went to get his own breakfast. He had a little project he wanted to work on before putting the soup on and took the horses for a ride. Morning, Leif. What's this? Diani said as she looked at what Leif had been working on. The shop is open if you can enter the wards. If you feel a foreboding pressure and cannot enter, this means the shop is closed. Warning, stick to the path or face the consequences, Etzilla read. Why'd you make a sign? Decided it would be easier for everyone, Leif answered. And good morning, you too. Are you able to open the wards like that? Diani asked. Sure, as you know, I've already done so for you too and a handful of others, Leif replied. This will be just as easy. Going to put it at the trail beside the gate that you never close? Etzilla asked. Leif grinned and nodded. Do you need to let the paint dry? Nah, I'm going to enchant the sign so it can't be moved, won't fade, or get worn over time, Leif said. I need to put on a pot of soup before putting the sign up, though. Why don't I put on the soup, and you two can go put up the sign and take Jack and Misty for a ride, Diani said. Etzilla looked surprised just as soon as she said the names. Thanks, Diani, Leif said. You're welcome, she replied. Man, you missed such a golden opportunity, Etzilla said. Jack and Jill were right there. I know, Leif sighed. With Mare's color, the name Misty suits her, though. Come on, Jack, Leif told the stallion the next morning after he returned from riding Misty. He briefly considered using Jake instead, but decided against it and led the horse to the sickle mower. Leif was pleased the stallion allowed himself to be hitched to the mower with no problems. He patted Jack on his neck and fed him a carrot. Good boy. Leif climbed up the platform and sat in the seat thinking that he needed to thank Enoli, since the chief had sold him such well-trained horses. He picked up the reins and realized he should have made a holder for them. Live and learn, Leif said as he snapped the reins. He could always add a little rod with a loop or bent end to hold the reins. Jack easily pulled the mower out of the shop and to the pasture beside the clearing. Whoa. Jack stopped a few feet after being given the command. Jack, you're earning yourself some treats. The stallion neighed and tossed his head, making Leif laugh. He lowered the blade and set it to its lowest height. The enchanted steel should be more than sharp enough to cut the grass and weeds, Leif told himself. He clicked his tongue and snapped the reins. Jack started pulling the mower again. The blade made easy work of the grass and weeds even if they were mostly dead from the winter. Leif smiled. He did love it when his plans and creations worked. Leif returned to the pasture an hour later after putting Jack in the corral with Misty and Jake and giving the two horses a couple sugar cubes each. Jake was fed a carrot since he had been warned once not to feed mules and donkeys sugar sometime in the past, but couldn't remember when or by who. Leif pulled the grass and weeds from the pile of stones he had found in the pasture near the house clearing. It's a foundation, but only with 3 sides. He guessed the foundation had been part of an open-sided cow shelter. A monster had most likely destroyed the shelter. That would explain all the heavy, but smaller stones in the pasture too. If I gather up the stones and pile them up, I might be able to enchant them to hold together, Leif mused. He grinned. There's only one way to find out. He returned to the corral and got Jake out. He hitched the mule to the wagon and returned to the pasture. We're on a stone-gathering mission, pal, Leif told the mule after stopping the wagon and opening the back gate. Jake glanced at him and then turned his attention to the grass. Leif spent the rest of the morning gathering the stones and piling them up on the foundation. We would have helped, Etzilla said, after Leif explained what he had been doing all morning. He and Diani had showed up at noon. It's all right. It's my farm and I'm the one that decided I needed cows, Leif replied, shrugging his shoulders. That still doesn't mean you can't ask for help, Etzilla retorted. Friends are supposed to help each other after all. That's true, Diani added. We'll help you do whatever else you need to do instead of opening the shop this afternoon. All right, thanks, Leif replied. But there's not much left to do. I just need to enchant the stone. What for? Diani asked. To see if I can get it to hold together, Leif answered. Sounds like you need a mason or stone shaper, Etzilla said. Maybe, Leif replied. Let's go see if this works. Are you sure this is going to work? Diani asked. Nope, Leif answered as he painted the stones with blood. The foundation now looked like a messy pile of stones in a U shape that was about 2 foot tall. Then why try it? Etzilla asked. To see if I can do it, Leif replied. That's a pretty dumb reason to waste monster blood, Etzilla said. But it's only a waste of blood if this doesn't work, Leif countered. If it works, I'll have successfully pushed my limits. Which means you might gain a level, Diani said. Leif grinned and nodded as he put away his brush and blood. "Well, here goes nothing," Leif said as he placed his hands on a couple of the top stones and willed his intent into the pile. Dizziness hit him for the first time in months as the stones glowed blue. Leif fell onto his butt and laughed. He swayed on his feet after standing up. "That's the first time that's happened in a long time." "What happened?" Etzilla asked. "Dizziness," Leif answered. "Leif, you're bleeding," Diani said. "You're right," Leif said in confusion after wiping his nose. He glanced at the glowing foundation and noticed it was taller. His eyes rolled into the back of his head and Leif collapsed. "Leif," Diani screamed. "Go get Uncle Gajai," Diani shouted as she rushed to Leif. She checked his pulse and checked to see if he was breathing. "He's breathing and his heartbeat is all right." "Let's give him an hour to see if he wakes up on his own," Etzilla said. "His amulet has already stopped the bleeding." "I'm not so sure," Diani said as she cradled Leif's head into her lap. "I'll go get his wagon. Leif said it was enchanted for healing too." "Then we can move him into his house," Etzilla said. "Is moving him a good idea?" "I know you're worried about him, but Leif didn't hit his head on any rocks or stones," Etzilla answered. "Besides, you've already moved him." "You're not worried?" "If it wasn't for Leif's amulet, I'd be more worried about him too." "Oh. He's a strong shaman. Leif will be fine," Etzilla said. At least he hoped. Etzilla didn't think it would be smart to share his concern with his cousin now. "You know, you and Leif should resolve your feelings towards each other. If you want to be more than friends, you might need to be the one to tell him. Leif's brilliant at enchanting and crafting, but a bit thick when it comes to other things." Just think about it," Etzilla said. "I'll be back with Jake and the wagon." "Just who do you think you are busting into my office like this?" Jeb shouted at the armored man. The man didn't answer, but another voice did. "Headman, I wanted to have a private chat." "Baron Tyson," Jeb exclaimed. "What are you doing here, my lord?" "Headman, we need to talk about these enchanter rumors before they keep spreading," the Baron replied. "We also need to discuss other important matters." "Leif, are you all right?" Diani asked after she saw his eyes open. He noticed her eyes were puffy and red. "Have you been crying?" Leif asked instead of answering her question. He resisted the urge to reach out and touch her face. Answering a question with a question. "Yep, I'd say he's all right," Etzilla quipped. "But seriously, it's good to see you awake. You had us worried, especially Diani." "Etzilla," Diani hissed. Her cousin grinned at her. "I can see that," Leif said while ignoring her outburst and turning his attention back to Diani. She really did have lovely eyes. He shook his head and realized his head was in her lap. Diani's thighs were soft, yet firm. Maybe it was just the deerskin her leggings were made from. Leif blushed after seeing Diani blush and the directions of his thoughts. "Oh, I'm sorry." He sat up and found he was in his wagon. Etzilla laughed. "What?" Diani asked. "Now I see why Uncle Inoli wanted you to have a chaperone. I think you two are a match made in heaven." Etzilla got out once his laughter subsided enough to talk. "Don't make me throw you out," Leif said. Etzilla grinned and held his hands up in surrender. "Diani, I feel fine." "Okay," Diani quietly replied. "Can you tell us why you blacked out?" "Yeah, let me see what these notices are first, though. They're distracting," Leif answered. "Congratulations, you have created an enchanted cowshed. This three-sided stone structure is designed to provide shelter for livestock. It has been enchanted for comfort, durability, and healing. Value, 3,000 crowns. Congratulations, you have learned the stoneworker class. Stoneworkers shape, prepare, and set stone. Would you like to change classes? YN. "Not a chance," Leif muttered as he declined the class change. "You have declined to change classes. The stoneworker class will become a skill that you can level like your others. Congratulations, your crafter skill has reached level 8. Leif craftsman. Class, level 9 artisan. Skills. Enchanter, level 11. Crafter, level 8. Jeweler, level 4. Ceramist, level 2. Woodworker, level 6. Blacksmith, level 6. Weaver, level 1. Stoneworker, level 1. Leif explained about the dizziness and blackouts when pushing his skills as he dismissed the notice. He also told the cousins about his new skill. "How did you build that cowshed?" Archie asked after Leif's new cows started grazing in the pasture. "I've never seen a stone shed like this one before." "I did it by pushing my skills to their limits," Leif replied. He explained how he had made the shed. "At least his chicken coop is made out of wood," Angus McCullum said, pointing at the structure sitting just in the clearing. "True," Archie agreed. "Should I just let the chicken run around or should I fence them in?" Leif asked the farmers. "Let them run around," Angus advised. "That way they won't strip the ground clean of grass-hunting bugs. And you'll have less chicken turd in one place too," Archie added. "Aye, that's a good point," Angus laughed. "The chickens will return to the coop at night to roost. Don't worry about that." "I'm not worried," Leif said. "I think I can add an enchantment to the wards to force them back into the coop if I have to." "Really?" Angus asked. "I think so," Leif replied. "The cows too?" Archie asked. Leif nodded. "If you could do something like that, I'd buy it." "Me too," Angus said. "I'll look into it," Leif replied. He made a note in his notebook, which earned a laugh from the farmers and their helpers. The farmers had told Leif that Atsilla and the other Cherokee warriors had peeled off and rode on to their village once they reached the path to Leif's farm. "Did you enchant the water trough too?" one of the helpers asked. "Yeah," Leif answered. "It's enchanted to always be full and pure." "Would you be willing to make more and sell them to us?" Archie asked after exchanging a look with Angus. "You're in luck. I have 4 more already made and ready to go," Leif replied with a smile on his face. "Let's go up to the shop and you can talk to Diani about the price." "I'll bring 10 bags of corn up tomorrow and pick up the water troughs for Archie and myself," Angus said. "We'll be here," Diani said on behalf of Leif and herself. "That reminds me," Archie said. "Leif, you might want to stay on your farm and have someone else make any supply runs you need for you for a month or so." "Why is that?" Leif asked. He, Diani, and Shas looked concerned at the farmer's words. "Baron Tyson has come up to Banner Elk with a sizable force of armed men," Archie answered. "The Baron is looking for the enchanter running around up here to take back to Wilkesboro," Angus added. "At least that's what the folk in Banner Elk were saying." Atsilla and the other warriors didn't look happy when they spotted the Baron's men, and even less so when we heard the rumors, Archie added. "I bet Atsilla has told my father," Diani said. Shas nodded his agreement. "Thanks for the warning," Leif said. "But I'm not going to hide up here. If I need supplies, I'll go get them." "Leif, maybe," Diani said. "I can't hide, Diani," Leif said, shaking his head. "I made the choice not to hide, and I must face the consequences." "I know, I just do like it," Diani replied. Leif shrugged. "Perhaps you should extend an invitation to the Baron to meet you." Shas suggested. "The sooner the better, so tomorrow at noon would be a good time." "And allow you to bring some warriors as backup," Leif said. Shas nodded. "And my father and uncle to help emphasize how important you are to our clan as a shaman," Diani added. Shas nodded again. "That works for me," Leif said after thinking it over. "Angus, Archie, would you two be willing to extend the invitation for me?" "Sure," Archie answered. "We have to pass through the village to return to our farms after all," Angus added. "Perhaps we should tell Jeb the invitation is for him as well." "Great idea," Diani replied as Leif nodded his agreement. "We'll see you in the morning," Angus said. The farmers left. "Perhaps we should go as well," Shas said. "Your father will want to hold a council." "I think I'll stay for a while," Diani countered. "Leif looks like he needs a shoulder to lean on." "Is it that obvious?" Leif asked. He felt he had held himself together well enough in front of the farmers, but he was worried. "Only to those that know you," Diani replied with a smile on her face. "Or those that pay attention," Shas said, a slight grin playing at his lips. "Leif, as the old saying goes, you wear your emotions on your sleeve. So, I need to work on my poker face? Leif asked. Indeed, Shas agreed. Where does that saying come from? Diani asked. Poker face, Leif asked. She nodded. Beats me. An old card game, Shas supplied. Perhaps I'll teach it to you two one day. I'd like that, Diani said. Me too, Leif agreed. Are you nervous about meeting Baron Tyson? Diani asked. Not really, Leif replied. Gajai and Anoli snorted. Leif grinned. I met him in Wilkesboro and sold a couple of rings to him. Did you get a good price? Diani asked. Nobility isn't known for being fair. Half value, Leif replied. He explained how he had tried to sell the rings on the sly and met the Baron. I thought that was fair since it allowed me to hire Mace and his team to get me here. Do you still think half value for your works is a good price? Inoli asked. Yes, sir, Leif answered. In fact, there are times I think half is too much. Boo, Diani pouted, making the others laugh. The smile on her face gave proof that she wasn't being serious. My meeting with the Baron was only a few minutes, but he seemed fair, Leif said after a short silence. He is a fair man, Inoli stated. Father, do you know this Baron? Diani asked. I do, Inoli answered. That's a bit of an understatement, Gajai said. What do you mean? Diani asked. You'll see when the Baron gets here, Gajai replied. Which won't be too much longer, Leif said. The Baron and 9 others just entered the wards. One of the Baron's followers stepped forward after the party dismounted their horses. He was an average-looking man of average height and weight, dressed in finer clothing than the guards and other people with the Baron. Leif recognized Duncan, but none of the others except the Baron. May I present his lordship, Marquis Reginald Tyson, the average-looking man announced. Inoli and Gajai raised eyebrows at that introduction. The Marquis himself appeared to be fighting to keep a straight face. Congratulations on your new title, Inoli said. He and Gajai then nodded at the Marquis. It's good to see you, my old friends, even if it is unexpected, the Marquis replied, the smile finally winning out and blossoming on his face. It's good to see you as well, Reggie, Gajai said. He and Inoli were smiling as well. Several members of the Marquis group frowned at the familiarity the Cherokee elders showed to their lord. The frowns became gasps of surprise when the Marquis and Cherokee elders embraced. Did you know about them? Leif whispered to Diani after exchanging a look of surprise with her. She shook her head. You remember my son, Duncan, do you not? The Marquis asked as he motioned the adventurer to join him and the elders. Introductions were made. We do, Inoli answered as Gajai nodded his head. He was 5 the last time we saw him, Gajai added. That was the fall of the hunt. I saved your life from that ghost panther, if I'm not mistaken, the Marquis said, a playful grin on his face. You were just returning the favor from the previous hunt, Gajai replied. Reggie, I believe you still owe me for saving your life 3 years prior to Gajai doing so, Inoli said. He was grinning. I do, the Marquis agreed. Perhaps making a match of my son and your daughter would satisfy the debt. Diani and Leif gasped in surprise. Dukan looked intrigued by the idea and not the least bit surprised. Leif guessed his father had spoken to him of the possibility before. You're not getting off that easy. Besides, you know arranged marriages are not our custom, Inoli said, shaking his head. He looked at Diani, who looked upset. Diani is free to choose her own spouse, as are all of our youth. Leif heard Diani sigh in relief. He felt his own breath come easier as well. Besides, she might have already made a choice, Gajai murmured. Uncle, Diani whined, making the older men laugh. So be it, Reginald said. We'll speak no more of it. Fair enough, Reggie, Inoli agreed. On to other business, or would you like to catch up? My lord, you really should address the enchanter, the average-looking man said, gesturing at Leif. Thank you, Tomas, Reginald said. Tomas is my seneschal. He's impatient, Gajai observed. Roughing it doesn't agree with him, and he's anxious to return home, Reggie replied. But he does make a point. Business must come first. Do you have more business that concerns my clan beyond our shaman? Inoli asked. I do, Reginald replied, ignoring the claim that Inoli had just made on the enchanter. With my promotion, I have been granted the entire western frontier. Congratulations, Inoli said. Are you to push your land claims further west? Thank you, no, I will not push my claims further west, Reginald answered. You know I respect you and your folk too much to do that. Then what is the issue? Gaji asked. Tomas bristled, but the Marquis silenced him with a raised hand. I must relocate my capital further west to better govern the frontier, Reginald replied. I have been considering relocating to Banner Elk. That might be problematic, Inoli said. My clan relocated to the top of Beach Mountain a few weeks ago. The abandoned village, Reginald asked. Yes, Inoli answered. Good choice, Reginald said. I always felt that the top of Beach Mountain would make an ideal location for a town. Might I suggest you take a look at the Boone ruins? Gaji said. That's a good suggestion, Reginald said. I will consider it since it will keep hotter heads in both camps further apart. Perhaps we can hunt those ruins before I return to Wilkesboro. We would be happy to hunt with you again, old friend, Inoli replied. You should come visit our village as well. I accept your invitation, the Marquis said. Perhaps this very afternoon. Of course, Inoli agreed. Excellent, Reginald exclaimed. Now on to other business. He turned his attention to Leif. You, Leif craftsman, have become a vexing problem. We should take the enchanter and go, my lord, Tomas said. Two of the guards with the Marquis stepped forward and froze. I apologize for being seen as a problem, my lord, Leif said. But I will not leave my homestead unless I choose to. How dare you speak to the Marquis that way? Tomas shouted. He suddenly froze like the two guards had. Goodbye, Leif said, turning to face the seneschal. He and the two guards vanished. The other guards and Duncan drew their weapons and stopped when Leif turned his gaze to them. Don't! I don't like threats and am in a position of power here, so I can do something about them. Duncan, you and the others put away your weapons, the Marquis ordered. The weapons were sheathed, and Reginald turned his attention back to Leif. You could make the rest of us disappear the same way. I can, my lord, Leif agreed. You have my word that your men are safe on the trail outside my gate. That said, they will not be allowed to re-enter my property. How did you make them disappear? Duncan asked. My wards, Leif answered. You enchanted these wards? The Marquis asked. Yes, my lord, Leif answered. The dungeon-awarded wards that we have at Wilkesboro cannot do that. Neither can the ones around Banner Elk that Jeb said you created, the Marquis stated. Leif shrugged and the older man grinned. You kept your strength hidden. I respect that. He kept this from us too, Gaji said. Leif grinned sheepishly and shrugged again. Diani, did you know Leif's wards could do that? Inoli asked. Yes, Diani answered. Figures, Inoli muttered. He didn't seem upset at all. Perhaps the Marquis would like to sit and have some refreshments, Diani asked. And then he and Leif can continue their discussions. Good idea, Leif quickly agreed. He knew he had been rude by not offering them before. And maybe a tour of the shop. That would be appreciated, Reginald said. These light fixtures are intriguing, Reginald said as he and Leif sat at Leif's kitchen table. Diani was showing the others the stable and cowshed. We sold our entire stock to a traveling merchant, Leif said. She should still be in Banner Elk. Glenda is. I'll buy some from her since you say she has them, Reginald said. You do know what I am supposed to do to you, don't you? Yes, my lord, Leif replied, but I don't think you want to do that. What makes you say that? The Marquis asked with a grin on his face. You didn't bring your entire party up here for one, Leif answered. You also haven't been aggressive, as the law says you should be. Very good. Anything else? Yes, sir. I don't think you were fooled by me when we met in Wilkesboro. What makes you say that? That skill you mentioned about knowing when someone told the truth, Leif answered. Even though my claiming the rings you bought were family heirlooms was a partial truth, your skill should have triggered. Why? Because, my lord, my claim is only true in the sense that my skills are from my family and can be seen as an heirloom of sorts. You're correct. My skill did warn me that you were only telling a half-truth of sorts. But you let me go. I was playing a hunch, and now, my lord, that hunch has paid off. You have grown in power and skill. So, where does that leave us? You keep doing what you're doing, and I will buy enchanted items from you just like any other customer, the Marquis replied. Leif gaped at the noble. Reginald laughed. Don't look so surprised. Jeb told me you're aware your homestead is technically not in the kingdom, and the Inoli's folk have claimed you as a shaman. That's enough truth and fiction to allow me to report there are no enchanters in the kingdom's borders. I think I see what you mean, Leif said. With the Cherokee's claim, you can say one of them is the enchanter. Just so, the Marquis agreed. The Queen will not risk a war with the elves over a single enchanter. Thank you, my lord, Leif said. You're quite welcome, the Marquis replied with a smile on his face. You can show your thanks by enchanting my new fortress when it is built. I'll make you plates that can be hung on walls with the enchantments in them, Leif said. It probably wouldn't be good for me to go into your fortress. Too true. Despite my desires, others will feel differently. Can you make these wards do what yours do? Yes, sir, but I'll need a few drops of your blood to do so, Leif answered. Can the control be passed down to future generations? Maybe. I've never attempted such an enchantment before, Leif replied. Perhaps a few drops of Duncan's blood would help. Consider the problem, the Marquis ordered. I'm in no rush as it'll take months before I need the wards. Those mobile wards you created are more than sufficient to my needs for now. You bought some? From one of the traveling merchants, the Marquis replied. He stood after draining his cup of tea. Thank you for the tour and refreshments. I believe it's time to catch up with some old friends. I'll walk you out, my lord. Thank you, Inoli, Leif told the chief as the older man and his brother mounted their horses. Thank you too, Gajai. You're welcome, the medicine man replied as Inoli nodded. Coming daughter, Inoli asked as the rest of the Marquis entourage mounted their horses. I think I'll stay for a while, Diani answered. And perhaps stay for dinner too, Leif asked. Inoli Mock frowned at them as Gajai fought to hide a smile. I'd like that, Diani replied, smiling at Leif. I'll send Shas or Atsilla to make sure you two don't get into any trouble, Inoli said. Be good in the meantime, Gajai added as they rode off to join Reginald's party. So, we're alone for once, Leif said as the mounted group disappeared down the trail. Yep, Diani agreed. She took Leif's hands in hers. You know we need to set some things straight. Yep, Leif agreed. They turned to face each other. He hesitantly leaned in and kissed her. Diani returned the kiss. That was really nice, Diani said after the kiss ended. Just nice. That was my first kiss. I have nothing to compare it to, Diani exclaimed. Leif grinned. Perhaps you just need more experience. Maybe I do. Should I ask Duncan to help me with that? No, Leif replied. Diani laughed. Should I ask Chenoa or Enola for practice too? Only if you want me to hurt you, Diani answered sweetly. I'm good with not needing help, Leif said as he pulled her into his arms. I thought you would be, Diani said. She sighed happily into his chest. Is there anything else we need to discuss? Only what took you so long to make a move. I was afraid of losing my friend. That makes sense, Diani replied as she took a step back and looked up into his eyes. What made you change your mind? I realized you are more than just a friend when you looked so upset about the prospect of being matched with Duncan, Leif answered. And I guessed you felt the same way. Unhai. Hey, I'm a slow learner, but I learn, Leif said. We'll see about that, Diani said. Oh. You invited me to dinner, so you're cooking. You want to impress me, so you'll have to do your best. Yeah, but... Diani laughed and kissed him. After the kiss ended, she said, I'll help. Help just with cooking or in other ways. In all ways except for your crafting and enchanting. I don't have those skills. That works for me, Leif said with a smile on his face. I thought it might, Dayani replied with a matching smile on her face. I have another question to ask you. All right. How do you feel? Just in general, not about us. Good, I'm home. And just so you know, I have high hopes for us.